Who would have thought that in an era of global martial arts dominance, while others are fighting tooth and nail to get into martial arts universities, your method of exploiting a glitch to become a god is simply lying on the park lawn soaking up the sun. As the scorching UV rays bake your skin, others think you're crazy, but only you can see the pale blue prompt box flashing frantically on your retina. Ding. Absorbing solar energy. Upgrade points plus 50. Plus 100. Just as you stretch and exhale, your bones suddenly crackle like popping beans. Ding. Achieved God tier breakthrough, bronze 5-star. Rampant power surges through your body like a burst dam, and with a casual wave of your hand, a terrifying force of 5,000 gene tears through the air with a sonic boom. Are those so-called geniuses still toiling away at their training? Sorry, but just by relying on photosynthesis, you've already left all the sidious geniuses of your age in the dust, transforming into the most terrifying monster. With the revival of spiritual energy and the dawn of the global high martial arts era, the unremarkable Lin had always been unable to become a warrior, and his entire family was forced to settle for a life in the lower classes. Until one day, he awakened the divine upgrade system. Ding! Absorbed electrical energy, plus 50 upgrade points. Ding! Absorbed solar energy, plus 50 upgrade points. Top tier cultivation technique, 1 breath, 2 breaths mastered. World-class cultivation technique, 1 cup of tea, 2 cups of tea mastered. Cosmic level cultivation technique, 1 day, 2 days mastered. Chapter 1, Divine Upgrade System. Huaxia, Gaoliang City, amidst the cramped, dilapidated houses. Oh dear, our kid got into a fight with a second-generation warrior. If we VE offended the Chen family, what are we going to do? What else can we do? I'll go over first thing tomorrow morning to apologize and see if the Chen family will cut us some slack. Lin hasn't woken up yet. Right now, the kid is the most important thing. We'll worry about the rest later. Waking up groggily from bed, Lin paused noticeably. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar environment, he was filled with confusion. Have I been reborn? That's right, I've been reborn. I never expected to be back when I was 16. After a brief moment of reflecting on his life, it finally dawned on him. So, he had been reborn. In his previous life, at the age of 30, Lin was still a Sanha god who had achieved nothing. Because he was playing Honor of Kings on the street, he was involved in a car accident. But this time, the crash had sent him back to the age of 16. Honor of Kings comes with risks. Play with caution. Lin muttered to himself, still shaken by the experience. He probably won't play video games again in this lifetime. He vividly remembered that in his previous life, after he turned 25, both his parents had passed away, and his younger sister had married and moved far away. Lin lost all will to live, drifting through life in a daze, and ultimately died at the age of 30. Today, however, he had been reborn, returning to the time before the college entrance exams. As the two sets of memories merged, Lin felt a complex mix of emotions. Especially when he heard two familiar voices outside, he could no longer hold back his tears. He was finally reunited with his mom and dad. This long-lost warmth felt so familiar. However, as he listened to their conversation, Lin suddenly froze. Right, this is a high martial arts world. I almost forgot. He muttered to himself. Spiritual energy has reawakened, high martial arts have spread across the globe, and technology has exploded. The human race is dominated by warriors. The powerful soar through the heavens, tread upon mountains and rivers, and can shatter skyscrapers with a single punch. Animals have mutated wildly, becoming incredibly ferocious. It's almost like a sci-fi world. This world was no longer one of one superpower and many strong powers. He stood up. 3 days ago, Chen knocked me out, and I've been unconscious ever since, but my parents. At that moment, Lin couldn't bring himself to smile. Chen was his classmate and a notorious school bully who, relying on his warrior family background, acted with impunity. 3 days ago, he'd been brutally beaten by Chen and suffered a major defeat. Yet his parents were planning to go to Chen's house in person to beg for mercy, hoping he'd cut them some slack? Lin was furious as he listened. It was clearly Chen who had bullied him first, but because Chen came from a warrior family, his background was too powerful to challenge. He, on the other hand, was just an ordinary citizen. He simply couldn't afford to cross a warrior family. So, the only outcome would be to grovel and apologize to the Chun family, and there was even a strong chance Lin would be expelled by the school for violating school rules. That was the most devastating blow of all. I've talked back to Chen several times already. This time, Chen is determined to take me down. I'm pretty much guaranteed to be expelled. Lin knew his place. Even the principal has to listen to Chen's dad. For people of their power and privilege, expelling someone like me, an ordinary person, is no big deal at all. But my impulsiveness has dragged my parents down. If I can't take the warrior college entrance exam, my family will be stuck in the slums for the rest of our lives. In this era, only by becoming a warrior does one have a chance to rise above one's station. Warrior is the status and profession everyone aspires to. They can do anything from soaring through the skies to diving into the depths of the earth. They enjoy a lofty social standing and access to resources ordinary people can only dream of. They are the cream of the crop. And the martial arts college entrance exam is the only path for ordinary people like them to become warriors. If that path is cut off, then Lin's future would come to an end right here. Lin felt a mix of guilt and helplessness. He felt guilty because his impulsiveness had nearly cost his entire family a lifetime of hardship. He felt helpless because, even though Chen had clearly gone too far and was in the wrong, his own parents had to go to Chen's house to apologize and beg for leniency. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Chen's father was a warrior, and Lin's fate was firmly in his hands. I never thought that even after getting a second chance at life, I'd still be such a loser. I really am a total failure. Filled with helpless rage, Lin reached out to turn on the old electric fan, preparing to lie there and give up on himself. Suddenly, at that very moment, a numbing sensation washed over him. Oh no, the outlet is shorting out. ZZZZT. With a buzz, Lin's hand was instantly jolted by electricity, nearly turning him into a muggle. But just as Lin's life was about to end, he clearly heard a cold, electronic voice in his mind. Ding, divine upgrade system binding. Ding, divine upgrade system binding complete. In an instant, Lin returned to normal and became instantly immune to electric currents. Not only was he unharmed by the shock, but he actually felt much more energetic. He was practically a bundle of energy. The system. He never expected to awaken his system in his moment of despair. As an avid fan of novels, Lin had naturally read many stories about systems and knew exactly what they were. There was once a book called Global High Martial Arts, I Can Upgrade Infinitely, that was his favorite. The author claimed that simply reading it would grant you a system. He never expected that after finishing that book, Lin would receive the system's gift today. It seemed the author hadn't lied. He helped make Lin's dream come true. Host, Lin. Speed, 50 ms. Strength, 1000. Cultivation level, Bronze 1 star 0 1000. Upgrade points, 0. Martial skills, none. Just as he was marveling at this, the stats panel popped up. When he saw the panel, Lin's mouth dropped wider than a hippo's. Wait, this isn't a dream, is it? I become a warrior? Stammering incoherently, Lin picked up a smelly sock from the bedside and sniffed it. It smelled just as it always did. Everything was normal. Clearly, he wasn't dreaming. He was so excited he was almost in tears. He had actually become a warrior. You see, being a warrior is a sacred status. Out of the world's 7 billion people, only 1 in 10,000 has the chance to become a warrior. Warriors are ranked from weakest to strongest as follows: Apprentice, Bronze Stage, Silver Stage, Gold Stage, and Platinum Stage. Each stage is divided into 1 to 5 stars. For example, after reaching 5 stars in the Bronze Stage, one breaks through to become a 1-star Silver Warrior, and so on. Then there is the legendary Grandmaster Stage, a realm that transcends even the Platinum Stage, where one soars through the heavens and dives into the earth, capable of anything. When Lin was a child, he'd seen Grandmasters flying through the sky with his own eyes. At first, he thought they were filming a movie. They looked so majestic. Grandmasters are extremely rare masters of the highest order, beyond what Lin had ever dared to imagine. Although Lin's current rank is only Bronze 1 star, for him, it's already the greatest surprise imaginable. So many people have banged their heads against the wall, training until they're 50 or 60 without ever advancing to warrior, yet I've crossed the threshold into warrior at 16. To me, this is both a blessing and a stroke of luck. I doubt there is anyone my age in all of Gaoliang City who is stronger than me. Lin beamed with joy. One moment he was in hell, the next he was in heaven. He felt his whole body brimming with power, a domineering, unbridled force that filled him with boundless confidence. You see, most people only reach the apprentice stage after being admitted to a martial arts university and undergoing professional training there. After serving as an apprentice for a year or two, they would officially advance to the rank of warrior. Those with poor natural talent might not even become warriors by the time they graduated from university. Textbooks cite statistics showing that the average age for reaching the bronze stage is around 20. But Lin was clearly ahead of the curve thanks to the system. He had leaped straight to becoming a 1-star bronze warrior. He had even skipped the apprentice stage entirely. Chapter 2: Lin Xiaoyu's Secret. Becoming a warrior meant Lin had entered high society. He was thrilled because he could now provide a good life for his parents and younger sister, completely transforming his family as fate. All right, I get stronger after getting an electric shock. Let us try it again now. Confident in his skills and eager to grow stronger, Lin placed his hand directly on the broken outlet. ZZZZT. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sure enough, in no time, Lin felt his energy surge, and his upgrade points began to fluctuate. Ding! Congratulations, host, on absorbing electrical energy. Upgrade points plus 20. Ding! Upgrade points plus 20. Ding! Upgrade points plus 30. Ding! Upgrade points plus 50. By the end of the morning, Lin had accumulated 100 upgrade points. At first glance, he was still a long way from the 1000 points required to level up. This one do. The electricity meter at home is about to break. I can't keep absorbing energy like this. I'm afraid the meter is going to blow any minute now. Stopping the absorption, Lin walked out of the room. Otherwise, the monthly electricity bill would likely exceed several thousand yuan, which would be a huge blow to his family. Lin, are you awake? Lin, you're finally awake. You scared Mom to death. Are you still feeling unwell anywhere? As soon as Lin stepped out, his parents, Dong and Yun, immediately came over and asked with concern. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Lin smiled slightly, looking in excellent spirits. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back later. Tears welled up in Yun's eyes. That's good, that's good. As long as you're okay, Lin. Be careful out there. She'd been worried that Chen, as an apprentice, might have beaten Lin so badly that he'd suffer lasting effects. Now that she saw Lin was fine, she was completely relieved. Yeah, okay, I got it. Once outside, Lin took a close look at the electricity meter and immediately gasped. In just one morning, he'd used up over 2,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. 2 yuan per kilowatt hour. 2,000 kilowatt hours is 5,000 yuan. Rounded up, that's nearly 10,000 yuan. A 10,000 yuan electricity bill. Lin didn't even dare to think about it. His parents' combined monthly income was only about 7 or 8,000 yuan. Lin decided he had to come up with the money quickly to make up for the household expenses. Otherwise, his parents definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. As soon as he stepped out the door, Lin was walking down the street. Ding, host absorbing solar energy, plus 30 upgrade points. Ding, plus 50 upgrade points. Ding, plus 25 upgrade points. Holy crap, does solar energy count too? Lin was quite surprised and felt a twinge of regret. If only he'd known sooner he could come out to soak up the sun earlier, instead of wasting electricity like a power-guzzling rat and losing 10,000 yuan on the bill for nothing. Seeing that solar energy worked, Lin couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He found a sunny spot, lay down, and basked in the sunlight. He soaked up the sun in the morning and at noon. Even during the hottest part of the afternoon, Lin lay motionless on the park lawn, completely ignoring the stares of passers-by who thought he was a nutcase. Ding, upgrade points plus 20. Ding, upgrade points plus 50. Ding, upgrade points plus 40. Watching his upgrade points steadily rise, Lin grinned from ear to ear, wishing he could fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Elderly men and women passing by even stopped to ask Lin if he had heatstroke, or if he had escaped from a mental hospital. Lin politely declined the well-meaning bystanders' concern and, in turn, politely inquired after their families. It wasn't until dusk that his day of absorption came to an end. When he returned home, his parents had just gotten back from work. The sight of Lin nearly gave them a heart attack. They thought their son had just returned from a trip to Africa. Without offering much explanation, Lin went to his room and immediately opened his stats panel. Ding! Hostess upgrade points have reached 1,000. Please proceed with the upgrade. Upgrade. Lin used his upgrade points to begin the process. Before long, his arms became muscular and powerful, and his physical stats shot up rapidly. The sensation was incredibly pleasant. It felt just like soaking in a hot spring. Soon, upon seeing his current cultivation level, Lin wore a look of satisfaction. Host, Lin. Speed, 50 ms. Strength, 2000. Cultivation realm, Bronze 2 stars 4000. Upgrade points, 50. Martial skills, none. Bronze 2 star. His cultivation had progressed incredibly fast. He'd broken through an entire minor realm in just one day. That's damn impressive. I bet you couldn't find anyone in the whole world who could do it this fast. After jumping around for a while, Lin calmed down. The requirements for advancing to 2-star are even tougher. If I go out to sunbathe, I'll have to stay out for a full 4 days to level up. By then, not only would my mom and dad not recognize me, but I'd probably be so tanned that I wouldn't even recognize myself. Just then, the door swung open. Xiaoyu, wearing her school uniform, walked in from outside and broke into a smile when she saw Lin. Bro, you're awake? Lin nodded. The girl standing before him with her cute cheeks, a pair of little buck teeth, and dressed in a youthful school uniform was Lin's younger sister. Xiaoyu was only 13 and in her third year of junior high at Gaoliang Middle School. This room wasn't Lin's alone. He only had the bottom bunk, while the top bunk belonged to his younger sister. Coming from a family of modest means, they could only afford a cheap 2-bedroom apartment. After setting down her backpack, Xiaoyu walked over. Bro, what's up with your skin? Oh, it's just superficial. A shower will fix it. By the way, how did your exam go today? Lin asked, waving his hand dismissively. Xiaoyu beamed, I came in second in the whole grade again. Not bad. Just like my little sister, you've got half my flair. Bro, you're just tooting your own horn again. At dinner, Lin personally served food to his parents and sister. The family sat together in harmony, enjoying their time together. Although they were a bit poor, having a healthy family and a harmonious home was what mattered most. It had been a very, very long time since Lin had felt this way, and at that moment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Wait for me. It won't be long before I can give my family a better life, he silently vowed to himself. Early the next morning, it was June 1st, and there was just 1 week left until the college entrance exams. Mom and Dad, there is no need to go beg on my behalf. I can handle this. Lin got out of bed and saw his parents packing fruit to go out, so he stopped them. Son, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. If Chin isn't happy, you won't be able to take it, and this is your only chance, Dong said earnestly. His tone betrayed a deep sense of helplessness. It's okay, Mom and Dad. Go to work. I'm sure Chin can't do anything to me, and I'm not afraid of him anymore. Trust me. Lin's gaze was resolute. This left both Dong and Yun deeply astonished. It was as if their child had become a completely different person. After a moment's hesitation, the couple nodded, choosing to trust Lin. After all, Lin had always been sensible and level-headed. The siblings left together. Lin attended Gaoliang No. 1 High School, while Xiaoyu went to Gaoliang Middle School, so they headed in opposite directions. After saying goodbye to her brother, Xiaoyu clutched the pendant against her chest tightly and said earnestly, Bye, please awaken soon and let me grow into a warrior. I want to take on the responsibility of our family and protect my brother. At that moment, the tiny pendant began to stir. Xiao Yu was overjoyed, firmly believing that it wouldn't be long before her dream came true. Chapter 3, Rapid Breakthrough Bronze 5-star. Ding, host has absorbed solar energy. Upgrade points plus 10. Upgrade points plus 15. The morning sun wasn't very strong, and the light energy was faint, so he didn't gain many upgrade points. Lin walked down the street, but didn't head to school. Instead, he made his way to the outskirts of a power plant. A power plant that combines solar, wind, and hydroelectric energy. He already figured it out. It would be very difficult to level up by simply absorbing electrical energy. Since that was the case, he might as well pull off a big heist. As long as he was bold enough, even a Sao. Wait, no, as long as you're bold enough, you won't even fear high voltage power lines. Lin decided to sneak into the power plant to absorb energy. After all, this was the place with the most abundant energy he could think of. Thanks to his warrior skills, his perception was far sharper than that of ordinary people, and he was incredibly fast, like a cheetah. He slipped into the generator room with ease. Before him stood row after row of generators. After confirming no one was around, Lin reached in. Buzz. In that instant, Lin began absorbing electrical energy. Ding, host absorbing electrical energy, upgrade points plus 50. Absorbing electrical energy, upgrade points plus 100. Upgrade points plus 200. This current was clearly intense. At least 280 or higher. If a normal person were to touch it, they'd be served up with cumin and chili powder in less than a second. But Lin wasn't normal. As a warrior, he absorbed the energy at lightning speed, taking in a steady stream of power that left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. About half an hour later, the current indicator lights throughout the server room suddenly began to flash, emitting a beeping alarm. Hearing this, Lin was taken aback. Already giving out this fast? What a piece of junk! Before leaving, he couldn't resist muttering a complaint, glancing at his upgrade points. He'd already absorbed over 1,000. So fast. What he gained from half an hour here was more than what he earned from spending an entire day out in the sun yesterday. Who are you? Before he could leave, a man in a blue-collar work uniform suddenly walked in through the door. You're here to apply for a job, right? Don't mess with the machines here. Hurry up and go to my office to register, pick up your work uniform, and get to work. The heavy-set man plopped down in his chair with decisive efficiency, his tone brimming with impatience. 100 yuan a day. Meals aren't included at the cafeteria. That idiot at the hiring office must have told you all the rest, right? Oh, right. I'm here to apply for the job. I'm clear on the pay and benefits. Do I start working right away? Lin turned the situation to his advantage and asked. Finish the shift this morning, go home for a nap this afternoon, eat a hearty dinner, and come back for the night shift. If you're okay with that, just sign here. Lin quickly signed the form. He hadn't expected that his attempt to steal electricity would land him a job. He was starting work right away. It all fell into place so naturally. After a brief training session, Lin began his shift. Of course, calling it a shift was a bit of a stretch. It was more like sitting there killing time. As long as the machine didn't break down and the alarm didn't go off, he was set for good. If the alarm went off, a specialist would come to fix the machine and handle the problem. The whole process had absolutely nothing to do with Lin. The job duties were as simple as they could possibly be. No wonder no one wanted this position. Not only was it boring, but the pay was low, and it involved working the night shift. Fortunately, it was perfect for Lin. He figured out the pattern and continued absorbing electrical energy. This time, he learned his lesson. He slowed down his absorption rate and didn't go too hard. When he was about to trigger the alarm, he stop, take a breather, and then resume absorbing. Throughout the morning, Lin absorbed 2,000 units of electrical energy. He'd soon be able to break through that limit again. It wasn't until someone came to relieve him that Lin headed home. When he opened the door, Lin was surprised to see both his parents at home, a rare sight. Usually at lunchtime, his parents ate at the factory and only came home after their shift ended in the evening. Today, however, they were both sitting on the couch together. Lin knew something must have happened. Sure enough, as soon as Lin stepped through the door, Dong and Yun rushed over to him, asking anxiously, "Lin, were you fired? Expelled?" Lin asked, puzzled. At that moment, Yun said with a grim expression, "The school called. They said you skipped class today. Your homeroom teacher personally told me you've been expelled." "It's okay, Mom and Dad. I won't let you down." Hearing the word expelled, Lin wasn't particularly surprised. He expected Chen Wun let him off the hook. So what if he is expelled? Given his current status, why would he need to take the martial arts college entrance exam anyway? The purpose of taking that exam is to become a warrior, and since he is already a warrior, there is no need to waste time at school anymore. Yun remained worried. "Lin, if anything is bothering you, you must tell Mom and Dad. Please don't do anything rash." "Mom, don't you trust me? I have my own plans, and I swear I'll make something of myself and give you and Dad a good life." Lin spoke earnestly, showing no sign of joking. Seeing this, Yun and Dong both sighed. As long as their son didn't break the law or do anything against his moral conscience, that was enough as long as he stayed safe and sound. After finally convincing his parents, Lin ate lunch and lay down on his bed for a nice, long nap. When he left the house that afternoon, Lin told his parents he was taking a part-time job at the power plant and wouldn't be coming home that night. The two elders were a bit uneasy, but since their son couldn't take the college entrance exam and had lost his chance to become a warrior, they decided to let him go out and start adapting to society early. It was better than moping around at home. "Hey, Lang?" Lin's smartwatch rang. A screen-mirrored image immediately appeared. It was his best friend, Lang. On the other end, the usually honest and good-natured Lang said anxiously, "Lin, how are you doing right now? Chen's dad got the principal to expel you. Are you okay?" I'm fine. I already know about it," Lin laughed. "I'm at work right now, and I'm doing great." "That is good to hear. Sigh, what a shame you had a real shot at getting into Wuhan University, but it's all Chen's fault," Lang vented his frustration. He and Lin had grown up together since they were kids. They'd been inseparable through elementary, middle, and high school. Their friendship ran deep. They weren't blood brothers, but they were closer than any. Lin could tell that Lang was genuinely concerned for him. To keep Lang from worrying, Lin smiled naturally and said, "It's fine. I knew Chen wouldn't let this go, but I don't have time to deal with him right now. I'll take you flying again in a little while, hee hee." "Okay, take care. Call me if anything comes up." After hanging up, Lin went back to work. Ding, absorbed electrical energy, plus 50 upgrade points. Absorbed light energy, plus 100 upgrade points. Over the past few days, Lin had become very proficient at his electricity stealing routine, performing it with ease. He even volunteered to cover his co-workers' shifts for free. Aside from dinner breaks, Lin hadn't been home at all. Level up. Ding, realm upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to bronze 3-star. Ding, realm upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to bronze 4-star. Ding, realm upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to bronze 5-star. Finally, a week later, Lin had reached the bronze 5-star realm. Host, Lin. Speed, 50 ms. Strength, 5000. Cultivation level, bronze 5-star 200,000. Upgrade points, 199. Martial arts, none. Haha, I did it. But it looks like it'll take a long time to advance to the silver stage. He was puzzled. It would take 200,000 upgrade points to advance from bronze to the silver stage. That was a major hurdle. Chapter 4, The Demon Beast County Town. An unexpected surprise. I work here. Under normal circumstances, I can absorb about 10,000 a day. If I go too overboard, my superiors will notice, and that'll bring unnecessary trouble. Lin analyzed, Based on that, it'll take at least 20 days to break through to the silver stage. As my cultivation level rises, it'll definitely get even harder. This pace isn't exactly fast. It'll take at least a few years to become a true master. Never mind, I'll worry about that later. He stopped dwelling on the future. Focusing on the present was what mattered most. When he broke through to 5-star bronze, his whole body shuddered as a distinct surge of power surged into his system. His physical condition had undergone a dramatic transformation. It had to be said that with every breakthrough, he experienced significant changes. June 7th. Today was the day of the National College entrance exams for both science and liberal arts tracks. Lin made a video call to Lang to offer encouragement, then headed out as usual. Sigh, Lin has been coming home late and leaving early these past few days. On the surface, they seemed reassured, but how could Yun and Dong truly feel at ease about their child? They couldn't help but sigh in frustration, their hearts filled with worry for Lin. Dong sat on the sofa, shaking his head repeatedly. Let him do as he pleases. When he can't take it anymore, we'll have him repeat the year at a regular high school next year. Maybe he'll still have a chance to get into Wuhan University. I guess that's the only option. In the room, Xiaoyu saw how worried her parents were about Lin, and it made her feel just as uneasy. But that feeling lasted only a moment. Soon, she broke into a faint smile and said to the pendant hanging from her neck, when will I be able to become a warrior? Miraculously, the pendant actually answered her. Then can you help my brother? Xiaoyu pleaded. The pendant emitted an electronic beep and replied, I can only assist you. Your brother is not within my scope of assistance. But he seems really strange. Even I couldn't get a clear sense of his strength just now. Or could it be that your brother isn't capable of fighting at all? Well, as long as I can become a warrior quickly, that's all that matters. I need to protect my parents and my brother. Xiaoyu said sweetly she couldn't bear to see her older brother working day and night for a meager salary of a few thousand. He was working almost non-stop. At this rate, his health was bound to collapse sooner or later. Meanwhile, at an ordinary martial arts testing dojo, Lin walked inside. At the front desk, a pretty young woman was sitting there. Lin asked, Hello, what procedures do I need to follow to register as a warrior? Register as a warrior? The receptionist's eyes widened the moment she heard Lin wanted to register as a warrior. They sparkled as if she'd found gold. However, she managed to contain her excitement and said, I'm sorry, sir, but today happens to be the instructor's day off. If you want to register as a warrior, you'll have to come back tomorrow. All right, then. Lin nodded. He really had come at the wrong time. On a whim, he walked over to a machine. A strength tester. This type of strength tester was specifically designed to measure a warrior's strength. It was extremely accurate, and the retail price for a single test was 500 yuan. But since no one was around, Lin decided to sneak in a test. He simply threw a punch at it. Thud. A string of numbers spun rapidly across the tester's screen. Finally, it settled at 50-50. 5,050. That's exactly the strength of a bronze 5-star warrior, just like in the textbook. Unfazed, Lin didn't get too excited. After all, he'd been prepared for this. His stats panel seemed accurate. The system hadn't inflated his cultivation level to deceive him. With that in mind, registering as a warrior was a foregone conclusion. Leaving the martial arts hall in high spirits, Lin boarded a high-speed train and headed to the South City Gate. Due to the rampant demon beasts, ordinary residents rarely ventured out unless they had a specific reason. Almost no one would come to the city gates just to wander around. Once outside the city, the world became extremely dangerous. You never knew what kind of demon beast you might encounter. In particular, just 200 kilometers from Gaoliang City lay a demon beast county, where many ferocious demon beasts lurked. From time to time, they would break into the outskirts of Gaoliang City, hunting humans who ventured out as prey. Lin decided to go slay some demon beasts to earn some spending money. Without purchasing elixirs and martial arts techniques, it's very difficult for a warrior to progress. After leaving the city, Lin set off toward the Demon Beast County. With the global rise of demon beasts, railroads and highways had all been destroyed. There were no means of transportation outside the city, so Lin had no choice but to travel on foot. However, since he was a warrior, Lin's pace was by no means slow. After jogging for quite some time, he finally arrived at the Demon Beast County. In Demon Beast County, buildings lay in ruins, and trees towered overhead. Many building walls were covered in moss, and the streets were in complete disarray. It was hard to make out a single passable path. From the outside, this was a true forest city. It was his first time venturing out, and lacking experience, Lin was exceptionally cautious. At the slightest sound or movement, he would stop to observe carefully. Before he even approached the county town, he grew alert and slowed his pace, advancing cautiously. Suddenly, a beast let out a howl, and a silver-tailed wolf blocked Lin's path, causing him to pause in surprise. Textbooks had explained that silver-tailed wolves were not fully evolved, with strength below the bronze tier, so Lin didn't take them very seriously. Upon seeing a human, the silver-tailed wolf immediately lunged at Lin. Get lost! Lin threw a backfist. Given the huge disparity in strength, the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. A single punch sent the silver-tailed wolf flying, leaving it lying on the ground, half dead. Ding, enemy defeated. Upgrade points plus 40. Lin? He stood there dumbfounded for a moment before it dawned on him. Killing a demon beast actually earned him upgrade points. What a pleasant surprise. After composing himself, Lin pulled out the small knife he prepared and began to extract the beast's core. The core was the most valuable part of a demon beast's body and could be sold for profit. And so, Lin began to make his mark in the Demon Beast County. It was his first time facing demon beasts head-on, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. To him, demon beasts were nothing but upgrade points. In just one morning, he had slain over a dozen demon beasts, most of them below the bronze stage. The highest ranked one was only a 3-star bronze level creature, a golden horned rhinoceros beast. It took Lin quite a bit of effort to take it down. The reward was 200 upgrade points. Great! The golden horned rhinoceros beast is a relatively rare demon beast. Its hide sells for at least 10,000. My morning haul is already close to 100,000. Lin hadn't expected making money as a warrior to be this fast. Selling the beast cores meant pure gold. The level 2 backpack's capacity was decent. It had plenty of space, so he could keep hunting. With his experience, Lin had a good grasp of the monster's strength levels in the county town. In the outlying areas, most monsters were at or below the bronze 5-star realm. As long as he remained vigilant, Lin wouldn't be in any mortal danger. Next, Lin began his hunt in the monster-infested county town. After a day, he had slain nearly 80 monsters. Ding, upgrade points plus 100. Ding, upgrade points plus 150. Ding, upgrade points plus 80. That evening, Lin found a quiet spot to sit down. By then, his upgrade points had already surpassed 8,900. Chapter 5, A Frenzy of Loot, A Friend's Invitation. Nearly 10,000 in a single day. That's way better than working at the power plant, and this is just the first day. If I venture deeper into the interior, the demon beasts I encounter will likely be stronger, and the upgrade points will be much higher. Killing 1 bronze 4-star or higher is equivalent to killing 5 bronze 1-star ones. After pondering this for a moment, his enthusiasm soared. Without taking any rest, he set out into the darkness to hunt demon beasts. A warrior's 5 senses and reflexes are dozens of times sharper than those of an ordinary person, and even in the dark, their vision isn't much worse. So Lin didn't stop. He continued hunting. The next day, Lin earned 25,000 upgrade points. On the third day, it was about the same. On the fourth and fifth days, Lin's figure could be seen all over the Monster Beast County town, and he occasionally ran into a few human squads who, like him, had come out to hunt monster beasts. However, everyone had an unspoken understanding, and they didn't interact with each other much. I'm almost at the end of the county town. I'll head back home the day after tomorrow. After all, I've been away for so many days. My parents are probably worried about me. Lin ate some rations and took a brief rest. Glancing at his level 2 backpack, now brimming with loot. He couldn't help but smile to himself. As for upgrade points, Lin had amassed a whopping 150,000 over the past 5 days. On average, between slaying monsters and the boost from solar energy, that came to 30,000 a day. He was only 50,000 short of breaking through to the silver stage. Playing it safe, 2 days would be more than enough. Attack! Awooh! Roar! Ding, upgrade points plus 200. Ding, upgrade points plus 260. After several days of training, Lin's combat skills had become quite impressive. Although they were just simple punches and palm strikes, they were more than enough to handle demon beasts within the bronze stage. He slaughtered demon beasts as easily as killing chickens. Many warriors who happened to encounter Lin were astonished by his skills. They were especially surprised by Lin's age. Many couldn't believe he was only 16 or 17. Reaching warrior level at 16 or 17? That's a total joke. Roar! Inside a supermarket, after dispatching a group of small demon beasts, Lin had just stepped out the door when a massive, ear-splitting beast roar shook his eardrums. Looking up, Lin was completely stunned. Right before his eyes, a steel-clawed saber-toothed lion standing about as tall as a one-story building was charging frantically toward him from the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Wherever it passed, buildings were knocked down by its immense force. As its name suggests, the steel-clawed saber-toothed lion's claws were as sharp as steel, capable of tearing apart a bus. What was truly terrifying was that its teeth were indestructible, like diamond-tipped chainsaw blades capable of shattering almost anything the moment it touched them. This monstrous beast was incredibly ferocious and savage. Lin knew instantly that he was in trouble just then. The steel-clawed saber-toothed lion swiped at him with a single claw. Back! He quickly retreated, and with a sharp tearing sound, the floor where Lin had been standing was sliced clean in half by the razor-sharp claws. Witnessing this scene, Lin was horrified. This steel-clawed saber-toothed lion has surpassed the bronze stage and reached the threshold of the silver stage. To defeat it, I'll have to outsmart it. The lion roared as it charged, leaving Lin with no choice but to keep dodging and retreating. Bang! 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 Many towering structures were sliced open by its claws. Even reinforced concrete couldn't escape destruction. Before long, Lin was drenched in sweat. The steel-clawed saber-toothed lion was fast, closing in on Lin. Not daring to underestimate it, Lin ran with all his might. The physical strain was immense. Roar! The lion pounced once more, and Lin furrowed his brow. But just then, a white blade flashed. Clang! In an instant, the lion was violently sent flying. Boom! It crashed into a skyscraper, which collapsed with a loud crash. The lion was buried beneath the rubble and lay motionless. As Lin stood there in astonishment, a young man in his mid-20s walked over. He glanced at Lin, then asked in a surprised tone, "Did you come alone?" Lin observed the young man for a moment, and only after he was certain the other had no hostile intentions did he nod. "Thanks for stepping in to help," he said. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do." Although Lin was confident he could kill the steel-clawed saber-toothed lion, there was a high chance he would be injured in the fight. He was very grateful that the man had stepped in to help him. No problem, it was just a small favor," the young man smiled. "My name is Li Wu." "I'm Lin," Lin introduced himself, then asked, "By the way, Brother Wu, can I finish off that steel-clawed saber-toothed lion?" "Sure. It's already half dead, you just need to deliver the final blow." Lin nodded cheerfully, then ran into the ruins, picked up an ordinary broadsword, and swung it with all his might. After more than a dozen consecutive slashes to the neck, the male lion finally breathed its last. Ding, upgrade points plus 500. 500. Lin froze for a moment. This was his biggest haul yet. He retrieved the beast core and cut off the teeth and claws as well. Lin approached Li Wu and said, "Brother Wu, these are yours." Li Wu took a look, shook his head, and smiled. "Ha, you know how to play the game." Lin understood. Of course, Li Wu had saved his life and even let him have the male lion. Strictly speaking, this male lion was Li Wu's achievement. If he were greedy, it would be really ungracious. However, Li Wu didn't accept them either, but said good-naturedly, "These things aren't of much use to me. I'll give them to you." "Really? That's great. Brother Wu, I won hold back then." Lin was overjoyed and quickly put them away. "There are also some silver stage demon beasts in there, though not many. If you're brave enough, I'll take you to give them a try." "Sure thing, thanks a lot, Brother Wu." And so, the two hit it off immediately. Lin followed Li Wu as they slayed demon beasts, splitting the loot evenly. Through their conversation, Lin learned that Li Wu was a 3-star silver warrior from the Super Guild. He took down demon beasts as easily as chopping vegetables. It was a breeze. "By the way, Lin, judging by your strength, you're close to silver rank too, aren't you? How old are you?" Li Wu asked, and Lin answered honestly, 16. 16? What's wrong, Brother Wu? Li Wu composed himself, his face filled with disbelief. "Nothing, your talent is just incredible." The way he looked at Lin had already changed. Reaching the warrior rank at 16 was truly staggering. He considered himself exceptionally gifted. He'd become a warrior at 18, broken through to the silver stage at 22, and reached 3-star silver by 25. Among his peers, he was a standout. He had few rivals. But today, he'd encountered Lin. This kid was only 16, yet possessed 5-star bronze level strength. The young people of today truly are a generation where the new surpasses the old. Half a day had passed, and they had already combed through the entire beast county. Almost all the beasts had been killed by Lin. "All right, I'm heading to the next beast city," Li Wu said to Lin. "By the way, Lin, are you interested in joining our martial arts academy? Our Super Guild is currently the world's #1 martial arts academy. The headmaster is the world's strongest warrior. With your talent, I don't see any problem with you joining. Plus, once you join the academy, you'll receive monthly resources and funds. Since you've dropped out of school, you should give it some thought. Is it really that good?" Hearing Li Wu's description, Lin's interest was piqued. As a warrior, you either attend a martial arts university to receive professional training, or join a powerful clan to serve others, essentially as a bodyguard or enforcer, which Lin was definitely not keen on. Another option was to enlist in the military and serve the country. As long as you were a warrior joining the military, the state would provide preferential treatment to your family, ensuring they never want for anything for the rest of their lives. And the final option was to join one of the major martial arts schools to train. Chapter 6: Lots of Little Money. The benefits at a martial arts school aren't as generous as the other options, but it offers the most freedom, with few rules and restrictions. Moreover, the Super Guild is the world's #1 martial arts school, founded by the world's strongest fighter, a place countless people dream of joining. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, Lin was starting to feel tempted. Lin thought for a moment and said, "Alright, once I've made up my mind, I'll join the Super Guild." Just give me a call and say I recommended you," Li Wu said enthusiastically as he handed him his number. Recommending a prodigy to join the martial arts school was equivalent to finding a prodigy for the school. He would receive generous rewards for this. The more, the better. "I never expected the school's disciples to be so impressive. I've got to become as skilled as Brother Wu." Lin clenched his fists, his desire to join the martial arts school growing ever stronger. Once Li Wu had left, Lin was free to do as he pleased in the Demon Beast County town. After another half-day had passed, he had slain dozens more demon beasts. After all that hard work, his upgrade points had finally reached over 213,000. Glancing at his upgrade points, Lin couldn't help but let a slight smile curve his lips. "I finally have enough. That wasn't easy. System, use my upgrade points to break through to the next realm." Ding, command received. Breaking through. As the system emitted a beep, Lin's cultivation realm began to break through. In the blink of an eye, he completed the advancement, instantly reaching silver 1 star. Lin summoned his stats panel, took a look, and couldn't help but feel a little joy. Host, Lin. Speed, 65 ms. Strength, 10,800. Cultivation Realm, Silver 1 star 400,000. Upgrade points, 13,000. Martial skills, none. Upon breaking through to the next realm, not only did his strength increase, but his speed also saw a significant boost. The increase in speed was roughly 15%. That's excellent. After all, speed is the hardest of the warrior stats to improve. Every single point of increase grants a major advantage. In combat between warriors, if you have the speed advantage, even if you can't defeat your opponent, you'll still have a chance to escape. Lin's speed was now quite impressive, having reached the silver 1 star level, perhaps even slightly faster. Within the same realm, Lin was certain he was unbeatable. It's time to head back. The next level up requires 400,000 upgrade points, and there aren't enough demon beasts in this small county for me to hunt anymore. There wasn't much point in Lin staying here. He might as well go back and register as a warrior. A few days ago, he hadn't registered as a warrior, keeping it a secret from his family and causing them to worry. Now that he leaped to the rank of Silver Stage Warrior, registering would earn him a substantial reward. He could definitely give his parents a huge surprise and help them live a better life. With that in mind, Lin was eager to get home and instantly teleported toward Gaoliang City. In no time at all, Lin appeared at his own home. Mom and Dad are out, and Xiaoyu's probably in class. Never mind, I'll take a shower first. He took a shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then headed out with his level 2 backpack slung over his shoulder. Time to sell some stuff. In Gaoliang City, there are several warrior shops where you can buy warrior-related items. You can also sell anything you think is valuable. Lin walked into one of the shops in the city center. The chubby shop owner, seeing Lin's backpack was full to the brim, hurriedly greeted him in a polite tone. Are you looking to sell everything? Yeah, is there a problem? Lin asked. Could it be that he couldn't sell anything because he hadn't registered as a warrior yet? Fortunately, the shop owner's words put Lin at ease. No problem at all. Of course not. I'll appraise them for you right away. Golden horned rhino horn, market price 26,500. 115 bronze beast cores, 23 silver beast cores, various animal hides. The shop owner pulled out a scanner, and the screen began displaying the authenticity and prices of the items. After a series of scans, the final price appeared. The shop owner smiled and said, if you sell all of this, it's worth 913,624. Would you like to sell it? 91,000? Lin paused in surprise, and the shop owner immediately replied with a smile, that's right. I always buy at market price here. You can log into the Warrior Online Mall to check the exact prices. There won't be any discrepancies. Hearing this, Lin nodded. Since the shop owner had said so, he probably wouldn't cheat him. After all, in transactions among warriors, deals worth over $1 million were commonplace. A few 100,000 wasn't even considered money. But 910,000 was no small sum for Lin. He could buy a lot of great stuff with that. I'll sell it, of course I will. Without further haggling, Lin made the sale, and the massive sum was immediately credited to his account. His bank card balance instantly increased by 910,000. Warriors sure make money fast. In just a few days, I've earned more than my parents could make in 10 years of working. Lin mused softly. For an ordinary family, saving 500,000 over 10 years would be cause for celebration. Yet he earned that much in just a few short days. Thinking about the future, every demon beast was pure cash for Lin. Wouldn't earning 10 million a month be as easy as drinking water? Warrior was truly amazing. By the way, I won't get very far without a martial art. If I keep relying on unarmed strikes, I'll be at a huge disadvantage against demon beasts with strong defenses. He'd seen examples of this back in the Demon Beast County, whether it was the golden horned rhinoceros or the steel-clawed saber-toothed lion, their hides were incredibly tough. As hard as diamond. Without a weapon he was skilled with, Lin wouldn't be able to kill them relying solely on brute strength. So, he absolutely had to have a weapon on hand. After all, dealing with other silver stage demon beasts in the future would surely be even more brutal. With that thought in mind, Lin naturally opened the warrior store and purchased a spear combat skill manual. Divine Dragon Spear Technique priced at 888,888, comes with a free D-grade spear. It wasn't that Lin didn't want to buy something else, it was simply that he didn't have enough money. In the warrior store, everything, whether weapons or martial arts manuals, was incredibly expensive. Prices routinely ran into the millions or even tens of millions, leaving Lin staring in disbelief. Lin, who had been so full of ambition just moments ago, suddenly felt like a nobody. It was way too damn expensive. The cheapest option was the Divine Dragon Spear Technique. Spear techniques were rarely used, so they were cheaper. Plus, it came with a free D-rank silver spear. After weighing his options, Lin placed the order. In an instant, 880,000 was deducted, leaving him with just 30,000 in his pocket. Damn, the money I just got is already gone. Warrior really is a money pit. I just blew through what my parents earned working for 10 years in a single minute. 1 second in heaven, the next in hell. That's just how it goes. Before long, the package arrived in Lin's hands. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses the martial art Divine Dragon Spear Technique. Do you wish to begin training immediately? The system's message made Lin freeze in his tracks, but he quickly snapped out of it. Train. It can even train automatically. This system is totally worth it. Ding, training in progress. Ding, Divine Dragon Spear Technique training completed at the beginner level. Please verify. As the notification sound reached his ears, the essence of the spear technique began to seep into Lin's mind. Chapter 7, Mastering the Spear Technique, Graduation Party. His consciousness began to absorb the essence of the spear technique. The techniques of the Divine Dragon Spear style, strand by strand, took hold of Lin's mind, allowing him to grasp the stylus techniques and key points in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Lin had the Divine Dragon Spear style down pat. Ding, host has mastered the Divine Dragon Spear style at the beginner level. Using this style increases attack power by 5%. Holy shit! While Lin was still reeling from the experience, he noticed another benefit of the Divine Dragon Spear technique. Using it in combat would increase his attack power by 5%. Though it wasn't much, wouldn't it add up to a significant boost when combined with other martial arts he'd train in the future? He'd be stronger than anyone else. But that wasn't all. Lin also discovered an amazing feature. Namely, martial arts skills could be upgraded using upgrade points. And the Divine Dragon Spear technique was currently at the beginner realm. He glanced at his stats panel. Upgrading the skill would require 10,000 upgrade points. I happen to have just over 13,000 upgrade points left. Upgrade my spear technique. Ding! Command received. Upgrading martial art Divine Dragon Spear technique. The moment Lin issued the command, the spear technique had already been upgraded, and the scene before him filled Lin with delight. Host, Lin. Speed, 65 ms. Strength, 10,800. Cultivation Realm, Silver 1 star 400,000. Upgrade points, 3,000. Martial Skill, Divine Dragon Spear Technique Preliminary Mastery, 100,000, Attack plus 10%. A 10% increase in attack power. A 10% increase in attack power, that means an increase of over 1,000 in strength. That's already equivalent to the power of the preliminary bronze realm. Upon seeing the result, even Lin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. At the bronze stage, each star increase only adds 1,000 points of strength. Yet Lin's gain was equivalent to a full star. If he continues his cultivation, the results will likely be even more terrifying. The thought was truly spine-chilling. Hey, Lin, what are you up to? I've been trying to call you for the past few days, but no one is picking up. Just then, a screen-shared call from Lang appeared in front of Lin. Seeing it was Lang, Lin smiled and said, my smartwatch had some issues a few days ago. I couldn't connect to it at all. I just got home. By the way, how did you do on the college entrance exam? The college entrance exam had taken place a few days ago, and based on past experience, the results from Woka University should be out by now. Lin asked Lang how he'd done. After all, Lang was no slouch, he was an intermediate apprentice at their school, so getting into Wuka University shouldn't be too difficult. On the other end of the line, Lang laughed. I was just about to tell you I just made the cutoff for Wuhan University. The school's holding a graduation party right now. If you're free, come join us. Really? Hearing Lang's words, Lin couldn't help but feel surprised and delighted. Lin was genuinely happy that Lang had gotten into Wuhan University. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin had originally planned to go to the martial arts hall to register as a warrior, but he'd almost forgotten. It was Sunday, and the staff at the martial arts hall he usually went to weren't working. Besides, Lang's graduation party was a once-in-a-lifetime event. It would be a huge snub to his brother if he didn't attend. As dusk fell, Lin arrived at Gaoliang No. 1 High School. Today, Gaoliang No. 1 High School was ablaze with lights, dazzling and resplendent. Even before entering the gates, he could hear the lively sounds of celebration. Many luxury cars were pulling up to the main gate. They belonged to the students' parents, who had come to attend their children's graduation party. I was expelled just a while back. I never imagined that when I returned, I'd already be a silver stage warrior. Fate sure has a way of playing tricks on you. Standing at the entrance and taking a quick look around, Lin couldn't help but remark, I'm curious to see who topped the class this year. Inside the school's stadium, many graduating students were celebrating and chatting animatedly with one another. Lang was among them. Lang, I never expected you'd make the warrior admission cutoff either. Congratulations! You're truly the pride of our slum. You'll definitely go down in the school's history as a role model for us. That's right. Lang, you're amazing, we're so proud of you. Ah, you're too kind. It was just luck. Many classmates came over to compliment Lang, making him the center of attention. After all, Lang came from the slums. Despite limited resources, he'd managed to reach the cutoff score, making him a classic rags to riches story. Everyone believed he would now leave the slums behind and join the ranks of high society. Meanwhile, several hostile glances were cast his way from the sidelines. He barely made the cutoff. What's there to be proud of? He's just a hick from the countryside who's never seen the world. Even Chen Wu, who scored high enough to get into a top-tier university, didn't make such a big deal out of it. What's this guy from the slums got to brag about? Even if he becomes a warrior someday, he has no match for our Yang Xiao. Chen is the number one genius in Gaoliang City. The speakers were, of course, Chen's sycophants. Among them was Li Tingting, the class president and goddess of Senior 3, Class 1, who was also flattering Chen. Chen was her ideal Prince Charming. Not only did he come from a warrior family, but his talent was off the charts. He was sure to become a warrior at the silver stage or higher in the future. She had to curry favor with him, of course. If she could marry Chen, that would be best. Lang, I heard your test scores were pretty good. Want to go head-to-head with me? At that moment, Chen finally lost his patience and said to Lang. Lang paused for a moment and replied, why should I compete with you? Because you piss me off. Chen cut straight to the chase. You people from the slums have absolutely no right to compete with us nobles. Get the hell out of here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen took a single step forward and stood right in front of Lang. His attack wasn't particularly fast, but the power and combat technique behind it were among the very best in the entire school. Lang was taken completely by surprise and hurriedly raised his hand to block, but the gap in their strength was too great. He was sent flying in an instant. Boom! Lang clutched his chest, overcome by excruciating pain. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. They had to admit that Chen was indeed the top martial arts prodigy at Gaoliang No. 1 High School. Lang couldn't even last a single move against him. Moreover, everyone was stunned by Chen's domineering attitude. He'd strike out at the slightest provocation. Anyone who outshone him was bound to get beaten. True to his status as a second-generation warrior, he acted however he pleased, relying on the fact that his father was a warrior. Someone from the slums actually dares to compete with me? Lang, you're just as much of a loser as your good-for-nothing brother Lin. Having defeated Lang in a single move, Chen laughed smugly. He walked up to Lang and stomped on him with his foot. A sense of superiority welled up inside him. Lang didn't even have the strength to fight back. However, just then, a furious shout rang out, "Chen, are you looking to die?" Over there, Lin had just walked into the gym when he saw Lang being trampled under Chen's foot, and his eyes flashed with anger. Instantly, the rage inside him erupted. "Ha! Is that Lin? Wasn't he that idiot expelled? How dare he come here to humiliate himself?" Seeing that it was Lin, everyone was taken aback for a moment, then laughed as if nothing had happened. Chen remained unfazed and was about to taunt Lin, but in the next second, Lin turned into a shadow and flashed toward him. Boom! Just as everyone was looking down on Lin, a heavy thud echoed as Chen was instantly knocked to the ground by Lin. What? The moment this happened, everyone turned to look at him in unison, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 8, A New Perspective. Lin had actually knocked Chen down. Everyone was utterly incredulous. It must be noted that Chen's strength was among the very best at Gaoliang No. 1 High School. This year, he was the top seed and a key prospect. Furthermore, in the martial arts college entrance exam just a few days ago, Chen's scores rightfully earned him the top spot in the city. It could be said that he was brimming with talent and strength from head to toe. As for Lin, not long ago he had talked back to Chen, got beaten to a pulp, and was subsequently expelled from school. It was as if one were an ant and the other an elephant. The very idea that Lin could take down Chen was simply impossible. Yet right before their eyes, it had actually happened. Lin had knocked Chen down with a lightning-fast, one-hit knockout. And that wasn't all. Before anyone could react, Lin walked over to Chen. He aimed at Chen's hands and stomped down hard. As his foot landed, there was an instant cracking sound. Ah! At that very moment, Chen let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm had been crushed. What are you yapping about here, Chen? Who gave you the guts to lay a hand on my brother? Lin kicked Chen in the body. Chen was completely powerless to resist. He couldn't fight back. Because Lin's strength was so overwhelming, he completely crushed him. At that moment, Lin turned to Lang with a smile and said, "Lang, whatever he does to you, do it right back to him. Come on, kick him right in the face, don't miss." Lang mustered his courage and kicked Chen squarely in the nose. Chen let out another agonized scream as blood gushed from his nose like a fountain. The pain was so intense that his head was spinning. "Looks like you can still talk. Are you disrespecting us? Did I hit you too lightly?" Lin had no intention of letting Chen off the hook. He yanked Chen to his feet and slammed his knee into Chen's stomach. With a thud, Chen began foaming at the mouth, and Lin tossed him aside like a piece of trash. Last time, Chen had framed him, nearly destroying Lin's family. Lin certainly hadn't forgotten that grudge. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, Lin was settling the score once and for all. If he didn't teach Chen a lesson, the guy would think he was a pushover. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What on earth had Lin been taking? Had he actually become this formidable? Even Chen's henchmen didn't dare step in to help. No one wanted to get beaten up for no reason. "Lang, have you vented your anger yet? If you're not satisfied, I'll drag him back over and beat him some more. It's no big deal. A good-for-nothing like Chen is no better than a stray dog in my eyes." Lin said, half jokingly, half seriously, "You don't have to hold back with me." Lang's eyes flickered for a moment, then he shook his head. "I think that should be enough." He's not responding anymore. He only stopped once he saw Chen had lost consciousness. It wouldn't do to cause a fatality. After all, Chen wasn't just anyone. His family had serious clout. There was no need to kill him. Lang looked at his brother, filled with confusion. He couldn't figure out when Lin had become so fierce. It was as if he were a completely different person. His first impression was that Lin's strength had skyrocketed. Well, never mind. Let us go out for a few drinks to celebrate you making the warrior cutoff. Lin and Lang strode out with confidence, leaving the crowd standing there in utter bewilderment. In everyone's hearts, there was nothing but shock. Back then, Lin had been toyed with by Chen, was expelled from school, and his life path had essentially come to a standstill. But in the blink of an eye, things had changed so drastically that they had to look at him with new eyes. It was Chen who had fallen. Was this really the same Lin who decome from the slums? Everyone stared in disbelief at Lin's retreating figure, unable to wrap their heads around it. One thing was certain, though, after Lin had beaten Chen to a pulp tonight, he was in for a world of trouble. Chen's dad definitely wouldn't let this slide. Outside, at a late-night food stall, Lang stared at Lin as if he were a god. Even he couldn't fathom what had happened to Lin. The two sipped their drinks and struck up a conversation. Lin simply said he'd received guidance from Warrior, which had caused his strength to skyrocket, and that he might one day become a warrior himself. Lang nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. As long as his brother Lin was doing well and not falling behind, he'd have peace of mind. He'd been accepted into Wuhan University and was on the fast track to success. He didn't want Lin to end up as just an ordinary person, living a life of mediocrity. By the time they were about 7/10 drunk, it was already late, so they headed home together. Back home, seeing his parents and Xiaoyu there, Lin greeted them. "Mom, Dad, Xiaoyu. Lin, Lang's college entrance exam results are out. I ran into his parents at the market earlier while I was buying groceries, and they said he made the cutoff score for Warrior University. Your dad and I have decided to let you repeat the senior year at number 3 high school next year to see if you can give it another shot." As soon as Lin walked in, Yun spoke to him in an envious tone. Lin nodded. "Mom and Dad, I know. I'm tired. Let us talk about it later." With that, Lin headed straight to his room, lay down, and fell into a deep sleep. The news that Lang had been accepted to Wuhan University had already spread throughout the slums. It was clear just how grand an event it was for a genius to emerge from the slums. If you want to escape a life of poverty, work hard to become a warrior. Otherwise, you'll be just an ordinary person for the rest of your life. But as for them, I've already become a silver stage warrior. I'll tell Mom and Dad after I register tomorrow, Lin thought to himself as he quickly drifted off to sleep. Shortly afterward, Xiaoyu climbed into bed as well. She glanced at Lin and thought to herself, "It doesn't matter that my brother doesn't have a chance to become a warrior. I'm definitely going to become one. Then my brother and Mom and Dad won't have to work every day just to make ends meet." The next day, after breakfast, Lin left the house early. He had one thing to do today. That was to register as a warrior. At the front desk, Lin explained his purpose, and the young woman behind the counter looked slightly surprised. "Sir, please go to the 3rd floor. I'll notify the instructor right away." Lin was led to the 3rd floor, where a massive testing room as large as several soccer fields was filled with a dazzling array of testing equipment. It's important to note that every martial arts school is authorized to conduct these assessments, and the equipment in the testing room is the most advanced and up to standard. The Flying Eagle Martial Arts School was no exception. Lin sat down and sipped a cup of coffee. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing the Flying Eagle uniform approached him at a brisk pace. He glanced at Lin and said, "Hello, my name is Jia Chang. I'm the instructor in charge of warrior assessments at Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy. I hear you're here to register as a warrior?" Although Lin looked very young, as a warrior himself, he knew full well that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. If Lin successfully passed the assessment and became a warrior, he would be the youngest warrior Jia Chang had ever seen in his more than 30 years of martial arts training. What an abundance of talent! "Hello, instructor. My name is Lin. May I begin?" "Of course. Let us start with the strength test." The two exchanged polite pleasantries. Once the 360-degree camera was activated, Lin walked up to a testing machine and, following Jia Chang's instructions, struck it with all his might. Boom! The machine displayed a reading of 10,523. What? The moment the result appeared, Jia Chang's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he couldn't help but shout in disbelief. Chapter 9, a terrifying test resulted genius among geniuses. This I'm not seeing things, am I? Jia Chang thought for a moment that he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and hurried to the screen to take a closer look. 10,000. Lin's strength had surpassed 10,000. Whoa, silver stage. He sucked in a sharp breath, unable to contain his astonishment, and smiled at Lin. Lin, could you try again? Sure. Lin didn't seem upset at all and slammed another punch into the machine. 5,000. 8,000. 10,000. The result didn't disappoint. He effortlessly broke through the 10,000 mark again, leaving Jia Cheng speechless. With 2 consecutive tests yielding nearly identical results, it proved the machine hadn't made a mistake. He had originally thought that, given Lin's youth, even if he couldn't quite reach the warrior threshold during the assessment, coming so close would still be enough to strike up a friendship with him. He could recruit Lin into the martial arts school later, give him a little training, and it wouldn't be long before he became a warrior. But he realized he was wrong. He had underestimated Lin. Lin's strength had directly reached the silver stage, even surpassing that of his own bronze 5-star instructor. That was terrifying. Alright, you've passed the strength test. Now, let us test your speed. Jia Cheng adopted an even more humble posture, speaking to Lin with the utmost respect. Head to the track and run as fast as you can. We'll take the average after 3 laps. Lin stepped onto the track as instructed. Without any warm-up exercises, he began to run. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A warrior's speed was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Infrared beams constantly swept across the track, tracking Lin. This infrared testing was the most precise available to date, accurate to 0.00001 seconds. What kind of monster is this? Even his speed is this fast. He has completely surpassed me. He is definitely a silver stage warrior. Jia Cheng watched the flickering shadow on the track, his mind reeling with shock and a sense of his own inadequacy. He concluded that Lin's speed had also reached the silver stage. Sure enough, after 3 laps, as soon as Lin stopped, a number appeared on the big screen, 65 ms. He hadn't guessed wrong. Lin's speed had indeed reached the silver stage. Jia Cheng was at a loss for words to describe the shock he felt inside, and he looked at Lin with nothing but envy. Did I pass? Lin asked as he walked over after the test. Jia Cheng quickly snapped out of his daze, nodded, and smiled. Of course. I'll register you as a warrior right away and send your data and test footage to the Warrior Alliance. Registering as a warrior requires approval from the Warrior Alliance to take effect. Before long, they received a response. Holding the results, Jia Cheng said excitedly, "Congratulations, Lin! Your registration was successful. From now on, your status will be upgraded to silver stage, and you'll receive 200,000 warrior coins every month." 200,000? Hearing that he'd be getting paid, Lin couldn't help but look a bit surprised. Does warrior pay out that quickly? 20,000 every month. It might be a small amount, but every little bit helps. He could give it to his parents. Lin, it shows here that you haven't joined a martial arts school yet. As it happens, our Flying Eagle Martial Arts School is recruiting. Would you like to consider joining us? Jia Cheng revealed his true intentions and extended a recruitment offer to Lin. Someone like Lin, who reached the silver stage in his teens, was likely a rarity even in all of Jiangnan, truly a genius among geniuses. If he could successfully recruit Lin, Jia Cheng would surely receive the most generous reward, bringing him one step closer to a promotion and a raise. Join a martial arts school? Actually, Lin had already anticipated being recruited before he even arrived. He smiled slightly and said, "I don't have any plans to do that right now. I'll think about it." His plan was to join the Super Guild. After all, the Super Guild was the most powerful martial arts school in the world, founded by the world's current strongest fighter. If Lin were to join any organization, it would have to be the Super Guild. While the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School wasn't bad, it paled in comparison to the Super Guild. Lin didn't want to refuse outright, so he decided to set the matter aside for now. Alright, if you've made up your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Don't feel like it's a bother. Jia Cheng proactively gave Lin his contact information, and Lin then headed home. As soon as Lin left, Jia Cheng immediately sent the video of Lin's evaluation and his scores to Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy headquarters. A once-in-a-century genius. If we can get him, we'll hit the jackpot. That afternoon, 200,000 was deposited into his account. Lin went house hunting, hoping to buy a villa for his parents. But he had overestimated his financial capabilities. In this day and age, installment plans weren't an option. Even ordinary apartments started at $1 million. A 100 square meter villa, on top of that, started at $50 million. It was incredibly expensive. But come to think of it, this was an era where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The city was so small that real estate prices were naturally sky high. Only warriors or their relatives and friends could afford to buy a home. For ordinary people, there was only one way to buy a house: pile on a few extra pillows while sleeping. Even if I could afford a $50 million villa, the subsequent taxes and property management fees would be astronomical. Looks like there's no point in buying it. Lin grumbled as he walked away, finding a spot to soak up the sun and absorb solar energy. Ding! Absorbed solar energy, plus 20 upgrade points. The day passed like that. The next morning, when Lin woke up, he received a message from Lang saying he was leaving early to attend Wuhan University in Magic City. Lin hurriedly got up and ran to the station to see him off. "Ah, Lang, why did you apply to Magic City? Why not our local Jiangnan Wuhan University?" Lin's hometown, Gaoliang City, was located in Jiangnan Province, which had only one Wuhan University, divided into a key campus and a regular campus. In previous years, most students from Gaoliang City who met the admission cutoff scores had attended Jiangnan Wuhan University. Lang's decision to go to Magic City left Lin baffled. He patted Lang on the shoulder and asked. Lang immediately put on an exaggerated expression. "Lin, you're so rough you're about to knock my bones out of joint." Lin snorted derisively, and Lang said earnestly, "Magic City's admission requirements for out-of-town students are more lenient this year. I want to go there and try my luck, see what it's like." "The train's here, Lin. You've got to do your best, too." "Yeah, have a safe trip." Just then, the special train bound for Magic City arrived. The two said their goodbyes and watched as Lang rode off into the distance. If he hadn't been expelled, he too would have had a chance to get into Wuda University and study away from home. Lin thought to himself. Still, he wasn't doing too badly now at the silver stage. He was one of the top martial artists in Gaoliang City. Just then, as Lin stepped out of the station, he received a call from Jia Chang. The call was an invitation for Lin to attend a ceremony at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall. As for the nature of the ceremony, Lin wasn't entirely sure, but it seemed the other party had an important figure who wanted to meet him. Not wanting to cause a scene, Lin agreed. Before long, a special car arrived to pick up Lin and drop him off at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall. As Lin entered the hall, his footsteps faltered. That's because, in the first-floor auditorium, aside from some of the martial arts school's students, there were also his classmates from Senior 3, Class 1. "What are these idiots doing here? Oh well, as long as they don't mess with me, I'm not going to bother with them." Lin found a seat and sat down. His appearance immediately caught the attention of many of his former classmates. Chapter 10, Invitations pouring in from all sides. "Look, isn't that Lin? He is here too? What's going on? Who invited him? Perfect. We're in for a show when Chen shows up. I heard Chen's dad is leading our training today." TSK, the guy broke Chen's arm last time. Do you think Chen's dad will let him off the hook? Then he's as good as dead. Chen's dad happens to be an instructor at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy. Many people whispered among themselves, hiding off to the side and gloating, though they didn't dare laugh too openly. The only reason they were allowed into the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy today was because they were riding on Chen's coattails. The former principal of Gaoliang No. 1 High School had a bit of a connection with Chen's dad and suggested holding an awards ceremony at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy to honor this year's students who'd been accepted into the martial arts university. On top of that, since Chen had put in a good word, his dad made time in his busy schedule to agree to give these graduating seniors a lesson. Today, Chen's father, Chen Danian, was teaching a special class at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy to show these naive kids just how formidable a warrior could be, essentially a preview of what is to come. And Lin just happened to show up here, what a fool. This is going to be quite a show. Since the main characters Chen and his son hadn't arrived yet and the academy was empty, the students sat around bored, chatting among themselves. Lin was also killing time on the sofa when, suddenly, a graceful figure walked toward him. "Lin, you actually dared to come here? Who let you in? You didn't sneak in, did you?" Hearing that shrewish voice, Lin didn't even need to look up to guess who was speaking. The speaker was none other than their class president, Li Tingting. Li Tingting had also met the admission requirements for warrior, and in the eyes of her classmates, she and Chen were a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. At the graduation party, Chen had been ambushed by Lin for no reason and suffered serious injuries. Today, Li Tingting, relying on her authority, had come to pick a fight with Lin. Lin replied calmly, "Do I need your permission to come here? Who do you think you are? Don't go bossing me around." Back in school, Li Tingting often made Lin do chores like cleaning because she saw him as meek and unassuming. Outnumbered and powerless, Lin dared not speak up, though he actually had it with her for a long time. "Lin, don't get too big for your britches. I'm going to report this to Chen right away. You snuck into the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy, just wait to face his dad's punishment." Seeing Lin talk back, Li Tingting put her hands on her hips and threatened to teach him a lesson, immediately earning nods of approval from the crowd. Trespassing into the martial arts academy without permission was punishable by severe penalties. It was going to be hard for Lin to get out of this one unscathed today. At that moment, Lin had had enough. He stood up and said, "If you don't want to get beaten up, shut your mouth. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to shove your head into the toilet, swish it around 3 times, then yank it out and toss you out." "You, what did you say?" Li Tingting was furious. How dare this poor kid from the slums show her such disrespect? Just as she was about to slap Lin across the face to teach him a lesson, Lin struck first. Smack! Smack! Li Tingting's cheeks instantly turned crimson, and the blows left her reeling. So fast Lin's strikes were lightning quick. She was in a completely different league from him. Lin grabbed her by the hair and said coldly, "Li Tingting, I've put up with you for far too long. Don't think that just because you're hooking up with Chen, I won't dare touch you. Don't think too highly of yourself or look down on me. You have no idea who I really am, yet you dare to come at me like this. I put up with you and gave you leeway before, all for the sake of our friendship as classmates. But now, in my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant, no different at all from this bunch of lowlifes standing before me. Killing you would be as easy as the flick of a finger. Now, get out of my sight immediately. Do you understand?" Lin tossed Li Tingting aside without a second thought, leaving her completely stunned. Not only was she stunned, but everyone else's expressions also froze in shock. The Lin standing before them was a complete stranger. He was no longer that ordinary, poor student. His words from just a moment ago had struck deep into their hearts. No one dared to take them lightly, as if disobeying him would result in being killed on a whim. Even Li Tingting stood frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. Everyone knew that Lin had changed completely in a way that sent chills down their spines. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Chen and his son arrived. "Lin, what are you doing?" Seeing Lin scolding Li Tingting, Chen hurried over and snapped, "Since you're here today, I won't have to come looking for you later to settle the score." "Dad, he's the one who broke my arm." Thanks to the effects of the warrior potion, Chen's arm had already recovered about 70%. Pointing at Lin, he complained to his father. Chen Danian's gaze instantly landed on Lin, giving him a quick once-over. "Kid, are you here to get yourself killed? So you're his dad. Are you here to stand up for your stupid son?" Lin saw right through the man's strength at a glance. The instructor from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy was, by his estimation, only at the bronze stage, no threat to Lin at all. "I was just wondering what kind of person could injure my son. Looks like you've got some nerve. Based on what you just said, I could cripple you right now." Chen Danian flew into a rage. At the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy, even if he crippled an ordinary person, no one could hold him accountable. What's more, Lin had snuck in and broken the Academy's rules. A severe punishment was entirely justified. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike Lin, but just then, a commotion erupted from outside. The vice president of Magic City Martial Arts University has arrived. Welcome, Vice President of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Welcome, Vice President of Yenjing Martial Arts University. Officer from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy branch has arrived. Officer from the Silver Moon Martial Arts Academy has arrived. One greeting after another rang out, and no sooner had the words faded than a group of people began streaming toward them in droves. Instantly, Chen Danian's expression changed, and everyone else's eyes widened in shock. The arrivals were all renowned figures of great stature. Any one of them, if placed at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, could easily hold a high-ranking position. The crowd might not be entirely clear on what a martial arts hall officer was, but the presence of these vice presidents of the martial arts university alone was enough to strike fear into their hearts. The presidents of the martial arts university all possessed strength at the gold stage or above, and some were even stronger. Seeing them all paying a visit together left everyone both astonished and speechless. Right before their eyes, several high-ranking officials from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy were chatting and laughing with the martial arts masters from various schools as they walked side by side. "Dad, what should we do about him?" Chen looked at his father. Chen Danian thought for a moment and said, "Never mind. It wouldn't be very dignified for me to attack him in front of all these people. We'll deal with him later." Everyone glared at Lin with clenched teeth, but they let him live a few more hours for now. Just then, someone spoke up. Chen broke the martial arts college entrance exam record at Gaoliang No. 1 High School. The people from all the major martial arts schools who came today are probably here specifically for Chen. That's right. Chen is so impressive, I'm so envious. Hearing this, Chen's eyes lit up, and Chen Danian's face also broke into a smile. His son had indeed performed exceptionally well on the martial arts college entrance exam, but he hadn't expected the presidents of all the major martial arts universities to show up. They were certainly going to give him special attention. With that thought, Chen Danian broke into a smile. As the head of the household, he hurried forward to greet them. Chen Danian, instructor at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy. Welcome, esteemed seniors. No need to be so formal. We're here today to find someone. I'm sure you're aware of who it is, aren't you? The vice president of Magic City Martial Arts University spoke up. Chen Danian's joy was plain to see, and he hurriedly pulled his son forward. My son, Chen, didn't perform as well as he could have, but he still earned the top spot in the martial arts track in Gaoliang City. Please allow us to introduce him to you, esteemed seniors. Chen? We're not here for Chen. By the way, which one of you is Mr. Lin? Yenjing Martial Arts University wishes to invite Lin to join us. We're willing to provide him with special training. A high-ranking official from Yenjing Martial Arts University stepped forward, not even glancing at Chen, and shouted to the crowd. Boom! The moment those words were spoken, everyone in the room froze, as if turned to stone. Chapter 11. This is a true genius. Looking for Lin? This group is here to find Lin? And they even added Mr. at the end as a sign of respect. They were stunned. No one understood what was going on. They were actually here to find Lin. Had they heard correctly? Amid the confusion, the crowd watched as Jia Chang, an instructor from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy, led several people toward Lin and said, "Esteemed seniors, this is Lin." The group approached Lin. Upon seeing his appearance, they paused to scrutinize him. Finally, one by one, they let out heartfelt exclamations. His age is exactly as reported. A 16-year-old silver stage warrior. The video was real after all. These powerful experts could see right through anyone weaker than themselves, including their age. What? Silver stage? Am I dreaming? No way, Lin is a silver stage warrior? How is that possible? On the scene, all the prospective martial arts university students from Gaoliang No. 1 High School who had come to attend the award ceremony were completely stunned. What had they just heard? Lin was actually a silver stage warrior? That didn't make much sense. But these words had come directly from the vice president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University himself. There was absolutely no way they could be false. They stared at Lin wide-eyed, filled with envy. Upon seeing Lin's confident demeanor, Zhang Jinghua, vice president of Magic City Martial Arts University, immediately stepped forward with a smile and invited him. "Mr. Lin, would you be interested in joining our Magic City Martial Arts University? The flagship college of Magic City Martial Arts University welcomes you with open arms." Boom! The moment those words were spoken, everyone was completely stunned. The flagship college of Magic City Martial Arts University? That's the second-ranked martial arts university in the country. Those admitted to its flagship college are all top 20 students from prestigious high schools in major cities nationwide, with admission scores of at least 700 points. What does a score of 700 mean on the martial arts college entrance exam? Even Shen, this year's top martial arts student in Gaoliang City, only scored 661. He still has a long way to go to reach 700. Not even Shen qualifies for Wuhan University's flagship college in Magic City. Yet Lin received a personal invitation from the vice president of Wuhan University in Magic City, who actually came to his doorstep. What on earth is going on? Is Lin really a silver stage warrior? Old Zhang, aren't you blatantly trying to poach our talent? At that moment, seeing Zhang Jinghua recruiting Lin right in front of him, Li Jing was furious. "We at Yenjing Martial Arts University have already extended an invitation to Lin. Why are you coming here to meddle?" He was Li Jing, vice president of Yenjing Martial Arts University, a figure renowned throughout the country whom everyone had seen many times on television. Yenjing Martial Arts University was the premier martial arts institution in Huaxia, the dream destination for countless students. He hadn't expected them to send someone today to poach Lin as well. Lin himself was somewhat taken aback, but he wasn't swayed. "What do you mean by causing trouble? Lin hasn't joined your university yet. Until he makes a decision, he is still a free agent," Zhang Jinghua said with a smile. "We'll just let Lin choose for himself." Exactly. If Yenjing Martial Arts University snatches up all the geniuses, what's the point of us even being here? At that moment, the vice president of Jiangnan Wuda spoke up. With a smile on his face, he said to Lin, "Lin, why don't you consider coming to our Jiangnan Wuda? Rest assured, we'll spare no resources to train you and help you reach the gold stage warrior rank before you graduate. And just think about it, you're a local from Jiangnan, and Jiangnan Wuda is also." Hey, what's with that? Are you trying to butter me up? Exactly. Old Lin, stop playing the hometown card. Let us all keep quiet and let Lin decide, okay? The crowd watched in astonishment as the presidents of these major martial arts universities, all household names on TV, vied to recruit Lin. The man who had just promised to ensure Lin would break through to the gold stage before graduation was very familiar to everyone. His name was Lin Yutian. He was the vice president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University and a native of Jiangnan himself. Now, not only had the major martial arts schools arrived, but even the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, ranked third globally, and the Silver Moon Martial Arts Academy, ranked third in Huaxia, had come to recruit him. Lin was like a prized commodity, surrounded by a crowd of admirers. In stark contrast, the Chen father and son, who had been so smug just moments ago, were now left standing on the sidelines, ignored by everyone, looking extremely awkward. Hearing everyone's invitations, Lin didn't seem particularly excited. He thought for a moment and said, "It is an honor for me to be recognized by all of you, seniors. However, I don't wish to join any of the major martial arts schools at this time." "That's perfect, Lin. Why don't you consider joining our Thunder Martial Arts Academy?" An officer from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy stepped forward and spoke quietly. Martial arts academies are larger than martial arts universities, but they're also more cutthroat and brutal. Everyone knows full well that the Thunder Martial Arts Academy is teeming with powerful fighters. Seeing that Lin had made it clear he didn't want to join a martial arts university, and then hearing the Thunder Martial Arts Academy officer extend his invitation, the deans of the major martial arts universities all let out a soft sigh. They knew that Lin's intention was likely to join the martial arts academy. After all, martial arts academies are no less impressive than martial arts universities. They're well suited for those with a spirit of adventure. "Thank you for the invitation, But I've already made up my mind, I'm joining the Super Guild. Just as the Thunder Martial Arts Academy officer was certain of success, Lin rejected his invitation, leaving him momentarily taken aback. The very instant Lin spoke, two figures happened to walk in from outside. Lin, we're late. Joining the Super Guild is a wise choice. The visitors were none other than Officer Su of the Super Guild. Su was also very well known in the martial arts world, in no way inferior to these vice presidents of the martial arts university. The other was Li Wu, whom Lin had met not long ago. Hello, Brother Wu, Lin greeted him first. Li Wu smiled slightly. Lin, have you made up your mind? This is our Officer Su. If you want to join, you can register right away. Yeah, I'm joining the Super Guild. Lin nodded. Seeing this, Officer Su beamed with joy, as if he'd found a treasure. Great, great. Lin, from now on, you're a member of our Super Guild. Everyone, I'm sorry Lin has already joined us, huh? The others shook their heads in disappointment, but still showered Lin with praise. Lin, no deal, but we're still friends. You're welcome to visit Wuhan University in Magic City anytime. If you ever want to, you can join us in Beijing anytime. Thank you all for the invitations, seniors. Lin is deeply grateful. Lin returned the gesture with a smile. Everyone wanted to befriend him, so naturally, he didn't turn anyone away. They were all warriors, who knows, they might run into each other often in the future. There was no need to let things get so awkward. Jia Chang let out a wry smile as well. He hadn't expected Lin to choose to join the Super Guild. They truly lost a genius. Only after the senior players from the major gold and platinum stages had left did everyone's breathing return to normal. By then, the way they looked at Lin had changed. It wasn't just different, it was sheer terror. At that moment, Lin turned to Chen and said, Chen, you were just trying to set me up, weren't you? I'd like to see just what you're capable of. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen and his father, Chen Danian, felt their legs tremble. In an instant, Lin had transformed into a phantom, darting toward the two of them. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the two figures were sent flying backward. Chapter 12, Joining the Super Guild. Chen and his father were both sent flying. This was a scene no one had anticipated. It wasn't until the two hit the ground and let out agonized screams that everyone finally accepted the reality of what had happened. At that moment, Chen Danian's gaze was vacant. He raised his head in disbelief, his pupils contracting sharply. Horror! Both of them were filled with sheer horror. When Lin had struck just now, even Chen Danian had been unable to discern the speed of his attack. Moreover, that single strike delivered at least 10,000 combat power, leaving him completely helpless and his entire body nearly numb. The pain was excruciating. Even Chen Danian, at the 5-star bronze realm, was in such agony, and Chen was off even worse. He wasn't even a warrior after being sent flying by Lin's single palm strike. Every bone in his body snapped and all his meridians were severed on the spot, leaving him wailing in agony. His life was likely ruined. Even with the top-grade medicines specifically used by warriors, there was no way to save him. They simply couldn't fathom why Lin had suddenly become so powerful. Offending as Silver Stage Warrior was a capital offense. Even if Lin killed them on some flimsy pretext, they'd have nowhere to seek justice, not even a chance to hold him accountable. Deep fear filled the eyes of the father and son. Stepping forward slowly, Lin addressed Chen, consider this a lesson. If I see you again, I'll kill you. Got it? He wasn't one to take a life lightly, but Chen had repeatedly provoked him and sought to kill him. Lin couldn't possibly show mercy. He was confident that after this warning, whenever these two father and son saw him in the future, they'd cower like mice facing a cat. Chen Danian, too, dared not speak, his head bowed like a frostbitten eggplant, as humble as could be. Seeing that the two had submitted, Lin couldn't be bothered with them. He let his piercing gaze sweep the area, and when it landed on Li Tingting, the young woman who had been so full of arrogance just moments ago immediately tucked her neck in, cowering like a turtle to show her submission. She was terrified that Lin would cripple her, leaving her to suffer the same fate as Chen. In the end, however, Lin merely gave her a cursory glance and did not single anyone else out. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chendanian, I hereby announce that you have been expelled from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy. At that moment, an officer from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy stepped forward and made the announcement on the spot, dealing Chendanian a crushing blow. Upon hearing this, Chendanian's face turned ashen. It seemed he would never be able to advance any further in his life. And his son, Chen, had become completely useless. All of this was thanks to Lin. As they watched Lin and the Super Guild officer walk away, laughing and chatting, the crowd was filled with mixed emotions. Lin, whom they had once looked down upon, had today turned down invitations from major martial arts schools one after another, politely declined the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, and joined the Super Guild, currently ranked number 1 in the world. He had truly gone from a commoner to a phoenix. From now on, it would be nearly impossible to even come close to his level. Lin, our Super Guild branches in the southern part of the city. I'm sure you already know that. You're welcome to go there to train anytime. On the way, Sue said, I have some business to attend to, so I'll head back to headquarters first. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Oh, and the martial arts school has awarded you a villa as a reward. You should move in as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lin's face lit up with joy. Thanks, Sue. After Sue left, Li Wu looked surprised and asked, Lin, have you reached the silver stage? Yeah, I just broke through a few days ago, Lin replied without hesitation. He was confident that his test results had already spread throughout the martial arts community, so there was no need to hide it. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have shown up all at once today. Wow, you really are a genius, Li Wu remarked, then added, come on, I'll take you to your villa. My place is right nearby, anyway. I'll go home first to let my parents know. Lin rushed home as fast as he could. It wasn't until evening that Dong and Yun, along with Xiaoyu, returned home. As soon as they opened the door, they were met with a jaw-dropping sight. What is going on? Did we get burgled? Oh my god, where is my brother? He wasn't stolen by the burglars, was he? Almost everything of value in the house had been cleared out. It was completely empty. Just then, Lin walked out of the house, smiling, and said, Mom and Dad, I have something to announce. Wait a minute, bro. You didn't sell off all our stuff because you were short on cash, did you? Xiaoyu quickly felt Lin's forehead. He didn't have a fever. Lin smiled and said, would your brother really be that desperate? I have something huge to announce. He stood on a chair, as if giving a speech. Mom, Dad, Xiaoyu, I officially announced that I've become a warrior and joined the Super Guild. The three of them? Is that for real? Xiaoyu couldn't quite believe it. The other two showed no reaction. Lin said, why would I lie to you? Just come with me. The Martial Arts Academy has provided me with a detached villa south of the city, in the Lakeside Villa District. Inside a gated community of detached villas, Dong Yun and Xiaoyu walked in, their eyes wide with astonishment, their minds reeling with disbelief. Even Lin was quite shocked. The villa had 2 stories and was fully furnished with nothing but luxury pieces. There was only one word to describe it: opulent. Lin, did you really join the Super Guild? That's amazing. Yun still couldn't believe it. Although she wasn't a warrior, she heard stories about what the Super Guild was like. Lin joining the Super Guild and being provided with a villa had completely transformed their family's life. Lin chuckled, of course. I'm your son, I wouldn't let you down. Bro, you're the best. Xiaoyu couldn't help but praise Lin, especially after seeing her own spacious, luxurious room, which made her even more excited. No more sharing a room with her older brother and listening to him snore. It took quite a while for everyone to snap out of their excitement and relief, and the family began their new life in the villa community. However, Dong and Yun still insisted on going to work every day. Lin understood they were elderly, after all, and couldn't sit still without something to do. As long as they didn't wear themselves out. While his parents were at work, Xiaoyu prepared for the high school entrance exams. Lin, meanwhile, hung around the martial arts hall. By the way, Lin, we're heading to the city of monster beasts tomorrow.
want to come along? Li Wu asked Lin.
After a moment's thought, Lin nodded immediately, sure.
He had nothing better to do anyway.
He needed upgrade points, which meant he had to slay demon beasts, otherwise, it would be hard to get stronger.
That evening, Lin briefly told his parents he'd be gone for a few days.
They didn't say much, just reminded him to stay safe.
Bro, be careful. Bye. Bye.
Focus on your high school entrance exams, don't mess them up. The next day, after saying his goodbyes, Lin headed toward the city gate. Before long, Li Wu and 2 other men and a woman arrived as well.
Old Li, who is this guy? One of the tall, slender men asked upon seeing Lin.
His eyes were filled with disdain for Lin.
Chapter 13, Showing Off His Skills. Li Wu waved his hand and said, "Let me introduce you.
This is Lin, the genius of our super guild."
What genius? Never heard of him. What is his cultivation level?
Old Wang, you just don't get it, Li Wu said with a smile, praising Lin. Lin is only 16, but he has already broken through to the Silver Mirror realm. He is way stronger than any of us.
Oh? Are you kidding me? No way.
Upon hearing this, the other 2 quickly scanned Lin from head to toe, their expressions filled with skepticism.
Brother Wu was just joking. Come on, let us hurry up and get going. Lin smiled modestly, and the others assumed Li Wu was exaggerating and just bragging about Lin. Fine, let us go.
4th brother is injured anyway, so the team is short 1 person. The young man called Old Wang said reluctantly, just don't hold us back. Also, our spoils are distributed based on contribution.
Don't go whining like a woman if you end up with less.
Lin nodded slightly, indicating he had no objections.
The 5 of them set off.
Along the way, Lin learned through conversation that this team was called the Peanut Squad. The young man who spoke rather bluntly and looked down on Lin was named Wang Dali. He served as the team's frontline attacker. Another long-haired young man wearing scanning goggles was named Bo, and he specialized in providing cover fire. The female team member was Mu Qing, a woman with a stunning figure. She exchanged a few words with Lin and seemed quite friendly. "Lin, if we encounter a powerful enemy or a demon beast, you'll take the support role.
Don't run around aimlessly, got it?"
Seeing that Lin didn't have much combat experience, Li Wu had made these arrangements in advance.
Lin nodded, indicating he understood.
About 2 days later, the Peanut Squad finally arrived at a Class B Demon Beast City. Monster cities are divided into 5 tiers, S, A, B, C, and D, with each tier corresponding to the city's level of danger. Among them, S-tier monster cities are the most dangerous, teeming with countless powerful monsters, while A-tier cities are suitable for warriors at the gold stage or higher. As for Peanut Squad, whose members were all at the silver stage, they could only hunt monsters in B-tier cities. This city looked somewhat rustic and run down. It had once been a metropolis with a population of 5 million, but was later overrun by demon beasts, resulting in countless casualties. The members of the Peanut Squad had barely reached the overpass when they encountered a bloodthirsty weasel charging toward them at full speed.
Looking to die.
Whoosh! Abo drew a laser gun from his waist, fired a few light bursts, and with a crisp, sharp sound, the bloodthirsty weasel was shot dead. Since bloodthirsty weasels are very weak, they have no place in the city and are forced to survive on the outskirts. As a result, they rarely produce beast cores, so they're not very valuable.
No one was interested, so they just walked away.
However, Lin was somewhat intrigued by Abo's laser gun.
"I'm a quick-draw gunman, a gunsmith. Ever heard of that?"
Noticing the look in Lin's eyes, Abo smiled and said, "This laser gun is a Class B thermal weapon. It can take down most silver stage demon beasts, and it sells for 50 million in the Warrior Mall."
Gunsmith?
Lin thought for a moment he had heard of it.
It was an extremely rare and mysterious profession.
Rumor had it that only the world's most skilled users of thermal weapons could become gunsmiths, and they specialized in urban combat. A skilled gunsmith could take on 100 enemies alone, truly terrifying. No wonder he landed a headshot right off the bat. So Apo was a gunsmith, and he was using a Class B weapon.
He really was impressive. Lin thought to himself. Once inside the city, Lin and his team encountered quite a few demon beasts. Of course, Li Wu and Wang Dali handled most of them. Lin rarely had a chance to show off, so he didn't earn many upgrade points. Just as Peanut Squad was making their way through the narrow streets, suddenly, a flame black panther leaped down from a building on the left. Roar! A sneak attack. Let me handle this. Just as the others were about to intervene, Lin spoke up and launched the first attack. He planted his foot firmly on the ground and instantly appeared above the flame black panther, driving his fist down hard onto its back. Boom! The flame black panther's expression turned shocked, and it plummeted from the air at breakneck speed. The moment it hit the ground, a cloud of dust billowed up, and it smashed a huge crater into the ground. Ding! Silver Stage Demon Beast defeated. Upgrade points plus 400. Lin had finally taken down the blazing Black Panther, retrieved its beast core, and truly satisfied his craving for a fight. Seeing this, Li Wu stepped forward and praised him. Not bad. You took down a Silver Stage blazing Black Panther with a single punch. Lin, your strength is just insane, isn't it? If they were to be honest with themselves, they knew they'd never be able to kill a demon beast of the same realm with a single punch while unarmed. But Lin had done it. Just how strong was Lin, exactly? It was truly enviable. Abio and Mu Qing were both astonished and nodded in agreement. Wang Dali, however, stood to the side with his arms crossed, snickering coldly. Pfft, that blazing Black Panther was already injured. It just happened to walk right into his hands. That ass like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. He refused to acknowledge Lin's strength, and his words were dripping with sarcasm. Old Wang, stop being so bitter. Lin's speed and strength are just as good as ours, Mu Qing said in Lin's defense. Ha, if he wants to prove he is better than me, he'll have to back it up with action. What good is just talking? Wang Dali stuck to his guns, stubborn as a mule. Lin was at a loss for words. He hadn't come here to argue. However, just as the two were bickering, suddenly, a frenzied beastly roar reached the ears of all five. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The sound, like an ultrasonic wave, made everyone's eardrums ache. Instantly, the expressions of the four except for Lin changed. Based on their experience in the wild, they could tell right away that this was a golden ape. Sure enough, their guess was correct. The very next second, a golden ape over 10 meters tall and as massive as an airplane emerged from around the corner. The golden ape must have caught the scent of blood, which is why it was drawn here. When this beast goes berserk, it can take on 3 of us at once. Everyone, be on your guard. Li Wu and the other 3 instantly changed into silver combat suits, but Lin remained unfazed. Lin, where is your combat suit? Mu Qing asked. It was practically common knowledge among warriors that when facing a powerful demon beast, they needed to change into a combat suit to withstand 70% of the damage from a demon beast of the same realm. But Lin had nothing. He looked at himself, completely baffled. Yeah, where is my combat suit? Oh man, I forgot to buy one. Actually, it wasn't that he'd forgotten to buy one, it was that he didn't have the money to buy one. Since you don't have a combat suit, just find a place to hide and watch how we take it down, Wang Dali said smugly. However, none of them dared to let their guard down. Silver Stage Golden Ape monsters were no pushover. They had to proceed with extreme caution. Just as they were about to strike, a figure flashed into view. Spear, come. As the silver spear appeared, the golden ape pounded its chest with both hands, its massive arms crashing down toward Lin. Lin gripped the spear tightly and thrust it forward with all his might. Instantly, a ferocious force erupted from the spearhead. Boom! The golden ape's fist was instantly pierced by the divine dragon spear technique, and its entire right arm was destroyed, reduced to a pulp. Chapter 14, A Million with a Single Spear Thrust. Roar! Upon seeing its arm shattered by a single thrust from the human before it, the golden ape let out a piercing, agonized howl. Then, as if driven mad, it charged at Lin. The other 4 members of the Peanut Squad watched in horror. What on earth was Lin doing? He completely enraged the golden ape. If the golden ape flew into a rage, it would go on a killing spree.
A silver stage demon beast like this had incredibly strong defenses, even the four of them might not be able to subdue it. However, just as the golden ape grabbed a car that had been flung into the air and hurled it at Lin, Lin remained unmoved. Only when the car was about to crash into him did he fire a shot. Break! The divine dragon spear technique erupted to its fullest potential, gliding forward like a spirit snake, shattering the car before charging straight at the golden ape.
Sensing danger, the golden ape erected a defense, its fur standing on end.
It was as if it had donned a tight-fitting suit. A visible defensive barrier materialized before his eyes, seemingly impenetrable. In the next instant, Lin's silver spear had already pierced the golden ape's body.
Clang!
The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Lin's gaze sharpened. This defense is incredibly strong. His strike had failed to harm the golden ape in the slightest. Undeterred, he lunged forward once more, his spear darting like a dragon, its overwhelming might crushing everything in its path.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A series of deafening sounds rang out as the entire battlefield was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Buildings collapsed, streets crumbled. Lin's spear pierced through everything, shattering all that stood in its way. Finally, after enduring a storm of relentless attacks, the diamond ape collapsed to the ground.
Thud! Its massive body fell, causing the ground to tremble incessantly.
Seeing this, the four members of the Peanut Squad stared in utter disbelief. Especially Wang Dali, who stood frozen in shock, staring wide-eyed at Lin, his mouth forming an O. They knew all too well just how terrifying the golden ape was. Beasts of this kind not only possessed immense brute strength, but their greatest advantage lay in their defense. With such defense, an ordinary silver stage cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against it. The four of them had already prepared for a 4-on-1 battle, but before they could even make a move, Lin had beaten them to it and killed it.
What on earth was going on? Ding! Silver stage demon beast slain. Upgrade points plus 1,000. 1,000 upgrade points. Lin froze for a second.
This was the highest number of upgrade points he'd ever earned from slaying a demon beast.
Previous demon beasts had only yielded 100 or 2.
Bronze stage demon beasts were even rarer, barely worth mentioning. It seemed the golden ape was indeed far stronger than other demon beasts at the silver stage. It was probably something of a local tyrant. If I hadn't used the divine dragon spear technique, I probably wouldn't have stood a chance against this beast. Lin glanced at his silver spear and noticed several chips had already chipped off the blade. It was clearly damaged. After that battle, his D-rank silver spear was gone. Without dwelling on it, Lin began harvesting the golden ape's beast core and other usable materials.
Lin, you actually took down the golden ape all by yourself? Holy cow, you've been hiding your true strength pretty well. Just then, Wang Dali, who always had the loudest voice, ran over and asked with an admiring look, "What realm are you actually at?"
"Hee, silver stage," Lin chuckled.
Wang Dali gave a wry smile, like I believe that.
Li Wu, Mu Qing, and the others also admitted they were no match for him. "Lin, you're way better than us. I was worried you didn't have enough experience before. Looks like I was overthinking it. From now on, whenever we run into powerful demon beasts, we'll leave it to you.
We'll just sit back and reap the rewards." Abo glanced sideways and said with a smile.
"Also, your spear technique just now seemed to have reached the minor mastery level."
"My goodness, what other secrets are you hiding?"
When Mu Qing said this, the three of them suddenly realized that the spear technique Lin had just demonstrated had actually reached the minor mastery level. From his very first move, it was polished and professional already at the minor mastery level, on par with any of them. It's extremely rare for a newcomer to master a spear technique to this extent. After all, between the ages of 18 and 22, the typical apprentice stage 1 can only learn warrior survival skills and various basics. To put it bluntly, they're just scratching the surface. There's simply no time to cultivate a martial art. Cultivating martial arts is something they wouldn't even begin to consider until reaching the silver stage. As for the group, they were all still mere beginners in their respective martial arts disciplines. And yet, Lin at 16, he'd already achieved a basic mastery of spearmanship.
That's freaking terrifying.
Nothing special, Lin said, scratching the back of his head with a modest smile.
Everyone was speechless. This Lin was so mysterious. Just what kind of freak was he, anyway? The Vajra Apis Beast Core is extremely rare and can fetch 500,000 each. Its hide can also be used to make combat gear, which sells for over 1,000,000. Li Wu began to break it down, saying, all in all, this demon beast is worth around 2 million. Lin, since you led the attack, you'll take 80%, the remaining 20% will be split evenly among the four of us. No objections, right? No objections. Lin nodded, indicating he understood. After all, they agreed on this before setting out. Whoever contributed the most would get the largest share, and even those who didn't directly engage in combat, such as those responsible for defense or clearing a retreat route, would still receive a cut. A squad couldn't let conflicts arise over the distribution of rewards. In fact, Lin couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised he earned 1.6 million just from his first fight. What a stroke of luck! Next, the Peanut Squad pressed on. As the squad ventured deeper, they encountered more and more demon beasts, and they grew increasingly ferocious. Ding! Defeated a silver-ranked demon beast. Plus 500 upgrade points. Ding! Defeated a silver-ranked demon beast. Plus 700 upgrade points. Ding! Defeated a bronze-ranked demon beast. Plus 160 upgrade points. Each monster yielded a decent reward, with upgrade points generally exceeding 500. However, when they encountered newborn monster cubs, Lin would take them down with a single shot, earning only a little over 100 upgrade points. It couldn't be helped, the cubs were at a lower cultivation level, so the rewards were naturally smaller. Over the course of a few days, Lin had earned over 200,000 upgrade points. His status within the Peanut Squad had also changed from being treated as an outsider at the start to his current position. Everyone in the Peanut Squad now regarded him as an absolute mainstay. They would proactively let Lin take the lead in attacking and killing the most troublesome beasts, saving them a lot of trouble. Wang Dali's attitude toward Lin had also shifted from initial exclusion to current admiration. It could be said that Lin had earned everyone's recognition through his strength. Break! Boom! Crack! Inside a chain supermarket, Lin fired a shot that sent a massive Mengzhu elephant flying. The explosive force left the creature reeling, howling in agony as it let out a long, agonized bellow. Rip! Finally, Lin rushed forward and fired another shot that pierced the Mengzhu elephant's skull, killing it instantly. Ding! Defeated a gold stage demon beast. Upgrade points plus 2,000. 2,000. Lin froze in place. At that moment, Li Wu stepped forward and said, this Mengshan elephant has reached the gold stage, though I suspect it only recently broke through. Plus, Mengshan elephants have a docile temperament. They're practically the weakest among gold stage demon beasts. Otherwise, if we were to try to kill a fully grown Mengshan elephant, we'd likely pay a heavy price. Hearing this, Lin nodded, not quite understanding. Although the Mengshan elephant was at the gold stage, its beast core wasn't as valuable as that of the Vajra APD killed a few days ago, which was a bit of a shame. Suddenly, at that very moment, a faint ache began to throb in Lin's head. A sense of foreboding welled up from deep within his heart. Chapter 15, Awakening Psychic Power. His head suddenly buzzed, causing Lin to grimace involuntarily. Pain. A stinging pain. It was a piercing sensation, as if someone had stuck a needle into his head. It also felt as though ants were gnawing inside. It left Lin in agony. As he clutched his clever little head with his hand, Lin's eyes suddenly widened. Because he heard a lot of commotion all around him. These sounds came from the activities of demon beasts not far away, and Lin could hear them crystal clear. What is going on? He paused for a moment, and once the pain had completely subsided, his senses suddenly became crystal clear. It was as if his hearing and all his senses had been reawakened and greatly enhanced. That's right, there was absolutely no mistake. Lin's intuition was never wrong. He found his perception had become crystal clear. Every slightest movement within a 100-meter radius was clearly captured in his mind. No sound could escape his ears. It felt as if he had eyes growing all over the place. Ding, the hostess' psychic power is awakening. Ding, psychic power has awakened. The host has officially become a psychic. Just as Lin stood there in a daze, a system notification popped up. Hearing this, Lin froze. Psychic? He was instantly overjoyed. Had he heard correctly? Even a fool would know what the psychic class was. The psychic was the strongest class among warriors versed in both the heavens and the earth, capable of controlling objects with telekinesis, and incredibly powerful. It's like having supernatural abilities. They can control enemies and objects from a distance. If an ordinary warrior and a psychic of the same cultivation level were to fight, the psychic would win 100% of the time. Because a psychic can control weapons to kill you from afar, it's as if they have countless extra hands. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, you wouldn't stand a chance. That's the true power of a psychic. However, the only regret is that psychics are extremely rare in the world. Not even one can be trained out of every 100,000 warriors. It is said that being a psychic is an innate talent. Psychic powers awaken at a certain age, and no amount of training by others will make a difference. It's simply futile. Host, Lin. Speed, 65 ms. Strength, 11,600. Mental Realm, Bronze 1 star 0 10,000. Cultivation Realm, Silver 1 star 0 400,000. Upgrade Points, 223,000. Martial Skill, Divine Dragon Spear Technique. Preliminary Mastery, 0 100,000, Attack plus 10%. He glanced down at the interface and noticed a new Spiritual Realm category had appeared. This, too, could be upgraded using upgrade points. I never expected this to actually happen. I become a psychic. What a pleasant surprise. Though I'm only at the beginner level. The only regret was that he could only harness 1,000 units of his psychic power. That was far too low. Trouble. There are 2 Mengjiang elephants nearby, charging straight toward us. Suddenly, Lin projected his psychic power outward and sensed 2 adult Mengjiang elephants not far away, closing in to surround them. He immediately warned Li Wu and the others of the impending danger. Li Wu asked curiously, "Lin, how did you know?" "No way, Mengjiang elephants are already very rare. They don't usually travel in herds." Before he could finish his sentence, they suddenly heard a howling sound in the distance. Sure enough, it was the call of the Mengjiang elephants, sounding as if parents were calling for their young, with a touch of despair in their voices. It really is them. Let us hide quickly. Mu Qing's words confirmed Lin's suspicion, and the group hurriedly took cover inside a tall building to hide. Adult Mengjiang elephants were all ranked at the gold stage or higher. Once enraged, they were no match for their silver stage group to take on head-on. They would have to wait until the Mengjiang elephants weren't paying attention to slip away. However, to the 5's dismay, after discovering that their son had been slain, both Mengjiang elephants stood guard fiercely beside the corpse, refusing to leave. Moreover, they kept attacking nearby buildings, attempting to track down the killer, bring them to justice, and exact revenge. This is bad. If they track us down, we're in big trouble. Those beasts are incredibly fast. Wang Dali spat and looked out the window with a resigned expression. In terms of speed, the silver stage was simply no match for the golden demon beasts. If they charged out of here, casualties were inevitable. This is a tough situation. Everyone furrowed their brows, except for Lin, who stood off to the side, deep in thought. Never mind that. I'll focus on raising my mental realm first. As for my cultivation level, I'll put that on hold for now. There's no rush. Lin thought to himself that once his psychic power was boosted, he'd be able to fly through the air and escape when the time came. With that in mind, he wasted no time and immediately ordered the system, first upgrade my Divine Dragon Spear technique, then use all the remaining upgrade points to boost my mental realm. Ding, command accepted, upgrading. Ding, Divine Dragon Spear technique is being cultivated. Please wait patiently. The illusory images of each move and technique of the Divine Dragon Spear technique began to play out in Lin's mind, repeating endlessly like a movie. Soon, Lin grasped the true essence of the Divine Dragon Spear technique, even catching glimpses of techniques he had never encountered before. It was a moment of sudden enlightenment. Ding! The Divine Dragon Spear technique has reached the pinnacle of mastery. Attack power plus 25%. After deducting 100,000 upgrade points,
Lin successfully elevated the Divine Dragon Spear technique to a higher level. He then allocated the remaining 120,000 upgrade points entirely to psychic power, instantly breaking through to the Bronze 3-star realm. With his breakthrough, his upgrade points were completely depleted, not a single point remained.
Host, Lin. Speed, 65 ms. Strength, 11,600. Mental Realm, Bronze 3-star 17,250,000. Cultivation Realm, Silver 1-star 0400,000. Upgrade points, 0.
Martial Skill, Divine Dragon Spear Technique Mastery Realm, 0500,000, attack plus 25%. After glancing at his stats panel once more, Lin was brimming with confidence. He thought for a moment, then asked, "Does anyone here have a weapon rated B class or higher?" "I have a sword, but we probably won't be able to handle anything above B class," Li Wu replied, pulling it out of his backpack. "What are you here for?" Lin said without mincing words, "I've made up my mind. Sitting here waiting to die isn't a solution. Those two Mengju elephants will find us sooner or later, so I think we should join forces and take them down." As soon as he voiced his idea, the four exchanged glances.
Mu Qing asked, "Do you think we stand a chance?" "We'll find out if we try. Everyone, follow my lead, we'll work together to take them down." After some thought, the group decided to follow Lin's lead. Following a brief discussion, they charged out after Lin. Outside, the two Mengxiang elephants were rampaging through the buildings like mad beasts. Just then, a laser bullet struck one of the Mengxiang elephants in the head. Bang! A cloud of gunpowder smoke rose. Enraged by Apo's presence on the skyscraper, the Mengxiang elephant charged toward them in a frenzy, its gaze suggesting it intended to destroy everything in its path. "Now's the time, kill it." Just as the Mengxiang elephant neared the building, Lin burst out from the ground floor entrance, spear in hand. Swoosh! Its speed was incredibly erratic. Caught completely off guard, the Mengxiang elephant had its ankle pierced by Lin's spear, blood gushing from its hoof as it collapsed to one knee. The Divine Dragon Spear technique unleashed a 25% attack power boost, giving Lin's thrust a force exceeding 15,000, and it struck the Mengxiang elephant's weak spot precisely. It was practically impossible for the attack to fail. Chapter 16, Resolving the Crisis. With both hooves crippled, the Mengxiang elephant instantly collapsed to the ground. Spotting the human who had ambushed and wounded it, it flew into a rage. Roar! 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 Its massive bellow echoed through the streets as it prepared to attack Lin with its tusks. At that moment, Lin looked up at the skyscraper and shouted to Apo, "Go!" Whoosh, whoosh. Two laser beams shot from Apo's hands, striking the Mengxiang elephant squarely in the eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Although a Class C laser gun couldn't pierce the Mengxiang elephant's hide, its eyes and other facial features were its most vulnerable points. By targeting this weakness, the attack instantly blinded the Mengxiang elephant. Having lost its sight, the Mengxiang elephant went berserk, charging wildly and attacking indiscriminately. Screaming in agony, it rammed into everything in its path, reducing the surrounding buildings to ruins. Residential buildings 3 or 4 stories tall collapsed in an instant under the impact of its massive body. Its long, sturdy tail swept through the air, sending a fierce gust of wind in its wake. Lin remained calm and composed, nonchalantly stepping aside. Across from him, another Mengxiang elephant, seeing its companion being toyed with by humans, let out a long, piercing roar to the heavens and charged forward to come to its rescue, intent on tearing the humans before it to shreds. "You three hold it off, I'll take care of this one first." Lin gave the order, and Li Wu and the other two immediately revealed their true forms, engaging the reinforcing Mengxiang elephant in combat. As for the enraged Mengxiang elephant, it was impossible to get anywhere near it. Abo said solemnly, "What do we do now? It's gone berserk, we can't get close. Even if we could get in close, it'd be hard to kill it outright." Given the Mengxiang elephant's defensive capabilities, the Peanut Squad's strength wasn't enough to harm it. Unless one of them turned out to be a gold stage warrior. Otherwise, their only option was to find an opportunity to slip away. "I've got a plan." As he spoke, Lin closed his eyes.
At that moment, Oppo saw a B-rank sword slowly rise from behind Lin, then stab toward the Mengjiang elephant at blinding speed.
Swoosh! Although the Mengjiang elephant was a ticking time bomb, anyone daring to approach it would suffer a terrible fate.
Lin could use his psychic power to assassinate it, delivering a surprise strike. Lin was aiming precisely at the Mengjiang elephant's weak spot.
Its rear end.
Arg!
Arg! The flying sword pierced the Mengjiang elephant's rear end with pinpoint accuracy.
In that instant, the Mengjiang elephant let out a wail so harrowing it was beyond human comprehension. Kill!
SSSSHH.
After piercing the beast, the flying sword didn't stop. Lin controlled it, making it spin relentlessly inside the creature's body. Before long, the Mengjiang elephant, which had been charging and thrashing wildly, collapsed completely to the ground, its eyes filled with rage and endless agony.
Ding! Gold stage demon beast defeated. Upgrade points plus 6,500. The system emitted a cold, electronic beep. Holy crap, Lin, you're a psychic.
Standing nearby, after witnessing Lin's maneuver, Abo couldn't contain his shock and blurted out in disbelief. He had seen with his own eyes how Lin controlled the flying sword to slay the Mengjiang elephant.
There was absolutely no mistaking it.
It was fucking incredible. One of them was actually a psychic. Lin didn't answer, because not far away, the others had already clashed with the Mengjiang elephant, and two figures were violently knocked back.
Boom!
Li Wu and Wang Dali crashed heavily into the building. The reinforced concrete walls cracked into a spiderweb pattern. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Their injuries were serious. At that moment, perhaps sensing the death of its companion, the Mengjiang elephant went on a killing spree, reducing everything in its path to rubble.
Rumbling.
Buildings collapsed like dominoes as the massive figure charged toward them at high speed. If struck again, Li Wu and Wang Dali would surely die. It was time to make their final arrangements. Kill! In the blink of an eye, Lin took a swift step forward and thrust his silver spear with all his might, aiming straight for the Mengjiang elephant's eye.
The Mengjiang elephant instinctively closed its eyes. It would never allow a human to strike at its vulnerable spot.
However, Lin had shifted the direction of his attack. In the next instant, a flying sword rose from behind the Mengjiang elephant, striking straight at its vital spot. Swoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Blood gushed from the Mengjiang elephant's hindquarters. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere, and flesh and blood poured out like a burst dam. Roar, roar, roar! It had gone mad, rampaging wildly in agony, having completely lost its senses. It never expected humans to be so despicable, ambushing it from behind. How despicable! After landing the blow, Lin quickly put some distance between himself and the beast, and the 5 members of the Peanut Squad hurriedly fled the scene. The Mengjiang elephant had gone berserk. They couldn't stay there and take a beating. The group teleported away, and before long, a deafening roar of collapsing skyscrapers echoed from the battlefield, a scene as spectacular as a high-rise demolition. As they witnessed this, a song automatically came to mind. Withered chrysanthemums, wounds strewn across the ground, your smile has already faded.
Lin, I never would have guessed you were a psychic. Impressive, my phone. You really know how to surprise us.
I've run out of words to describe you. On the rooftop of the skyscraper, Li Wu and the others stared at Lin in utter shock.
Psychics, there are only a handful in the entire world. Each one is as rare as an endangered species, a genius renowned across the globe.
Once someone possesses the psychic attribute, their minimum achievement in the martial arts world will reach the platinum stage.
Platinum at the very least. That's incredibly impressive.
Faced with everyone's probing questions, Lin didn't deny it, but simply smiled faintly. I guess I'm not too bad.
My psychic power just awakened not long ago.
What do you mean not bad? You're amazing. You'd be amazing even if you didn't want to be, Li Wu said, looking at Lin with admiration.
If it weren't for you, we might not even have made it out of here today. We owe it all to you.
Mu Qing and the others were also deeply grateful.
That's right.
Lin deserves the lion's share of the credit for this hunt. He'll take the biggest cut later. The group began discussing how to divide the spoils. To be honest, Lin had personally killed both Mengju elephants. Without him, they would have been doomed. It was only natural that he should take the lion's share.
Ding! Defeated a gold stage demon beast. Upgrade points plus 6,500.
When Li Nang received the upgrade points, his eyes paused for a moment. The Mengxiang elephants were dead. Sure enough, everyone noticed that there was no longer any movement over there. It had fallen completely silent. At that moment, the group began to head over to clean up the battlefield. The Mengxiang elephant cores and tusks were relatively valuable. The rest had been damaged and wouldn't fetch much money even if sold. So everyone decided to leave the hides and fur behind. One Mengxiang elephant core is worth 800,000, and a pair of tusks can fetch 600,000. That adds up to 2.8 million.
Wang Dali held the tusks, unable to put them down. It was his first time participating in the hunt for a Mengxiang elephant.
Since they had already agreed on the division of spoils, no one had any objections. After the battle, everyone had sustained some injuries, so the Peanut Squad found a safe spot to rest and recover. Sitting in the corner, Li Wu and Wang Dali took out medical sprays and high-strength healing bandages to treat their wounds, and took body-tempering pills to stabilize their internal injuries. Their seemingly simple treatment had already cost them over 100,000. Warrior medical supplies had to be purchased at specialized warrior stores and were extremely expensive. Fortunately, the bounty from killing the Mengxiang elephant had covered the costs. 100,000 yuan wasn't a significant amount for them.
Chapter 17, The Blue-Silver Giant Python.
I tallied up our earnings from the past 3 days. We made about 2.8 million yuan in total.
How about you guys?
Wang Dali looked around at the group and asked.
Li Wu said, I made 3.5 million.
I made 2.6 million.
I made 3 million.
Mu Qing and Abo spoke up one after another. Their figures were all fairly close.
Lin did some quick calculations and said, as for me, it's about the same, roughly 5.5 million.
No one was surprised after all. Lin had been a key contributor in every hunt he participated in. Especially the 2 adult Mengxiang elephants and 1 juvenile Mengxiang elephant, all of which were extremely valuable. Taking 70 to 80% of the spoils, he already made 2 or 3 million from them alone.
It wasn't surprising that he accumulated 5 million. However, Lin hadn't come out unscathed either.
His C-class silver spear had been completely destroyed in the battle just now. Not even a scrap remained, rendering it unusable. He had looked up the value of a C-rank silver spear. It was as high as 200,000.
He wasn't physically injured, but his financial loss was far more severe than anyone else's.
Now, Lin had no weapon left to use.
For them warriors, time is money when hunting demon beasts.
After a brief rest, the Peanut Squad set out again. However, the closer they got to the city center, the higher level and more formidable the demon beasts became. As far as the eye could see, they were all silver stage monsters apart from Lin. The others could only hunt with caution. Lin, however, used his B-rank longsword to take down one little guy with every strike. But Lin also discovered a drawback. Prolonged use of psychic power caused mental fatigue, causing his vitality to drop sharply. The drain was just too severe. His psychic power was still too low. Otherwise, he could have used mental control to eliminate all the demon beasts without lifting a finger. As a result, Lin had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and slay the demon beasts himself.
Ding! Silver stage demon beast defeated. Upgrade points plus 400. Ding! Silver stage demon beast defeated. Upgrade points plus 510. Ding! Defeated a gold stage demon beast. Plus 1,100 upgrade points.
In addition to silver stage demon beasts, they also worked together to take down a few lone gold stage beasts, with Lin leading the charge and reaping the greatest rewards. The Peanut Squad advanced steadily, and Lin was in his element. Killing silver stage demon beasts was as easy as drinking water. Over the course of 5 days, he slaughtered a massive number of monsters, and his killing speed left everyone else speechless. Lin could practically insta-kill monsters of the same tier. It was absolutely terrifying. 5 days later, Lin took a moment to check his accumulated upgrade points, which had surpassed even his wildest expectations. They had reached 1,500,000.
This figure was beyond what Lin had expected. It was damn fast.
During this time, some warriors he happened to encounter, upon seeing the carnage Lin had left behind, couldn't help but keep their distance, afraid he might kill and rob them. After all, in the city of demonic beasts, you not only have to guard against the beasts but also watch out for sudden attacks from human warriors, otherwise, one slip-up could cost you your life.
Everyone's meds are almost gone, right? Let us kill for a few more days and then head back. If we get too exhausted, something bad will happen.
Li Wu said to the group, on this trip, barring any surprises, we should be able to make around 10 million.
That's enough. Yeah, let us get moving.
I'm almost out of ammo too, said Abo as he holstered his blue-flamed Qilin dual pistols, wincing at the thought. The bullets for these laser guns are infused with special energy. They work on the same principle as a power bank. A single recharge costs over 1 million. Lin thought about it and agreed. He'd been out for over a week and needed to go back and rest.
Working while exhausted isn't a good idea. A few more days passed.
After the group had finished hunting the demon beasts, they sat in a hidden room inside an office building, realizing they were nearly out of ammunition and supplies, and were preparing to head back home. But just then, Lin's expression froze as he projected his psychic power to scan the area.
After a moment, he said solemnly, "Wait, don't move yet. I think I've spotted a big one not far from here."
"What kind of big creature?"
Mu Qing asked. Lin opened his eyes and said, "Inside the supermarket across the street."
So the group pulled out their binoculars and looked toward the department store across the street. Suddenly, Oppo let out a shriek, "Oh my god!
Look what I found!
What's all the fuss about? It's probably just a gold stage demon beast. At most it's not like it's a beast king or something." Everyone gazed into the distance, but once they got a clear look, they all froze.
As if turned to stone.
In Lin's line of sight, a massive blue-silver python was coiled inside the first-floor supermarket.
Since they were looking down from above, they could see it clearly. Is that the legendary blue-silver python?
Wang Dali stammered, his voice trembling slightly.
Yes, that's definitely the blue-silver giant python.
Its entire body is blue-silver. There's absolutely no mistaking it, Li Wu said after observing it through his binoculars.
Each of these blue-silver giant pythons is extremely rare.
They're born at the gold stage, and a 100-year-old specimen can even reach the Beast King level. As for this one, I can't quite tell what level it is. Everyone turned their gaze to Lin, and at that moment, Lin knew it was time for him to step in. He projected his psychic power outward at a distance of 100 meters. He could just barely gauge the blue-silver giant python's strength. Not only that, but he also made an unexpected discovery. Soon, he withdrew his psychic power and exclaimed with delight, "This blue-silver giant python's strength should be at the platinum stage, but it's already been seriously injured."
"Really? Let me take a look."
Sure enough, when the group looked through their binoculars, they saw a massive wound on the belly of the blue-silver giant python, its skin otherwise pristine that looked as if it had been slashed by a sharp blade.
It was coiled up, seemingly recuperating. "Guys, should we go for it?" Lin asked for their input.
Blue-silver giant python scales sell for as much as 10 million per square meter, and its beast core is ranked among the top 10 rarest demon beasts in the world. If we pull this off, we can make at least tens of millions. That's cold, hard cash.
Let us take it down.
After some thought, everyone decided to pull off one big heist before heading back. Once they reached a consensus, they devised a strategy. Abo would provide long-range fire to draw the beast's attention, while Lin would close in personally and strike its abdomen with his Class B longsword.
Soon, the plan was put into action.
Abo's laser gun hit the blue-silver giant python squarely as it rested, jolting it awake from its tranquil surroundings.
Zzz. Struck by the laser, the blue-silver giant python instantly raised its head to pinpoint the enemy's location. "Attack!"
At that moment, Li Wumu, Qing, and Old Wan launched attacks from different directions. Unfazed, the blue-silver giant python swung its tail, violently knocking Old Wan flying.
Boom!
Old Wan was sent flying, his combat suit ripped instantly, and he nearly passed out.
That force was truly not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, Lin wielded his B-rank sword and plunged it directly into the blue-silver giant python's abdomen. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, the blue-silver giant python leaped up violently. However, unable to pinpoint Lin's location, it eventually revealed a look of despair. And just like that, the blue-silver giant python was strangled by an inexplicable, invisible force. The long sword sliced straight through its abdomen, leaving a long, bloody gash, and its internal organs instantly spilled onto the ground. It was incredibly brutal. The blue-silver giant python fled frantically, and Lin and his companions hurried after it. Before long, a notification sounded in Lin's mind. Ding, Platinum Stage Demon Beast slain. Upgrade points plus 3 million. Wait, 3 million.
Lin was stunned.
Chapter 18, Uninvited Guest, Rapid Breakthrough.
Seeing Lin's stunned expression, his companions were equally stunned.
Lin, why did you stop chasing it? Are you hurt? Li Wu caught up from behind and asked.
Earlier, Lin had risked approaching the blue-silver giant python and was very likely scratched by its scales, which were extremely sharp.
And extremely deadly. No, I'm fine. The blue-silver giant python is dead. Let us go check it out.
Lin snapped out of his daze and smiled.
Hearing this, the others finally relaxed.
The four of them made their way to where the blue-silver giant python lay and began cleaning up the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building several hundred meters away from Peanut Squad, a group of men were observing the area where the blue-silver giant python lay through binoculars. Moments later, a middle-aged man in combat fatigues turned and reported, "Young master, it looks like someone over there has killed a blue-silver giant python."
A blue-silver giant python? Let me see.
A youth with a youthful face around 17 or 18 years old and dressed in luxurious attire picked up the binoculars and took a look, his expression indeed revealing a hint of delight. He said, "A blue-silver giant python is worth a fortune. It's a real prize for me.
Bring me my sniper rifle." Young master, are you planning to? Stop blabbering. I came out here to hone my skills. If I return empty-handed, where would that leave my pride?
Zhou Jinyang snapped, "They're just a few silver stage warriors in a squad. It's like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I'm not about to be afraid of a silver stage squad."
The two men behind him nodded.
As Zhou Jinyang's personal bodyguards, they were well aware of his temperament. For them, 2 gold stage warriors, silver stage warriors were easy prey. They might as well let their young master have some fun. Soon, Zhou Jinyang had his hands on a Class B sniper rifle and took aim at Peanut Squad's position. Over here, the members of Peanut Squad were retrieving the blue-silver giant python's beast core, smiling happily as they cleaned up the battlefield.
Smiles lit up everyone's faces.
Wang Dali held the beast core in his hands and exclaimed with delight, "This thing is worth tens of millions.
Ha, we're going to strike it rich. Stop messing around and hurry up and skin it."
The blue-silver giant python's hide has scales. It's a bit of a hassle to handle.
Don't attract other demon beasts.
Li Wu gave a quick reminder, but just then, Lin's brow furrowed. He sensed danger and shouted a warning, "Danger!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than there was a loud bang, and Wang Dali was sent flying.
Enemies. Where? I can't pinpoint it, but they're probably over 100 meters away. Everyone, hide quickly.
Seeing Wang Dali get blown away by a single shot, the other 4 members of the Peanut Squad immediately went on high alert. A Bo, with his keen eyesight, pointed to a high-rise building in the distance and said, "Over there. They're using a sniper blaze rifle. Stop the bleeding fast, or old Wang is done for." The team didn't dare waste a moment. They hurriedly hoisted Wang Dali onto their shoulders and ran into the building, taking cover inside. Meanwhile, the sound of gunfire continued outside. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The sounds were faint, like raindrops, but they pierced right through the walls. Their penetrating power was terrifying. Lin and the others were forced to dart away, fleeing a good distance before the sound finally ceased. 10 kilometers away, the Peanut Squad found a basement and began treating Wang Dali's wounds. Wang Dali was already unconscious. Both his legs had been pierced simultaneously. The bullets hadn't even lodged in his body, his major arteries had been severed, and blood was gushing out wildly. After Lin and the others worked on him for a while, they finally managed to stop the bleeding. Mu Qing said, "Old Wang is unconscious for now."
"Who was it that ambushed us just now?"
"I didn't even see where the enemy was," Li Wu said, still shaken. If even a warrior could be knocked unconscious with a single shot, one could only imagine how powerful that sniper rifle was. For all we know, old Wang might not have long to live. A look of gravity crossed everyone's faces. Abo said, "Those bastards, anyone who can afford a blazing fire sniper rifle must be a disciple of a major clan at the very least.
Who the hell is out to get us?
Damn it, the blue-silver giant python is about to fall into their hands."
"How infuriating.
That's over 100 million worth of treasure, damn it.
This time, they truly lost both the battle and the war. What a total loss." Lin was furious too.
The prize they already secured had been snatched away, and the enemy was even trying to kill them. It was too treacherous.
"Oh right, my upgrade points."
He remembered he still had a large number of upgrade points. Thankfully, the blue-silver giant python had died by his own hand, otherwise, if he'd been killed by the enemy, he would really been screwed.
"System, use all my upgrade points to boost my cultivation realm."
He poured them all into upgrading his realm at once. Since he didn't know the opponent's strength, boosting his own power was the top priority.
Better safe than sorry. Ding, command accepted, upgrading now. Ding, upgrade complete.
The system's voice echoed in Lin's ears, and immediately afterward, his cultivation realm began to change.
Silver 1 star. Silver 1 star. Silver 3 stars. Silver 5 stars. Boom!
After spending all 5 million upgrade points on his cultivation realm, Lin's cultivation level instantly broke through to silver 5 stars. In that instant, his physical attributes underwent a massive transformation, and waves of ferocious power surged through his body.
Soon, his stats panel also underwent a dramatic transformation. Host, Lin. Speed, 120 ms. Strength, 60,000 kilograms. Mental realm, bronze 3 star 17,250,000. Cultivation realm, silver 5 star 02 million. Upgrade points, 0.
Martial skill, divine dragon spear technique mastery realm, 500,000, attack plus 25%. His speed had nearly doubled, and his strength had reached 60,000 kilograms, a 6-fold increase.
It was truly terrifying.
Moreover, after the breakthrough, Lin's fatigue vanished, and he felt as though he'd been reborn much more comfortable than before. Lin was overjoyed by his powerful, muscular arms.
"Guys, I think we should fight back.
Otherwise, old Wang won't get any help here and won't last much longer." At that moment, Lin addressed the group, "I'm confident I can take them down."
"Alright, let us take them on. I don't want to hide and be chased around like a rat in the streets."
Li Wu couldn't help but speak up, and Mu Qing and Abo had no objections either.
"If you're too nice, people will take advantage of you. You have to fight back. Otherwise, it's a dead end. I'm more agile.
I'll go out, assess their strength, and come up with a detailed plan."
Lin darted out. His speed was now incredibly fast.
Moreover, after testing it, he discovered he could use psychic power to fly through the air and sneak around silently. Returning to where the blue-silver giant python had been, Lin saw the three of them peeling the snake's skin. The two adults are gold stage warriors, and this little brat who looks like a young master is only a 1-star silver. He is practically a weakling.
That makes things easy.
Lin muttered to himself, "I'll distract those two, then let Brother Wu and the others catch this little brat." Lin made a quick round trip, and by the time he returned, all four were in position.
After finalizing their strategy, the Peanut Squad sprang into action. They actually let those useless bastards get away.
"But that's fine as long as they dare show their faces, we'll catch them." Zhou Jinyang was ranting as usual when, suddenly, a barrage of flying swords came hurtling toward him.
"Young master, watch out."
The gold stage bodyguard reacted with lightning speed, knocking the long sword away with a single punch. At that moment, a figure stood atop the skyscraper overhead. It was, of course, Lin. Lin spoke coldly, "Three good-for-nothings, how dare you steal from your old man? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 19, Successful Revenge. He was furious. Zhou Jinyang was furious. He never expected anyone would dare to ambush him. Unable to contain his rage, he roared, "Kid, are you looking to die? I was actually planning to let you off the hook, but I didn't expect you to come running back here to meet your doom. There's no cure for stupidity." He gave a sinister grin and ordered his two bodyguards, "Grab him. I'm going to chop off his fingers myself and feed them to the demon beasts." TSK, Tisk. The two were gold stage warriors. Upon receiving Zhou Jinyang's order, they both flashed toward Lin in unison. Seeing the two hurtling toward him, Lin remained unflustered. He turned and took off running, with the two hot on his heels, attacking him as they chased. However, what puzzled them was Lin's speed. It was eerie. One of them said, "I can tell this guy is only at the silver stage, but why the hell is he running so fast?" The other kept his eyes locked on Lin, pondered for a moment, and said, "He has probably taken some kind of stimulant pill. Just let him run wild for a while, he'll run out of steam eventually." The two kept their distance as they coldly pursued Lin. With their gold stage cultivation, catching a silver stage greenhorn was a piece of cake. When Lin was completely exhausted, that would be the moment of his death. Lin ran frantically, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. "I think that's enough, right?" Lin stopped and turned to face the two pursuers behind him. At that moment, the two also came to a halt, staring at Lin with cold, indifferent gazes. "Kid, done running? Finally can't run anymore, huh? TSK, TSK. Time to die." Without a word, the two launched a devastating punch straight at him. Gold stage power typically ranges from 100,000 to 2 million. If he took it head-on, even 10 Lin's wouldn't be enough to survive. He was smart. The moment their punch came flying at him, he instantly teleported out of the way. Boom! A punch slammed into the wall, reducing the dilapidated structure to dust. "Ha! How can you be so fast?" One of them, his attack having missed, immediately wore a look of astonishment. Their gold stage speed approached 100 ms, much faster than silver stage. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for a silver stage fighter to dodge their attacks. But right now, when it comes to strength, I may not match you, but when it comes to speed, you won't even catch a glimpse of my back," Lin said coldly, his hands in his pockets. His speed had reached 120 ms, 1/5 faster than his opponents. Who could possibly hurt him? "I've had enough of your nonsense, kid. Stop struggling and just die." The two men didn't believe Lin and charged at him in unison. Bam! But unfortunately for them, dodging their attacks was far too easy for Lin. Moreover, using his psychic power, he could turn the battlefield within a 300-meter radius into his own personal arena. Every move his opponents made was within his range of perception. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of violent punches slammed into the wall, instantly sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. After dodging dozens of punches, Lin finally saw his chance. "Kid, you're tired, aren't you? Get down on your knees." Lin feigned exhaustion and slowed his pace. One of them, wearing a silver gauntlet, charged at him with explosive force, filling the air with a fierce, explosive energy. The gloves were C-class, capable of slightly boosting his attack power. He was confident that this strike would kill Lin on the spot. Just as the fist reached Lin's face only 1 centimeter away, Lin shifted his body to the side and instantly dodged the blow. At the same time, he used his psychic power to control a flying sword, which stabbed into the man from behind. The flying sword was incredibly fast and utterly unpredictable, piercing the man's body without a moment's hesitation. A sneak attack from behind. The gold stage fighter was taken by surprise and tried to retreat, but just then, Lin unleashed a punch that slammed into his face. Boom! However, he quickly raised his fist to counter Lin's blow, and both men were sent flying backward together. Unfortunately, the flying sword had already pinned him to the ground. He could only cling to life, teetering on the brink of death.
Seeing this, the other bodyguard looked utterly incredulous and, trembling, muttered in Lin's direction, "Psychic?"
But no sooner had he finished speaking than Lin had already lunged toward him, unleashing a frenzied burst of power at its peak. The remaining bodyguard raised his hand to block the attack.
Just then, his vulnerability was exposed.
A small knife, appearing out of nowhere, whizzed through the air and pierced his heart.
Swoosh!
Two figures collapsed to the ground, their pupils filled with sheer terror. They never expected Lin to be a psychic. And to die from the same move they'd been far too careless.
Ding, defeated a gold stage enemy. Upgrade points plus 20,000. Ding, defeated a gold stage enemy.
Upgrade points plus 16,000. The first one was stronger, so he earned more points. The last one, who was killed in a panic, seemed to have just broken through to the gold stage. Of course, Lin couldn't be bothered with any of that. He searched them and found that these two guys didn't have a single valuable item on them.
Penny pinchers.
My combat suit is ruined, damn it. Lin looked at his combat suit and sighed with regret, but when he remembered he'd borrowed it from Li Wu just a moment ago, he didn't care anymore.
It's a work-related injury. They won't ask him for money, right?
By the time he returned to the blue-silver python, Li Wu and his two companions had already subdued Zhou Jinyang.
Lin, what should we do with this kid? Abo, holding Zhou Jinyang in his grip, asked.
Seeing himself subdued by a group of silver stage,
Zhou Jinyang snapped, "Do you guys want to die? Just wait until my bodyguards get back, you'll all die. Let me go right now. I'm from the Zhou family of Magic City. Do you want your families destroyed?" He kept threatening Lin and the others, seemingly unafraid of them.
Lin replied calmly, "Hasn't anyone told you that I've already killed your bodyguard?"
"What? That's impossible."
"You're lying," Zhou Jinyang retorted, refusing to believe it. "You bunch of silver stage punks, how could you possibly kill my bodyguard?
Stop trying to scare me.
Let this young master go, or I'll make you pay."
"You worthless scum, how dare a mere bronze-ranked punk like you talk back to us?"
Hearing Zhou Jinyang still spouting nonsense, Li Wu kicked him squarely in the stomach. Instantly, Zhou Jinyang collapsed to his knees in agony. Bitter tears streamed down his face.
"You dare hit me?" Zhou Jinyang's eyes blazed with fury.
At that moment, Lin couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed Zhou Jinyang by the head, slamming it against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. After several consecutive blows, Zhou Jinyang's head split open, and he collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. He's got something valuable on him.
Take it and let us go.
Also, grab the blue-silver giant python's beast core and snakeskin.
Lin gave the order. Once everything was settled, he glanced at Zhou Jinyang and brought his sword down. Swoosh! Zhou Jinyang was as dead as could be. "Lin, won't killing him bring us trouble?" Abo asked worriedly.
"Anyone who can afford to hire a gold stage bodyguard isn't usually an ordinary person. This kid is probably the young master of some prominent family in Magic City at the Grandmaster stage."
"Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Let us head back." Lin wasn't the least bit afraid.
Zhou Jinyang had nearly murdered them if he let him go free. That wouldn't be like Lin at all. In warrior competition, you can't show mercy, otherwise, you'll pay with your life. As they left, Lin deliberately projected his psychic power outward to confirm no one was around before leaving with peace of mind. If anyone had witnessed everything that happened today, then he would have to uproot the problem completely and wipe them out. This wasn't cruelty, it was for the sake of the team's safety.
Chapter 20, Secret Crush on a Goddess, Master Bargaina.
People's hearts are unpredictable. If someone were to snitch, Lin and his team would invite unnecessary trouble.
It could even lead to a catastrophic disaster. I'm pretty fast. I'll carry old Wang back for treatment first.
As for the blue-silver giant python's beast core and snakeskin, Wu-gu, you guys have channels to sell them, just contact me once we get back.
Okay.
Old Wang's injuries were severe, they had to get him back for treatment quickly, and Lin was the fastest among them. They had no choice but to leave it to Lin.
One day later, Gaoliang City. Lin successfully delivered old Wang to Warrior Hospital, where his condition had stabilized for the time being, and he was no longer in critical condition. The patient is stable, but it will take at least 2 more days for him to wake up. Go pay the admission fee first, then head back and wait for updates. The attending physician walked up to him and said this. Lin thought for a moment, then paid the hospital fees and left the hospital. Warrior Hospital specializes in treating warriors and has highly advanced medical facilities. Lin was confident old Wang would be fine. Back home, Lin took a shower and lay down on his bed for a nap to relieve his fatigue. By evening, his parents and Xiaoyu had all returned. Seeing that Lin was safe and sound, his parents breathed a sigh of relief. Their son had been away for nearly 10 days and on a warrior mission, no less. How dangerous! Thankfully, Lin was okay, otherwise, they wouldn't have had the heart to eat. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal together, and it was only then that Lin realized it was June 18th. There were only 2 days left until the high school entrance exams. He turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "The exams are coming up soon. Are you confident?" Xiaoyu, munching on a chicken drumstick, replied proudly, "Of course I am. I'm number 1 in the whole grade. Getting into a top-tier high school is a piece of cake for me. Besides, I've already become an advanced warrior trainee." That fast? Hearing this, Lin was taken aback. He set down his chopsticks and studied Xiaoyu closely. To his surprise, he discovered that his little sister's warrior aura was actually quite strong. It rivaled that of Chen, the martial arts prodigy at their Gaoliang No. 1 high school. This wasn't normal. An aura like this was extremely unusual. Puzzled, he asked, "Have you tested your strength yet?" "Yeah, I tested it during the martial arts portion of the high school entrance exam. Even the principal praised me," the little girl said with a proud look in her eyes. She was beaming with pride. Lin was quite surprised that Xiaoyu had achieved the title of advanced trainee. This little girl seemed to have a real talent for martial arts. "Keep it up. Try to break through to warrior before you graduate from college, so you can see the taillights of your big brother's car." It won't take me that long. Just you wait, big bro, I'll catch up to you." "Ha, you're bragging again." All right, stop arguing. It's not right for a big brother to pick on his little sister like that." Lin's parents stepped in to stop the two of them. These two bone-crushing dragons really never gave anyone a moment's peace. The next day, while Lin was still fast asleep, he received a call from Li Wu. "Brother Wu, are you guys back?" "Yeah, we got here last night. By the way, we sold the blue-silver giant python's beast core, snakeskin, and gallbladder. It brought in a total of 150.08 million. "How much did you say?" 150 million? Hearing that figure, Lin bolted upright in bed, instantly wide awake. "That's right, you heard correctly. Bring the Mengjang elephant and the golden ape items over to our martial arts school's store to sell. We'll tally up the proceeds and split the money later." Li Wu said from the other end of the line. They had already arrived in the lobby of the Super Guild store. "Got it, see you in a bit." Lin quickly got dressed and washed up, then headed to the Super Guild store in the city center. This was a store operated by Super Guild, exclusively serving its members. It was Lin's first time there. He stepped onto the spotlessly clean floor, walked up to the front desk, and asked, "Hello, which private room is Li Wu in?" "Please wait a moment." The young woman at the front desk looked up and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, aren't you Lin?" Your Lin paused for a moment, then a name flashed through his mind. "Are you Ling?" You still remember me. That's great." The girl named Ling parted her pearly white teeth and gave a sweet smile. Lin remembered that Ling, standing before him now, radiant and pure as snow, had once been the school beauty at Gaoliang No. 1 high school. She'd been his deskmate and often asked him for help with her studies. She'd always been kind to Lin and, unlike others, never ostracized him because of his family's financial situation. In fact, Lin had once had a secret crush on Ling, but because he felt he wasn't good enough for her, he never let her know.
After her sophomore year of high school, Ling left Gaoliang No. 1 High School, and there was no word from her regarding the college entrance exams. To his surprise, Lin ran into Ling right here. The two hit it off immediately and chatted away with great enthusiasm. Through their conversation, Lin learned that Ling had also taken the martial arts college entrance exam and had been admitted to a prestigious college at Magic City Martial Arts University. She was here because her family had arranged for her to intern at Super Guild to gain some real-world experience.
Oh my, I almost forgot to get these documents signed by the manager.
Let us chat some more when I have time, Ling said as she picked up a stack of papers.
By the way, Li Wu is in the sales office on the 20th floor. You should go check on him.
Okay, sure. We'll talk next time, Lin nodded with a smile, then suddenly added, Ling, you.
What's up? Ling is gentle, wide eyes fixed on Lin.
Her white t-shirt paired with a pleated skirt made her look innocent and charming. Lin hesitated. Nothing, never mind.
Silly, my phone number's right here at the front desk. You're such a goofball. Give me a call when you have time. Bye.
Little did he know that Ling had seen right through him.
After giving him a gentle nudge, she took the elevator away from the front desk.
Lin's face flushed, and a flicker of joy crossed his mind. He never expected to run into the girl he'd been secretly crushing on right here.
What a strange day this had turned out to be.
After saving her number, he made his way to the 20th floor.
Brother Wu, Brother Bo, Sister Mu. As soon as Lin walked in, he saw Li Wu and the other two sitting on the sofa, along with Manager Lu, dressed in a suit, who stepped forward to greet him. Please have a seat.
Enough small talk.
Lin, bring out the items so we can appraise them. Nodding, Lin took everything out of his backpack. What kind of monsters are you guys, anyway? Not only do you have a blue-silver giant python, but you've also slain a Mengjang elephant? I never would have guessed.
Manager Lu was quite surprised when he saw the items in the backpack. After a final inspection, he quoted his prices: the Mengjang elephant S beast core 90,000 per piece, a set of tusks, 70,000; the young Mengjang elephant S beast core, 50,000, and its tusks, also 50,000. The market price for a Vajra ape S beast core is 39,000. I'll give you 40,000. As for the rest, the total comes to 12,870,000.
Manager Lu, this isn't our first deal.
In the past, we've rounded off amounts in the millions without issue, but this time you've got to offer a bit more.
Otherwise, I won't be coming back to you next time.
At that moment, Li Wu walked over with a cup of coffee and spoke up. Manager Lu pushed his glasses up his nose and pondered for a moment. All right, then.
How about 12.9 million? Are you kidding me? Rounding it off, how can you possibly offer less than 15 million? Come on, who haggles like that? An extra 2 million, what kind of deal is that? Look, we've ruined several sets of combat gear getting this stuff, and my brother is still in the hospital, unconscious.
Li Wu started playing the victim, and Lin was completely dumbfounded.
Man, Brother Wu really knows how to haggle, asking for an extra 2 million right off the bat? That's incredible.
In the end, Manager Lu couldn't take it anymore and closed the deal at 10.5 million.
Chapter 21, Shop Till You Drop. Guys, if you ever have anything to sell in the future, you've got to come to me. I'll give you the best deal possible. Mr. Lin, here's my business card. I look forward to working with you. Manager Lu was fawning all over him.
Even though he just overpaid the Peanut Squad by over 2 million, every client was a source of income to him. Besides, the fact that they managed to obtain a platinum stage demon beast like the blue-silver giant python spoke volumes about just how powerful they were. There would undoubtedly be a massive influx of items to sell in the future. As a middleman, earning 30 or 40 million a year wouldn't be difficult at all. Besides, he hadn't lost everything in that transaction. All things considered, he made at least $1 million in profit. For a super genius like Lin, it was a great stroke of luck to have made his acquaintance.
You're welcome.
Lin nodded slightly, and then the Peanut Squad left the sales room. In a private room at a restaurant, the Peanut Squad took their seats and began eating hot pot. Lin, The total value of the blue-silver giant python is 150 million. Your 70% share comes to 100.05 million.
As Li Wu spoke, he began transferring the funds to Lin. No one objected.
After all, Lin had taken down 2 gold stage powerhouses without him. The Peanut Squad would very likely have been wiped out. So, getting 100.05 million was only fair. The 3 of us will split 10 million each. Old Wang was unexpectedly injured, I just checked, and his ongoing medical bills will run into the millions. Plus, he won't be able to train normally for 6 months, so he'll have almost no income. Li Wu continued, so, let us give Old Wang the remaining 15 million from the sale of the blue-silver giant python.
What do you all think? No problem. I have no objections.
It's terrifying for a warrior to go half a year without income. He needs some financial support. Mu Qing and Abo had no objections either. Lin then distributed the 15 million from the sale of the diamond ape and the Mengjiang elephant among the group. In the end, Lin received 6 million, Li Wu, Mu Qing, and Abo each got 2 million, and Old Wang received 3 million.
Ha, this is the most I've ever earned on a single mission.
We made a total of 34 million more than the combined total of my previous 2 or 3 missions.
After receiving his share, Abo burst out laughing. It's all thanks to Lin.
Pulling off such a huge heist on your very first mission, Lin, you're seriously amazing. In addition to the public split, they had also personally slain demon beasts. Individual kills weren't included in the Team S share. So, it was quite normal for each person to earn 30 or 40 million. This kid's actually a psychic, but we'll keep that secret for you, Li Wu said with a half smile as he patted Lin on the shoulder. Otherwise, if your identity gets out, that kid's family in Magic City will take notice of you. Lin, you've got to be careful. The others nodded. Lin, being a psychic, had indeed taken them by surprise. A global rarity, a mysterious and highly sought-after profession. His identity absolutely couldn't be exposed. Lin nodded slightly. This was indeed something he needed to be mindful of. He was also thrilled this mission had netted him 110.5 million, a sum he never even imagined. Come on, let us raise a toast to our bountiful haul.
After we eat, we'll go check on Old Wang.
The Peanut Squad raised their glasses and drank together. Afterward, they went to the Warrior Hospital to visit Old Wang. To their surprise, Old Wang had miraculously regained consciousness and was still lucid. After chatting for a while, the members of the Peanut Squad went their separate ways. As Lin was leaving Old Wang's hospital room, he happened to run into Old Wang's elderly parents, who had just arrived. Lin deliberately slipped 3 million to Old Wang's parents. It should be enough to cover his ongoing medical expenses. They were brothers who'd been through life and death situations together. Since Lin had earned so much himself, he couldn't possibly neglect his brothers. Zilong Golden Spear, Grade A weapon, high burst damage, suitable for gold stage to platinum stage, can withstand 10 million burst damage.
Back home, Lin logged into the Warrior Mall to shop.
His silver spear had been destroyed in battle, so now he needed to buy a new spear as his weapon. Otherwise, his Divine Dragon Spear technique would have no use. The Zilong Golden Spear was an A-rank weapon, perfectly suited for Lin, and it was exactly what he had his eye on.
However, when he saw the price of the Zilong Golden Spear, he was completely taken aback. Price, 100 million. Holy crap, a full 100 million? That's way too expensive. Lin was speechless and completely taken aback. An A-rank weapon actually costs 100 million? After much deliberation, Lin bit the bullet and paid 100 million online.
He had no choice. It was nearly impossible to defeat those heavily armored demon beasts with ordinary weapons. Take the Mengjiang elephant, for example. It was only at the gold stage, yet it had already damaged his C-rank silver spear. Rather than using low-tier weapons, it was better to bite the bullet and buy the A-rank Zilong Golden Spear all at once, to avoid having to replace it frequently in the future. If it weren't for a lack of funds, Lin would have even considered purchasing an S-rank weapon. However, since S-rank weapons could only be purchased by warriors at the platinum rank or higher, Lin's level was far from sufficient, so he could only look on in envy. Moreover, S-tier weapons all cost over 20 billion. Even if he sold everything he owned, he still couldn't afford one. After buying the Zilong Golden Spear, Lin realized that since he had become a psychic, he absolutely needed a set of psychic weapons. He searched online and learned that psychic weapons are generally short swords and daggers, light, agile, compact, and easy to control.
Ha! Shadow flying blades?
As Lin browsed the store, his eyes immediately landed on a set of weapons that piqued his interest.
Shadow flying blades, an A-class weapon set, crafted entirely from energy scrap.
It's hard and sharp. The set consists of 7 short blades, each weighing about 1000 Gene.
As a psychic, using these as my assassination weapons would be perfect, but the price is a whopping 300 million? Damn!
Lin was getting excited and ready to buy them, but the shadow flying blades were actually even more expensive than Zilong's golden spear.
This is just too damn unreal. I'll ask Brother Wu if he has any ideas. Lin thought of Li Wu and called him to ask. You're buying an A-rank weapon? Are you out of your mind?
Let me make this clear, I don't have any money, so don't ask me to lend you any.
Bro Wu, you've got the wrong idea. I just wanted to ask where I could get money fast.
Lin certainly wasn't going to ask Li Wu for a loan. As a silver stage warrior, Li Wu only made 1 or 200 million a year. He was practically broke, so there was no way he'd have money to lend. Just pay in installments, Li Wu said on the other end of the line.
Lin was stunned when he heard this. I can pay in installments?
Of course.
Go ahead and buy it. And don't forget to get yourself a combat suit too. Got it, thanks a lot, Brother Wu.
After hanging up, Lin checked with customer service and confirmed that, sure enough, items from the Warrior Mall could all be purchased in installments. A down payment of 10 million, 24 installments of 10 million each, paid off over 2 years.
Sounds good, I'll take it. Lin went ahead and bought it.
With about $1 million left, he bought a C-class combat suit.
Chapter 22, Shadow Flying Blade Xiaoyu is pretty strong, too.
Although C-class combat suits are inexpensive, they can still withstand attacks from other gold stage players. Wearing one is just for peace of mind. Soon, in just a few hours, Lin's package arrived. The Zilong Golden Spear and the Shadow Flying Blade.
The Zilong Golden Spear was entirely golden, radiating a shimmering golden glow.
It wasn't heavy, and Lin found it very comfortable to handle. He headed straight to the martial arts hall and booked a private training room for intensive practice. Gripping the Zilong Golden Spear, Lin unleashed the Divine Dragon Spear technique, slamming it into the strength tester with a loud thud. The screen displayed 70,120. Over 70,000 in combat power. Keep in mind that the top combat power for a 5-star silver-ranked fighter is around 55,000. A combat power of 70,000 is already incredibly close to the gold stage. As far as he knew, reaching a combat power of over 100,000 would qualify one for the gold stage. I have to boost my combat power as quickly as possible and break through to the gold stage. Lin began training frantically, practicing the Divine Dragon Spear technique over and over again, almost without sleep or rest. In addition to training in the Divine Dragon Spear technique, he also focused on the Shadow Flying Blade. The Shadow Flying Blade was entirely black. Though it was a tiny blade, it actually weighed 1000 Gene. Of course, 1000 Gene was a piece of cake for Lin, nothing to write home about. But when he had to control it using psychic power, it felt incredibly heavy. At first, Lin struggled to control even a single flying blade. He barely managed to hold it for less than 10 seconds before his head felt heavy and he failed.
My psychic power isn't enough. He called Su to ask for some medication to boost his psychic power. I'll have someone send you some vitality pills. See if they work.
Also, this month's salary has already been deposited into your account. Please check it.
Okay, thanks a lot, Su.
Lin not only received the vitality pills but also 3 million in salary. 3 million for 1 month. This was the talent stipend the Super Guild provided to Lin. It was clear that the Super Guild was willing to invest heavily in training warriors. Reportedly, the Super Guild had tens of thousands of members, with over 5,000 new recruits joining each year.
Even a 1 million stipend per recruit would be a massive expense.
After taking the vitality pill, Lin indeed felt much more energetic, and his concentration gradually improved. On the first day, Lin controlled a single flying blade, maneuvering it with ease.
By the second day, Lin was already able to control 3 flying blades simultaneously.
Although it was a bit of a struggle, it was still pretty impressive. And so, Lin immersed himself in his training. He discovered that the potency of psychic power depended not only on his cultivation level but also on his concentration. Even the slightest lapse in focus would lead to failure. Once he got the hang of it, Lin became increasingly adept. By the 4th day, he was finally able to fully control 7 shadow flying blades.
Each one was exceptionally sharp.
Their explosive power was also immense, equivalent to a bullet from a blazing fire assault rifle.
Whenever Lin wanted, he could pierce right through a wall. Don't forget the Super Guild-esque skyscraper wasn't an ordinary building.
Its walls were forged from fused alloys, incredibly hard and capable of withstanding gold stage attacks. Lin unleashed all 7 flying blades at once.
As he channeled his psychic power, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang. Clang. All the flying blades pierced the wall, embedding themselves half an inch deep. Truly formidable.
My psychic power is still too low right now, but if I can control the shadow flying blades, I can already unleash silver stage level power.
I'll use these for assassinations,
Lin said with a smile, then tested his strength once more by punching the testing device.
Thud. With my bare hands, it's 69,000.
But with Zilong's golden spear, I can hit over 70,000, and it boosts my attack power by 25%. That 100 million was well spent. The improvement is massive. He had grown even more attached to Zilong's golden spear. It was truly a weapon tailor-made for him. On the 5th day, having mastered his training, Lin stepped out of the training room.
Time to go home.
Back home, Lin's parents were no longer surprised by his sudden disappearances for a few days at a time. At the dinner table, the whole family sat down to eat together.
Dong said, "Lin, next time you're gone from home for more than 3 days, you'd better let your mom know. Don't keep her worrying all the time. You're a grown man now, how come you're getting more and more irresponsible? You're talking nonsense. It's clearly you who's nagging all day long, worrying about this and that."
Yun retorted, "Lin is a warrior now, it's perfectly normal for him to be busy."
"I know, Mom and Dad. Actually, you don't need to worry about me, I'm a warrior, and I'm invincible."
Lin served food onto their plates, looking contrite. "Also, I made some money this month and already transferred 1 million to your account.
Buy whatever you want to eat, don't hold back.
It doesn't matter how much money you have, we just hope you stay safe and sound." Yun pleaded earnestly, and Lin kept nodding. A mother worries even when her son is 1,000 miles away. Even though Lin had become a warrior, there was no way he could put his parents' minds at ease. On the contrary, Mom and Dad were even more worried now. After all, he was facing ferocious demon beasts and other warriors.
"By the way, Xiaoyu, how did you do on your high school entrance exams?"
Only then did Lin remember that Xiaoyu, who had been sitting quietly all along, had already taken her high school entrance exams. He'd been so focused on training these past few days that it had completely slipped his mind. Xiaoyu chuckled, "I'm done with the exams, but there's no need to wait for the results."
"Why?"
"Being as sharp as I am, I've naturally been accepted into Gaoliang High School. Plus, the principal and the martial arts club president promised to let me join the school's martial arts club as a senior member."
Xiaoyu munched on a fried chicken drumstick, boasting about her results.
Hearing this, Lin quickly scanned Xiaoyu with his gaze and was startled to discover that her aura had grown even stronger.
"After we finish eating, I'll take you to get tested."
After finishing their meal, Lin took Xiaoyu to the Super Guild.
Bam!
The little girl threw a punch with real flair, landing it on the strength tester, which displayed the number 888.
That high? Seeing the number, Lin was stunned. A strength of 1,000 meant she was an entry-level warrior.
Even though Xiaoyu hadn't studied martial arts yet, she managed to punch out a strength of 3/8 equivalent to an advanced apprentice. She was even stronger than the freshman at the martial arts university.
She's definitely good enough for the martial arts university. Are you hiding something from me? Lin grabbed Xiaoyu by the head and asked. The little girl shook her head, no. People say I'm exceptionally talented. Besides, you're so amazing, Big Brother isn't it only natural that I'd inherit your talent? Lin didn't press the issue.
He had his own system, surely his little sister was allowed to have a golden finger too.
She must have some secret she's not telling him. Alright, let us head back. Studies come first, don't focus too much on martial arts and neglect your academics, got it? Lin kept reminding her along the way, we have to believe in science.
Xiaoyu wasn't paying attention to her big brother's nagging. Instead, she used telepathy to ask her pendant, what cultivation level is my brother at now?
Silver 5-star. Whoa, that's so strong?
Xiaoyu gasped.
Then when will I be able to surpass my brother?
Inside the pendant, a white, elf-like creature was also observing Lin.
But it still couldn't figure him out, impossible.
I've traveled across the vast cosmos and seen all manner of strange phenomena, yet I can't detect anything extraordinary about him.
Something's off.
The growth rate of the human race, this shouldn't be possible. It couldn't figure it out and shook its head in confusion.
Back home, Lin had barely sat down when he received a call from Sue.
Lin, there's a Warrior Alliance Rookie Challenge the day after tomorrow.
Are you going to participate? Chapter 23, The Rookie Challenge. The Warrior Alliance Rookie Challenge? What on earth is that? Lin asked curiously.
If nothing else came up, he was just about to head out to slay some demon beasts. After all, he was now a second-generation loser, deeply in debt with a debt of 300 million and monthly repayments of tens of millions.
If he didn't go out and make some money, how could he ever pay it off?
Seeing that Lin didn't seem very interested, Sue explained with a smile, the Rookie Challenge is a tournament held across all of Huaxia where new members from major martial arts schools gather to compete in wilderness challenges.
It's held once a year.
Besides the new recruits from our super guild, newcomers from other martial arts schools including Thunder Martial Arts School all participate. Plus, this year's prize pool is a whopping 500 million.
The first place winner gets 80% of the prize money, plus a B rank set as a bonus. 500 million?
Lin, who had been distracted moments before, perked up the instant he heard about the 500 million reward.
He immediately said, I'm in. I absolutely have to participate.
500 million if the champion takes 80% of the prize money, that is still 400 million to pocket.
As for the Class B set, Lin didn't really care either way. He figured that if he could take first place, he'd be able to pay off all his debts in one go.
Hunting demon beasts out in the wild, he'd probably only make about 100 million in a week, and even then, only if he happened to come across a big one. But how many blue-silver giant pythons were there out there? He couldn't possibly be that lucky every time, slaying one on every hunt. Oh, if you're sure you want to participate, I'll sign you up. A private jet will pick you up the day after tomorrow, just wait for further notice.
Sue said casually.
After hanging up, Lin tried calling Ling's number.
Hello, who is this?
Hi, it's Lin here, Lin said, mustering his courage.
The weather's pretty nice today. Are you at work?
Want to ask me out? A sweet voice came from the other end of the line.
I happen to be on vacation these next couple of days. Let us meet at the cafe near the Warrior Store building.
Ling's initiative made Lin feel like he had a real shot at this. He was instantly overjoyed, quickly got himself ready, and headed out. At the cafe, Ling was wearing a casual rabbit t-shirt and white canvas sneakers, her hair tied back in a ponytail. She looked clean, neat, and full of youthful energy.
It was as if she possessed an indescribable air of elegance.
When Lin saw Ling, his heart fluttered, but thankfully, he managed to keep his composure. The two sat down and had plenty to talk about, laughing and chatting away.
Lin wondered to herself, is this what falling in love feels like?
But it didn't quite seem like it. By the way, I heard you joined the Super Guild, it's pretty famous, Ling asked with a smile.
Lin replied, it's okay, they're just exaggerating. But I'm going to compete in the Martial Arts Academy's Newcomer Challenge in a couple of days.
Really?
Upon hearing Lin's words, Ling's eyes widened instantly.
The Huaxia Newcomer Challenge was an event that drew nationwide attention as far as she knew, only promising newcomers from martial arts schools were eligible to participate. She never would have imagined that her once unremarkable deskmate would actually have a chance to compete in the newcomer challenge this year. It was no wonder Ling was surprised.
When does your semester start?
Lin nodded, and Ling picked up her straw to sip her lemon tea. At the end of this month.
That sounds great. How about we go see a movie this afternoon?
Sure. Lin had successfully taken their relationship to the next level. The goddess from his school days, he had finally stepped into her world. On the third day, Lin briefly mentioned his participation in the newcomer challenge to his family, then headed out to wait at Super Guild.
Many students at the martial arts academy couldn't help but look at Lin with envy and admiration.
The veteran students, in particular, felt a pang of jealousy. After all, Lin had been at the academy for less than a month, yet he now earned the chance to compete in the newcomer challenge and spar with Warrior, the genius from Huaxia. It was enough to make anyone's heart race with envy.
What's more, he was the only student in Gaoliang City to receive such an honor.
Whoosh! Just then, a piercing sound rang out from the sky as a microlight approached.
You must be Lin. Hop on.
The aircraft's door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing Super Guild attire beckoned to Lin. Lin stepped aboard. Microlights were so convenient, allowing for instant boarding and disembarking.
Whoosh! Another whoosh, and the aircraft had already left the boundaries of Gaoliang City.
As far as Lin knew, this aircraft was made of an alloy capable of withstanding attacks from most flying demon beasts, and could reach a top speed of 6,000 ms. He was on board for less than 10 minutes before arriving in Yanjing. Yanjing, the capital of Huaxia, was teeming with powerful warriors and countless prominent clans. It was more than 100 times more prosperous than Gaoliang City.
Yanjing Warrior Base.
All right, you are all representatives of the Super Guild.
The Super Guild absolutely cannot lose to trainees from other martial arts schools. Go out there and bring honor to the school. Anyone who makes it into the top 10 will receive an extra reward from the school.
Lin was led into the crowd, where over 100 new recruits from the Super Guild were already gathered, waiting for the challenge to begin. After a moment, the walls on both sides of the base slowly rose, revealing formations appearing one by one to their left and right. Lin immediately understood. The formation he was in consisted of Super Guild members, while the other formations were filled with students from other martial arts schools. Without exception, they were all newcomers.
At a glance, there appeared to be well over 1,000 of them. Just as he was reeling from the shock, a public address announcement sounded from above the base.
It mainly outlined the competition rules. The only rule was that participants were not allowed to team up. There were no other restrictions. As for the competition itself, the contestant who collected the most beast cores within 72 hours would be declared the winner. Everyone, please take note, the beasts on Death Island are generally bronze tier, though there are a small number of silver and gold tier beasts as well. Just pay attention to the alerts on your wristwatches. Also, the casualty rate in previous competitions has been around 18%.
Good luck to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback.
Such a high casualty rate, that's pretty intense. Losing your life just to participate in this competition would be a total waste. However, no one withdrew at the last minute. After all, warriors are forged through trials. How can you grow if you're always afraid to take risks? One supersonic warship after another took off, transporting Lin and the others to the skies above an island, where they were dropped one by one.
Lin was among the wave of landings. Death Island was incredibly vast, and he landed near its edge. This island is at least 500 kilometers wide.
Walking at a normal pace, you could cross it in half a day, but with so many demon beasts around, we can't be reckless. He surveyed his surroundings and quickly made his way into the forest, where he soon encountered a bronze stage demon beast. Lin shattered it with a bare-handed punch.
Ding! Defeated a bronze stage demon beast. Upgrade points plus 80.
Only 80 points. Lin didn't really feel like killing it, but he still collected the beast core. The competition's rule was that the participant with the most beast cores would win. One silver stage beast core was equivalent to 100 bronze stage beast cores.
One gold stage beast core, in turn, was equivalent to 50 silver stage beast cores or 5,000 bronze stage beast cores. Since Lin hadn't encountered any gold stage beasts yet, he could only use bronze stage beasts to warm up. In less than an hour, he had collected over 100 bronze stage beast cores. His harvesting speed was astonishing. Chapter 24, Shining Brightly. Huaxia, Magic City.
As the nation's second largest city, Magic City has produced countless powerful warriors and masters since the global cataclysm over 100 years ago. Today, Magic City is incredibly prosperous, with warrior levels rivaling those of Yanjing. At this moment, in the Dongpu area, a mansion known as the Zhou family compound stands apart from the world, serving as a striking landmark of Magic City.
As is well known, the Zhou family is one of the most prominent clans in Magic City.
Over 70 years ago, the patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou Huaishan, was the first to attain the Grandmaster stage. By slaying a beast and proving his path, he became one of the top 5 powerhouses in Magic City. He then gradually expanded the family's influence, cultivating numerous warriors.
After decades of development, the Zhou family's foundations have become deep and extensive. It would not be an exaggeration to say they rule over Dongpu.
However, today, the Zhou family is in turmoil.
Damn it! Who is so despicable as to kill my grandson?
Zhou Huaishan, the patriarch of the Zhou family, sat in the seat of honor and slammed his fist on the table in rage.
The entire Zhou clan and their bodyguards dared not even breathe a sigh.
Zhou Huaishan was furious. Although his grandson's natural talent was mediocre, not comparable to his sisters who were the pride of the Zhou family at Shanghai University of Martial Arts, he was the Zhou family's only male grandson. He had always doted on Zhou Jinyang, doing everything in his power to protect him from even the slightest harm. But just 2 days ago, news arrived that his beloved grandson had died suddenly. He immediately rushed back from his travels and was beside himself with rage upon hearing the news. Now, 2 days later, Zhou Huaishan ordered that the killer be found. No matter the cost, the murderer of my grandson must be brought to justice. That person must be found to be buried with my grandson.
Father, rest assured.
I will not let Jin Yang die in vain, said Zhou Tetian, the head of the Zhou family, his face filled with grief. His son's death must not be in vain.
News of the Zhou family's eldest son's murder quickly spread throughout Magic City.
No one could fathom who would be bold enough to lay a hand on the heir of a Grandmaster stage family. This time, the situation had escalated dramatically.
The name Grandmaster stage must not be dishonored.
Normally, when others encountered a Grandmaster stage, they showed the utmost respect, even more than they would for their own family. But now that someone has killed Zhou Jinyang, the murderer had better brace himself for the wrath of the Grandmaster stage. Meanwhile, high above Death Island, a massive warship circled overhead, casting a shadow that blocked out the sun. This warship had been specially prepared for the contestants participating in the Newcomer Challenge. Its purpose was to prevent warriors from other nations from disrupting the competition or assassinating their talented contestants. After all, these contestants represent the future of Huaxia. Once they come into their own, they will be the ones to safeguard the nation's security. At that moment, inside the warship, 2 men in their 30s were reviewing live footage, ensuring the contestants' safety. I heard Thunder Martial Arts Academy is on a roll this year. They've recruited several new prodigies, including a local top scorer from the Yanjing Martial Arts College entrance exam. I think that's the kid. His name is Yuan Jinghong, if I recall correctly. The camera then zoomed in on a young man standing just over 1.8 meters tall, with a somewhat handsome appearance. Yuan Jinghong, this year's top scorer on the Martial Arts College entrance exam in Yanjing, had been pre-selected by major martial arts schools even before the exam. After his scores were released, the principals of those schools personally went to invite him. In the end, for reasons unknown, he joined the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. In the footage, Yuan Jinghong's skills were impressive. He slew a bronze-tier demon beast with a single slash of his blade.
Just then, a warrior walked into the frame.
Caught completely off guard, he was knocked to the ground by Yuan Jinghong, who snatched the beast core from his body. The two watched the scene unfold clearly. His methods were a bit ruthless, but he didn't break any rules. One of them nodded to himself, approving of Yuan Jinghong's actions. Besides, Yuan Jinghong comes from a prominent family in Yanjing. Having that aristocratic temperament isn't a bad thing, he is much more mature than the others. The only rule of the newcomer challenge was that participants couldn't team up, but didn't say they couldn't seize each other as possessions. For them, this was a trial by fire, and it would become the norm for warriors in the future, a reality they would all eventually have to face.
Not all warriors are trustworthy.
So far, he has accumulated around 50 beast cores, and he should be able to handle other silver stage beasts.
It looks like he is this year's top contender for the championship.
The two supervisors were in complete agreement, both unconsciously acknowledging Yuan Jinghong's prowess. Suddenly, just then, as the two were scanning the other feeds, they were suddenly drawn to a particular scene.
In the footage, a giant needle-spined scorpion was attacking a teenager.
That kid's in big trouble.
The giant needle-spined scorpion is a silver stage demon beast. Once stung by its venom, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to survive.
According to the rules, we can't interfere with the competition.
We can only go in to rescue him if he presses the withdraw button.
The two didn't rush to help right away, leaving the contestants to handle the situation on their own.
The person on screen was none other than Lin.
At that moment, Lin had reached the 100 Li mark on Death Island and had finally encountered a silver stage demon beast. The giant stinger scorpion's tail was as slender as a silver needle, gleaming with a sharp edge. He knew all too well the consequences of being stung.
Sizzle! The giant stinger scorpion stood as tall as a person.
Upon spotting a human, it lunged forward with the ferocity of a rabid dog, its speed astonishing.
Lin smiled faintly. Just in time.
He drew the Zilong golden spear from his back, swept it through the air, and struck the scorpion squarely in the head.
Boom!
The giant needle-spined scorpion was killed with a single blow to the head. One spear thrust was all it took.
This competition is way too boring. There are so few demon beasts in the silver stage.
Next, it was time for Lin to carefully extract the beast core. The giant needle-spined scorpion's venom was ferocious, even a single touch would corrode his hands, so he had to proceed with caution. Little did he know, 2 inspectors had witnessed the entire scene.
Who is that? Was that a Class B weapon he just used? Holy crap, I hope I didn't see that wrong.
The two quickly replayed the footage, watched it once, and immediately widened their eyes. He looks even more powerful than Yuan Jinghong.
Holy crap, I think his name is Lin. During the last warrior assessment, he went viral on the official website.
All the martial arts universities and schools were scrambling to recruit him. It seems like he is the main character.
One of them recognized Lin. My god, no way. Is he really that extraordinary?
Judging by his strength, he has probably reached the silver stage. A silver stage rookie, what a genius. The last time someone this extraordinary appeared in this tournament was 40 years ago, when that person was none other than Li, the current governor of Jiangnan province, who is now at the Grandmaster stage.
That's an understatement. Did you notice his spear technique just now? It was effortless and masterful. That spear technique alone is already terrifying. What kind of genius is Yuan Jinghong compared to this guy?
This guy is the real genius. The two looked utterly astonished and quickly trained their cameras on Lin. They didn't want to miss a single moment of this genius's performance.
On Death Island, Lin had slain hundreds of demon beasts.
Bronze-tier demon beasts were a nuisance to everyone else. But Lin took them down one by one with a single punch. Only when his luck was off the charts would he encounter a silver-tier demon beast.
Ding! Silver-ranked demon beast slain. Upgrade points plus 380. At that moment, Lin glanced at his morning's haul.
367 bronze beast cores, 4 silver beast cores, and not a single gold beast core.
He felt a bit disappointed. Is someone coming? Projecting his psychic power outward, Lin sensed someone approaching him from a short distance away. Chapter 25, Clash of Geniuses, a complete domination.
Lin waited where he was, and sure enough, before long, a teenager about his own age emerged. Yuan Jinghong and Lin have run into each other.
I wonder what kind of sparks will fly between them. What a coincidence, haha. This is going to be a good show. Fatso, Who do you think will win?
The fat inspector pulled out a 50 Mao coin. I'll bet a cup of milk tea that Lin will win, no doubt about it. Lin is impressive, but Yuan Jinghong comes from a prestigious lineage and has plenty of combat experience. He should be able to go toe-to-toe with Lin.
Let us see.
The two disagreed, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. On Death Island, the one who had trespassed into Lin's territory was none other than Yuan Jinghong. Wielding a long sword like a aloof swordsman, Yuan Jinghong spotted someone resting ahead and called out, "Hand over the beast core, and I'll spare your life."
His tone was icy, seemingly gentle, yet exuding an intimidating aura.
Any ordinary player would have known better and handed over the item to save their own skin. But when Lin saw the intruder actually daring to threaten him, he smiled and asked, "So it seems you've committed countless crimes and are used to stealing things, huh?
You dare to steal from even me? Have you never died before? Ha!
Kid, are you looking to die?" Yuan Jinghong had never heard anyone talk back to him before, and he couldn't help but raise his gaze. He said sternly, "Just for that remark alone, I've decided to cripple you." In the newcomer challenge, even if he crippled someone, he wouldn't be held accountable. Yuan Jinghong knew the rules very well. It was survival of the fittest. All he cared about was winning the championship, no matter what it took.
Cripple me? Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning?
I suggest you eat back the fart you just let out. This was also the first time Lin had heard anyone dare to speak to him in such a tone. The last person who'd been so arrogant in front of him was already nearing his 7th day of mourning. Hearing this, Yuan Jinghong flew into a rage instantly.
With his 5-star bronze strength, he considered himself unrivaled in the rookie challenge, unbeatable.
But the guy standing before him had defied him time and time again. He deserved to die.
Get on your knees.
Yuan Jinghong's temper flared, and he drew his sword, slashing directly at Lin with blinding speed, fast enough to cut through the bronze stage itself. Seeing Yuan Jinghong's swordplay, Lin was slightly surprised. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. It turned out he actually had some half-baked skills after all. But in his eyes, it was no different from a child playing in the mud. Only when Yuan Jinghong's blade came crashing down did Lin leisurely raise his spear. With a light flick of the spear, he deflected Yuan Jinghong's strike with lightning speed, then stomped down on his knee. Yuan Jinghong was horrified. He hadn't expected Lin's speed to be this fast at all. And in terms of strength, Lin completely overwhelmed him.
He met his match.
Unfortunately, facing Lin, he had no chance to regret it. The spear pierced straight through his left knee, shattering the knee joint into a pile of bones on the ground.
Ah!
In an instant, Yuan Jinghong let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsed to the ground, clutching his knee, and rolled around in agony.
Looks like you're still pretty lively. I'll just cripple your other knee, then. Seeing Yuan Jinghong writhing like an earthworm, Lin thrust his spear through his right knee as well.
With that, both of his knees were effectively crippled. At that moment, terror surged through Yuan Jinghong's face as sweat streamed down his forehead. He looked at Lin and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. I'll give you all my beast cores." He was scared. Lin was even more ruthless than he was a true wolf. In the past, Yuan Jinghong had only encountered pushovers, and bullying them had been a thrill, but Lin was too fierce. He could kill him at any moment. His life was precious, so he didn't want to die. "You have to understand, you're giving this to me of your own free will. I didn't take anything from you by force, right?" Lin had no intention of killing him either.
He crouched down and looked at Yuan Jinghong with a smile, and Yuan Jinghong could only nod repeatedly. Right, it's all my own choice. Just so you know, you're a man I've defeated." Lin smiled, and Yuan Jinghong grew even more terrified. He quickly threw himself on the ground, begging for mercy. "I'm a defeated man. I'm the one you've defeated.
Please, spare me. Useless piece of trash. I thought you were quite the tough guy." Lin chuckled lightly as he took Yuan Jinghong's beast core. It had to be said that Yuan Jinghong's move had actually been quite useful. The guy's expandable bag contained over 100 bronze beast cores. Presumably, many of them had been looted. As for looting, Lin was certainly capable of it, but he disdained such unscrupulous acts.
A warrior does need to be ruthless, true, but that doesn't mean indiscriminately killing the innocent.
One must have one's own moral boundaries.
Holy crap, even Yuan Jinghong couldn't last a single move against him. I was wrong. Hee, I told you so.
Lin is the most prodigious contestant in this tournament.
Yuan Jinghong can't even hold his head up in front of Lin. While some rejoiced and others grieved, the two inspectors, one fat, one thin, had very different reactions.
Just then, the chubby one said, I looked up the best scores from past tournaments.
The Grandmaster Stage S record is 3,522 points. I wonder if Lin can break his record and make history. If he breaks the record, I'll eat my own shit right away. The skinny one refused to believe it yet again.
After all, the newcomer challenge record was set by Li Grandmaster Stage, and there had been plenty of geniuses like Lin in previous tournaments. But none of them had come anywhere close to breaking the record. He was convinced that Lin would be no exception.
Hee, let us bet another month's salary. If you lose, I get your salary for this month. Are you up for it? Fine. I don't believe he can do it. If he breaks the record, I'll bang my head against a wall right here and die. The skinny guy swore solemnly.
Back on Death Island, Lin, out of boredom, had already started using the Zilong Golden Spear to slaughter monsters indiscriminately. He moved as fast as the wind, and his rate of taking down monsters was incredibly swift.
Moreover, thanks to his psychic power scan, locating monsters was a breeze. He could take down one in just 20 seconds. Ding!
Defeated a bronze tier monster.
Upgrade points plus 150. Ding!
Defeated a bronze tier monster.
Plus 800 upgrade points. Ding!
By the end of the day, Lin had accumulated over 100,000 upgrade points. It must be said that while it's true the monsters on Death Island aren't particularly strong, it's also true that there are plenty of them. Perfect for Lin's training. The next day, Lin pushed into the center of the island and encountered more than 10 silver stage demon beasts. While others would go out of their way to avoid demon beasts at the silver stage or higher, Lin did the opposite. He chased after the silver stage demon beasts to kill them, stunning everyone.
Never mind.
The Zilong Golden Spear has been tempered enough and feels very comfortable to use. I'd better practice with my shadow flying blades instead. Lin summoned the shadow flying blades and discovered that hunting with them was even faster. A golden wolf, running hundreds of meters away, had its head sliced off in an instant by Lin's shadow flying blades. The head flew out like a soccer ball. The effect was spectacular.
Ha, not bad at all. The power of the shadow flying blades is far greater than I imagined.
Lin continued to hunt demon beasts to hone his skills. After a day of training, he finally grasped the true essence of the shadow flying blade.
In terms of spiritual energy, his control was spot on, perfectly measured and precise.
By the third day, Lin had slain over 200 demon beasts using only the shadow flying blade, all of them decapitated. This razor-sharp projectile, weighing 1,000 jin, had become his secret weapon.
Chapter 26, The Golden Monster, the Giant Shark Beast.
On the final day, Lin slaughtered demon beasts as easily as killing chickens, with his 7 shadow flying blades relentlessly reaping death throughout the jungle.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Awah, awah. Roar. Roar. Roar.
In the vast forest, the demon beasts had nowhere to flee. Nearly all of them perished under Lin's shadow flying blades.
Some of the weaker bronze-ranked demon beasts didn't know how they died.
If the shadow flying blades failed to kill them, Lin would unleash the Zilong Golden Spear to pursue them. With his speed, the beasts had no chance of escaping right under his nose. The shadow flying blades carried out mass slaughter, while the Zilong Golden Spear targeted heavily armored beasts. Together, they formed Lin's lethal combination, making him virtually unstoppable.
Today is the last day.
I wonder how many Lin has killed. A few days ago, his highest was around 500 demon beasts.
With less than 24 hours left, do you think he still has a chance to break the record set by Grandmaster Li?
The skinny inspector snorted derisively and leisurely opened the screen. By all logic, it was impossible for Lin to slay more than 1,000 demon beasts in a single day. However, the moment he opened the livestream, he suddenly froze.
Holy crap, that's psychic.
The moment he got a clear look at Lin's weapon, he was instantly stunned. Hearing this, the chubby inspector, who had just woken up, quickly craned his neck over. The two rubbed their eyes and scrutinized the scene. The footage from the 360-degree camera, with no blind spots, perfectly captured the moment Lin used his shadow-flying blades to instantly kill the demon beasts.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud. One by one, the demon beasts' heads flew into the air and then crashed to the ground.
As Lin slaughtered them, he collected their beast cores. It couldn't have been any easier.
It was as if killing them was as easy as drinking water. Oh my god, this kid is actually a psychic? What kind of freak is he?
The skinny inspector stared at the screen in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes.
Holy crap, I bet on the right guy.
Lin truly lives up to his but today, Lin's appearance has made everyone else pale in comparison. Even Yuan Jinghong has become a stepping stone for Lin. Both of them believe they are witnessing the rise of a future Grandmaster stage warrior.
Lin will definitely reach the Grandmaster stage. Not for any other reason, but simply because Lin is a psychic. Psychics are rare in the world. There are no more than 20 registered psychics globally.
You can imagine just how extraordinary Lin is. But he has reached the center of the island. There is a gold stage demon beast living down there. Back then, even Grandmaster Stage Li was helpless against that thing.
Will Lin challenge it?
Right, quickly deploy more flying camera drones to monitor Lin the whole time.
I want to see how he performs.
The two focused their attention on the screen. On Death Island, after a rampage of slaughter, Lin had reached the island's center. There, a small lake lay, its depths unfathomable, radiating a pitch-black, eerie aura.
Lin caught the scent of a demon beast.
He muttered to himself, "Before we set out, the organizers mentioned there was a golden demon beast at the center. It must be down there, right?"
Lin looked down at the lake's depths. This was his first time facing a demon beast underwater. "Come out!"
Lin roared, hoisted a massive boulder from the shore, and smashed it violently into the lake's depths.
Boom!
It caused a tremendous commotion, but nothing unusual happened in the lake.
Nothing?
Lin furrowed his brow, but just then, several young men wearing the uniforms of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy walked over. "Brother Wei, this is the kid who ambushed Yuan Jinghong and stole quite a few beast cores." The man called Brother Wei's expression darkened as he looked at Lin and said, "Kid, if you don't want to make enemies with our Thunder Martial Arts Academy, hand over the beast cores you're carrying.
And then, forfeit the match."
This group was made up of disciples from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing that Yuan Jinghong had been ambushed, they immediately set out in pursuit of the culprit. Unexpectedly, they found Lin here, so naturally they demanded he hand over the goods. Hearing this, Lin smiled and said, "First, I didn't ambush anyone from your martial arts hall.
Second, I don't have time to deal with a bunch of minions like you right now. If you don't want to die, disappear from my sight within 1 second. Who do you think you are, daring to talk to Brother Wei like that?
Brother Wei is a bronze 4-star warrior. What's your cultivation level?" A disciple from the Thunder Martial Arts School pointed at Lin arrogantly and defiantly, confident that their numbers would allow them to defeat him. Before the competition, the organizers had announced the rules: participants were not allowed to team up to kill demon beasts. However, they hadn't specified that participants couldn't band together to seize other contestants' beast cores. The participants exploited this loophole to strengthen their teams, and the organizers were powerless to stop them. Just as the group was about to gang up on Lin, the ground suddenly began to tremble.
Rumble!
It felt like a magnitude 6 earthquake. Everyone at the scene was swaying unsteadily, their faces filled with confusion.
What is going on? What happened? Is it an earthquake? Look! Something is moving in the lake.
Someone pointed toward the lake, and they saw a giant octopus shark monster surfacing. The lake water churned like boiling water, gurgling as the massive creature revealed itself, its more than 10 tentacles each covered in eyes. Its head was a massive shark's mouth, gaping wide with razor-sharp teeth like steel saws, as if capable of devouring everything in its path.
Holy crap, This is the legendary gold stage monster. Let us run. This is freaking terrifying. Who lured it out? We're screwed. Flight is the best of the 36 stratagems. I'm running first, you guys cover my back, Wei Gu.
In the crowd, Wei Gu, the kid's leader, was terrified out of his wits at the sight of the giant shark monster and ran faster than a rabbit. A contestant near the lakeshore didn't even have time to flee before being swept up by the giant shark monster's tentacles and tossed straight into its mouth to be devoured.
Man, it's so damn ferocious.
Once it grabs you, not even Ultraman could escape from this beast's clutches.
Someone help me up, my legs are shaking, I can't walk.
Some young guys wet themselves on the spot. They usually buried themselves in training at the martial arts school and rarely went out. They'd never seen a gold stage monster before. Now that they'd encountered one, they were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Only Lin remained standing where he was, hands clasped behind his back, staring at the giant shark.
Finally, with a sigh of disappointment, he spoke, "Sigh.
And they call themselves the most promising prospects in China. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. A single gold stage monster has scared you this much.
What's going to happen when you run into a platinum stage monster? You just lie in your own coffin and wait to die? You're not afraid? Then go ahead and try it yourself. Anyone can talk big here. I'm out of here." Wei Gu turned around, his legs trembling.
Just then, the giant Zheng shark noticed Lin, and its massive, flaccid tentacles reached out toward him.
Kill!
Lin's shadow-flying blades sprang into action in an instant. 7 blades shot out simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, 2 tentacles were severed and fell to the ground.
The mangled tentacles writhed ceaselessly, like severed earthworms. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Chapter 27, The Undisputed Champion, sweeping up 400 million in prize money.
But how could the giant Zheng shark have imagined that Lin would be so seasoned and world-weary? It had lived in this lake for over 100 years, and having finally attained its golden tier strength, it certainly wouldn't let these suicidal humans get away.
Growl, growl. The giant Zheng shark let out a spine-chilling roar, venting its fury.
Instantly, more than 10 tentacles swept in unison, blanketing the sky and turning the entire lake's surface pitch black. The crowd braced for the worst. If caught, they would surely be dragged in, trapped within the giant net formed by the tentacles, with no way to escape. And Lin was clearly the man bearing the brunt of it. It seemed as though everything was aimed directly at Lin. The colossal octopus shark sought revenge, intent on devouring the human before it who had harmed it.
"You've come at just the right time. It saves me the trouble of diving down to drag you out."
Facing the danger, Lin remained calm and composed. 7 shadow-flying blades shot out like a rain of swords as he focused his psychic power, sending them whirling through the air.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The air was filled with the sound of slicing as the blades continuously severed the tentacles reaching toward him. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he had severed 8/10 of the giant shark crab's tentacles. The tentacles lay scattered across the ground like sushi, while others had fallen into the water.
Meanwhile, the giant shark crab let out continuous wails of agony. It was in pain. In terrible pain.
Realizing this human was no pushover, it began to dive underwater, preparing to make a run for it.
The giant octopus shark wasn't stupid. It knew how to weigh the pros and cons.
Losing its tentacles was no big deal. They'd grow back in a few years.
But if it lost its head, that would be the end of it.
Seeing the giant octopus shark dive beneath the surface, Lin, wielding his golden spear, leaped into the air and plunged into the water. The spear sliced through the water, its immense force piercing straight toward the giant octopus shark, while the shadow-flying blades shielded him, preventing the creature's tentacles from harming him. In the end, as expected, Lin drove his spear straight into the giant octopus shark's head. He then carried the heavy giant octopus shark back to shore.
Thud!
The giant octopus shark, impaled by Lin's spear, lay there like a salted fish and was dead in no time.
Ding! Defeated a gold stage demon beast. Plus 90,000 upgrade points. Wow, 90,000 upgrade points.
For a gold stage demon beast, that's about average. Nothing special, just average.
Killed it? You've got to be kidding me. Are you serious? He killed a gold stage monster? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what am I seeing?
When Brother Wei witnessed this scene, he and his friends were instantly stunned. Lin had actually taken down the gold-tiered demon beast all by himself.
What kind of mind-blowing feat was this?
What was even more terrifying was that they'd seen it clearly just now. Lin was a psychic. He'd used psychic powers to control flying blades and glide through the air to dive into the water. All of this was exactly what a psychic would do.
A psychic, what did that mean?
It meant he was a super scary threat they could never afford to cross in their entire lives.
We're done for.
A single thought simultaneously crossed everyone's minds. They'd just spoken arrogantly and defiantly in front of a psychic, and now they'd offended him. At that moment, Wei Gu wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, burying his head like an ostrich to escape his fear.
As long as I cover my eyes, you won't be able to see me. I hear your name is Wei Gu?
At that moment, Lin, having retrieved the beast core from the giant shark beast, walked over with a smile. Wei Gu immediately plopped down onto the ground with a thud, his eyes vacant. Just call me Xiao Wei.
Wei Gu, I'm a very reasonable person.
Lin addressed him. If any of you are willing to hand over your beast core to me and voluntarily forfeit, I might consider letting you off the hook. But I'd much rather have future stars with the guts of Wei Gu challenge me, so I can see what you're all made of.
I forfeit. This is all I have. I'm handing it over to you willingly. I forfeit too. I'm also withdrawing.
Brother Foam, please spare my life. These 10 beast cores are my haul from the past 3 days.
If you don't believe me, you can search my underwear. Very good. You all know I didn't force you, right? And I certainly didn't steal anything from you, did I?
Lin said with a smile. Everyone hurriedly nodded, as obedient as puppies that hadn't eaten in 3 days.
Even Brother Lian Wei pressed the forfeit button. He didn't dare go against Lin. After all, Lin had effortlessly slain even gold stage demon beasts.
If they provoked him, he could kill them on the spot, and not even the Thunder Martial Arts Academy could do anything to him.
Genius. 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 I admit it, I lost miserably.
Fatso, here's my salary for this month. I'll transfer it to you.
The two inspectors had long since been won over by Lin's performance. Silver stage, challenging a gold-tiered demon beast a level above his own.
If they hadn't witnessed Lin's actions with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a silver-tier fighter could kill a gold-tiered demon beast.
This scene was simply too breathtaking, something they'd likely only witness once in a lifetime.
After all, this colossal young shark was an ancient monster that had survived for over 100 years. Even the young Jiangnan governor, Li Grandmaster Stage, had been unable to kill it when he competed back then.
Yet, who would have thought that decades later, Lin would be the one to take it down? Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, and talent emerges in every era. Such a genius is a once-in-a-century phenomenon.
After defeating the boss of Death Island, Lin had no desire to kill anymore. He found a spot to sit down and began taking stock of his gains from the past 3 days. The upgrade points he'd accumulated had long since exceeded 2 million.
That was more than enough to break through.
But Lin didn't break through right away. After all, he was about to head back, and it felt safer to do so once he was home. Breaking through right there would surely shock this bunch of bronze-tier newbies. They'd start praising him as a once-in-a-century genius or a genius for the ages, but drawing too much attention to himself wouldn't be good. As for the beast cores, Lin couldn't be bothered to count them. He'd leave that to the game's system. First place was practically a foregone conclusion. There was no need to waste time on it. Finally, after a few hours, the warship descended from the sky, and all the warriors were boarded. As for those who didn't make it onto the warship, they had most likely perished on the island. Next, everyone had to hand over their beast cores for the officials to tally. 2 inspectors fixed their gaze on Lin. When they saw his expandable bag, they were nearly stunned and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. They were desperate to know whether Lin could actually break Li's Grandmaster Stage record. An hour later, the results were in. 10,099 points, more than 3 times Li's Grandmaster Stage score.
Have you verified this? Did you review the data? Are you sure there's no mistake?
The machine has tallied the scores 3 times, and the numbers match.
My goodness, I never imagined Lin would make history in the newcomer challenge.
Upon seeing Lin's score, the officials were all stunned, their faces turning pale. Lin had shattered a 46-year-old record and set a new one of his own. Everyone believed that Lin's record would likely remain unbroken for a very long time. The champion of this year's newcomer challenge is Lin from Super Guild.
His final score is 10,099, setting a new tournament record. Congratulations, Lin.
You will receive a prize of 400 million and a set of Class B combat gear.
The 2 supervisors held their breath, their voices trembled as they announced the result.
This was because Lin was simply too extraordinary. Even they, the gold stage supervisors, admitted they were no match for him.
Chapter 28, Spending Spree. When Lin's score was announced, everyone's mouths formed an O. Countless young talents in the audience were at a loss for words to describe their astonishment. Over 10,000 points.
He shattered the record set by the governor of Jiangnan in his youth and forged his own legend.
Just what kind of person has emerged from the Super Guild?
Even the other disciples of the Super Guild were left speechless at that moment, showering Lin with praise. These young elites were usually full of pride, but today, faced with Lin, every single one of them felt ashamed of their own inadequacy. After all, the runner-up had only scored a little over 1,000 points. Lin was more than 10 times stronger than him.
Lin, you're always welcome to visit Yinjing in the future.
If you're interested in joining the military, be sure to look us up. At that moment, the portly inspector stepped forward excitedly and addressed Lin in the most courteous tone. He looked at Lin as an equal, as if they were old friends who'd known each other for years.
Lin didn't put on airs. He nodded and said, "Sure, thanks for the invitation. I'll definitely come if I get the chance."
The 3-day newcomer challenge came to an end, and Lin, as expected, claimed the championship title. It wouldn't be accurate to say this challenge brought together all of Huaxia's top talents, since some geniuses had been admitted to the martial arts university and hadn't joined a martial arts academy, but it did gather more than half of the talented warriors to put themselves to the test. And Lin emerged as the most dazzling and outstanding participant.
He was also the only psychic in this tournament.
Everyone believed his future was bright. "Lin, come on, I'll give you a tour of the Super Guild in Yinjing." News of Lin's South first place finish reached Su's ears, and Su took Lin on a tour of the Super Guild's Yinjing branch. The Super Guild has branches all over the world.
And its headquarters is right here in Yinjing.
Upon arriving at the Super Guild headquarters building, Lin could do nothing but look up in awe. As he stepped inside, he could only marvel at the opulence inside and out. The resplendent lobby, the vast office complex, a high-tech training facility, all were more than 10 times more luxurious than the branch in Gaoliang City. Building a structure like this would cost at least several hundred billion.
Perhaps even over $1 trillion.
It must be said that the Super Guild is truly formidable compared to other martial arts schools. None would likely have the capability to erect a building exceeding 200,000 square meters in the city center. It takes not only money but also real strength. Lin and Su took the light-speed elevator to the 50th floor, where they entered one of the special-purpose offices. After sitting down, Su said with a smile, "The floors below the 50th are all gold stage training areas, while the floors above the 50th are where warriors at the platinum stage and above reside.
Would you like to come work here at headquarters?" Lin thought for a moment.
The headquarters building had at least 100 floors. If there was one platinum stage on each floor, wouldn't that mean there were more than 50 platinum stages right here at headquarters?
50 platinum stages. Whoa! Just thinking about it was terrifying.
No wonder it's the world's #1 martial arts school. Its strength is truly formidable. After all, it's extremely rare to even see a single platinum stage in everyday life in Gaoliang City. Just one would be enough to dominate the entire place.
Coming back to his senses, Lin smiled and said, "No need.
I'm off and away anyway, so it doesn't really matter where I am. My family is used to living in Gaoliang, and I don't want them to move here."
That's true. Su picked up his coffee and sipped it leisurely.
Headquarters has decided to award you a 20 million bonus to recognize your performance in this year's newcomer challenge.
If you need anything else later, feel free to let me know.
I'll submit a request to the higher-ups and do my best to get it for you.
Don't be shy. Thanks, Sue. I might need some great vitality pills, about 1,000 or so. What do you think, Sue?
Lynn said without hesitation.
1,000. Hearing Lynn's words, Sue nearly spit out his coffee right then and there.
He exclaimed in shock, "That's a bit much. Vitality pills are divided into small vitality pills and great vitality pills.
A single small vitality pill costs 50,000.
As for great vitality pills, they're 10 times more expensive than small vitality pills. Each one sells for 500,000. Lynn was requesting 1,000 great vitality pills at once. That's 500 million. Even a normal warrior couldn't absorb or process 100 of them in a year. Yet Lynn wanted 1,000. It seemed he really wasn't holding back.
Sue, is it hard to get great vitality pills? Lynn asked with an innocent look on his face.
After all, since it didn't cost him anything, he might as well request them. Right now, he really does need a large quantity of vitality pills to boost his vital energy and elevate his spiritual realm. He needs to reach at least the silver stage. Sue paused for a moment, then said earnestly, "Lynn, warriors at the platinum stage and above are only allocated 5 great vitality pills per month.
If you need more, you'll have to buy them yourself. That quantity you're asking for is indeed a bit much.
I'll see if I can get you 8 or 10 any more than that, and I won't be able to pull it off. You have to understand, 1,000 great vitality pills are worth 500 million. Headquarters isn't going to just hand you 500 million all at once. The reward would be more than the prize money you'd earn from competing. Besides, even if they're willing to approve it, we can't mass produce that many. So I'll just do my best to apply for them, and I'll let you know the results when they come in." Lynn thought about it and decided it made sense. He nodded and said, "All right, thanks for your help, Sue. You can use my private training room for your practice these next few days.
I have a mission this month, so I'll be heading out for now." After Sue left, Lynn received 2 massive payments.
The first was a reward from the Martial Arts Academy, 20 million in cash.
The second was the prize money from the prize pool, 400 million.
Now, Lynn had 400 million and 20 million. He immediately logged into the Warrior Mall to pay off his debts. With 300 million in debt, the daily interest alone was nearly 10,000. That's real money. Paying it off early would save him a lot. The tournament organizers gave me a B-class combat suit this time.
The C-class one I bought last time is no longer useful. I can sell it.
As for the rest of my gear, it'll last me until the platinum stage, more or less. No, before I get approved for the great vitality pill, I need to spend some money on vitality pills to advance my cultivation to the spiritual realm first.
He began browsing the elixir section.
The great vitality pill cost 500,000 per pill, a price that was virtually uniform worldwide. There was no room for haggling, so Lynn bought 40 pills in one go.
That cost him 20 million.
With over 100 million left, Lynn set out to find other martial arts techniques to cultivate. The Vajra sword technique, priced at 50 million. The Celestial Horse Meteor Fist, priced at 40 million. Explosive Fist, priced at 70 million. Wait, this one seems useful to me. Explosive Fist, created by the renowned human titan Lei, it boasts tremendous explosive power when cultivated to its peak. It can deliver a 3-fold power boost.
Note, this fist technique is extremely difficult to master. Not recommended for those of average talent. No returns once purchased. This thing was personally created by Lei, the Titan and founder of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy? It seems tailor-made for me. Never mind, I'll buy it first.
Lynn happened to be missing a fist technique to serve as his finishing move in close-quarters combat. Besides, he never had to worry about the difficulty of cultivation with the system at his disposal. The world was his oyster.
Chapter 29, Mental Breakthrough Silver Stage.
The martial art created by Titan had seen dismal sales over the past year. The official website showed only 1 copy sold.
However, Lynn wasn't concerned about any quality issues.
After all, the art was difficult to master for the average person. Buying it would likely be a waste of money, which explained the low sales. After paying $70 million online, leaving a balance of over $30 million in his account, Lin continued browsing for other useful items.
Come to think of it, I'm doing well in every other area, but I need to pick up the pace. Let us see what can boost my speed.
3 speed shoes, plus 5% speed when worn. 5 speed shoes, plus 15% speed. The advantage is that you can buy them and wear them right away, but the drawbacks are obvious. They require charging, and a single charge only lasts 5 hours.
Lin looked at the equipment description and decided against buying the shoes.
After all, buying shoes was merely a temporary fix. It relied on external means to boost his speed, whereas what he needed to do was improve his own speed. If the battery ran out at a critical moment during combat and he had to take them off to replace the battery, he would have been caught up with and killed long ago. He searched some more and eventually found a martial art technique for increasing speed.
Gale Step costs $50 million.
Created by the human titan Lu, it uses a unique method of channeling power to break through one's own limitations.
When mastered to perfection, there is a 5% chance to increase one's movement speed by 60%.
Similarly, this martial art is extremely difficult to master. Even if a practitioner succeeds, they can typically only increase their speed by about 5%.
The risks are high, so it's not recommended for the average person.
Lin glanced at the special notes and discovered that this martial art had also been created by the human titan Lu. And Lu was none other than the founder of their super guild. Lin was thrilled and bought it immediately on an installment plan. He spent all $30 million and was now $2 million in debt. "I've spent a bit too much today," he thought to himself. But it didn't matter.
A warrior's money is wasted if left untouched. You have to spend it to grow. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many warriors venturing out to take risks and slay demon beasts.
It's all for the sake of buying elixirs and various resources to improve themselves. In less than half an hour, the courier delivered all 3 items Lin had purchased right to his doorstep. Lin had originally planned to sell the C-class combat suit, but the asking price was only $200,000, a 5-fold drop from the original price. That price was too low and didn't meet Lin's expectations. He might as well keep it for Lang or Xiaoyu to wear when they need it in the future.
Stepping into the training room, Lin was stunned by the alloy-constructed facility.
Spanning over 500 square meters, it featured a strength tester, a speed track, and all kinds of fitness equipment suitable for warriors.
It had everything one could possibly need.
He took out the Gale Step technique and began reading it.
Ding! Host detected to possess a footwork technique. Do you wish to practice it? Cultivate.
The system displayed the same prompt as last time, and Lin immediately ordered it to begin cultivation.
Ding! Command accepted. Cultivating the Gale Step technique.
Ding! Gale Step technique cultivation successful.
Reached the entry-level realm. In no time, Lin had mastered the footwork.
He stood up to test it, then walked onto the track to test his speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Lin stepped onto the track, countless infrared beams scanned his body and tracked his movements. He moved like a dolphin swimming at high speed, only a white shadow flickered in sight. His speed was incredibly fast. As he ran, Lin could clearly sense an improvement in his speed. He was significantly faster than before. After a few laps, Lin stopped, and a screen appeared above the track. This screen was specifically designed to display the results of his recent speed test. The number on the screen read, 180 ms. Seeing this, Lin looked satisfied. According to Warrior's testing standards, the speed for the gold stage is around 110 ms. Although Lin hadn't yet reached the gold stage, his speed had already far surpassed it.
That's incredibly fast.
In the future, if he encountered a powerful opponent he couldn't defeat, he could use this as a means of escape to ensure his own safety.
Ding!
The host has been detected as possessing the extreme explosive fist technique.
Do you wish to train in it? Do I even need to be reminded? Start training immediately.
Lin set aside his joy over the increased speed and issued a command.
Ding! Command accepted. Extreme explosion fist technique is being cultivated.
As soon as the voice sounded, images of fists began to appear in Lin's mind. Every move was imprinted in his mind, and before he knew it, Lin had begun punching the air to mimic the techniques. Like a humble disciple eager to learn, he repeated the movements that appeared in his mind. The techniques he performed were truly magical and so unique that even Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. With the system's support, Lin quickly mastered the Extreme Explosion Fist technique. Ding! Extreme Explosion Fist technique mastered, reaching the minor achievement realm. No sooner had the notification sound echoed in his ears than Lin raised his fist and slammed it violently into the strength tester in front of him.
Boom! That unadorned, straightforward punch sent the strength tester buzzing.
Lin's score appeared on the screen, 89,105.
89,000. That was a significant increase from last time.
Even when using the Divine Dragon Spear technique, he never achieved such a high burst of power. The essence of the Extreme Explosive Fist technique lies in its simplicity.
Every punch I throw consumes a massive amount of my vital energy. If I were to throw 20 punches in a single battle at full strength, I'd probably exhaust myself completely.
Even if I kill my opponent, it's practically a case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of my own.
Thank goodness I bought some vitality pills. I'll focus on boosting my vitality as much as possible first.
Lin analyzed his situation. The Extreme Explosive Fist style emphasizes explosive power. Every punch is incredibly powerful, but its only weakness is the massive energy drain. Lin had to use it sparingly. Under normal circumstances, he could simply use regular punches and kicks against opponents. But if he encountered a powerful foe, he could consider closing in for close quarters combat and landing one of these punches to send them to meet their maker.
Host, Lin. Speed, 180 ms. Strength, 65,000 kilograms. Mental Realm, Bronze 3-star 17,250,000. Cultivation Realm, Silver 5-star 02 million. Upgrade points, 2,705,800.
Martial Arts, Divine Dragon Spear Technique Mastery Realm, 500,000, Attack plus 25% Extreme Explosion Fist Technique Beginner Level, 80,000, Base Attack plus 30% Gale Step Technique Beginner Level, 100,000, Base Speed plus 20%. Looking at his stats panel, Lin decided to start by taking some vitality pills to temper his body. At first, Lin took one vitality pill every morning, but he found that it didn't seem to help much. So Lin downed 10 pills at once. The effect was immediate. He felt a change within his body, as if his meridians were flowing, constantly activating vitality. In just one afternoon, Lin's spiritual realm unexpectedly rose.
Ding! Spiritual realm upgraded. Currently Bronze 4-star. That fast?
Overjoyed, Lin continued taking the great vitality pills, popping 30 of them into his mouth at once to digest. And so, after meditating for a full day and night, Lin's spiritual realm broke through directly to the silver stage.
Boom!
His clothes fluttered without a breeze, and a refreshing aura burst forth from within him. His spiritual perception expanded instantly to a range of 1 kilometer. Any movement of any object within that 1 kilometer radius, as long as Lin wanted to, he could detect it. From warriors to ants, nothing could escape Lin's perception.
Chapter 30, Breaking Through to the Gold Stage Danger Looms. Next, it's time to raise my cultivation level. Lin said to the system, use the upgrade points to raise my cultivation level first. Command received, upgrading.
After the system received the command, Lin paused for a split second, then suddenly felt a strange sensation. His body, specifically his bone marrow, was slowly growing heavy, as if filled with lead, leaving him puzzled and racking his brain. What is going on here? Before he could figure it out, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his cultivation level had already begun to rise.
Silver 5-star. 1 gold star. Ding, upgrade complete.
Lin looked at his stats panel. The system hadn't lied, he had truly advanced to the gold stage. The only noticeable difference from before was that Lin's body had become much heavier. It was nearly twice as heavy as before.
The sensation was indescribably wonderful. To level up his cultivation realm just now, Lin had spent 2 million upgrade points.
Currently, he had over 700,000 left. He weighed his options for a moment, then made his decision. System: upgrade the Extreme Explosion Fist and Swift Footwork first. The Extreme Explosion Fist was currently at the entry level. Advancing it to the minor achievement level would only require 80,000 upgrade points, while upgrading Swift Footwork to its second level would only require 100,000.
Lin didn't want to delay these two upgrades. Ding, command accepted. Upgrading Extreme Explosion Fist technique. Ding, command accepted. Upgrading Swift Footwork.
Ding, Extreme Explosion Fist technique upgrade complete. Currently at the minor achievement level, base attack plus 50% Swift Footwork upgrade complete. Currently at the minor achievement level, base speed plus 40%. Looking at his stats, Lin had spent 180,000 upgrade points, leaving him with 520,000. He used the remainder to upgrade Divine Dragon Spear technique one last time. Ding, Divine Dragon Spear technique upgrade complete. Currently at the mastery level, attack power plus 80%. After breaking through with all these martial arts techniques, Lin had less than 20,000 upgrade points remaining.
He was back to square one.
Still, it wasn't all bad when his stats panel appeared. Lin was thoroughly satisfied.
Host, Lin. Speed, 200 ms. Strength, 180,000 kilograms. Spiritual Realm, Silver 1 star 01 million.
Cultivation Realm, Gold 1 star 05 million.
Upgrade points, 18,647.
Martial Arts, Divine Dragon Spear Technique Mastery Realm, 01 million, attack plus 80%. Extreme Explosion Fist Technique Preliminary Realm, 0400,000 base attack plus 50%, Swift Wind Footwork Preliminary Mastery, 0500,000, base speed plus 40%. After breaking through to the gold stage, Lin's various advantages became immense. His base speed skyrocketed to 200 ms, and when combined with Swift Wind Footwork, it could reach a maximum of 280 ms.
This is incredibly impressive.
In terms of strength, Lin's fist and spear techniques differ, so the force he unleashes varies accordingly. In battle, it all comes down to how flexibly he uses them against weaker opponents. A standard attack is enough to finish them off, so there is no need to waste energy. Let us try my Extreme Explosion Fist technique again. Lin bellowed, slamming his fist into the strength tester. This time, the reading showed 260,004 kilograms.
Over 260,000 kilograms, that's absolutely terrifying.
A golden 1-star cultivator with this kind of power would instantly wipe out any opponent at the same realm. This is the power of an 80% increase in base strength.
It seems the martial arts technique created by Titan is indeed effective. However, it's not something just anyone can cultivate. Only a genius like Lin with his extraordinary talent, graceful demeanor, and striking presence can truly master it. The requirements for comprehension are extremely high.
Elsewhere.
Magic City, the Zhou family.
Ever since Zhou Jinyang vanished without a trace, the Zhou family has been consumed by rage. They'd been searching desperately for a week, and today they finally received news.
At that moment, Zhou Huishan was conversing with an elderly man via virtual screen projection. Brother Yuan, is everything you said true? On the other end of the line, Yuan Balin, dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, said, "Why would I lie to you?
My grandson just returned from the newcomer challenge a few days ago, and this video was sent to us.
Once you watch it, you'll know I'm telling the truth. That kid's name is Lin.
He is incredibly talented. He is only 16 but has already reached the silver stage. I haven't figured out exactly how many stars he has yet. My grandson angered him on Death Island, and he mercilessly crippled both his legs, leaving Jinghong bedridden for a month. It's truly a tragedy." The video that came through showed Lin's actions on Death Island.
As Zhou Huishan watched, his expression grew increasingly grim.
After a moment, he turned to Yuan Balin and asked, "That boy is truly asking for trouble.
Brother Yuan, how about our two families join forces to capture him so I can deal with him personally? Brother Zhou, please hear me out. This person is from the Super Guild, and he is also a psychic. It won't be easy to take him down." Yuan Balin spoke cautiously, clearly holding no particular regard for Lin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huishan couldn't help but laugh aloud. A grandmaster stage master of such stature, and yet you're afraid of a green, wet behind the ears kid? You truly bring shame to the reputation of our grandmaster stage. If this gets out, the entire martial arts world will be ashamed of you. Let us set aside whether he is a disciple of the Super Guild or not. Even if he is, so what? As a grandmaster stage cultivator, how could I possibly fear a mere Lin? Zhou Huaishan folded his arms behind his back and snorted coldly, "Within 3 days, I'll take his head to avenge my son." I doubt the Super Guild would dare do anything to a grandmaster stage cultivator like me.
Well, the Yuan family won't be getting involved.
We'll just wait for Brother Zhou's good news. Goodbye. With that, the screen cut away. Yanjing, the Yuan family estate.
Although the Yuan family in Yanjing wasn't as powerful as the Zhou family in Magic City, Yuan Balin had also advanced to the Grandmaster stage this year. As a Grandmaster stage cultivator of some renown, he still held a certain status in Yanjing. Yet when his grandson had both knees crippled and was humiliated on Death Island, he remained unmoved, drawing puzzled glances from the younger gen of the Yuan family. With his hands behind his back, he addressed the talented young members of the Yuan family gathered in the hall. "Listen up, everyone in the Yuan family. Without my orders, none of you are allowed to seek revenge against Lin on your own. Otherwise, you will all be expelled from the family." Below, the Yuan family members were baffled. The eldest son stepped forward and asked, "Dad, with the Zhou family on our side, why should we fear the Super Guild?"
The Yuan family had 2 or 3 platinum stage members and no fewer than 10 gold stage members. Their strength was undeniably formidable.
What is there to fear?
Yuan Balin sighed and said, "There is something you don't know. The terror of a psychic is not something you can comprehend. The Super Guild has produced a psychic just like him. If our Yuan family were to lay a finger on him, not only would the Super Guild come after us, but the authorities wouldn't let us off the hook either. Do you understand?
By then, the Yuan family would cease to exist."
Is a psychic really that important? Everyone from the Yuan family gasped in shock.
So Lin was actually a national treasure of Huaxia.
We can't touch him. In Gaoliang City, Xiaoyu was just leaving Gaoliang High School.
Suddenly, 3 men in suits and a teenager wearing a baseball cap blocked her path. "Sirs, this girl is Lin's younger sister. As long as we capture her, Lin will come to us on his own."
That's right. My son is Lin's classmate.
You'd better take him down right away, better to get it over with than let things drag on. The speaker was Chen and his father, Chen Danian. The 2 men in sunglasses behind them were members of the Zhou family who had traveled all the way from Shanghai. Seeing these powerful men coming for her, Xiaoyu's face turned pale with fear, but she still clenched her tiny fists and put on a fighting stance.
Chapter 31, Touch my sister, and you die. I can't give up.
They're bad guys. If I fall into their hands, my brother will be in big trouble. Xiaoyu had seen plenty of these melodramatic plotlines in trashy TV shows when she was a kid. They grab her, threaten her older brother, then tie him up and kill him.
Xiaoyu had no intention of surrendering without a fight.
Especially since
Lin unleashed his extreme explosive fist. Boom!
Both figures were sent flying at the same time.
One punch and they were obliterated.
Their eyes widened, their pupils contracted, and their internal organs shifted violently within their bodies.
Crash!
They finally slammed into a dilapidated house, which was instantly reduced to rubble.
What? Chen and his son were instantly horrified. Had Lin just knocked 2 gold stage warriors to the ground in less than a second after he finished speaking?
Over there, Lin transformed into a gust of wind and darted into the rubble. The next moment, he emerged, carrying 1 man in each hand, and hurled them out.
Thud! Thud!
2 huge craters were smashed into the ground. You're not a silver stage, what on earth are you?
A gold stage warrior, on the verge of death, raised a finger to point at Lin.
Lin's voice was cold. "You want to know what realm I'm at, don't you?
Then listen up and clear your ears.
I'm gold stage, beating you to a pulp as a piece of cake.
I don't want my family dragged into this. How dare the Zhou family of Magic City lay a hand on my sister? Die! Boom! 2 punches slammed down, unleashing over 200,000 units of force onto the two men. Even as gold stage warriors, they couldn't withstand Lin's attack.
Both men spat blood, their legs buckled, and they were dead on the spot.
You pathetic gold stage, first star cultivators, coming here to die? Losers!
Lin spat on their corpses, then turned his gaze toward Chen and his son. Instantly, Chen and Shendanian clung tightly to each other, completely petrified with fear. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, stared intently at her older brother, utterly astonished.
Her big brother had actually reached the gold stage? How do you want to die? Lin walked toward the two of them, and Shendanian immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Chen, meanwhile, was trembling uncontrollably, too afraid even to speak.
Lin, we were blind.
Please spare me. I promise I'll never do this again.
Shendanian begged like a lapdog, as long as you spare me, I'll give you all my assets.
I only did this in a moment of foolishness. Please spare us. That's right, Lin. We were wrong. I apologize to you. We'll never do anything stupid again.
For the sake of our time as classmates, can you spare my life?
Classmates? How ridiculous. Have you all forgotten what I said last time? Lin's expression was grim. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on his sister would pay the price. Although the two weren't the masterminds, they were accomplices. If Lin hadn't been there today, who knows what punishment his sister would have suffered.
Lin suddenly raised his foot and kicked Shendanian.
Crack! Crack! Shendanian's bones shattered, and excruciating pain shot through his entire body. Chen shuddered with fear. The next second, Lin used the same method to take Chen down. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Shendanian knew he was completely crippled.
And his son was no better, both of them would be disabled for life. The worst part was that Lin had previously broken his son Chen's legs. Later, he spent a huge chunk of his savings to get his hands on top-grade warrior medicine through a contact, which had finally allowed Chen to walk again. He never imagined they'd fall victim to Lin's brutal hands once more.
What a tragedy! After the brutal beating, Lin had had enough.
His fists trembled violently, and with 2 loud thuds, Chen and his son's bodies exploded, killing them instantly.
That's what happens when you mess with my family. With a cold snort, Lin walked over to Xiaoyu and asked affectionately, "Are you okay? My brother caused you trouble, I'm sorry." "Bro, I'm fine. I'm a warrior now, too. A warrior should face everything bravely, right?" Xiaoyu didn't seem the least bit scared. Instead, she boasted a bit. "Wait, you've become a warrior?"
Lin scanned her with his eyes and was startled to discover that his little sister actually possessed the aura unique to warriors.
That speed, it's right up there with his own. Chapter 32, Lending a Hand to a Brother, Leaving Him Speechless. Have you registered your warrior status yet? Not yet. Don't register just yet.
With this power, don't draw too much attention to yourself while you're in school.
Try to keep a low profile, it's not good to become famous at such a young age. Lin ruffled Xiaoyu's hair. "Just like your big brother, I became famous too early and now I've got a ton of trouble. You should at least finish high school before registering as a warrior, got it?"
Xiaoyu, a bit speechless, her brother was indirectly complimenting her again.
Still, she obediently nodded, "Got it. Why are you being just as naggy as mom and dad? By the time I graduate from high school, I might even surpass you, big brother." Young people shouldn't get too cocky.
My talent is unmatched, no one can ever surpass me. Lin snorted derisively as the two walked home together.
Back home, Lin cooked dinner himself and waited for his parents to return.
Lin's parents thought he must have gone on the transformation project and come back a changed person. How else could he suddenly know how to cook for himself? But seeing Lin grow more mature by the day, they felt reassured as parents.
"Lin, I ran into Aunt Lou at the market today. Her son used to be in your class, right? Now he has even brought his girlfriend home." When are you going to find someone for your mom?
While they were eating, Yun suddenly spoke up. Lin was at a loss for words.
Mom, you want a girlfriend? Don't you want dad anymore? Are you playing dumb?
You're not a kid anymore, you'll be 18 soon.
In a few years, you'll be old enough to have a son of your own. How much longer are you going to wait? Your mom is right.
Being a warrior isn't like going to college, where you can date and fall in love with plenty of female classmates.
As a warrior, you're fighting all day long. How are you supposed to meet girls? Dong joined in on the marriage pressure. If you meet someone you like, be brave. You're an adult now, don't be shy. Lin. I'm not even 17 yet, when am I supposed to be an adult?
In the end, Lin was left completely bewildered, while Xiaoyu bloated and finished off her favorite crayfish all by herself.
After dinner, Lin received a call from Li Wu. Brother Wu, what's up? Kid, did you kill someone? Yeah, 2 Golden Gang guys. What's up? Did the investigation bureau come looking for me? Lin wasn't surprised.
Causing a fatality in the city wasn't like being out in the wilderness, where the law doesn't apply.
With surveillance cameras everywhere, there was bound to be video evidence.
It was no surprise that the investigation bureau was coming for him after all. The alliance had regulations stipulating that warriors could not engage in conflict.
That evening, Lin was spending some rare quality time watching TV with his family when Lang suddenly called again. Lin, are you home? I heard you moved into the villa. Are you free? Yeah, what's up, bro? Lin asked. I'm back. Let us go out and chat.
Hearing that Lang was back, Lin's face lit up with a smile, and he quickly got ready before heading out.
Outside, Lin and Lang sat drinking together.
It turned out Lang had rushed back because he received word in Magic City that the Zhou family was planning to take care of Lin. Concerned for Lin's safety, he returned to warn him. After hearing this, Lin smiled slightly and told,
"Oh whoa! Dark Night Wolf, die! Holy crap, that's awesome, bro! You're so good! Yeah, you give it a try too. You'll only gain enough experience by fighting more demon beasts. Don't be afraid, just go for it." While slaying demon beasts, Lin passed on his combat experience to Lang.
After a few days, Lang had tapped into his potential and was now capable of taking on bronze stage demon beasts. Lin also gave Lang the remaining vitality pills and other items from last time to consume, and Lang began to show faint signs of a breakthrough. On the 5th day, Lang finally broke through the bronze stage barrier and could defeat bronze-tiered demon beasts of the same level on his own.
Meanwhile, Lin continued to collect upgrade points. Ding! Defeated a bronze-tiered demon beast. Upgrade points plus 160. Ding! Defeated a silver-tiered demon beast. Upgrade points plus 390. Ding, ding, ding.
The goal this time was to take Lang on a training expedition and give his brother a boost, so Lin wasn't in a hurry. As for being hunted down by the Zhou family, Lin wasn't worried. They had no way of knowing his whereabouts, and with the alliance already entangled with the Zhou family, they wouldn't dare act against the odds.
Half a month later, Lin and Lang arrived in the city center.
Working together, the two took down several silver stage beasts, leaving Lang absolutely thrilled. Even though we've been taking our time these past few days, I've killed most of the beasts myself, and I've still racked up over 500,000 upgrade points. Lin muttered to himself. Since advancing to the next realm required 5 million upgrade points, he didn't even have a tenth of what he needed. The next day, the two began their journey back, as Lang was set to officially start classes at Wuhan University in a few days. Lang, once you get into Wuhan University, you're sure to dominate the campus. There aren't many warrior students there. On the way, Lin teased with a smile.
I owe it all to you, bro. Without your help, I wouldn't be a thing. Don't mention it. Once we sell the beast cores, I'll split the money with you 50-50. Then you can splurge on whatever elixirs you need. Don't hold back. You can't make it as a warrior without spending money. Whoa, no way, bro. You killed most of those beast cores, how can I take half? Just give me 1/10. Don't be so polite with me. See you tomorrow.
Back in Gaoliang, Lin took the beast cores to manager Lu to sell them, netting 34 million. Lin transferred 15 million to Lang, which gave Lang quite a shock. He'd never seen that much money in his entire life. If his parents found out, they'd probably faint on the spot.
Chapter 33, Meeting the Parents.
Lin still had 19 million left in his pocket. Instead of paying off his debt, he used the money to buy more great vitality pills. Currently, Lin's spiritual realm had reached a very high level, silver 1 star.
But that was far from enough. After obtaining 40 great vitality pills, Lin swallowed them all at once to transform his vitality.
2 days later, Lin's spiritual realm broke through to silver 2 star. Now, even if I throw 50 or 60 extreme explosive fists, I won't even break a sweat.
With my vital energy boosted, I've regained my full vigor.
He looked at his fists, feeling them powerful and full of strength, his spirit soaring. That day, Lin took Xiaoyu to the martial arts hall for some basic training. He had no choice, the little girl had already crossed the threshold into the warrior realm, so he had to start teaching her personally ahead of schedule. After all, he was a total sister-doting maniac. Xiaoyu was extremely quick to grasp concepts she could usually pick up on the key points Lin emphasized and would soon be able to train on her own. Lin sat down and began strengthening his vitality as well, working on a gradual improvement.
Suddenly, his phone rang.
Lin glanced at the screen and immediately lit up with joy. It was Ling calling.
Lin, are you home? Yeah, I'm home. What's up?
Lin replied. Ling said, I'm officially starting at Shanghai University of Science and Technology tomorrow.
I'm having a birthday party tonight, are you coming?
Huh?
It's your birthday?
Of course I'll be there. Lin was over the moon upon hearing Ling's words. The thought of Ling inviting him to her home for her birthday party was thrilling.
I'll send you the address. Come over for dinner around 7 o'clock tonight. It's a deal.
After hanging up, Lin felt a twinge of nervousness. Just then, he suddenly asked his younger sister, who was training nearby, by the way, Xiaoyu, if it were your birthday, what kind of gift would you like? Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then replied, money, of course.
The more, the better.
Sorry to bother you, go back to your training. Lin left the martial arts hall alone to go pick out a gift, but in the end, he couldn't think of anything suitable. So he spent 3 million at the Warrior Mall on a set of C-class combat gear as tonight's gift. That evening at 7 p.m., Lin arrived at Ling's house as planned. Ling's home was in the Jinqiu residential complex, about 100 kilometers away from Lin's house. Although it wasn't a detached villa, by today's standards, her family was considered fairly well off. It seemed that Ling's father was either in business or a warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford a house like this. At that moment, Ling's family of 3 was preparing dinner.
Ling's father, Xia Yun, asked Ling, when is your friend finally coming? Ling glanced at the time. Any minute now. Ah, Ling, what is your relationship with this friend?
I've made it clear from the start you're not allowed to date boys from Gaoliang City. Sitting on the sofa next to him, decked out in jewelry and finery, was Ling's mom, Li Huihong. She said, when you get married someday, you can only marry one of those outstanding warriors from the martial arts school, preferably someone with a Yanjing household registration.
Don't even consider anyone from Gaoliang City.
Mom, I'm still in college.
It's not time to be talking about marriage yet, Ling said impatiently.
Xia Yun said, your mom is right. The son of the deputy head of the branch dojo I introduced you to last time is a good match. He is the same age as you, but he got into Yanjing Martial Arts University and has already reached the bronze stage. I'll introduce him to you again next time. As for this friend of yours in Gaoliang City, you should stop contacting him from now on to avoid any gossip. Xia Yun and Li Huihong, a married couple, were both warriors in the Super Guild and had long been stationed in Yanjing for work. They'd just returned from a vacation when they heard that Ling had been getting close to a former classmate, so naturally, they felt the need to give her a gentle reminder.
Warriors from Yanjing were the real deal, those from Gaoliang City fell far short in every respect. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Ling's eyes darted around. My friend S here.
Oh, this girl she is getting more and more rebellious.
If I'd known, I never would let her attend high school in Gaoliang City. Look at her now, her standards are so low.
She is actually hanging out with her old classmates.
Sigh, I've failed as a mother.
Xia Yun and Li Huihong both looked a bit displeased. Outside, Lin arrived right on time, showing up at Ling's doorstep at exactly 7 o'clock. The front door opened, and when Ling saw the elegant, large gift box Lin was holding, her eyes lit up instantly. Lin, I invited you over for dinner. I didn't mean for you to go to all this trouble.
Come on in. Okay. Lin smiled and nodded.
As she stepped inside, she saw Ling's parents and greeted them proactively. Hello, uncle and aunt.
Their eyes lingered on Lin for a moment.
Suddenly, Xia Yun furrowed his brow slightly, but upon seeing Ling's plain attire, he dismissed the thought. He said casually, so you're Ling's friend.
Dinner's ready, have a seat. Sure, thank you, uncle.
As he sat down, Lin felt a little nervous, because he sensed that his future-in-laws didn't seem to welcome him very warmly. However, as soon as Ling smiled at Lin's nerves settled.
Just then, Li Huihong asked, are you from around here?
Yeah, I used to live over in the slums. Ling and I were deskmates in our freshman and sophomore years of high school, Lin replied honestly, unaware that Li Huihong and Xia Yun's expressions had already turned rather strange.
The slums?
Li Huihong's eyes rolled back in her head in disappointment, and she was about to say something. Seeing this, Ling spoke up to change the subject. Lin, would you like some soup first?
I made it myself.
Sure, Lin replied, feeling rather awkward.
Hearing this, Xia Yun's eyes suddenly widened, and he hurriedly asked, what did you say your name was? Uncle, my name is Lin.
Lin? Are you Lin from our super guild?
Xia Yun jumped to his feet.
Before Lin could nod, he pulled out his smartwatch and tapped on a photo. Then, he looked up to double-check, and finally exclaimed in shock, you really are Lin.
Wait here, I'll go get some liquor.
You old geezer, why are you getting so worked up? Li Huihong whispered into her husband's ear. Have you lost your mind? That wine has been in your collection for 50 years. You'd never even bring yourself to take a single sip of it normally.
You're the one who is crazy. Unable to contain his astonishment, Xia Yun blurted out, Lin, don't you remember?
You're that newcomer our martial arts school recently praised in a school-wide announcement.
Which one? The champion of the Huaxia Newcomer Challenge, Psychic Lin. No way.
Li Huihong was so startled that her chopsticks fell to the floor. She covered her mouth, nearly screaming. At that moment, the looks in both their eyes as they gazed at Lin were filled with shock, and their attitudes did a complete 180-degree turnaround. Come on, Lin, let me serve you some soup. I've been simmering it for 2 hours, Li Huihong said warmly, her attitude a complete reversal from just moments ago. Xia Yun, meanwhile, was pulling Lin over to drink with him, clearly thrilled. Lin had no choice but to play along.
This was completely unexpected.
It felt as if she were the host here. By the way, Ling, here is your birthday present.
Go ahead and open it.
After dinner, Lin handed Ling the gift box. Overjoyed, Ling opened it to find a silver white dress inside, exquisitely crafted and beautiful.
Whoa, this is a Class C auto switch combat suit.
Lin, this is a bit of an over-the-top gift. It's worth 3 million. Xia Yun recognized the gift Lin had given at a glance, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head with envy.
Chapter 34, Wanted Poster, a bounty of 100 million.
This was the latest generation of combat suits on the market. It could transform into any outfit you wanted and could be worn as ordinary clothing in everyday life. In case of danger, it could switch to combat mode. It was incredibly convenient and high-tech. Xia Yun had been wanting to buy this combat suit for a long time. He'd been dreaming about it for over a month, but in the end, he hadn't gone through with it. That's because the suit cost 3 million, a price that was exorbitant for bronze stage players like them. Especially since his monthly salary was only a little over 200,000. It would take over a year's worth of savings to afford it, so there was no way he could bring himself to make such a painful sacrifice. But when Lin casually presented a 3 million combat suit as a birthday gift for his daughter, Both Xia Yun and Li Huihong were at a loss for words. The two then recalled how Lin had won the rookie challenge and taken home a 400 million prize, and suddenly, it didn't seem so strange anymore. After all, he was now a rising star in the Super Guild and a billionaire. A few million was practically pocket change to him.
Lin, your gift is way too expensive. I can't accept it.
When Ling heard that the combat suit cost 3 million, her little face froze in shock, and she hurriedly refused.
Lin smiled, it's okay. I bought this suit a while back.
I already have a B-class combat suit, so I don't need this C-class one.
I'm giving it to you to use at Magic City Martial Arts University. Don't be so polite.
Otherwise, I'd have to sell it as secondhand, and I'd lose several times the price. It just wouldn't be worth it.
Oh, I see. Well, then I'll take it. After Lin's persuasion, Ling finally accepted it.
From then on, Xia Yun and Li Huihong were exceptionally warm toward Lin, practically treating him like a son-in-law.
It wasn't until after 9 o'clock that night that Lin bid farewell to the Xie family and left their home. Be sure to come visit more often when you have time. You can even play a game of chess with Uncle.
Stay in touch with my daughter more often to strengthen your bond.
Otherwise, your friendship as classmates will fade. After all, you're deskmates. That's fate.
Mom and Dad, he has already left, and you're still saying all this here. Ling couldn't bring herself to complain.
What kind of parents were these?
Before Lin arrived, they hadn't been particularly interested in him. They'd barely even given him a second glance, but once they learned of his background, her parents began to value him even more than she did.
And all that talk about fate and such.
It almost seemed like they were trying to set Lin and her up.
You don't understand. Lin is so outstanding. There are very few geniuses like him in all of China. Xia Yun sighed. The best decision you've ever made in your life was meeting Lin.
Daughter, you have to trust your dad's judgment. Lin is definitely going to rise to the top.
Li Huihong chimed in, saying, your dad's right. Psychics are the most formidable type of warrior. You have to cherish Lin. Keep in touch with him whenever you can. Ling. Back home, Lin's mind couldn't settle for a long time.
It seemed that having real ability was still very important. Even the goddess's parents had come to look at him with new respect. If he'd been just an ordinary person, he didn't think he would earned Ling's parents' approval. After all, warriors have very discerning eyes and wouldn't give ordinary people a second glance.
Magic City, the Zhou family estate.
At that moment, in the Zhou family's council hall, Zhou Huaishan sat in the seat of honor and spoke coldly, that brat Lin not only openly killed my grandson, but a total of 4 gold stage warriors have also fallen at his hands.
To prevent further losses to the Zhou family, I have decided that no member of the Zhou family will personally take action against him.
Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances.
Zhou Tatian asked, Father, we've suffered heavy losses. Are we really just going to set aside the vengeance for Jin Yang's death?
None of them were willing to accept this.
He was just a mere upstart. If the Zhou family were to back down now, wouldn't they be taking a huge loss? If word of this got out, what would become of the Zhou family's reputation?
Zhou Huaishan stroked his beard and said, the Alliance is currently investigating us, and the global situation is already unstable. Many conflicts have already erupted overseas. We, the Zhou family, cannot afford to lose any more warriors.
However, this also presents an opportunity for us.
I didn't say we wouldn't seek revenge.
I've already contacted an old friend across the ocean. The Zhou family will offer a 100 million reward for other warriors to hunt him down. Put a bounty on him? Zhou Tatian paused for a moment, then laughed.
As always, father thinks of everything.
Making Lin a bounty warrior, targeted by bounty hunters worldwide, that's the best approach.
100 million. I'm sure there will be plenty of people willing to take the risk to hunt down Lin. The next day, while Lin was still asleep, he received an urgent email from the martial arts school.
You have an urgent email. Please check it immediately. An urgent email? Who could it be?
Lin was curious. Urgent emails were only sent when something critical came up. When he opened it, he saw 2 messages.
The first was from Li Wu.
Upon opening it, a video message from Li Wu appeared.
Lin, something major has happened.
There's a 100 million bounty on your head. The Zhou family is using the Hunters Association to hunt you down.
Now, warriors from all over the world will be coming after you. You must be extremely careful, don't leave Gaoliang City under any circumstances. Also, Su was ambushed overseas and is currently seriously injured. This is likely a warning for you, you can't let your guard down. Li Wu's tone was grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. I'd become a bounty warrior?
Lin hesitated for a moment. He naturally heard of bounty warriors. It meant someone was paying a skilled assassin to kill him. Whoever succeeded would claim the reward. Moreover, it was said that the Hunter Association was made up of ruthless individuals, with assassins working for them all over the world, spanning every skill level. It was safe to say that Lin was now in the public spotlight. The Zhou family. You really are a persistent ghost.
Going after me like this? I'll make you pay.
Lin muttered to himself. He decided that once he grew stronger, he would take out the Zhou family first and he would show them no mercy. Immediately afterward, Lin opened the second email, a video sent by Su from his hospital bed, reminding Lin that he had become a bounty warrior and warning him to watch out for assassins and the like.
Su, rest assured. I'll avenge you. Lin thought for a moment.
If even Su, a platinum stage fighter, had been injured, it seemed the other side had hired someone truly formidable. Lin had to speed up his progress. News of Lin becoming a bounty warrior quickly spread throughout the martial arts world. Have you guys heard? The Zhou family has put a bounty on that kid from the Super Guild. Rumor has it the reward is as high as 100 million.
What's the reason? That's way too high. Is he really worth that much?
Apparently, it's revenge for the murder of their son. The Zhou family is really ruthless, throwing so much money at that kid. Lin's probably in big trouble. It all depends on the Super Guild's response. Though it seems the Super Guild has also been challenged recently, they were raided overseas and suffered a crushing defeat. Everywhere Lin went, he heard news like this. Because of him, the Super Guild had been raided and challenged by overseas forces. It had been shut down for 2 straight days. If I stay here, my family might get dragged into this. It'll be better if I go out and draw their fire.
Once I get stronger, I'll take them down one by one.
A day later, Lin set off for the Monster City to slay monsters and earn upgrade points.
Chapter 35, Golden 4-Star. A formidable foe approaches.
In the B-rank Monster City, Lin could now walk around with complete confidence. It took him less than a day to fight his way from the outskirts to the city center.
Ding! Defeated a silver-ranked demon beast. Upgrade points plus 400 inch. Ding! Defeated a silver-ranked demon beast. Upgrade points plus 550 inch. Ding! Defeated a gold-ranked demon beast.
Upgrade points plus 9,000 inch.
Ding! Defeated a gold-ranked demon beast.
These days, Lin shows absolutely no mercy when it comes to slaying demon beasts. He relentlessly wields the Zilong Golden Spear, taking down one demon beast with every strike, causing the entire city to howl in terror. Moreover, with the assistance of the Shadow Flying Blades, Lin's combat prowess is even more formidable. He was now nothing short of a killing machine. He didn't even bother with the cores of bronze tier beasts, only cores from silver stage or higher creatures made it into his expandable pouch. Even against golden tier beasts, he handled them with ease, his combat prowess off the charts. In less than 3 days, Lin had accumulated over 5 million upgrade points.
Holy crap, it's that guy again.
I ran into him just the day before yesterday, all alone against 3 gold stage beasts. I never thought he'd make it out alive. Oh my god, he has charged right into the beast horde and is going on a killing spree.
Who is he? What a freak. He looks like he is only 16 or 17. How can he be so badass? And he is a psychic, too. Wait, a psychic? Could it be that guy the Zhou family put a bounty on a few days ago? Now that you mention it, I remember he does look a lot like him.
As Lin fought and slaughtered his way through the horde from afar, a warrior squad in a high-rise building used binoculars to watch his every move. Startled by Lin, and recalling the details of his wanted status, the squad members immediately backed off, dare not approach him. 100 million, not a single coin less, was equivalent to their income for 1 or 2 years. It was an enormous sum. But Lin was even more terrifying. They dared not make a move against him, lest their entire squad be wiped out.
Gold stage, truly terrifying. Arg! Lin thrust his Zilong spear forward, sweeping it across the backs of the 3 demon beasts. All 3 gold stage demon beasts died simultaneously, collapsing to their knees on the ground. After letting out agonized screams, they breathed their last. Having wiped out the pack of demon beasts, Lin counted his kills. He'd slain roughly 5 gold stage demon beasts here, a very impressive haul. However, his vitality had taken a heavy toll. He'd lost nearly half his stamina, so he immediately popped a great pill into his mouth and chewed it to replenish his energy. He continued his slaughter. By the 5th day, Lin had practically wiped out a B-rank monster city, killing nearly all the gold stage monsters. As for the silver stage monsters, their corpses littered the ground, strewn everywhere. If anyone were to pass by, they'd be astonished to see a city once teeming with danger transformed into a mass grave for demon beasts. This was simply terrifying. At that moment, he was nothing short of a killing machine. In his quest to grow stronger, Lin had thrown caution to the wind, never resting for a single moment, and remained constantly in combat. His upgrade points had exceeded his expectations, reaching a staggering 20 million. I think it's time for a break, time to level up. Lin spoke up. System, help me upgrade my cultivation realm. Ding, command received. Upgrading cultivation realm. On the interface, Lin's upgrade points were gradually decreasing, while his cultivation level continued to rise. At the same moment, on the outskirts of the city where Lin was located, a well-equipped 5-member warrior squad was entering the city. Boss, something is off about this demon beast city. Where have all the demon beasts gone? They must be been scared off by us.
With our squad's presence, any demon beast would give us a wide berth.
A bald, tall man wearing sunglasses said with a laugh.
Flanking him on either side were 2 women in black, their gazes both alluring and dangerous. To anyone who saw them, they resembled roses with thorns, beautiful yet perilous. The leader of the group was a one-eyed man clad in a black leather coat.
If anyone saw them, they'd surely be scared enough to take a detour.
Because these 5 were members of China's renowned hunter squad, known as the Death Squad. The leader of the Death Squad was this one-eyed man in black, known as One-Eyed Dragon.
They were internationally renowned warrior-class hunters, ruthless in their methods. They never hesitated to kill. For the right price, they would kill even children and women.
Moreover, they were as elusive as ghosts. Even martial arts schools were powerless against them, finding them a constant headache. One-Eyed Dragon glanced at the bald man and said, "Scan this area for any gold stage warriors. We'll track them down one by one. We're going to take care of that kid today."
Got it.
I love nothing more than a genius warrior.
TSK, TISK.
The bald man pulled out a scanner, which displayed numerous red dots within a 10-kilometer radius.
Boss, I've got results. There's a gold stage right nearby. Let us go check if it's him. The Death Squad sprang into action, beginning to scan the city.
Meanwhile, Lin's level up was nearly complete, and his cultivation realm was changing rapidly.
1 gold star. 2 gold stars. Gold 3 star. Gold 4 star. Ding. Upgrade complete. Gold 4 star. Lin's cultivation level had jumped 3 tiers in one go. He felt a sudden sense of clarity and found the experience utterly magical.
However, along with this, his 20 million upgrade points were completely depleted. Not a single point remained.
At the same time, the other 4 finally arrived.
The squad consisted of 3 men and 2 women, clearly led by the one-eyed man in the center. The one-eyed man glanced at Lin, then at the photo, and said, "No mistake, Lin from Gaoliang City, worth 100 million.
Oh, so from the sound of it, you're here to hunt me down?"
Lin smiled, but suddenly, his brow furrowed deeply. That was because, while he was probing them with his psychic power, they had actually detected him. The one-eyed man sneered, a psychic, as expected. You truly live up to your reputation as a renowned warrior genius in Huaxia, but you've underestimated me. Upon hearing this, Lin withdrew his psychic power, his mood growing somber. This one-eyed man before him was definitely stronger than him. He was very likely a platinum stage warrior. He couldn't let his guard down. Moreover, the other four were all gold stage warriors, roughly on par with him. In a one-on-one fight, he could take them down one by one, but the current situation left him no choice. They outnumbered him 5-1. Furthermore, the bald man he just sent flying with a single spear thrust hadn't sustained much damage at all. Damn it, all 5 of them are wearing Class B combat suits. They can actually block my attacks. Lin realized that their combat suits were, just like his own, Class B. This was going to be a tough fight. Stop wasting time with him. Let us get this over with quickly. The one-eyed man said to the other 4, don't underestimate this guy. He is just as strong as you are. You 4 go at him together, I'll cut off his retreat. Since the one-eyed man's speed had improved, blocking Lin's path was the most crucial move. Boss, don't worry. The hot chick and I can take care of this guy. Let me go get my revenge. The bald man swung his broadsword again, slashing toward Lin. Having learned from his earlier mistake, he was extremely cautious this time, ready to counter Lin's attack at any moment. Meanwhile, another curvaceous woman in a leather jacket wearing high heels lunged at Lin with 2 sharp short spears. The other 2 stood to the side with their arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening. Clang! Seeing the bald man's broadsword coming at him, Lin raised his sword to block it. 2 loud clashes of metal rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. You've got some strength there, but if that is all you've got, then I'm afraid you're in for a surprise. The bald man smiled slightly. As he spoke, the sultry woman at his side had already closed in on Lin. Thud! Lin quickly withdrew his Zilong golden spear, holding it up in front of him to block the attack while taking 3 steps back, just managing to parry the sharp thrust. However, the constant clash of forces put Lin at a disadvantage. Kill him. Enough playing around. From behind, the one-eyed man spoke coldly, his tone decisive and ruthless. Upon receiving the order, the bald man drew his sword and swung it with all his might, aiming a slash straight at Lin's face. The blow made Lin's grip on the spear tremble slightly, and he felt a twinge of pain in his arm. But Lin was clearly no fool. He knew that holding his ground for too long would lead to defeat, so he spun around and thrust his gun forward with all his might. The gun shot forth like a dragon, piercing straight to the soul. Whoosh! With that thrust, his speed suddenly surged. The bald man tried to dodge, but he simply couldn't keep up with Lin's hand. Whoosh! The golden spear pierced right through the bald man's body, striking him in the center of his chest. Not even his combat suit could block the damage from this strike. The explosive power behind Lin's strike exceeded 1.5 million. He had unleashed the maximum attack potential of the Divine Dragon Spear technique. No matter how good the combat suit was, what good was it now? Bald guy. The one-eyed man and the other 2 were all stunned. Just then, the sultry woman noticed something was wrong. Lin's burst power was more than double what it had been moments ago. Suddenly, he completely overwhelmed the bald man. It was too bizarre. After all, his opponent was at the platinum stage. Lin couldn't take him on head-on. Boss, my speed 5 boots are out of power. Mine too, the 2 warriors from the death squad said to the one-eyed man. One-eyed dragon stopped in his tracks and took a breath. We won't need them anymore. That kid may be running faster than I expected, but he is right around here and he is out of stamina. Now, we'll just wait to hunt him down. He is straight ahead. Let us go. The 3 of them teleported away and soon spotted Lin's figure. You're here already? You're like a persistent ghost. Lin glanced behind him and took off running. As he ran and ran, Lin completely forgot that he was in a Class A city. He ignored the many gold stage demon beasts all around him. Before he knew it, he had reached the city center, where the Penguin Tower loomed ahead. Wait, this place seems familiar. He projected his 6th sense outward, and in the next instant, a massive hand swiped toward him. The Demon Beast King. Almost immediately, Lin sensed the aura of this demon beast and hurriedly dodged to the side as fast as he could.
Boom! Crack! With a single sweep of the giant hand, the buildings behind Lin were flattened. Roar!
Only then did Lin get a clear look. Behind the penguin tower, a colossal demon beast was emerging. This demon beast was the spitting image of King Kong from the movies, over 30 meters tall, with a frame comparable to a commercial airliner.
It strode out from behind the penguin tower, radiating boundless fury. It seemed as though it was furious that Lin had invaded its territory.
Just then, the 3 members of the death squad, who had been hot on Lin's heels, arrived at the scene. Seeing the massive black shadow bearing down on them, with a thick, eerie gloom shrouding the land, they all looked up simultaneously.
Holy shit, what kind of monster is that? It's huge. What the hell is that? Did we trespass into its territory?
If I'm not mistaken, that's the Beast King of the city of a class demonic beasts, the Golden Ape King. While the other 2 were startled and flustered, the one-eyed man, who was well-traveled and knowledgeable, remained quite calm.
He said calmly, "This big guy has platinum-level strength. We'd better not provoke him."
"Boss, look, there's a glowing sword on top of that skyscraper."
"What is that?"
The man in black wearing sunglasses pointed toward the top of the penguin tower. Everyone looked up together, and sure enough, they saw a sword stuck diagonally in a crack in the concrete. Instantly, One-Eyed Dragon narrowed his eyes slightly. "That's sword S-class."
S-class?
Holy shit, that S worth over 100 million. "Boss, why don't we grab the sword first?"
"No.
Kill him first, then take the sword." "I'm afraid that won't work, boss."
"Look." The man in sunglasses pointed toward the Golden Ape King.
At that moment, Lin was hiding out of the Golden Ape King's sight, using his psychic power to control a flying blade as it hurtled toward the Golden Ape King.
Thud!
The shadow-flying blade was incredibly fast and stealthy, piercing directly into the Golden Ape King's body. In that instant, the Golden Ape King winced in pain and pounded his chest in rage.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
He let out a savage roar, his rage ignited. His gaze locked onto the 3 members of the One-Eyed Bandit's crew. Only then did the members of the death squad realize what was happening.
"Damn it, they framed us.
We're screwed." Before they could finish speaking, the Diamond Ape King had already charged toward the trio. His massive form was like that of a war god, truly awe-inspiring.
Goodbye, everyone."
Lin's body flickered as he used psychic power to fly through the air, escaping the scene.
"Lin, you sneaky bastard."
The One-Eyed Dragon's roar echoed from behind him, and soon, a battle erupted over there.
Distracted by the Golden Ape King, Lin successfully shook off the Death Squad's pursuit. He sat down to rest 50 li away.
From the distance, the sounds of explosions and combat echoed intermittently. Even tremors reached Lin, faint yet harrowing. Finally, about half an hour later, the battle came to a complete halt. Another Diamond Ape King at the Platinum stage. Even the Death Squad would have a hard time handling that.
"I'll go see who won."
Lin cautiously made his way back, treading carefully with every step. In the city center, the Penguin Tower had collapsed. All around, buildings lay in ruins, scattered here and there, as if a typhoon had swept through a scene of utter devastation. On the ground lay 3 figures. Not far away, the Golden Ape King lay on the verge of death, clearly no longer capable of fighting. Huff, huff, huff. Before long, One-Eyed Dragon crawled to his feet. He hurriedly pulled a body-tempering pill from his pocket, then staggered toward the sword lying before him.
"I've finally taken care of this guy. Once I've recovered from my injuries in half a month, I'll take out that kid."
One-Eyed Dragon thought to himself that getting an S-rank sword wasn't too bad at all. It could fetch at least 100 million. It was worth far more than killing Lin. Plus, both of his teammates were dead, so he wouldn't have to split 10% with them. He could keep the entire haul for himself. He reached out to grab the sword, but just as he did, a chilling breeze suddenly swept up from behind him.
Oh no!
He spun around and saw 7 spinning blades hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Due to his severe injuries, One-Eyed Dragon was unable to react. Despair flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! His head was severed by the blades and flew through the air, blood spurting out, a truly gruesome sight.
Didn't he expect that, did you? I'm back. After killing the One-Eyed Dragon, Lin was overjoyed.
He hadn't expected that everything had gone exactly as he planned. The Diamond Ape King and the One-Eyed Dragon's gang had fought each other to a standstill, leaving him to take the risk of returning and reaping the rewards.
He was so damn lucky. Ding! Defeated a Platinum Stage opponent.
Upgrade points plus 600,000.
600,000? Is it really that big? Lin couldn't help but chuckle.
So defeating an opponent at a higher stage meant he could earn several times the usual reward. If Lin were also at the Platinum stage, he'd probably only get a few tens of thousands. Excited, he picked up the sword lying before him. Holding it in his hand, Lin felt as if he were carrying a billion.
It was literally like picking up money.
Oh right, the Diamond Ape King isn't dead yet.
I'll finish him off.
Lin noticed the Diamond Ape King was still alive, so he mustered his courage, stepped forward, and landed a few more blows, finally killing it for good.
Ding! Platinum Tier Demon Beast slain. Upgrade points plus 500,000.
Finally, Lin looted every last item from the death squad before leaving the scene.
He couldn't help but marvel. Today had truly been a bountiful day. It was like making money while doing nothing.
If One-Eyed Dragon were still alive and saw this scene, he'd be so furious he'd die of rage. The empire he'd built with his own hands had been snatched away just like that. It was both despicable and shameless.
Chapter 38, The Beast Tide Erupts. In a room inside a skyscraper in the Great Demon Beast City. Lin sat down.
He looked at his haul, unable to hide his excitement. He never would have dreamed that being hunted down today would lead to such a windfall. If he hadn't used the Golden Ape King, he would likely have been chased down and killed. My expansion bag is almost full, but these other expansion bags still have plenty of room. Lin had just taken the One-Eyed Monster's expandable bag, and now that he still had time to slay more beasts, he decided to fill his beast cores first. Putting away his S-rank sword, Lin headed out to hunt beasts. In this city of A-rank beasts, silver stage beasts weren't entirely absent, but they were generally found in the outskirts. The true rulers of the city were the gold stage beasts. In this city of monster beasts, Lin couldn't just run rampant like he used to. After all, gold stage monster beasts weren't the kind he could take down with a single swing of his sword.
He had to take them down one by one.
If more than 5 monster beasts attacked Lin at once, it could be deadly. Lin began hunting the gold stage monster beasts with great caution, managing to kill only about 20 or 30 a day. Over the next few days, Lin got the hang of it, gained valuable experience, and his killing speed increased steadily. A single strike with his shadow-flying blades was almost enough to take them down instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gradually, Lin had killed over 300 beasts in just a few days, a truly staggering number. If anyone had seen Lin fighting alone, they would have been absolutely shocked. Psychic abilities really are a natural advantage. Lin was hiding inside a tall building, controlling 7 flying blades as they hurtled toward the demon beasts on the street below. Whoosh! Instantly, the demon beast's head was severed and sent flying.
Ding! Defeated a gold stage demon beast. Upgrade points plus 11,000. I'm almost full. Time to head back and sell this stuff.
After slaying an iron-armored centipede, Lin looked at his several expandable bags and said with satisfaction. If he killed too many, he wouldn't be able to carry them all. It would be a waste.
Better to save them for now and come back later. He began his return journey, exiting the city of demonic beasts.
However, just as Lin stepped out of the city of demonic beasts, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly echoed from behind him.
Rumble, rumble. What is going on?
Lin turned around and suddenly saw a massive horde of demonic beasts swarming toward him from the other end of the city. The demon beasts were packed like sardines, numbering in the tens of thousands, creating a tremendous commotion that made the earth shake and the mountains tremble. The ferocious and savage beasts trampled the steel and concrete into the ground wherever they passed, it was as if a typhoon had swept through, leaving everything in its wake completely flattened. Seeing this scene, Lin's eyes widened in shock. Holy shit, a beast tide is coming. A monster tide, as the name suggests, is a frenzied stampede of monsters. It's incredibly fierce if caught in it. Even if you aren't surrounded, bitten to death, or swallowed whole, you'll be trampled to death. He scanned the area with his psychic power, and his expression suddenly froze. Oh no, most of them are golden rank monsters.
Killing me would be a piece of cake for them.
Lin, all alone, was undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a cart. It was simply impossible for him to resist the monster tide. Without the army and warriors coming to suppress it, there was absolutely no way to stop it. If the monster tide breached a human city, that would spell major trouble. Ordinary humans would surely face rivers of blood and the destruction of their homes and families. But Lin had no time to worry about that now. A beast tide erupting out of nowhere was, in itself, an extremely unusual occurrence. He had to flee for his life first. Looking back, Lin saw that many warrior squads hunting demon beasts in the city were letting out agonized screams. Presumably, many Henti had time to escape before being killed and devoured by the demon beasts. Not a single bone was left. Lin began to flee for his life.
Rumble, rumble. The tide of beasts behind him was closing in less than 5 kilometers away now.
Just then, Lin saw several foreign warriors with blonde hair and green eyes flying toward him from ahead. They were wearing strange, high-tech flight devices, hovering in midair as they looked down at the beast tide below. Lin looked up and saw that they were smiling at him.
High in the sky, several men dressed in aristocratic attire looked down.
One of them, a burly man with a beard, said, "Lord Carl, we've triggered this beast tide.
If the Chinese authorities find out, they condemn us?"
The man in the center, named Carl, smiled.
"Oof. We'll grab the Gale shield and leave. Even if the Chinese authorities find out it was us, what can they do to us?
Once we return to the Western Alliance, it'll still be the Rot family's world."
Lord Carl is wise. These Chinese ants, if they die, so be it.
They're not worth mentioning.
Our goal is the Gale shield, heh.
The group in the sky nodded in agreement, their faces twisted into sinister grins. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lin, who was sprinting at full speed, just happened to overhear the gist of their conversation using his psychic power. Instantly, his face flushed with rage. So it was these guys who triggered the beast horde after all. Damn it, they really don't care about our lives at all. A mere handful of foreign warriors coming to cause trouble, and now I'm forced to flee because of them. Lin was furious, but the fact that they could afford flight devices meant they certainly weren't ordinary warriors. Such flight devices were extremely expensive. A single unit cost over 50 billion.
Only wealthy aristocratic families could afford them.
Moreover, Lin had just assessed their strength. Every one of them was at the platinum stage or higher.
A group of platinum tier warriors was truly terrifying.
Lin began to deliberately hide himself, trying his best not to be detected. However, high above in the sky, a man named Rotkar still spotted Lin's trail.
"There's a little ant down there who's a psychic. He was spying on us just now. Lord Carl, should I go down and take him out?" "No need. Grab the Gale shield and let us get out of here quickly."
Rotkar shook his head, but suddenly, a dark swarm of flying monsters in the sky was attacking them.
"Trouble. Flying monsters, everyone, watch out." Rotkar's expression turned grim.
Flying monsters evolved rapidly and were extremely rare. As a result, their strength was at least gold stage or higher. With most at platinum stage, they were no easy foes. Even with 7 or 8 platinum stage fighters among them, they stood little chance of winning a battle against these flying beasts in the sky. They couldn't engage them head on. They had to find cover and fight while retreating.
Wah!
On the ground, Lin used his speed to put distance between himself and the onslaught of beasts, but suddenly, a beastly cry pierced the sky, catching Lin's attention.
"Oh no, flying demon beasts are attacking too. This is getting serious."
Flying demon beasts are rare, but their appearance today indicates that the situation is dire. Lin dared not take this lightly any longer. He began using his psychic power to take flight and escape. A flying demon beast behind him had already spotted him and was diving toward him.
Chapter 39, The 50 Billion Gale Shield.
If he fell into the hands of a flying demon beast, even if Lin had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd have little chance of survival. Lin used his psychic power to take to the skies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strong winds whipped around him as the flying demon beast pursued him relentlessly from behind.
It was as large as a helicopter, and its aura was terrifying. Moreover, it was exceptionally fast.
Lin mustered all his strength and flew non-stop, pushing himself to near maximum speed in a race against the beast in the sky.
Ah! Lord Carl, run!
Before long, a blood-curdling scream rang out from behind him. It must have been those foreign platinum stage practitioners under attack.
It sounded pretty gruesome. Serves you right. You bastards came to our territory to wreak havoc for no reason. You deserve it.
Lin felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He felt no sympathy whatsoever.
Kyay!
Just then, the massive thunder war eagle suddenly closed in on Lin, its enormous claws sweeping down, completely obscuring him in a shadow.
His eyes flashed, and he immediately dove downward, slowing his flight. Whoosh!
The thunder war eagle's claw struck empty, enraging it as it launched a frenzied attack on Lin.
Thank goodness it's just a young thunder war eagle, only 2 or 3 meters long and wide.
If it were a fully grown one, I wouldn't dare face it head on.
Lin wasn't helpless, though.
While flying, he used his psychic power to control the shadow-flying blades.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 blades lunged toward the young thunder war eagle, sending it reeling in mid-air.
Arg! The young thunder war eagle let out a mournful howl and plummeted to the ground. Shortly after, a voice rang in Lin's head, ding.
Defeated a gold stage demon beast. Upgrade points plus 20,000.
Flying demon beasts are stronger than ground-based ones, so they yield more upgrade points.
Finally took care of it. That was a close call. Lin let out a sigh of relief.
Just as he let his guard down, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine.
Gak!
An even more savage, more ferocious sound reached Lin's ears. The massive thunder war eagle stared at Lin with its aged eyes, letting out a menacing screech. Immediately afterward, Lin saw the thunder war eagle flying straight toward him in pursuit. Oh my god, speak of the devil, this is a fully grown thunder war eagle, holy crap. He was nearly stunned. A fully grown thunder war eagle typically possessed combat power on par with the platinum stage. Even a warrior of the same realm engaging it in aerial combat might not make it out alive.
Flying demon beasts are particularly adept at aerial combat.
Now that Lin had killed its young, he had clearly enraged this adult thunder war eagle. He began to flee frantically. But he soon realized the thunder war eagle's speed was no slower than his own. The distance between them was closing rapidly, and Lin felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. At the critical moment, Lin began to lower his altitude again, flying almost close to the ground, and finally flew straight into a mountain covered in dense jungle. If he fought the flying demon beast in the sky, Lin would surely die, but once inside the mountain, with its many obstacles blocking the beast's line of sight, it would certainly find it difficult to fly. Once inside the forest, Lin quickly hid beneath a large rock, almost holding his breath, not daring to make a sound. Whoosh! Outside, the thunder war eagle flew overhead, searching for signs of humans. It circled back and forth endlessly in search, but to no avail.
Finally, hundreds of demon beasts swept overhead, their massive black silhouettes emerging one after another, resembling a fleet of fighter jets.
Finally, after more than 10 minutes had passed and Lin felt the danger had subsided, he crawled out from under the rock.
They're all heading toward the human city. I can't go back now, I have to go the opposite way. Lin took flight once more, leaving the scene behind, though his vitality was severely depleted.
Over the past few days, Lin had been fighting non-stop, which was already exhausting, and the aerial chase he'd just endured had nearly drained him of all his strength. He could see the tail end of the tidal wave of demon beasts below, and after flying several dozen kilometers, Lin finally landed on the summit of another mountain.
Thud!
Lin landed lightly, unaware that a hidden cave lay right before him.
At the cave's entrance lay the corpses of 2 humans and a flying demon beast. Looks like a battle just took place here. Thank goodness I arrived a little late, otherwise, I would been dragged into it.
No, the flying demon beast will definitely come back later.
I need to go inside and hide.
With that in mind, Lin stepped into the cave. The cave wasn't very deep or narrow, and there were no demon beasts inside. It was the perfect place for Lin to take shelter.
Something's glowing over there. Let me see what it is.
No sooner had Lin sat down than he noticed something flickering brightly in the corner across from him.
The light caught Lin's attention.
He walked over, dug through the dirt, and finally unearthed an oval-shaped object that looked like a skateboard. However, the object seemed to be of exceptional quality to the touch. It didn't feel like it was made of steel. It certainly didn't feel like stone or plastic, nor was it made of any kind of alloy.
That's strange. What is this? It looks pretty amazing. I've never seen a skateboard like this before. After examining it for a while, Lin muttered to himself, is this actually a skateboard or a shield?
It feels more like one of those ancient shields to me. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly froze, remembering something. Wait a minute, earlier, I heard that group of foreign warriors say they were looking for the Gale Shield.
Could this thing actually be the Gale Shield?
With that thought in mind, he immediately used his smartwatch to log into the warrior forum. On the forum, Lin began typing Gale Shield to search for related posts. The Gale Shield appeared 100 years ago. It was the personal weapon of the first-generation Grandmaster Sage Simmons. With extremely strong defensive capabilities, it was known as the strongest shield on Earth. Despite extensive research by scientists and human warriors, no one has been able to determine the materials used in the Gale Shield. Rumor has it that this shield is not of earthly origin and most likely comes from outer space.
After Simmons' death, the Gale Shield's whereabouts became unknown.
Rumor has it that it was left behind in China. There were reports of a Grandmaster Stage warrior offering 50 billion in exchange for the Gale Shield, but to no avail.
After reading a few related posts, Lin's eyes widened in disbelief.
He compared the photos and the posts and was completely stunned. Because the shield in his own hands was the very same Gale Shield shown in the photos.
Holy shit, did I just get my hands on a Gale Shield worth 50 billion?
Lin was so excited he could barely speak. I guess those foreign warriors must have pinpointed the Gale Shield's exact location, which is why they lured the demon beasts away from this mountain.
Little did they expect to run into flying demon beasts.
In the end, it was me with my lucky godluck who struck while the others were distracted and snatched this priceless treasure. Overjoyed, Lin examined it closely, then drew his S-rank sword and slashed down at the Gale Shield.
Clang!
The S-rank sword vibrated violently, and Lin's arm went numb. He realized the Gale Shield was incredibly hard, far too hard.
Chapter 40, The Marvels of the Gale Shield.
He had just swung with all his might, only to find that the Gale Shield remained completely unscathed. Of course, the sword showed no chips either. Instead, it was his own arm that throbbed with pain.
This was simply unbelievable.
Lin was currently only at 4-star gold, but even at that level, his strength could reach 1.3 million or more. Just now, with his full burst of power combined with the S-Class Longsword's bonus, his explosive force had surpassed the gold stage at least 2 million kg. Yet even with 4 million G of force poured into the Gale Shield, it had no effect.
This defense is way too damn strong.
You truly live up to your reputation as the world's #1 shield.
From now on, I'll take you in.
After the test, Lin said with satisfaction.
But then, something magical happened.
Just as Lin reached out to pick up the Gale Shield, the shield suddenly started moving on its own. As if it possessed a mind of its own, it spun joyfully around Lin, just like an obedient little puppy.
Holy shit, wait, you can actually understand human speech?
This scene nearly scared the crap out of Lin. As soon as he said that, the Gale Shield seemed to understand, circling around to hover at Lin's feet. It appeared to be telling Lin to step on it, ready to carry him aloft. Lin was overjoyed. He immediately jumped onto the Gale Shield and began controlling its flight with his telekinesis.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Gale Shield took off, and suddenly, its speed skyrocketed as fast as a gale.
It was more than 3 times faster than Lin's previous flight speeds. It was reaching nearly 1000 ms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Buzz flying while standing on the Gale Shield, the vibrations were nearly rupturing Lin's eardrums. However, Lin quickly adapted to this speed, and the physical discomfort gradually subsided. He also made a major discovery: while piloting the Gale Shield, his psychic power seemed to be barely depleted at all.
Amazing! Absolutely amazing!
This discovery filled Lin with delight. It was practically zero consumption. Ha ha ha, my flying speed is now on par with a Grandmaster Stage Warrior.
Who else could match me?
Lin was brimming with confidence after obtaining the Gale Shield. His confidence soared, and he began heading back toward home. About 20 minutes later, Lin caught up to the wave of beasts he'd encountered earlier. He then charged into the fray, wielding the Zilong Golden Spear to slay the demon beasts. With the Gale Shield's help, Lin was in his element, completely unafraid of being overwhelmed by the tidal wave of demon beasts.
Ding! Defeated a gold stage demon beast. Upgrade points plus 10,000. Ding! Defeated a gold stage demon beast. Upgrade points plus 9,500. Ding, ding. After half an hour, Lin had slain nearly 400 gold stage demon beasts.
He had originally intended to keep fighting, but upon seeing fighter jets approaching from the distance, he abandoned that plan. The military was arriving. The military had come to suppress the beast tide, and warriors would surely be sent here to provide support. If Lin stayed any longer, he'd likely be exposed. He was now decked out in priceless treasures. He couldn't risk being seen in public. Summoning the Gale Shield, Lin shot back toward Gaoliang City with a whoosh.
Damn it, Carl messed up. What happened? Could it be that the Huaxia authorities have intervened? Outside Huaxia.
In the Western Alliance, far across the ocean. The Western Alliance, its full name being the Western Confederation, brings together warriors and humans from the West, united in a single place to form an alliance against the demon beasts and fight for survival. At that moment, within a base city of the Western Alliance, at the Rot family estate, an elderly man nearing 70 flew into a rage after reading the latest email. Standing beside him was a tall man dressed in noble attire. The old man said, "It wasn't the Chinese government." When Carl arrived at the target location, the Chinese officials hadn't even arrived yet, but the Gale Shield was gone.
Someone has taken our property. Damn it! To steal our treasure right from under Carl's nose, could a Grandmaster Stage Warrior have intervened? No, that can't be right.
Only we knew about this, and the Grandmaster Stage Warriors from China have all been in the City of the Abyss lately. They wouldn't have had time to meddle in this. The tall man's eyes twitched furiously.
This trip cost us over 500 billion. Fuck. 500 billion?
The old man snorted derisively. You're still underestimating the value of the Gale Shield.
To me, it's priceless. Not only is the Gale Shield gone, but we've lost 7 Platinum Stage Warriors.
It really wasn't worth it. He tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a grain of rice. The old man was furious. He ordered, "Send people to Huaxia immediately to investigate. You must track down the culprits. That's our property. It absolutely cannot fall into anyone else's hands."
Yes, Godfather.
Beads of sweat formed on the tall man's forehead. When the Godfather got angry, the consequences were severe. In Huaxia, Lin returned to Gaoliang and headed straight to the Warrior Mall to sell his goods.
His expandable bags were already full. If he didn't sell them, there simply wouldn't be enough room. Manager Lu greeted Lin with the utmost courtesy. "Mr. Lin, you're here. How much did you bring back this time? Count them yourself. Once you're done, settle the bill with me."
Lin tossed 3 expandable bags onto the floor, giving Manager Lu quite a start.
"So many Golden Stage Demon Beast cores? My god, wait, this is the Vajra Ape King's core."
Manager Lu was utterly stunned. In the Silver and Gold Stage realms, others only occasionally managed to obtain a few Golden Stage Beast cores. Yet Lin, in a single move, had produced not just Golden Beast cores, but even the core of a Platinum Stage Golden Ape King. This was a beast core in high demand all over the world. After a meticulous count, Manager Lu held up his calculator and said with a smile, "Lin, you're going to strike it rich this time. The total price for all of this comes to 1,115,933,100.
1 billion?
Upon hearing the price, even Lin was taken aback. He hadn't the slightest idea that these beast cores were worth so much. But upon checking, there were tens of thousands of them. It really wouldn't make sense for the total to be less than 1 billion.
That's right. I'll round it up to 1,116,000,000 for you.
But I don't have that much cash on hand right now. I'll need the Alliance to wire the funds before I can transfer it to you. Manager Lu couldn't have been more courteous.
If he resold them immediately, he'd make at least 5 million, an enormous sum for an ordinary person like him.
Alright, then just send it to me once you receive the payment.
I'll be on my way now.
Sure thing, have a good day. Not long after returning home, Lin received a transfer of 1.1116 billion.
That was a massive sum.
In fact, Lin still had some unexpected finds like the S-rank sword and the Gale shield that he hadn't sold yet. He planned to keep those two items for himself. He quickly logged into the Warrior Mall and began repaying the loan he'd taken out last time. 20 to 30 million wasn't much of a sum for Lin. Immediately afterward, Lin checked the price of that S-class sword and discovered it was called the Lei Shao sword. Weighing about 10,000 jin, it was suitable for warriors at the Grandmaster stage or higher. The Lei Shao sword is already out of production. If I were to sell it, I reckon it would fetch around 30 billion. As for other S-rank weapons, their prices generally range from 10 billion to 100 billion. I'd better keep this sword that way. I won't have to replace it with another S-rank weapon later. After much deliberation, Lin decided to purchase a martial art manual to enhance the Lei Shao sword's power. It had to be a sword technique.
Chapter 41, Spiritual Breakthrough, Brotherhood.
Full of enthusiasm, Lin purchased a martial arts manual called Thunderclap Skill.
Thunderclap Skill, a single sword strike that summons a thunderclap.
When mastered to perfection, it can increase attack power by 300%. Furthermore, during an attack, it automatically unleashes 3 bolts of lightning, each dealing 5% additional damage to the enemy.
After reading the description, Lin thought it was absolutely amazing. If he could master this, wouldn't it be like having a cheat code?
The Thunderclap skill cost 500 million and was also created by Titan Lei, but its sales were equally dismal. However, poor sales didn't mean it was weak. Take the Gale Step technique, for example. It had already boosted Lin's speed, making his escapes much faster. With the remaining money, Lin bought another 100 Great Vitality pills, spending a total of 50 million.
That'll do for now. Dominating Gaoliang City won't be a problem for me now. Highly satisfied, Lin walked into the martial arts hall to go into seclusion and train.
The package arrived that afternoon, and Lin began training the Thunderclap skill.
Ding! Host detected to possess sword techniques. Do you wish to train? Cultivate. Ding, cultivating.
The familiar process and visuals began to flood Lin's mind, helping him absorb the techniques of the Thunderclap skill.
Soon, Lin grasped the true essence of the Thunderclap skill. Ding, Thunderclap skill cultivation complete. Currently at the entry-level realm.
That was fast, much faster than last time, he marveled, then unleashed the Thunderclap skill at the testing device.
Go! Boom crack!
As the sword struck out, a faint bolt of lightning surged from the blade, and at the same moment, as if a thunderclap had exploded, the entire sealed training room shook. As the deafening roar erupted, Lin was both startled and delighted. That's incredible! It came with a bolt of lightning. That single strike generated over 2 million in power.
Holy crap!
The number displayed on the screen, 2,136,879 kilograms, gave Lin a huge surprise. He began frantically building up his vitality again, swallowing great vitality pills one after another. Gulp, gulp! He shoved the great vitality pills into his mouth as if they were free, and only stopped devouring them when his stomach began to burn fiercely. If anyone had been watching, they would likely have been terrified by Lin's actions. Even a Grandmaster stage warrior wouldn't dare treat great vitality pills like they were food. If they couldn't digest them, they'd be stuffed to death, their blood vessels bursting. But Lin's constitution was different, with the system aiding his digestion. The more great vitality pills he took, the better.
Moreover, Lin's absorption capacity was extraordinary.
If someone else's absorption capacity were a large vat, Lin's was an ocean.
It could absorb everything. Something is changing.
I hope this breakthrough will make me even stronger, he thought to himself as he closed his eyes and began meditating.
A day later, Lin opened his eyes.
The moment he did, a flash of dark, luminous light burst forth. His pupils shone like stars, radiating a vivid vitality. Moreover, his skin had grown much fairer, and his entire demeanor had suddenly risen to a whole new level, as if he were a completely different person.
Has it begun? Lin's vitality was brimming, and his spiritual realm began to surge and expand. Silver 1 star. Silver 2 star. Silver 3 star. Silver 4 star.
When he reached Silver 4 star, the growth stopped. Lin exhaled, just 2 realms short.
Looks like I'll have to spend my upgrade points after all. He checked his upgrade points. He had 2.3 million left. System, upgrade my spiritual realm. Ding. Command accepted.
Beginning spiritual realm upgrade.
Silver 5 star. Gold 1 star. Boom.
With a violent surge in his head, Lin's realm shot up to Gold 1 star, but his upgrade points were completely depleted.
Lin didn't care, though. With his mental realm enhanced, his psychic power would be strengthened, and relying on psychic power in combat was the way to go. He could kill from a distance.
With that thought, Lin stopped dwelling on it.
Host, Lin. Speed, 280 ms.
Strength, 1,300,000 kilograms. Spiritual realm, Gold 1 star 2,999 5 million.
Cultivation realm, Gold 4 star 010 million. Upgrade points, 0.
Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear Technique Mastery realm, 1 million, attack plus 80%. Extreme Explosion Fist Technique Preliminary realm, 400,000 base attack plus 50%. Swift Wind Footwork Preliminary Mastery, 500,000, base speed plus 40%, Thunderclap Skill Beginner Level, 90,000, attack plus 65%. Lin was very satisfied with the stats displayed on the panel. After reaching 4-star gold, his strength had suddenly surged significantly. With a peak level punch, he could likely unleash a burst damage of 2 or 3 million. Once he advanced to the platinum stage, he would try using the S-rank Lei Xiao sword as his weapon. After all, he wasn't quite suited to wield the Lei Xiao sword yet. As for speed, Lin ignored it entirely. Now that he had the Gale Shield, as long as his vital energy was sufficiently robust, his speed could skyrocket past 1,000. It was truly as fast as drinking water. No warrior below the Grandmaster stage stood a chance of catching a glimpse of his taillights. Having nearly completed his training, Lin emerged from seclusion at the Martial Arts Academy. Just then, one of the Academy's instructors approached him and said, "Lin, Su has been looking for you for a long time. He hasn't been able to get in touch with you."
Su's looking for me? Lin thought for a moment and opened his smartwatch.
Several messages had accumulated inside, all from Su. Lin opened them one by one to read them. "Lin, the World Rookie Challenge is about to start.
Are you signing up? Let me know if you're interested. Are you there? Where do you run off to, kid? You haven't gone missing, have you?
If you don't sign up now, you'll miss your chance.
Lin, where are you?
The Huaxia officials asked me to invite you to compete. If you see this, please come find me at the headquarters in Yanjing."
3 messages in a row, all from Su looking for Lin. Another competition? Oh well, I'll go check it out.
After all, the officials reached out to me. They must have high hopes for me.
Lin didn't set out right away.
Instead, he went home for a day, chatted with his parents, and then tested Xiao Yu's strength. Lin was slightly surprised by Xiao Yu's progress, as Xiao Yu had already reached the level of a bronze 2-star warrior.
That's really impressive. By what level has my brother reached? Xiao Yu asked curiously after Lin left.
A voice came from the pendant on his chest. "Damn it, Your brother seems to be getting close to the platinum stage.
That fast? Didn't you say you'd help me catch up to my brother in 3 months? What are we going to do now?
Xiaoyu was anxious. He wanted to overtake his brother and show off a bit. I only advance 1 star per week, but my brother has advanced several stars.
Yes, I see, electronic voice rang out.
As he stepped outside, Lin happened to run into the Peanut Squad and the others returning. Wang Dali had woken up as well, so they all agreed to meet in a private room at the restaurant to catch up.
Holy crap, Lin, what the hell did you take? You've reached the gold stage?
I told you long ago this kid has huge potential. A month and a half ago, he was just a greenhorn, and now he can totally crush us.
You're something else, kid. I'm jealous of Psychic. Don't forget us once you've made it big.
He even took first place in the Huaxia Newcomer Challenge.
That's insane.
After seeing Lin's cultivation level, the 4 members of the Peanut Squad couldn't help but be stunned, and they all teased him one after another.
Thanks, guys, for taking me out into the world.
I, Lin, am definitely not the type to forget a favor.
The group began eating and drinking.
After a round of bragging, everyone went their separate ways. Finally, Lin approached Wang Dali alone and said, "Old Wang, here is 30 million. You won't be able to go out for the next half year, but you can't let your cultivation fall behind, otherwise, you'll waste your prime years.
Buy plenty of elixirs to keep yourself in top shape."
Lin, I can't accept this.
30 million isn't a small sum.
A flash of shock crossed Wang Dali's eyes.
You've contributed to the team, too. Besides, I'm not short on money right now.
Just take it.
That's all. I'm heading to Beijing now.
Let us stay in touch.
After shoving the card into old Wang's hands, Lin quickly left.
Wang Dali watched Lin's retreating figure, a glimmer of tears flashing in his eyes.
Chapter 42, The Hope of Huaxia, The Battle for Honor.
30 million wasn't much for Lin, because he knew that as a psychic, money came quickly. Earning 300 or 400 million a month was a breeze. But for someone at the silver stage like him, it was equivalent to the profits from 2 missions. If he went half a year without income, he wouldn't have the money to buy elixirs to maintain his current condition. After all, a warrior's prime years are between the ages of 20 and 30. This is the period when progress is the fastest. If he let half a year go to waste, his cultivation would fall behind others, and he might very well be unable to become a gold stage warrior in the future. That's why these 30 million were so crucial to him. In his heart, he had already come to regard Lin as a brother.
Yanjing. At the Martial Arts Academy's headquarters, Lin met with Su. In Su's office sat a middle-aged man dressed in official attire.
The man had an upright demeanor, and when he saw Lin enter, his gaze swept over him briefly.
Lin didn't think much of it. He walked right in and asked, "Su, is there something you wanted to discuss with me?"
Su stood up, and only then did Lin notice that Su had some difficulty walking. He was limping slightly.
Seeing this, Lin quickly asked, "Su, what's wrong?"
"I was ambushed overseas last time and sustained an injury."
"It's expected to take another month to recover," Su said with a smile, his tone unconcerned.
"It's nothing serious, don't worry. Let me introduce you. This is Commander Qin Zhanglong, an official 4-star war general."
"A 4-star war general?"
Lin was slightly taken aback.
He'd heard of the ranks of war generals in the military. A 5-star war general was the highest rank, and it was said that only those at the Grandmaster stage could earn that honor. As for a 4-star war general, their strength was also at the platinum level or above, and the title could only be obtained through outstanding military achievements.
Lin bowed in respect.
Chen Zhenglong rose leisurely and said, "Lin, I've been keeping an eye on you since you participated in the Huaxia Newcomer Challenge last time. I didn't expect you to break through again in such a short time.
And, if I'm not mistaken, you're at the gold stage, right?"
"I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Commander. I have indeed reached the gold stage."
Lin didn't deny it.
As soon as he said this, Su Gao immediately gasped, staring at Lin in disbelief.
"Gold stage? It's only been half a month, right?"
Going from silver to gold, how could it be this easy? Is he cheating?
Ah, Lin, you truly live up to your reputation as Huaxia's #1 genius.
To be honest, I'm here today to discuss something with you. Commander Chen, just get to the point.
I'd like to invite you to represent Huaxia at the Global Rookie Challenge, the martial arts tournament.
Chen Zhenglong cut straight to the chase. Upon hearing this, Lin paused for a moment before saying, "The Global Rookie Challenge?" I'm all ears. After some explanation, Lin understood that this was a global challenge for newcomers.
It included not only wilderness survival tests but also arena combat, with a terrifying mortality rate of 20%. The mortality rate is extremely high, the challenges are incredibly difficult, and this battle serves as the baptism of fire for new warrior recruits. It's hailed as the gateway to warriors.
Seeing Lin's interest, Chen Zhenglong patiently explained from the side.
As for the final prize pool, the champion takes 30 billion, the runner-up takes 20 billion, and third place takes 10 billion. I should also tell you that Huaxia has ranked last for 9 consecutive years, so this is a battle for dignity.
If we finish last for a 10th consecutive year, it will become a massive laughingstock. At the bottom of the rankings for 9 years? Lin looked up. How is that possible? Did I hear that right?
Logically speaking, Huaxia is vast and rich in resources, with warriors as numerous as the stars and a constant stream of prodigies. There are countless outstanding young warriors.
They're no worse than their foreign counterparts at the very least. They should be able to place 7th or 8th. How could they possibly finish last for 9 consecutive years? Lin, it's true.
Although Huaxia has many newcomers, many of the geniuses from the martial arts university aren't willing to risk their lives to participate in such a high-risk competition. Su interjected, and the genius warriors trained by the government have more important missions to carry out, so the teams sent in previous years weren't the strongest ones.
Chen Zhenglong continued, there's another reason. China's young prodigies are too arrogant.
In the past, when noble offspring went, they refused to cooperate with their teammates, and as a result, their teammates were killed.
Moreover, there are more and more psychics abroad now.
Take the Western Alliance and the African Alliance, for example. They manage to uncover a psychic every year. If our people go, we simply won't stand a chance.
I understand. I'll go and compete. Lin suddenly made up his mind.
The two exchanged a smile and nodded in delight.
With you there, we'll have peace of mind. With your skills, I don't think winning first place will be a problem. Chen Zhenglong patted Lin on the shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. 3 days later, Lin boarded the warship and flew overseas with Commander Chen Zhenglong.
On the plane were 4 other contestants from Huaxia, all in their 20s or older. Lin was the youngest, which drew the attention of the other 4. Only one of them, who appeared to be of noble birth, sat alone in a corner, looking down on everyone else.
Lin didn't pay much attention to the others.
He was participating in the competition solely to bring honor to his country.
As a Huaxia warrior, how could he not bring glory to his country?
On the warship, Lin had assumed this was just a matter within the warrior community and that few people would be paying attention. Little did he know that the moment he closed his eyes to rest, he received a call from his parents. Lin, you're going abroad to participate in that warrior competition?
Mom and Dad, how did you find out? Lin was completely taken aback.
His father, Don, explained, the whole of Huaxia knows about it. 3 days ago, there was an official press release stating that Huaxia's most outstanding warrior prodigy would be competing in the Global Rookie Challenge. I was wondering who that person could be. It turns out it's you. Don's tone grew increasingly excited, and his mother, Yun, looked anxious. Lin, please be careful.
Don't let anything happen to you. Am I really that famous?
Lin hadn't expected this, but then he smiled.
Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'll be fine.
I'll bring the championship trophy back for you guys. After hanging up, Lin quickly went online to browse the news. Sure enough, stories about him had been flooding the feeds for the past few days.
The most talented warrior in all of Huaxia is representing the country. Will he be able to break the 9-year streak of finishing last?
Spokespersons from the Western Alliance, African Alliance, and Asian Alliance have mocked China, vowing to join forces to hand China its 10th consecutive loss. Lin's identity revealed, the rising star of China, drawing attention from the martial arts world. Shocking, the Global Rookie Challenge will be broadcast live worldwide. An estimated 1 billion people across China are expected to watch online. Can he break the losing streak? Faced with this barrage of news, Lin realized he had suddenly become the center of national attention. His expression grew slightly stern. It seemed the whole world was eager to hand China a humiliating defeat. I carry the honor of China and the expectations of its people on my shoulders. This time, I will end the 9-game losing streak and lead China to the top. The warship landed at a base. After disembarking, Lin and his team saw warriors and contestants from many countries arriving as well. These prodigies had blonde hair, green eyes, and dark skin. There were even Indians with spiky hair. In short, they were a motley crew, each with their own unique charm. Chapter 43, Imminent Crisis. The 5 Huaxia competitors entered the competition base. Just then, a foreign man dressed in a commander's uniform walked over and greeted Chen Zhanglong. "Commander Chen, why didn't your partner come with you this year? Is he too scared to face 10 straight losses? Has he been beaten into submission?" He was the captain of the Western Alliance team. Chen Zhanglong chuckled softly. "Rest assured, we're here to win the championship this year. We have no intention of finishing last." The Huaxia team is indeed full of wild fantasies. We from the non-aligned movement will make sure your wish comes true. Just then, another dark-skinned commander walked over. One glance was enough to tell he was the commander of the non-aligned movement team. Today, both the non-aligned movement and the Western Alliance are incredibly powerful. While the previous generation might not have been able to match Huaxia, they're now nearly on par. Over the past decade, their development has been extremely rapid. Warriors have emerged in droves across all fields. They are truly brimming with talent and show every sign of surpassing China. With their momentum at its peak, they spoke with great confidence, clearly not taking Chen Zhanglong seriously. "It's still too early to say who will come out on top," Chen Zhanglong said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Lin and the others were filled with righteous indignation. It seems people from all over are deeply envious of Huaxia's martial arts and are all looking to suppress them. How despicable. In the past, Lin had no idea what the situation was like overseas, but now it's clear that competition among warriors is extremely fierce. Especially when it rises to the national level, that sense of honor and responsibility grows even stronger. While the group was engaged in a silent standoff, more officials dressed in Asian Alliance uniforms arrived. Several Asian Alliance officials spoke in a relatively polite tone, greeting Chen Zhanglong. "Hello, Commander Chen. It's been a long time." Chen Zhanglong nodded. After chatting for a while, one of the Asian Alliance officials suddenly said, "Commander Chen, Huaxia is no longer what it used to be. The martial arts landscape has changed. If you don't join our Asian Alliance, it will be very difficult for you to survive." And what makes you say that?" Chen Zhanglong scoffed. "In terms of territory and martial arts powerhouses, Huaxia's land area rivals that of the Western Alliance and exceeds that of the non-aligned alliance. Both of the human race's titans are in Huaxia, and among the world's top 10 martial arts schools, Huaxia's Super Guild and Thunder Martial Arts School occupy the top 2 spots. Aren't you being a bit too presumptuous, Commander Chen?" The half-blood commander of the Asian Alliance chuckled. "The previous generation was impressive, but what about this one? Are you sure Huaxia can continue to develop without joining the Asian Alliance? Over the past decade, both the Western Alliance and the African Alliance have each cultivated more than 10 psychics. And here at the Asian Alliance, we've even welcomed 2 psychic prodigies this year, while you and Huaxia have been stagnating for a full decade. This time, we're all fighting for first place. As for the assessment, we won't go easy on anyone. You're aware of that, right? So what? Let us see who comes out on top in the competition." The mixed-race commander's attitude suddenly turned less friendly, but Chen Zhanglong responded with a smile, shifting his gaze to Lin. "If all goes as expected, the competition will start this afternoon. You should head to the base lounge to rest for now. Just come back when you hear the announcement." Chen Zhanglong turned to Lin and the others and said, "As team leaders, we're not allowed in the competitors' lounge, but we'll be able to watch you on the live stream after the competition. By the way, this assessment places a strong emphasis on teamwork. We're a team, and Lin will serve as the captain for this competition.
All right.
Lin nodded in agreement. The other three also nodded in approval, indicating they had no objections. Only the young heir from a wealthy family remained silent, standing to the side with his arms crossed, looking extremely arrogant. Before boarding the warship, Lin had reviewed the team members' profiles and knew this young man was a scion of a prominent Beijing family named Lu Xiaolong. Lu Xiaolong was no ordinary scion of a wealthy family. His grandfather, father, and mother were all grandmaster stage practitioners, enjoying high prestige throughout Huaxia, far surpassing the likes of the Zhou family from Magic City.
However, he had an extremely arrogant personality.
Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, coupled with his extraordinary talent that had always set him apart from his peers, he rarely spoke to others. Or rather, there were very few among his peers who could even catch his eye. Now that he heard Lin was the squad leader, the competitive Lu Xiaolong naturally didn't look pleased. Seeing this, Chen Zhenglong spoke up. Lu Xiaolong, this is an order. During combat, prioritize the team and cooperate with your teammates.
Do you understand?
Got it. But if you want me to obey him, he'd better be better than me. Otherwise, he has no right to give me orders. After saying this, Lu Xiaolong crossed his arms and strode toward the lounge. Chen Zhenglong shook his head. Disciples from prominent families were truly hard to tame. If it weren't for his grandfather's strong recommendation that he participate in the competition to bring glory to the nation, Chen Zhenglong wouldn't have even considered bringing him along. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, it was the middle of the night. It was supposed to be bedtime, but many people in Huaxia were still awake, glued to their TVs or checking their smartwatches, waiting for the live broadcast.
The live broadcast starts in an hour.
I hear our newcomers from Huaxia are really impressive this year. They might even have a shot at the championship.
That guy named Lin is supposedly a psychic. Not long ago, the Zhou family from Magic City even put a bounty on his head.
I never expected he'd be competing abroad. Now that's impressive. It's an annual gathering of geniuses, a must-watch. If we lose again, we'll be facing a 10-game losing streak.
Ugh.
I'm staying up all night tonight to watch the whole match.
Go, Huaxia warrior.
People across the country were watching this global tournament, and Gaoliang City was especially abuzz with excitement. Many citizens spontaneously gathered on the streets to watch the big screens, eagerly awaiting the start of the match. Lin is a role model for our Gaoliang City. He is the most talented prodigy in all of Huaxia.
I believe he'll definitely win. Lin is awesome. 666.
Lin's parents and Xiaoyu were also watching nervously at home. Yun said worriedly, so many people are pinning their hopes on our son.
Do you think Lin is feeling a lot of pressure? It's an honor for our Lin family that Lin is bringing glory to our country. Even if he loses, it'll still be a noble defeat.
I believe Lin won't lose. He has always been a competitive person since he was little. Mom and Dad, don't worry. My brother is incredibly strong. Competing in a tournament like this is like fighting on a whole different level. He won't lose.
Xiaoyu explained, my brother is a really powerful psychic.
I didn't know this before, but now that I do, it'd be hard for him to lose even if he wanted to. The highest level base of the Huaxia military department. The place was heavily guarded, with multiple layers of security and filled with all kinds of automated infrared scanners. This is where the top brass of the Huaxia military department hold their meetings. Only the most prominent and renowned officers, those of the highest standing, are permitted to enter here. At that moment, in the conference hall, a white-haired elder with 5 golden stars on his shoulders sat in the seat of honor and addressed the 7 or 8 officers below him. Ladies and gentlemen, we've received bad news from Abyss. Yesterday, another abyss opened in a city. We lost 70,000 soldiers in a single battle, and 12 Grandmaster stage warriors were killed.
And that's not the worst of it. The most critical finding is that research indicates an abyss may also open in Jiangnan province.
In the days ahead, we must prepare for an all-out offensive.
Chapter 44, A Matter of Dignity.
Upon hearing this, the officers below all looked horrified, their expressions turning grave. 3 abyss portals have already opened within our borders. If another abyss were to appear, it would pose an enormous challenge for us.
Relying solely on our military, it's simply impossible to subdue the creatures within the abyss. What on earth are we to do? That's right.
Aside from the creatures within the abyss, the demon beasts outside have also been growing increasingly active in recent years.
I'm afraid we're about to face an unprecedented catastrophe. The group exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of helplessness. The white-haired elder said, "Next month, I'll personally venture into the abyss. If you can't reach me while I'm inside, all decisions made above will be your collective responsibility."
Commander-in-Chief, we can't let that happen.
You're our pillar of strength. What if? There's no what if. Lu and Lei are both in seclusion right now. We must hold the abyss until they emerge.
The white-haired elder's gaze was resolute. In a few days, Grandmaster stage practitioners will arrive to provide support. There's no need to panic, we'll just take it one step at a time.
Everyone nodded, there was no other choice.
For them, the greatest threat wasn't the demon beasts on the surface, but the creatures within the abyss.
Those terrifying beings had been plaguing society for decades.
If it weren't for the government's constant information blackout, the entire human society would have descended into chaos.
People would be in a state of utter panic.
West Alliance, the base for the Global Rookie Challenge. At that moment, Lin and the others were sitting in a designated lounge, waiting for notification of their matches. "My name is Zhang Feng, and this is my younger brother, Zhang Lin. Lin, I've heard of you. You joined the Super Guild and are this year's top rookie." Just then, two young men who looked alike from the Huaxia team walked over to greet Lin.
Lin smiled back, responding modestly.
They began getting to know each other and learning about each other's playstyles. Through conversation, everyone gained some insight into one another.
Another girl named Kong Feifei, from Jiangbei province, was both beautiful and easygoing. "By the way, Lu Zilong, what are you good at?"
"The first round is a ring match. Let us discuss our strategy first."
"Oof.
You bunch of bronze tier noobs aren't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. You're just dead weight." Zhang Feng tried to be friendly toward Lu Zilong, only to be humiliated by him. "You guys can take your time figuring it out, don't drag me into it." Lu Zilong responded with a cold expression and walked out of the lounge on his own, never once looking directly at Lin and the others.
Pfft, he is way too arrogant. Who does he think he is? So what if he comes from a prestigious family? Lin is a psychic, and even he isn't as cocky as that. Kong Feifei spoke up on everyone's behalf.
Lin was also a bit annoyed with him for not valuing teamwork. If it came down to it, they'd just let him go it alone later. But before long, a commotion erupted outside.
"What is going on? Let us go check it out."
Lin and the others stepped out of the lounge and saw a fight breaking out in the hallway. One man was pinned to the ground by a young man, who was punching and kicking him relentlessly. The victim was completely helpless. When they took a closer look, they were stunned. The man being beaten was none other than Lu Zilong, who had just left moments ago.
"You dare hit me?"
After being slapped across the face, Lu Zilong couldn't help but try to fight back, but his opponent was far too strong for him. He was only at the silver 2-star level, but the foreign man standing before him was at silver 4-star, extremely powerful. He was no match for him at all. After just a few moves, he was pinned to the ground and had a foot stomped down on him.
"Beat him up. Beat him up. These Chinese competitors really don't know when to back down.
To dare go against us, James, of all people, is sheer ignorance."
James is the captain of our Western Alliance second team, after all. Tisk, TSK. Kid, do you admit defeat? If not, get back up and fight me.
The burly James slapped Lu Zilong again, a loud smack, and Lu Zilong's face turned an unnerving shade of pale.
He didn't dare fight back.
It was the first time he'd encountered someone this ruthless. Just a moment ago, he'd bumped into the guy, only to be pinned to the ground and beaten senseless. It really wasn't worth it.
Look at that, the little guy from Huaxia doesn't even dare to fight back. Haha, what a wimp. Lu Zilong became the butt of everyone's jokes, and a wave of laughter erupted. Lying there on the ground, Lu Zilong was mortified, feeling utterly humiliated.
He had truly lost all face. Hearing this, Lin and the others were outraged.
Enough already, Lin said. He is the weakest among us. You're using your strongest guy to bully our weakest. Do you have any shame?
When Lu Zilong saw Lin approach, his eyes widened instantly, as if he spotted a savior.
Kid, are you going to help him?
James fixed his gaze on Lin, who smiled faintly. I don't help losers, but if you're going to bully a loser, there is no need to drag the reputation of our Chinese team into it.
Ha, your Chinese team is full of losers. There is nothing wrong with what I said, is there?
James didn't take Lin seriously at all and hurled insults right to his face, but the moment the words left his mouth, the next instant, a fist slammed into James's stomach.
Boom!
James didn't even have time to react. He was instantly sent flying like a pig and passed out cold.
What?
Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, staring at Lin with looks of disbelief. My God, James is a silver 4-star warrior, and he was taken out with a single punch.
Who is this guy? He is incredibly powerful.
Not only were the competitors from other squads whispering among themselves, but even Zhang Feng and his team, standing behind him, were left speechless. Their eyes gleamed with disbelief. Paying no heed to the stares of others, Lin swept his gaze across the crowd and said, If I hear anyone else dare to slander China, I'll have all of you lying on the ground like dead dogs.
Got it? Let us go.
Lin led his team back just like that, leaving the other warrior squads looking grim.
The Chinese warrior was way too arrogant. Ha, if our West Alliance Team 1 competitors hadn't arrived yet, how could he have gotten away with acting so brazenly? In the first arena match later, we'll knock him out.
One West Alliance competitor, still unwilling to accept defeat, spoke up after the fact. The others nodded in agreement.
After all, the Western Alliance had 3 squads competing. Their strongest contingent hadn't even arrived yet.
Otherwise, the Huaxia squad wouldn't have had a chance to steal the spotlight.
Back in the locker room, after Lin and his team returned, Lu Zilong also came back.
However, the look on his face as he looked at Lin and the others was now much more respectful. He approached them ingratiatingly and said, Lin, I didn't expect you to be this good. Thanks to you just now, otherwise, I'd have been in big trouble.
Ha, you're wrong.
I'm not doing this to help you, but for the reputation of our country, Lin said coldly.
Weren't you acting all tough just now? How come you got beaten so badly you didn't even dare to fight back? For someone like you, calling you a loser would be too generous. Don't take yourself too seriously. Exactly.
Lu Zilong, all you do is bring shame to our Huaxia team. Just a moment ago, you couldn't have cared less about us. Oof. I thought someone from a prestigious family would be so impressive, but it turns out you're just a coward after all. As the others joined in with their criticism, Lu Zilong hung his head in shame.
All contestants, please gather at the arena. The tournament will begin in 1 minute.
Just then, the base's public address system blared the match was about to begin.
Chapter 45, is that it? Everyone is stunned. The base's arena. It was huge, as big as a soccer field.
In the center, a ring made of a special material had already been erected.
Cameras lined the perimeter of the arena, all set up specifically for the global live broadcast.
At this very moment, countless people all over the world were watching this match.
Look, the match is about to start.
Wow, the Western Alliance has so many competitors, 3 or 4 teams.
Same with the African Alliance. And why is the Asian Alliance led by an Indian?
We in Huaxia only have 1 team.
This is going to be a close one.
Enough talk, I'm rooting for our Huaxia team. In the square of Gaoliang City, as soon as Lin and his team stepped onto the stage, they immediately drew cheers from the crowd and became the center of attention. At the competition's joint base, in the commander's lounge, Chen Zhanglong looked up at the screen above, his expression solemn. If they came in last again this year, it would be a complete disgrace. It would also confirm that Huaxia was on the decline.
It seems like a lot of people are watching us.
Lin just beat up those guys from the Western Alliance.
They're definitely going to retaliate against us. What is there to be afraid of? Let us just take them on.
Lu Zilong,
don't stick too close to me, otherwise people will think we're close friends. Isn't that embarrassing for you?
Lu Zilong was pushed to the back, with Lin leading the way, drawing the attention of competitors from other alliances. They all felt the hostile stares directed at them, but Lin didn't care.
He was here to win the championship, not to kowtow to anyone. Anyone who didn't agree? He beat them into submission.
The rules of the competition are simple. In a moment, there will be a random draw to divide the teams into Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3. A voice over the PA system read the tournament rules. Teams within each group will face off against each other once.
The winner will take first place in that group.
The more matches won, the more points earned.
The specific rules are as follows. After the explanation, everyone understood the rules.
Each team would act as a single unit, sending players to compete against players from other teams in the same group. They could take turns in a round-robin format, or a single player could compete in all 15 matches. In short, after completing 15 matches against the other 3 teams in their group, the team with the most wins would be declared the group champion.
Lin and his teammates were placed in Group 1.
Besides Team Huaxia, Group 1 also included West Alliance Team 2, African Alliance Team 1, and Asian Alliance Team 1. First match, Team Huaxia vs African Alliance Team 1. Please have one player from each team step onto the stage to compete.
A host stepped forward and addressed the crowd.
Over on the Huaxia team side, Zhang Lin asked, "The African Union Team 1 is the strongest. I've looked at their profiles, they have 1 silver 5-star, 1 silver 4-star, and the other 3 are all silver 3 stars.
By the way, Lin, what is your rank?"
Everyone turned to look at Lin. He was very likely a silver 5-star, but since this was a team competition, relying solely on Lin was clearly unrealistic.
They were all a bit nervous.
They were all at the silver stage, but their opponents were stronger overall. They needed to strategize carefully. Ideally, they should adopted Tianji's horse racing strategy for this matchup.
Me?
I'm about the same, Lin said with a smile. Just then, a contestant from the non-aligned movement stepped onto the stage. As soon as he appeared, he addressed Lin's side. "What are you guys from Huaxia still talking about?
Are you discussing how you'll swim back after you lose? Hurry up and send someone up. Let us just get this match over with." Ha ha ha. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in laughter. Everyone burst out laughing. This AU competitor was named Arat. He was a silver 5-star, extremely powerful and a psychic. With Arat on the field, he was likely to wipe out an entire squad in one go. It was utterly humiliating. In a one-on-one match, the Chinese contestant probably really wasn't a match for him, and everyone was waiting to see the Chinese team make a fool of themselves. That's just bullying. Exactly. This guy's used to being arrogant. So what if he is a psychic? Can he even take on 5 in a row?
Hurry up and go take him down. Back in the China delegation, in front of the big screen, countless people were seething with indignation, waiting for the Chinese contestant to go up and take down the guy from the African Union. As for Lin, he'd been relatively calm up until then, but the moment he heard someone heckling from the stage, his temper flared instantly. He said to Zhang Feng and the others, "I'll handle this.
I can't take it anymore.
You guys just watch."
With that, Lin walked onto the stage.
"Ha ha, this kid's done for.
He was the one who just beat James. Let us see how he goes down this time."
Down below, some Western Alliance competitors gloated, waiting to see Lin get beaten and thrown off the stage. However, the battle had barely begun when Arat's expression suddenly changed before he even had a chance to strike. That's because Lin had already closed the distance and slammed a punch right into his face.
That fast?
Arat was secretly startled and quickly used psychic power to conjure a shield in front of him. In this competition, any weapon could be used. It was a completely open-ended duel, with no restrictions whatsoever. But against Lin, any shield was useless. As he unleashed his punch, the extreme explosive fist erupted with full force.
Boom!
With a single punch, the shield shattered, and Arat was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The crowd heard only a massive crash, and then there was only one person left on the stage.
That was Lin. Defeated? Defeated? Damn, what just happened? So fast. What the hell kind of speed is that?
This guy is known for his speed, but that was way too fast. It's not just fast, he just shattered a C-class defensive shield with a single punch.
Look, is Arid dead yet? The crowd's mouths gaped wide enough to fit 3 eggs. Everyone was genuinely stunned by Lin's strike. Even a shield couldn't stop it. What kind of monster was this? A psychic? The top dog of the non-aligned alliance? Is that all you've got?
After the fight, Lin glanced down at Arid lying on the ground, his eyes brimming with utter contempt. Why does the non-aligned alliance keep producing such losers?
Who's the next loser? Come on up.
He gave a dismissive flick of his finger toward the non-aligned alliance's first team contestant, sending a surge of rage through the alliance members.
Arrogant. Lin, you're so arrogant.
Back in the locker room, Chen Zhanglong was also stunned, taken aback by Lin's skills.
As fellow psychics, Lin had taken out his opponent in an instant that was definitely not normal.
In contrast, in the other locker rooms, the African Union commanders all wore expressions of horror, as if facing a formidable enemy. They all stood there as if turned to stone, the bread in their hands suddenly losing its appeal.
Lin is so awesome, 666.
That's the true spirit of a Huaxia warrior. Lin, take him down.
Ha, they can't laugh now, can they? Lin is the greatest genius I've ever seen.
Back in Huaxia, everyone who witnessed the scene felt a huge sense of vindication and erupted in cheers. Lin's teammates were all stunned, each of them gaping in disbelief.
The match continued. As more AU players stepped forward, Lin sent them all flying with a single punch. They were completely helpless to fight back.
In a single round, Lin single-handedly wiped out an entire AU squad. This left the members of the other squads completely dumbfounded.
Chapter 46, If you don't agree, come fight. What the hell is this? That's insane, he took out an entire AU squad by himself? The African Union's Team 1 is ranked in the top 3, and they've got Arid, that's psychic, on their side. How could they suffer such a crushing defeat? Lin is too strong. He is facing the Huaxia squad next. What are we going to do? What's there to be afraid of? He just finished 5 matches. Stamina is going to be an issue. I don't believe he'll have the strength left to fight. The teams in the first group were on edge, already scrambling in a panic.
Meanwhile, Lin's Huaxia team had secured 5 points. Next up is Asia Alliance Team 3 versus West Alliance Team 2. Please, both teams, get ready, and please, Huaxia Team and African Union Team 1, take a short break to prepare for the next round. Seeing that he wasn't needed, Lin stepped off the stage and noticed that Zhang Feng, Hong Feifei, and the others were staring at him with wide, incredulous eyes.
Lin, you're just too amazing.
You didn't give us a chance to show off at all, Zhang Feng grumbled. Lin chuckled, since we're competing, there is no reason for us to lose.
We're definitely going to finish with a perfect record.
We still have 2 more teams to face, so we can't afford to slack off.
True.
Each win is worth just 1 point, but with you on the field, racking up 15 points won't be a problem at all, Zhang Lin praised Lin, while Lu Zilong was ignored on the sidelines.
The situation was a bit awkward.
Earlier, he had expressed disdain for teaming up with Lin and the others, but now Lin's performance had completely won over the warrior squad here, proving himself infinitely more powerful than Lu Zilong. Lu Zilong had tried to act cool but ended up being mocked. Instead, he wished the ground would swallow him whole. He had become an outcast on the Huaxia team. It made no difference whether he was there or not. He was, quite simply, a complete waste of space. Half an hour later, after the other 2 teams had finished their matches and taken a brief break, the Huaxia team faced off against the Western Alliance's second team once again. James was the captain of the Western Alliance Team 2, but he didn't dare be the first to step onto the stage because the contestant Huaxia had sent out was none other than Lin. He'd already been soundly beaten by Lin back at the base. How could he possibly have the courage to step onto the stage now? In the end, Lin effortlessly crushed the Western Alliance Team 2. In the final match, Lin faced off against James and completely took him out.
Crack!
A single punch landed the extreme explosive punch, which boosts attack power by 50%, delivering over 2 million kilograms of force.
James was beaten to a pulp and fell unconscious upon hitting the ground. Does the Huaxia team have any clout now?
After defeating the Ximing second team, Lin gave a faint smile, his gaze sweeping the crowd with utter contempt. Teams from other groups, seeing Lin like this, were furious, itching to storm the stage and beat him up.
Damn Huaxia team, this guy is way too cocky. In past years, we VE dominated them, but this year they're acting so arrogant. After tomorrow's wilderness survival competition, I'm going to take him down myself.
He is just an arrogant ant who doesn't know his place.
What good is his speed when he is up against me and Doobie?
A handsome man looked at Lin on stage and shook his head repeatedly.
A Rud is the weakest psychic, even I could easily take him down.
That Chinese kid up there won't last long.
Hearing this, people turned to look at the man.
If anyone else had said such a thing, the crowd would surely have laughed at his arrogance and overconfidence. But coming from this handsome man, it wasn't surprising because he was Ross. Ross, the Western Alliance's Rookie of the Year, a silver 5-star psychic, had once single-handedly slain 2 gold stage demon beasts, shocking the entire Western Alliance. If he took the field tomorrow in the Beast Jungle, Lin and the Huaxia squad would surely meet their doom.
Oh, so there are still some who disagree.
Hearing someone below shouting defiance, Lin smiled faintly, then took his frustration out on the third team of the Asia Alliance.
Bam! Bam! Bam!
These Asia Alliance competitors, being from the third tier, weren't particularly strong. Even their strongest member was only a silver 4-star, and Lin knocked him down with just 2 punches.
After 5 matches, Lin had once again emerged unscathed with a resounding victory.
Just then, he kicked an Indian competitor wearing a tall hat flying across the ring and issued a stern warning: anyone who doesn't agree will meet the same fate. If you've got what it takes, come and knock me down instead of me knocking you down.
Otherwise, just shut up.
The rage of the incompetent isn't something to be proud of. With that, Lin stepped down from the ring. He had won all 15 of his matches. As for Lin's opponents, they were in a sorry state. Several had been severely injured, and it was uncertain whether they'd even be able to compete in tomorrow's survival match. Lin didn't hold back when he struck, only by being ruthless yourself will others fear you. If you show mercy, others will think you're easy to bully, so you have to be ruthless. Lin had just taken out several competitors to send them a warning.
My brother is so awesome.
Yay, that really takes the edge off. Lin's opponents were pretty average, yet he won 15 matches in a row.
Ha, what a guy he really is, my son, Don.
Back at Lin's home, the whole family cheered in joy for him. At the women's dormitory of Magic City University, Ling watched the live stream nervously. When Lin secured his undefeated victory, she finally let out a sweet, faint smile. Meanwhile, Lang was also following the tournament. Lin is truly amazing, but as his brother, I can't fall behind, I can't let him down. With that, Lang walked into the training room, sweating profusely as he trained with total dedication.
The tournament continued until late afternoon, with the Huaxia team ranking highest among all participants.
And the most prominent figure on the Huaxia team was undoubtedly Lin. Competing alone and undefeated, he was truly formidable. It could be said that he single-handedly carried the Huaxia team.
Similar to Lin, there were 2 other warriors.
They were Dubai and Ross from the Western Alliance's first team. Both were exceptionally talented. Though they lacked Lin's exhilarating ability to finish opponents in an instant, they still left their opponents reeling.
Moreover, both were psychics capable of controlling weapons in battle, a truly astonishing feat.
However, this sense of awe was reserved for other competitors. Lin merely glanced at them, found the match boring, and dozed off. Their psychic power was too weak, probably only at the bronze 1 or 2 star level, and posed absolutely no threat to Lin.
He could defeat them at any time, if he chose to. Once the competition ended, each team returned to their respective bases.
As soon as Lin and his team got back, they immediately received a call from Chun Junlong. Lin, you guys did a fantastic job, haha. You've already racked up 15 points, which practically guarantees we won finish last in this tournament. With just a little effort tomorrow, we can make it into the top 3 or even win the championship.
Good luck.
Lin and the others nodded at this point. It was definitely too early to celebrate. Although the chances of finishing last were slim, their goal was to win the championship.
Tomorrow's Wilderness Survival Challenge would be even tougher.
That night, the league began sending out the rules and videos for tomorrow's competition to the players on each warrior squad.
This is brutal. Marking monsters at various locations in the monster jungle, then making all of us go out and kill them?
1 point for each bronze beast core, 2 points for a silver beast core, and 3 points for a gold beast core. Beast cores obtained from killing monsters unrelated to the competition 1t count toward the score. They're essentially invalid.
Chapter 47, Survival Challenge: A Web of Schemes.
The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, all contestants were transported to the warship and then dropped from the air. The drop zone, of course, was the Beast Forest. The Beast Forest was home to countless towering trees and lush, undulating green peaks. It was inhabited by all manner of ferocious beasts and had served as the venue for every previous competition.
The competition lasts only 24 hours.
The team that earns the most points combined with their points from the arena matches will be crowned the champion.
A friendly reminder: once you enter the beast jungle, your lives will be in danger.
Please exercise caution, and good luck to all participants.
As the announcement played, team after team was dropped into various locations one by one.
The Huaxia team, to which Lin belonged, was dropped onto a mountain peak in the southwest.
Roar!
The 5 had barely touched down and hadn't even had time to assess their surroundings when a 3-meter-tall fierce bear charged straight at them. Lin's eyes and hands moved faster than anyone else. He thrust his gun forward with a light jab. Swoosh! The fierce bear, weighing over 10 metric tons, was killed instantly by Lin's single shot, its blood spurting wildly.
Lin, you're way too fast. Zhang Feng couldn't stop marveling. Lin's reaction time was simply unmatched.
This fierce bear was roughly at the silver 3-star level, yet it couldn't even withstand a single stab from him. If it had been them, it would have taken some time to take it down. Everyone check your smartwatches, the demon beasts are about to respawn.
Let us get ready to hunt them down.
Lin addressed the group, don't fall behind, otherwise, those who get separated will face a grim fate. As shown in past videos, people can be killed here at will, so stay vigilant.
Copy that. Copy that.
The group nodded in agreement. Lu Zilong found himself in an extremely awkward position. He could only trail behind the others, yet he was clearly unwelcome.
Before long, a red dot appeared on everyone's smartwatches.
The monster spawns have appeared. 4 silver-ranked monsters, 50 li straight ahead.
Let us hurry over there.
Seeing the red dot, the group naturally knew these were officially marked monsters they needed to slay to obtain monster cores and accumulate points. The Huaxia squad picked up the pace, but the journey wasn't smooth. They encountered quite a few demon beasts.
Unfortunately, the beasts were weak and were almost instantly killed by Lin.
When Lin and his team arrived at the scene, the 4 demon beasts were lying on the ground, resting. They're 4 cracked tigers. You guys keep watch, alert me immediately if anything happens. I'll go take them down myself. Lin transformed into a streak of lightning, darting forward. With his divine spear in hand, he stabbed one of the sleeping cracked tigers to death with a single thrust.
Roar! Roar! The cracked tiger let out an agonizing scream and bled to death instantly.
Hearing the commotion, the other 3 cracked tigers quickly sprang to their feet and charged at the human before them, snarling and lunging. Lin's footsteps were light and nimble. In the blink of an eye, his spear flickered, and in no time at all, he had dispatched the 3 cracked skin tigers.
Facing silver stage beasts, it was as easy as drinking water for Lin. Don't forget he is currently at the gold stage.
Participating in a competition like this is nothing short of a dimensional assault.
Wow, Lin, your skills, that speed. We're all blown away. Who are you, exactly? Are you hiding your true identity? Awesome.
Taking down 4 cracked tigers all by yourself, Lin, you've got me on my knees. The Huaxia squad was once again deeply shocked. There were simply no words left to describe Lin's otherworldly prowess. It was truly a walk in the park.
None of them had to lift a finger.
Just then, Lin's ears twitched slightly.
his gaze fixed on the grassy shadows, and he barked, "Come out.
Stop hiding." Sure enough, a squad was hiding in the grass, extremely well camouflaged.
If Lin hadn't spotted them, the rest of the China squad would never have known there was already an ambush waiting here. The others silently marveled at Lin's extraordinary awareness and quickly went on high alert. At that moment, the warrior squad that Lin had spotted spoke politely, "We have no intention of clashing with you.
Now that you've killed the demon beast, the beast core is yours."
"That's for the best," Lin said with a cold laugh. He took the beast core and continued on toward the next spawn point. Several more red dots appeared on his wristwatch, and Lin and his team raced ahead, slaying more than 10 demon beasts. At the fourth spawn point at the bottom of a deep lake beneath a massive waterfall, Lin and his team arrived only to discover that the spot had already been claimed. They're the players from the non-aligned Alliance Team 2 and the Asian Alliance Team 1.
What should we do? Hong Fei and the others looked at Lin.
However, judging by the situation, the demon beast was in the water, and none of the players from the two teams that had arrived here had gone in to kill it yet. Lin said indifferently, "Whoever has the ability to kill the demon beast gets it.
We'll take this one too."
To ensure they secured the championship without a hitch, Lin didn't want to let a single point slip away. They also made their way to the lakeshore, at which point the members of Non-Alliance Team 2 and Asia Alliance Team 1 all turned to look at them. One member of the Non-Alliance Team spoke up, "We were the first to arrive here. The monster should rightfully be ours. I advise you all to follow the rules. It's best not to invite trouble."
"In that case, we'll leave this spot to you."
"We're out of here," said the captain of the Asian Alliance Team 1 with a faint smile, and they actually walked away. Now, only Lin and the African Alliance Team remained. Without a second thought, Lin jumped straight into the lake, ready to take down the demon beast.
Looking to die?
The non-alliance squad leader wasn't about to be outdone. He dove into the water as well, while the others engaged in a fierce battle on shore. Beneath the surface, the moment Lin hit the water, he encountered several giant tyrant crocodiles with blood-red eyes. The giant tyrant crocodiles were ferocious beasts with strength approaching silver 4-star. Their bite force could reach as high as 1 million gene. If bitten, there was no way to break free from their jaws. But before Lin could even make a move, he sensed someone chasing him from behind.
The African Union squad leader swung a giant axe at Lin.
Without even looking, Lin used his psychic power to control a shadow blade, ruthlessly slaying the African Union's second squad leader. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood gushed from his neck, quickly staining the water's surface red. Smelling the blood, the giant crocodiles of the Overlord immediately mobilized 5 or 6 of them, charging frantically toward Lin in a full-scale assault.
Just in time.
Holding the Zilong golden spear, Lin gave it a powerful flick, furiously slashing through the water below.
In less than a minute, all 6 tyrant crocodiles had been slain by Lin, and the entire lake surface turned a deep crimson.
Tisk, TSK. Your squad leader has already been killed by our boss. Yuans of Huaxia, prepare to meet your end. The members of the African Union's second squad revealed menacing expressions as they spoke with vicious glances. Just then, the Asian Union's first squad, which had left earlier, suddenly turned back. Smiling at the group, they said, "That's perfect. You've both weakened each other, so we'll reap the benefits.
Thank you all for giving us such a generous gift."
Chapter 48, Too Many Enemies.
You didn't say we mind our own business?
The members of AU Team 2's eyes widened in shock upon seeing their opponents return, and Zhang Feng and his team also realized things were taking a turn for the worse. They were already at a disadvantage after clashing with the AU team. Everyone had sustained some injuries, and Lu Zilong, in particular, had been beaten so badly he could barely lift his head. Now, an unexpected foe had appeared out of nowhere. How were they supposed to handle this? This was the Asian Alliance's first squad, which included a psychic and was the strongest squad in the Asian Alliance. The group braced for the worst. Tisk, TSK. This is a competition, kids.
You can use any means necessary to rack up points. We're all adults here. You aren't that naive, are you?
The Asia Alliance squad leader was a tall man. He stepped out of the crowd and addressed the members of the non-alliance team 2. After you finish off the China squad, voluntarily forfeit the match, and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise,
don't blame us for being ruthless. As soon as he said this, Zhang Feng, Zhang Lin, and Hong Feifei all flinched slightly. The enemy was actually using them as pawns. How ruthless. Fine, we agree to wipe out the Huaxia squad as long as you spare our lives. The members of the African Union's second squad began charging toward Zhang Feng and the others. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, a thunderous boom suddenly echoed from the lake. The next moment, a figure shot out of the water. Lin, not a drop of water on him, turned into a shadow and flashed toward the members of the African Union's second squad. I was going to let you off the hook, but you insisted on courting your own doom. The Zilong golden spear whirled out like a spirit snake, its immense explosive force hurtling straight toward one of them. The man's face was etched with terror. He hurriedly drew his sword and held it horizontally, trying to block the attack. Unfortunately, the gap between him and Lin was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. With a single thrust, blood spattered. Whoosh! One strike, one kill. The remaining members of the AU Team 2 tried to flee, but with Lin's swift-wind footwork, how could they possibly escape? Their speed was simply in a different league. In less than 10 seconds, 3 figures lay sprawled on the ground. The team was wiped out. Lin's back. Thank goodness. Zhang Feng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Lin was like seeing a lifeline. They all broke into smiles. Meanwhile, the members of Asia Alliance Team 1 standing nearby reacted exactly the opposite way. Upon seeing Lin, all 5 of them froze in shock. Lin had single-handedly taken out 4 of them, including the Africa Alliance squad leader who was in the water, which amounted to a complete wipeout of an entire squad. Whoa! A chill ran up everyone's spines from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads, and their whole bodies began to tremble. The next moment, Lin walked toward the members of the Asia Alliance Team 1, and they hurriedly backed away. The squad leader said, "Friends from Huaxia, we mean you no harm. Everything here is yours. We'll leave right away." Leave? Lin smiled faintly. Just now, you forced the members of the African Union's second squad to kill my teammates. Now you think you can just walk away like this? Do you take us for fools? Don't let them get away, Lin. They're treacherous bastards. They're trying to outmaneuver us. Exactly. If it weren't for you, we might have already been killed by them. They're no good people. Zhang Feng and the others walked over and said. The younger members of the Asian Alliance Team 1 frowned. Suddenly, the squad leader drew his sword and slashed down at Lin's forehead. The speed was incredible. At the same time, he used psychic power to control the long sword and attempt to stab Lin. You're a bit too green to be playing mind games with me. It turned out Lin had been prepared all along. Before his opponent could even strike, his shadow-flying blades had already shot out, piercing into his opponent's body like lightning. SSSSHHH. All 5 were killed instantly by the shadow-flying blades. Their combat suits were torn to shreds, unable to withstand the razor-sharp blades. They were wiped out before they even had a chance to fight. Freak! Lu Zilong was utterly awestruck by Lin, so much so that he almost wanted to kneel down and worship him. He wiped out another squad all by himself. How terrifying! What's more, the enemy had a psychic among them too, yet in front of Lin, they were like little puppies, destined only to be crushed. It was truly like a king player mingling among bronze players, slaughtering them at will. Let us clean up the battlefield, then head to the next spawn point. Lin said, and the group began searching the enemy's weapons and beast cores before leaving the scene. Damn it, they killed our team members. That kid is ruthless. China has gone too far. Damn it, damn it. We must join forces to stop their bullying. In the officers' lounge, officials from the African Alliance and the Asian Alliance began gathering to discuss plans to take down the Huaxia squad. Lin had killed their prodigy, a devastating blow to them. After all, nurturing a prodigy requires immense resources and dedication. As for Psychic, they spent hundreds of billions on him. He was practically priceless. And yet, Lin had killed their prodigy in one fell swoop, wiping out the entire team without sparing a single member. That was nothing short of audacious. Lin and his team had firmly secured all subsequent spawn points, leaving them with almost no encounters with other squads. But the quieter it was, the
the more certain it was that something major was about to happen. A storm is brewing, everyone, be careful.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Zhang Feng remained on high alert, and the others didn't dare let their guard down for a single moment. A few hours later, new demon beasts spawned, and the Huaxia squad headed toward the marked location.
It was a massive cliff.
When Lin and his team arrived, they found that several demon beasts had already been slain. We're too late, we missed this hunt.
Another warrior squad beat us to it. What a letdown.
Lin and his team shook their heads, but just then, Lin extended his psychic power and suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's coming." Sure enough, no sooner had he spoken than a warrior squad appeared behind them.
Western Alliance Squad 1. No, there are people on both sides too. Looks like we're getting surrounded today.
The group looked around and sure enough, they saw two more squads closing in to surround them.
Asia Alliance Squad 2, Africa Alliance Squad 3, and West Alliance Squad 1. 3 small squads in total.
Heh, surprised?
Unexpected?
Ross, Doobie, and the others walked over with smirks, a burst of vitality radiating from them. They meant business.
Huaxia squad, you're way too arrogant and full of yourselves. You're all staying here today, not a single one of you is leaving. We in the non-aligned alliance are NT pushovers. If anyone has to blame, it's you, Huaxia squad, for going too far. Hand over the beast cores, and we'll put you out of your misery quickly.
Zhang Feng and the others turned pale, but Lin alone remained calm.
He smiled faintly and said, "You guys one-on-one, or are you all coming at me together?" Ha, how arrogant. With death staring you in the face, aren't you afraid to die? Ross's gaze was filled with rage.
You said it yourself, death is upon me.
What good would fear do?
Lin replied.
Besides, a lowly nobody like you doesn't even have the right to make me afraid. Chapter 49, Wipeout. You called us a bunch of good-for-nothings?
Hearing those words come out of Lin's mouth, Ross flew into a rage.
As a psychic, the most talented player in the Western Alliance this year, how could he possibly tolerate such insults?
Normally, everyone treated him with the utmost respect, but now, someone was openly humiliating him.
Ross was furious.
Lin shook his head. No, don't get me wrong. I'm only saying you yourself are a worthless piece of trash. The rest of you are, at best, rotten fish and rotten shrimp.
Don't think too highly of yourselves. Lin, didn't you brush your teeth this morning? That's some big talk.
Another prodigy, Doobie, also wore a grim expression. As soon as those words were spoken, the group unleashed waves of vitality, surging straight toward Lin.
Do I need to be polite when dealing with trash?
As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin glanced at Zhang Feng and the others and said, "You guys just stay back.
I'm going up to take them on one-on-one." One-on-one? Zhang Lin gasped. Lin, there are over a dozen of them. That's right.
I'm taking on their whole group by myself.
Just step back a bit, I want to be able to protect you while I'm fighting.
With that, Lin had already charged forward, moving like lightning at breakneck speed. Zhang Feng and the others behind him were left staring in disbelief. Lin was so reckless. Be careful, he's incredibly fast. Yeah, I'll use my psychic power, he shouldn't dare to act recklessly. Ross and Doobie exchanged a glance, then flashed forward as well.
In the next instant, a fierce battle erupted in the arena. Boom! Boom!
They'd barely gotten started when, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the two figures were sent flying back in disarray. Everyone stared in disbelief, for Ross and Doobie had been beaten into a sorry state, crashing to the ground and coughing uncontrollably.
Blood gushed out like a fountain. He's gold stage.
Ross pointed at Lin, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Clutching his chest, he was too furious to speak. As for Doobie, he looked utterly regretful and exclaimed in shock, "It's not just that he is also a psychic, and his dual realms are even higher than ours."
Boom!
As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's bodies jolted in unison, shaking uncontrollably and trembling with fear.
You're just figuring this out now? Isn't it a little too late?
Lin said with a smile. Just moments ago, he had completely overwhelmed the two of them in every aspect, from speed to strength. So-called geniuses in front of him, they were no match at all. He unleashed the extreme explosive fist of force exceeding 4 million gene.
How could these silver-ranked punks possibly withstand that?
At that moment, Ross and Doobie could do nothing but take the beating. They didn't even dare to look up at Lin. Lin walked toward the two of them step by step. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances and eventually began to slowly back away. No one dared to stop him. "You bunch of good-for-nothings, you cowards. Stop him. Someone come help. You wimps, you're bringing shame to the West Alliance."
Seeing Lin approach, Ross and Doobie were dumbfounded and lashed out at their West Alliance teammates. At this critical moment, their teammates were actually too scared to act. It was utterly humiliating.
When Lin reached them, Ross's face suddenly turned angry. Then, with a thud, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin, saying, "Lin, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have been your enemy. Please be magnanimous and spare me.
I swear, this will never happen again. I beg you, please show mercy."
This gesture left Doobie, standing nearby, completely dumbfounded. How could a man of the Western Alliance lack such backbone?
"Ross, you're a disgrace to the Western Alliance, begging for mercy before anyone else." With a thud of his own, Doobie also hurriedly knelt and pleaded, "I admit I was wrong, too. Lin, you're a worthy opponent. Please spare me, I'll hand over the beast core to you."
The crowd, what the? This?
Spouting the harshest words, then admitting the most cowardly guilt? What the hell?
Seeing this, Lin couldn't help but laugh. Is this the true face of the Western Alliance?
Do you even deserve to be called warriors? A warrior should ride the wind and cut through the waves, possessing their own backbone. Not kneel without dignity to beg for mercy at the first sign of threat, just to scrape by. Like this, you're doomed to never reach the Grandmaster stage. You must understand, those at the Grandmaster stage have endured countless hardships. Their minds have reached a state of perfection, and they are unstoppable. Yet Ross and Doobie, as self-proclaimed psychics, have abandoned their dignity to beg for mercy. Truly a disgrace to the name of warrior.
But come to think of it, it's only natural.
Most warriors are ordinary warriors. They're human, flesh and blood.
Since they're human, they fear death.
Those who are truly fearless are the ones with unwavering resolve. Only such people can achieve greatness. And the reason ordinary warriors are ordinary is precisely because their minds are unstable.
Lin, we concede defeat. We'll give you the beast core.
Spare us, we'll forfeit voluntarily. Ross fixed Lin with a pleading gaze.
However, how could Lin possibly give them a chance?
He said coldly, "I gave you a chance back on the arena, yet you kept provoking us time and time again. I could have let that slide. But how can I overlook all the insults you've heaped upon the prestige of China? If I forgive you, I would be a traitor to China. I cannot, on behalf of my country, forgive such shameless people." A hint of murderous intent tinged his voice. "Since you've humiliated my country, you must be prepared to pay the price. Huaxia is not something just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can slander." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin summoned a long spear, the Zilong Golden Spear, and thrust it forward with a single strike. Whoosh! Ross's face twisted with horror as he stumbled backward, but he couldn't keep up with Lin's lightning-fast strike. The spear pierced his heart, and Ross was sent flying backward. Holy shit! Doobie was so terrified he was completely dumbfounded. He scrambled to his feet and fled. Seeing this, the others scattered in all directions. Lin was ruthless and his speed was incredible. At the gold stage, they were simply no match for him. Even if they all attacked together, it would be like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. They'd only be courting death. The next moment, Doobie felt a chill down his spine as the icy spear pierced straight through his heart from behind. He could see the blood-stained blade, its sharpness gleaming. Psychic? You're too weak. After killing Doobie, Lin shook his head. He couldn't help but marvel at his own invincibility. Lin, they're gone. What should we do? The rest had already moved far away. Zhang Feng and the others looked at Lin. Should they chase after them or not? Lin smiled and said, "You just clean up the battlefield.
As for the others, not a single one will escape my grasp.
With that, he turned into a shadow while scanning the area with his psychic power. Soon, screams rang out from all directions. Lin's shadow blades killed silently some victims. Didn't he even realize how they died? Because the second wilderness survival challenge was too bloody, it wasn't broadcast live to the public. Ordinary people couldn't see it. Only the leaders from various alliances in the lounge had the chance to watch. When the leaders of the non-aligned alliance, Asian alliance, and Western alliance saw the scene, they all jumped up from their sofas.
He killed our contestants. No, Ross and Doobie, he actually took them out in an instant. My God, this guy. A warrior at the gold stage? How is that possible? And a psychic, too? Fuck. Cancel the competition now.
The officials began screaming frantically. These fallen players were the geniuses their respective leagues had nurtured.
Now, however, they'd been wiped out by Lin. Chapter 50, The Madman Lin. But that wasn't all.
After watching him wipe out 3 squads in one go and collect the beast cores, Lin continued, this confirms we're in first place.
But there are still a few teams on the other side acting really cocky.
I think they need a lesson, or else these alliances will think China is easy to push around.
Lin, what are you going to do? Hong Feifei asked, looking at Lin.
Lin smiled faintly and told them to apologize. With that, Lin turned into a black shadow, flashing away to search for other warrior teams. At that moment, the members of the Western Alliance's third squad were hunting demon beasts when, suddenly, a figure charged toward them.
Enemy. The 5 reacted with lightning speed, instinctively beginning to retreat, while the venom spider they'd been engaging was freed and attempted to flee.
Just then, a golden spear shot out, piercing the spider right through and impaling it, leaving it suspended in midair. Lin collected the beast core and gave a faint smile. Thank you all for letting me have the venom spider.
It's you? Lin, what do you think you're doing?
The squad leader of the Western Alliance's third squad glared at Lin and demanded, didn't you see we were hunting a demon beast? What do you mean by barging in to steal it at the last minute? This was supposed to be their prey, yet Lin had meddled. Everyone was furious. The group was clearly annoyed, their expressions hardening slightly, but Lin shrugged it off and said, you asked what I mean? Then I'll tell you right now exactly why I'm here. As he spoke these harsh words, he suddenly charged toward the Western Alliance squad leader at blinding speed. The Western Alliance squad leader's heart skipped a beat. He'd never seen such speed before. He was about to draw his weapon to confront Lin, but before his hand could even reach his pocket, he was suddenly lifted off the ground. Lin had him by the throat, holding him aloft with one hand and cutting off his air supply, causing his face to turn ashen.
Now, do you know why I'm here?
Lin asked with a light chuckle. The others quickly surrounded him, but faced with Lin, they dared not make a move.
Lin's so powerful, so powerful.
They could tell that Lin had come alone precisely because he was confident. The 4 stood by, not daring to make a single move. The squad leader managed to say with difficulty, What are you going to do? Let me go.
Let you go? Fine.
Apologize to Huaxia on camera, then voluntarily forfeit your claim. Lin pointed at the drone filming from the sky and said, otherwise, your only fate is death.
Death.
His voice was utterly icy, utterly cold.
It sent a chill down everyone's spine.
At that moment, Lin released the squad leader, who thudded to the ground. He coughed once, but in the end, not daring to defy Lin's orders, he bowed his head toward the camera. We were wrong. We shouldn't have humiliated Huaxia. We're cowards.
Very obedient.
Hand over the beast cores, then get out of here. Lin barked coldly. The 5 men hurriedly handed over what they were carrying and automatically pressed the button to forfeit. At that moment, scenes like this were replaying all across the beast jungle. Anyone who refused to comply was shot dead by Lin, their heads hung from trees as a warning to the crowd. From then on, no one dared to resist. Every contestant was thoroughly crushed by Lin. This pisses me off, it really pisses me off. That bastard is brutal and tyrannical. Not only does he indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, but he has also disgraced the name of the Western Alliance. When he comes out, I'm going to teach him a lesson he'll never forget.
That's right.
Lin from Huaxia is the most shameless contestant I've ever seen.
The Huaxia side must give us an explanation.
Cries of condemnation erupted from all sides, and Lin's actions drew the displeasure of the base commander. A few more hours passed, and the competition finally came to an end. As expected, the Huaxia squad led by Lin emerged as the champions of this tournament. I hereby declare that the champions of this tournament are the Huaxia squad, and the MVP of this competition is contestant Lin. Inside the base, all the surviving players gathered together. Team Huaxia naturally took center stage, while players from other alliances could only feel a mix of awe and shame. They barely dared to look at Lin and his team. They had been utterly crushed by Lin during the match. Even some of the toughest players had been taken down by Lin single-handedly. Lin was nothing short of a killing machine, truly terrifying. As soon as the results were announced, Lin and his teammates let out a light chuckle.
Yay, we won! Huaxia is finally off the bottom of the rankings.
Lin, you're truly our hero.
Ha, we won without even breaking a sweat. Without Lin, we might not have made it out alive.
Lin, you truly deserve this MVP title. The brothers Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin, along with Hong Feifei, kept cheering around Lin. They were the center of attention, having come to the competition bearing the heavy burden of reviving Huaxia's younger generation. The pressure was immense. It wasn't until they arrived at the training base that they realized their skill level was, at best, mid-tier. The gap between them and the first-team players from other leagues was still vast. If it hadn't been for Lin's sudden emergence, a complete surprise, they never would have been able to hold on. Now, far from finishing last or languishing at the bottom for 10 consecutive years, they had swept the competition and claimed the championship in dominant fashion. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. This championship was worth its weight in gold.
No amount of money could buy it.
Most enticing of all, they would receive a championship bonus of 30 billion, which is an enormous sum for these teenagers and young adults in their teens and 20s.
Once they return home, they're sure to bring honor to their families.
The brothers Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin were moved to tears, and Hong Feifei was hugging Lin and cheering, but Lu Zilong alone felt incredibly awkward. He hadn't contributed much throughout the entire competition. He didn't even get to clean up the battlefield. It could be said that he was essentially on the periphery of the Huaxia team. If it weren't for tagging along with Team Huaxia, he wouldn't have been able to survive at all. Now that they won the championship, he still felt completely invisible. This arrogant young master had come to participate in this competition, only to be dealt a crushing blow.
Wait a minute. Team Huaxia isn't here to compete. They're indiscriminately killing innocent people.
I propose that they be disqualified from this competition. Just then, the commanders of various alliances walked in, and Chen Zhenglong also stepped onto the field, speaking with righteous indignation. You people are shameless. In past competitions, there have been deaths and injuries. Our Huaxia squad has had members crippled almost every year. Why didn't you call us ruthless back then? This time, our Huaxia squad won the competition through our own strength, and yet you step forward to protest. How utterly shameless! Is this what the Western Alliance, Non-Aligned Alliance, and Asian Alliance are all about? Ha, Commander Chen, you, Lin, killed nearly 10 of our men, and you did it on purpose.
Is that kind of behavior something to be commended? The Western Alliance commander retorted defiantly.
At that moment, Lin smiled faintly. The competition rules don't prohibit killing. On the contrary, they encourage us to compete and use every means necessary to obtain beast cores.
I'm simply making legitimate use of the rules. Is there anything wrong with that?
It's those useless contestants you sent who are the real problem. So many of them, and yet they can't beat me alone.
Don't you feel ashamed?
If I were that incompetent, I'd have crawled into a hole long ago. How could I possibly have the face to stand here? Besides, your so-called geniuses are nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings in my eyes. The kind of alliance you are is reflected in the kind of good-for-nothings you produce.
Is this what the Western Alliance is all about?
Let me tell you this, if you don't agree, have them come out for a one-on-one duel. I'll take on 100 of them alone. The loser dies.
Do you dare?
I, Lin, stand here. Anyone who dares to disagree, come out and fight me. Lin spoke with arrogance, shouting at the crowd while completely ignoring the leaders of the various alliances. Instantly, an aura of dominance radiated from Lin, and without exception, the faces of all the competitors in the arena turned pale.
Chapter 51: The Pride of China, a Battle for Dignity. Dozens of competitors stood below, all rising young talents from major leagues around the world.
In their respective leagues, they usually towered over the competition, regarded as the future of their leagues and adored by countless fans. Yet today, standing before Lin, not a single one dared to speak out. This was because Lin's performance moments ago had been so terrifying he had unleashed a bloodbath at the slightest provocation, and that was not something they could afford to face.
If they wanted to show off, they would have to pay with their lives. The loser dies. Who would dare speak up now?
Lin had not only outshone these young prodigies but had also humiliated every major league in the process, causing the other league officials to turn livid with rage.
One official pointed at Lin and shouted, "Kid, how dare you call our leagues useless? Do you even know what you're saying?"
Whether it was the Western Alliance, the Non-Aligned Movement, or the Asian Alliance, each was formed by nations from the era of one superpower and many strong powers, boasting countless warriors and highly advanced technology.
Now that they'd been humiliated by a young man from China, how could they possibly tolerate it? Lin remained calm and composed, smiling as he said, "Of course I know exactly what I'm saying.
As for you, if your ears aren't working properly, then I'll be happy to repeat myself. Listen carefully, the kind of alliance you are determines the kind of good-for-nothings it produces."
Did you get that this time? Boom!
As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd's fury erupted. "Lin, you're asking for death.
That brat is arrogant.
If we don't teach him a lesson today, he'll think he is above everyone else.
These Huaxia people are getting way too cocky. Take him down. Give him a taste of his own medicine. The Chinese have gone too far."
In an instant, the crowd was whipped into a frenzy, vowing to go after Lin and make him pay the price he deserved. However, in the very next moment, Lin, the one at the center of it all, did not back down. Instead, he took a step forward and smiled calmly. "You have no idea who you're talking to."
What? Can't the young ones beat me, so now the old ones want to step in? Do you really think there's no one left in Huaxia?
We're live right now, with a global audience watching. If you've got the guts, come at me, let us see what you so-called gold and platinum kids are really made of. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone held back, though their expressions were as grim as could be. They knew the awards ceremony was being broadcast worldwide. They couldn't let things escalate. Attacking a rookie would be far too shameless. It would make them look like they won unfairly and bring dishonor to their respective leagues.
Moreover, while conflicts had occurred in past editions of this tournament, they never escalated to physical violence.
Otherwise, if it sparked resentment on both sides, it could very well lead to a full-scale war. Offending China would force the league to intervene personally, and if the situation escalated, the consequences would be severe.
Humph.
We, the mighty Huaxia, are not to be disgraced by the likes of you. Today, I'll teach you all a lesson. Next time, if any arrogant fool dares to challenge me, I'll slaughter you so thoroughly you won't find peace even in the afterlife. Lin exuded such overwhelming dominance that even Chen Zhenglong couldn't help but admire him deeply. This young man had truly defended the dignity of Huaxia.
Lin is way too fat and way too bold.
That feels good, haha, what a relief. The young members of Team China wore expressions of relief. They had upheld the banner of their nation's dignity.
Don't agree? Then come on up and fight Lin.
At that very moment, across the entire nation, countless people watching this scene erupted in cheers. Countless others danced with joy, feeling as though they finally vented their pent-up frustration.
Lin is unbeatable.
666, guys, let us flood the chat with awesome. Our Huaxia squad is seriously top tier. We're going to take down these losers. Tisk, TSK. Before the match, other alliances were mocking us, but now they've been beaten to a pulp by Lin.
Feels so good. Why aren't they making a fuss anymore?
I have no regrets joining Huaxia in this life. Among the countless sons of Huaxia, each can stand tall.
Huaxia, you're mighty.
Not only were ordinary people moved to tears, but even at Lin's home, his parents burst into tears of pride as they watched the award ceremony.
Ha, the kid-ass got my spirit.
Faced with the greater good of our nation and people, he didn't back down. He wasn't intimidated by those powerhouses.
Ha ha ha, he saved our dignity. Didn't you see that Lin also has a side that brings glory to the country? Is that the responsibility of a warrior? Lin didn't let me down. Lin has really grown up.
Yay, big brother is so awesome. But one day, I'll be just like him. I'm going to get really, really strong. Xiaoyu flashed a thumbs up at the live stream. At that moment, in martial arts schools across the country, many warriors were watching the live stream. At the Thunder Martial Arts School, an elderly man with white hair looked at the spirited young man on the screen and couldn't help but sigh. Huaxia has indeed fallen behind a bit over the past 9 years. But I believe that from now on, Lin will play a vital role. Deputy Headmaster, it was a loss for us when he was poached by the Super Guild back then, the old man's assistant lamented. As long as his heart remains with Huaxia, that's enough. The Thunder Martial Arts Academy's original mission isn't to compete with the Super Guild for first place, but to shoulder the responsibilities of a warrior.
The elderly man's eyes shone with intensity. That is the warrior's mission. I bet that within 3 years, Lin will become a world-renowned powerhouse because he is truly extraordinary. 3 years?
Upon hearing this, the young assistant couldn't help but gasp. By then, he'll only be around 20 years old.
News of Lin's championship victory spread across the globe. China erupted in jubilation, engulfed in a festive atmosphere of celebration.
Meanwhile, at the bases of other alliances, there was disappointment and regret. Countless people angrily flipped the bird at Lin on their screens. Far from suffering 10 consecutive losses, China had instead returned to the pinnacle of glory. Moreover, it had thoroughly dominated the other alliances, eliminating several psychics. Lin had already gained some fame worldwide.
At noon local time in Huaxia, a warship landed at Yanjing Airport.
By then, the airport was already teeming with people, creating a scene where the streets were deserted as crowds flocked to the airport.
Countless citizens had gathered spontaneously to welcome the Huaxia squad, including many powerful warriors. With so many people here, I'm feeling a little nervous.
Even before stepping off the warship, Zhang Lin saw the sea of people and heard the chaotic clamor, and his heart immediately began to race. Bringing glory to the nation really does come with quite the reception.
What's there to be nervous about?
We practically won this one without breaking a sweat. We were just tagging along with Lin to pick up the scraps, huh?
Even Lin isn't nervous.
Zhang Feng laughed heartily, while Lin remained remarkably calm and composed, as if this were all routine.
Long live the Huaxia squad. Champions. The pride of our youth, truly well deserved. Lin, I love you. I want to have your baby.
As the team stepped off the plane, the crowd's cheers and enthusiasm were even more intense than they imagined. Chen Zhenglong and the others waved, while Lin stood at the front, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Just then, a figure exuding a powerful aura approached, accompanied by bodyguards. Commander Chen, thank you for leading the Huaxia team to reclaim the championship in this tournament.
On behalf of Yanjing and Huaxia, I thank you for your dedication. Well done to all the competitors.
Deng Fei said with a cheerful smile, his eyes brimming with excitement. Lin was slightly taken aback upon seeing this man. The governor of Yanjing had actually come in person to welcome them. So, it seemed she still carried some weight after all.
Chapter 52, Promotion to Officer.
It must be noted that this governor of Yanjing was a Grandmaster Stage practitioner. Grandmaster Stage, it was practically impossible to even catch a glimpse of such a figure on an ordinary day, yet here he was, making a special trip to welcome them.
What an honor.
That said, Deng Fei was also quite low-key. He managed to conceal his identity earlier. Otherwise, if ordinary citizens had spotted a Grandmaster Stage, they would surely have swarmed him.
Today's stars were Lin and his team. He certainly didn't want to steal their thunder. Serving our country is simply our duty.
Chen Zhenglong said with a smile, the greatest credit goes to the team members who competed this time. As he spoke, he pushed Lin forward. Upon seeing Lin, Deng Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, then showered him with praise. Not bad.
Lin truly is exceptionally talented. The future belongs to you. Even when I was your age, I didn't possess such skills, huh? The governor flatters me.
It's all thanks to the team. I merely added the finishing touch, Lin replied modestly.
Wherever they went, waves of cheers followed in their wake.
Just then, an elderly man dressed in a Tang-style robe, accompanied by several others, walked toward Lin and his group.
Upon seeing the elderly man, Chen Zhanglong also became respectful. Old Lu, you're here too. Congratulations, Commander Chen.
You've all done a great job, Old Master Lu said with a smile. It turned out that Old Master Lu had been one of the main commanders during the battle against the demon beast Tide. Later, upon reaching the Grandmaster stage, he went to the abyss to subdue the creatures within. 10 years ago, after losing the use of both legs and suffering from ill health, he was forced to retire from active duty. He has since been living out his days in Yanjing, where he is highly respected and honored as a hero. Lu Zilong, who was competing on the same team as Lin and the others this time, is Elder Lu's own grandson. Elder Lu had come specifically to greet his grandson.
With his back straight, Elder Lu walked up to his grandson and laughed heartily. Zilong, you haven't let me down. You finally brought the championship back. You're now a young hero of Huaxia. However, Lu Zilong's expression was somber, and he remained silent. Seeing this, Old Master Lu asked, "What's wrong? Are you injured?"
Grandpa, Lu Zilong hesitated, a hint of guilt flitting across his face. In truth, he hadn't gotten along well with his teammates, including Lin, during this trip. Moreover, because of his arrogance and condescending attitude, he'd been given a harsh lesson, and in the end, it was Lin who saved his dignity. During the main tournament, Lu Zilong had been nothing more than an outsider. It could be said that the Huaxia team's championship victory had nothing to do with him. And now, with tens of thousands cheering him on, Lu Zilong felt a pang of unease. It turned out that in the past, he had been far too arrogant, looking down on everyone, but now the situation was exactly the opposite.
He owed his current treatment entirely to Lin and the others. In other words, he didn't deserve this honor.
On top of that, before they set out, his family had held such high expectations for him. Under these circumstances, Lu Zilong felt utterly ashamed. Finally, Lu Zilong gritted his teeth, raised his head, and said, "Grandfather, I've made up my mind.
I'm going to join the army." You want to join the army?
A look of surprise flashed across the faces of Old Lu and the others. After all, serving in the military was an extremely dangerous undertaking. In this environment, a full-scale war between humans and demon beasts could break out at any moment, putting one's life at constant risk. And yet, his grandson, who had always been pampered, had returned from the competition only to declare his intention to enlist.
What on earth was going on?
"Grandpa, I've made up my mind. I want to serve my country," Lu Zilong said with a determined expression. "Before, I was blind to the bigger picture, too arrogant, and didn't realize there's a world beyond my own. But now, I want to truly test myself.
I want to become an outstanding warrior."
Ha ha ha, excellent.
My grandson has finally grown up.
Hearing this, Old Lu burst into hearty laughter.
Zilong, you haven't brought shame upon your grandfather.
If you join the military, I'll support you 100,000 times over. Lin and the others paused upon hearing this. Then Lin walked over, patted Lu Zilong on the shoulder, and smiled.
Congratulations on finding redemption. If you'd given up after this setback, I would look down on you. You're a real man. Lu Zilong, you've earned the right to be my friend. Fight like a man.
Go for it, brother. Zhang Feng, Zhang Lin, and the others also walked over to congratulate Lu Zilong. Lu Zilong had truly made them look at him with new eyes.
A temporary setback isn't a loss.
On the contrary, if he were to lose his fighting spirit from here on out, then he would truly be defeated beyond redemption. Warrior, ride the wind and cut through the waves.
At this moment, in the Western Alliance. Within the Rot family.
The Rot family's high-ranking members were watching footage of the Global Rookie Challenge. When it ended, Carl stood up from his chair and pointed at Lin, saying, "Godfather, it was this kid who showed up at the scene back then." I say there's a 90% chance that Gale Shield has already fallen into his hands.
Are you sure it was him?
Don Rot narrowed his eyes slightly.
Carl nodded firmly and said, yes, I'm absolutely certain. He is a psychic. I was careless that day.
Plus, I just had my men analyze his footprints in the demon beast jungle. They're identical to the ones in that cave in Huaxia. The Gale Shield is definitely in his possession.
Hearing this, everyone grew furious.
Finally, Godfather Rot said, send someone to kill him, but only after you've secured the Gale Shield.
Kill him? Godfather, that's.
No need to worry. Just make sure it's done cleanly, but you must bring the Gale Shield back.
Understood?
Don Rot took out a cigar and lit it. If all else fails, go to the Hunters Guild and find someone to do it. I understand, Carl replied, then stepped out. Taking out Lin was a huge risk, but the Gale Shield was a priceless treasure and the temptation was even greater.
Gaoliang City Lin was back. However, he was keeping a very low profile and hadn't revealed his whereabouts.
Now, the streets and alleys of Gaoliang City were plastered with Lin's portraits and news of his championship victory.
It was safe to say that Lin was now an absolute celebrity in Gaoliang City.
As for the 3 billion prize money, the Huaxia squad had already divided it up.
600 million each, it divided evenly among them.
Originally, Lu Zilong had refused to accept his share, but Lin and the others insisted on giving him a portion. After all, he was a team member. As long as you show up, you get a share. In addition, the Super Guild awarded Lin another 50 million on its own. All told, Lin walked away with a massive sum of over 650 million. In addition to the money, there were various other rewards: 20 great vitality pills, 30 body tempering pills, and several sets of C-class combat suits. In short, Lin is now set for life. Lin, headquarters has decided to officially appoint you as an officer of the Super Guild. You can come to headquarters to work, or you can work remotely from home. From now on, you'll receive even greater discounts when shopping. Once our deputy guild master returns, we'll make a global announcement. Lin, just get ready to be worshipped by thousands, haha. No sooner had he sat down at home than Sue called, leaving Lin utterly stunned. The Super Guild had actually appointed him to the position of officer, another promotion.
Chapter 53, Something Happened to Lang.
Lin didn't dwell on the promotion. He knew better than anyone where he stood within Super Guild.
As the Super Rookie of the Year, he was outstanding by any global standard.
He didn't care much about personal honors. What title he held didn't really matter. When Lin returned home that evening, he gave Dong, Yun, and Xiaoyu a wonderful surprise. Dong, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol in 3 or 4 decades, even went out of his way to buy some to celebrate. Son, you really haven't brought shame to the Lin family. Today, even my boss came by to check on me and said you're a hero of our Huaxia, of our Gaoliang City, ha? Oh, and your dad got a promotion too. He was transferred straight to the security department to serve as head of security. They said that with you there, no one would dare cause trouble for a long time. Yun chattered on as well, while his parents, with tears streaming down their faces, were bursting with pride. Lin smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, Mom and Dad, your son is going to be even better from now on. You too, just wait until people start praising you. Big bro, what realm are you at now? The little girl asked eagerly, munching on a chicken drumstick. Her eyes darted back and forth, brimming with anticipation. Lin feigned modesty and said, pretty much close to the platinum stage, I guess.
No way. Platinum?
The chicken drumstick in the little girl's hand suddenly lost its appeal. After all, she'd been training like crazy these past few days, thinking she could close the gap with her big brother, only to discover that he was already on the verge of reaching the platinum stage. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, Xiaoyu might not have believed it. The platinum stage that's considered a true powerhouse on a global scale. After they'd eaten their fill, Lin took Xiaoyu to the martial arts hall for a test to see how much progress she'd made over the past few days. The little girl walked up to the strength tester, went through her preparatory movements with precision, and then threw a punch. Her strength reading came in at over 1,800.
Close to bronze 2-star? Lin thought to himself in disbelief.
He glanced at his younger sister. This little girl must have some secret she wasn't telling him. After all, it was simply impossible for a normal person to be this strong while still in high school. Keep in mind that even some exceptionally talented prodigies don't become warriors until they're 18 or 19. Those who break through to bronze 2-star or 3-star during college are already among the cream of the crop among warriors. And now, Xiaoyu was only 14, yet she could unleash a punch with 1,800 units of force. She was definitely no ordinary girl.
Brother, am I really that good?
Hurry up and praise me, Xiaoyu pleaded, looking at Lin with a pitiful expression. Lin gave a wry smile. Your strength is still too weak, you need to train harder.
Don't slack off from now on.
I'll give you some more guidance over the next few days. Over the next few days, aside from spending time with his parents at home, Lin went to the martial arts hall to guide Xiaoyu in his training. What's more, he showered Xiaoyu with elixirs as if they cost nothing, ensuring he received ample nutritional support. 3 days later, Xiaoyu reached the threshold of a breakthrough. He was almost there. One day, Lin was at the farmer's market buying groceries to take home when he suddenly heard someone calling his name.
Lin?
Lin turned around and saw that it was Lang's parents.
He greeted them, "Hello, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang."
However, Lin noticed that Uncle and Aunt Zhang looked a bit uneasy. They exchanged glances, as if they had something to say, so Lin asked, "Uncle and Aunt, what's wrong? If there's anything, please feel free to tell me." Finally, Mrs. Zhang suddenly bent down and bowed to Lin, her voice choked with tears as she said, "Lin, one of Lang's friends told me last night that something happened to him in Shanghai, and now we can't get in touch with him.
Lin, you're a warrior now. Can you please help me find out what happened to Lang? I'm begging you. Auntie, please don't do that. Stand up first."
Lin hurriedly helped Lang's mother to her feet. A mother worries even when her son is far away. With Lang in trouble, it seemed his parents hadn't been able to sleep well these past few days.
He nodded and said, "Uncle and Auntie, don't worry. Lang and I are like brothers. Leave this to me."
Mr. and Mrs. Zhang thanked Lin through their tears and snot, but Lin quickly insisted it wasn't necessary. Lang had helped him so much in the past, they were as close as brothers. How could he stand by and do nothing when his brother was in trouble?
After buying groceries and heading home, Lin set off directly for Magic City. Half an hour later, the passenger warship landed in Magic City. At the same time, in a hospital room at a warrior hospital,
Lang lay in bed, gazing at the afterglow of the setting sun outside the window. A streak of sunset light fell across his face, making him look somewhat haggard. On the bedside table lay Lang's medical report, multiple comminuted fractures throughout his body. It would be at least 2 years before he could walk again.
"My life is ruined. It's just a shame I've let my parents down, and Lin and the others too." Lang was filled with sorrow.
He had carried the hopes of his entire family, determined to become a warrior, and had traveled far to Magic City to study. He had a world of his own in his heart. But an accident a few days ago had cut short his path in martial arts. After all that hard work, it was ultimately in vain.
One can only imagine how desolate Lang felt.
Moreover, he had kept this a secret from his parents, just to spare them from grief and worry. "Mom, Dad, brothers, I'm sorry." A flash of despair crossed Lang's eyes. Suddenly, just then, a familiar aura sent a jolt through Lang's heart.
Ah, Lang.
When he turned around, a figure appeared before him. The figure he knew best.
Lin. Lin. How did you?
In that very instant, Lang's tear-filled eyes began to blur. In a foreign land, at a moment of utter loneliness, his best brother had appeared before him as if in a dream.
"Bro, I'm here." Lin walked over and asked, "How are you?"
"Lin, I am afraid I'll never have a chance to become a warrior in this lifetime." As Lang spoke these words, he lowered his head, looking utterly dejected.
Lin patted Lang on the shoulder, a faint bitterness welling up in his heart. Afterward, Lang recounted the entire story from start to finish.
Upon hearing it, a surge of rage erupted within Lin.
"The Zhou family? Yeah. They told me to call you to Magic City, saying they wanted to capture you alive.
I didn't do what they wanted, so they crippled me.
Lang said to Lin.
Lin, you have to be careful around them. The Zhou family patriarch is at the Grandmaster stage, but he is not at the Zhou residence right now. He might have taken a group to intercept you. Lin smiled slightly and said, don't worry.
They can't touch me. Just focus on recovering. I'll cover the medical bills.
This whole mess started because of me, so I should be the one to put an end to it.
I'll come see you again tomorrow.
With that, Lin stormed out the door. At that very moment, a flash of light streaked across the sky above Magic City.
Before long, a figure appeared at the Zhou family estate in Magic City, its murderous aura engulfing the entire Dongpu district.
In an instant, every member of the Zhou family, young and old, came out.
Chapter 54, Wiping Out the Zhou Family.
Head of the Zhou family, come out and face your death.
The figure hovered in midair, its voice booming with unbridled fury.
Inside the Zhou family mansion, Zhou Tadian heard the shout, furrowed his brow, and stepped outside. The moment he saw Lin, a name flashed through his mind.
You're Lin?
His eyes widened. Lin, the Zhou family has been searching for you. I never expected you to walk right into our trap. At that moment, two foreign men stepped forward from beside Zhou Tadian. Zhou Tadian said, Gentlemen, this is Lin, the man your Rot family has been looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your help in luring this kid here.
On behalf of the Rot family,
I thank the Zhou family, one of them said in heavily accented Chinese. At that moment, the two foreign men fixed their gaze on Lin. Seeing this, Lin seemed to realize something and exclaimed angrily, I never expected the Zhou family to be so despicable.
As the saying goes, misfortune shouldn't befall one's own family, yet you've colluded with foreigners to target my friends?
Today, I'll make the Zhou family pay the price.
Lin, you still dare to be so arrogant when death is upon you?
A powerful member of the Rot family charged toward Lin, hand over the Gale Shield, or I'll make sure you die a gruesome death.
You're asking for it.
Seeing his opponent strike first, Lin didn't hesitate, unleashing a fierce punch at the man.
Boom! Crack! In an instant, their fists collided.
Lin unleashed a twofold power boost, his extreme explosive punch packing over 4 million in power. With a deafening explosion, both men staggered back slightly, and a look of deep astonishment flashed across the warrior's face.
Aren't you only at the gold stage?
How could you possibly block my punch?
Stop your fucking nonsense.
Lin activated the swift wind footwork, reaching extreme speeds.
Thud, thud. Two punches struck in rapid succession.
In an instant, even the Platinum Stage warrior struggled to hold his ground and was forced onto the defensive. Seeing this, the other warrior joined the fray to take on Lin. Wielding a greatsword, he swung down at Lin. What seemed like a casual strike actually unleashed a force exceeding 5 million Jin.
So fond of ambushes, are you?
Lin summoned the Zilong golden spear and swung it horizontally with all his might.
Clang!
The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the Platinum Stage warrior's hand began to tremble, emitting a buzzing sound.
An A-class weapon. You're only at the gold stage, how is that possible? He was utterly astonished. A-class weapons were typically only wielded by warriors at the Platinum Stage or higher.
Yet Lin had repeatedly defied their expectations. His shock even subsided when Lin unleashed the Divine Dragon Spear technique. Its angles and power were so bizarre that even he found himself at a disadvantage. The three erupted into battle. With a single thrust, Lin boosted his attack power by 80%. He had already mastered the use of this spear technique. Every thrust was lethal, and Lin even summoned the Gale Shield to aid him in battle. His speed was now his greatest advantage, reaching over 1,000 meters per second, allowing him to attack from both close and long range, leaving the two Platinum Stage warriors reeling.
However, the Platinum Stage warriors were no pushovers either.
While they couldn't match Lin offensively, their defense was surprisingly solid, blocking many of his lethal strikes.
Damn it, that kid has the Gale Shield, we can't hurt him at all.
He's way too fast.
Our intel was wrong.
This guy has completely mastered the Gale Shield, and his strength is every bit as good as ours at the Platinum Stage.
What kind of monster is he, anyway?
The two exchanged glances, the thought of retreat beginning to take root in their minds. Meanwhile, after his spear strike proved fruitless, Lin sheathed the Zilong golden spear and drew the Lei Shao, continuing to slash at the pair.
As the sword struck out, a thunderclap erupted. Boom!
A massive explosion rang out. The two figures flickered, one raising his blade horizontally to block the attack. But in the very next instant, a bolt of lightning surged from the blade straight toward him, filling his face with despair.
Finally, the platinum stage let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body was blasted backward by the electricity.
He crashed to the ground, his hands already covered in blood and trembling uncontrollably, as if he were suffering from Alzheimer's. His sword, too, had been cleaved in two. His companion, witnessing this scene, was completely dumbfounded.
That damn sword actually came with lightning?
Moreover, the power just now was incredibly strong. This sword was actually an S-class treasure.
Damn it, our intel was wrong. We underestimated you.
The remaining Platinum Stage fighters' faces darkened, while Zhou Tadian and the other members of the Zhou family stared in shock.
That guy, Lin, he actually defeated a Platinum Stage fighter? But that wasn't he all.
Before anyone could react, Lin summoned the Gale Shield and suddenly appeared behind the Platinum Stage fighter.
Die! As the sword struck, a thunderclap erupted. Boom! Crack!
The Platinum Stage was flung backward like a kite and died instantly. Lin showed no mercy, using the Thunder Knight had been a last resort. Finally, steeled by resolve, he unleashed two sword strikes and both men breathed their last.
Kill! He killed two Platinum Stage fighters. This can't be possible. No. Oh my god, Grandpa isn't here, what are we going to do?
After Lin had finished off the two who were barely clinging to life with a single sword strike, he turned his gaze toward Zhou Tadian.
With a swift step, Lin appeared before Zhou Tadian in the next instant.
He unleashed the thunderclap skill, a sword strike of thunder.
Everyone, get out of the way!
Zhou Tadian bellowed, his feet shuddering as he leaped out of the way just before the sword struck.
Boom!
In an instant, the Zhou family mansion was split in two by Lin's single strike.
Lin, you've harmed innocent bystanders. Are you?
Bullshit! Lin, like a crazed beast, slammed a fist into the Zhou family mansion.
How could the building possibly withstand such a blow?
It collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to a pile of rubble. Meanwhile, Zhou Tadian formed his hand into a claw and lunged at Lin. Those iron claws, as hard as steel, would cost Lin dearly if they connected.
Unfortunately for Zhou Tadian, would Lin actually get hit? His reaction was incredibly swift.
He slashed down with his sword, leaving Zhou Tadian stunned for a moment as he hurriedly retreated 3 steps.
Boom! Boom!
The lightning visible to the naked eye left Zhou Tadian utterly horrified, unable to regain his composure for a long time. This sword technique was too powerful. There was simply no way to close the distance. Moreover, with the Gale Shield in his hands, it was incredibly difficult to even touch Lin.
Die!
Lin gave him no chance, charging at Zhou Tadian, who, alone and outmatched, had no way to defend himself. After just a few moves, he was already physically and mentally exhausted. He was at the Platinum Stage, but his vitality was too weak, while Lin was like an invincible war god who never grew tired, unleashing attack after attack without even pausing to rest. In the end, Zhou Tadian let his guard down behind him and was brutally struck down by Lin's shadow daggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 daggers pierced Zhou Tadian's body. Even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't have been enough to survive.
Head of the family. Husband.
The moment Zhou Tadian fell, every member of the Zhou family, young and old, was overcome with despair. At that moment, Lin stood with one foot on Zhou Tadian's corpse and declared, "Tell your old, senile patriarch that I, Lin, killed him. If you don't accept this, come find me in Gaoliang anytime.
I'm letting you off easy today.
But if my friends or family suffer any harm, I'll slaughter every last member of the Zhou clan, humans and animals alike. Remember my words, I won't say it again." With that, Lin stepped onto the Gale Shield and departed from the skies above Dongpu. Before long, the Zhou family became the focus of attention across all of Magic City. The Zhou estate had been razed by a powerful assailant, and the head of the Zhou family had met his end.
Chapter 55, The Die is Cast.
In Magic City, within less than 30 minutes, countless media reporters had gathered outside the Zhou family compound, filing various reports. The news spread like a tornado, swiftly sweeping across the entire city and even causing a massive sensation throughout all of China.
Who did the Zhou family offend?
The head of the family has already been killed. Old Master Zhou is sure to go mad when he returns. Yeah, eyewitnesses say it was Lin who wiped out the Zhou family. Not sure if it's true, though.
Really? Can Lin actually take down a platinum stage warrior? No way. It's confirmed.
Someone saw Lin arrive at the Zhou residence on a shield-like flying craft. Not only did he single-handedly kill the head of the Zhou family, but earlier he also killed 2 foreign warriors, both platinum tier.
Whoa, is he that terrifying?
Looks like even though Lin is young, he is not someone to be provoked lightly.
The Zhou family is in big trouble. Waves of whispers spread throughout Magic City. Almost everyone knew about it.
The Zhou family, having offended Lin, was ruthlessly wiped out by him.
The family head was slain, and a warning was issued.
Fortunately, Lin did not silence the Zhou family, otherwise, all of China would have been shocked. The reason Lin chose to spare the rest of the Zhou family was that he still held onto a sliver of moral integrity.
Family members should not suffer for the crimes of the head of the household, therefore, the family head alone must bear the consequences.
If he had killed all the women and children of the Zhou family, he would have been nothing more than a bloodthirsty monster.
Moreover, China is not a lawless place. A warrior does not act with impunity. Going too far would draw the attention of the Investigation Bureau and the authorities.
That would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, if old Master Zhou were to return and take it out on his family, the cycle of revenge would never end. So, Lin killed only Zhou Tati, and if old Master Zhou still isn't satisfied, they can have another fight later. At that moment, in the elite college of Wuhan University in Magic City, quite a few students were still discussing the news they'd just seen.
Wow, I never expected Lin to be so ruthless. Looks like he is not someone to mess with. Reaching the platinum stage at such a young age, who could stand up to that? He even toppled the Zhou family. Rumor has it that our vice president even paid him a personal visit back then to invite him. If he joined our university, wouldn't our magic martial arts university instantly become the most famous martial arts university in China and even the world?
A female student looked at Lin's photo, her heart turning into a heart shape.
Meanwhile, in a private girls' dormitory, a girl with a ponytail and knee-high socks was leaning against the railing.
Ling rested her chin in her hands, her gaze vacant, occasionally tinged with worry and anxiety.
I can't get through again. I hope Lin is okay.
She glanced at her smartwatch. The call she made went unanswered, and she couldn't help but sigh repeatedly.
I can't stand it. I have to go check on him.
What if he is hurt? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Just as Ling was about to head out for Dongpu district, suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky and landed right in front of her. Upon seeing him, a flash of delight lit up Ling's eyes, and she almost cried out, "Ah, Lin, is that really you?"
Hey, Ling, it's been a while. The visitor was indeed Lin.
After killing Zhou Tatian a moment ago, he had taken control of the Gale Shield and headed straight for Wuhan University. Using his psychic power, he had located Ling's whereabouts. "Lin, come in quickly," Ling said, and Lin stepped into the dorm room. Thankfully, this was Ling's private room. As soon as Lin entered, Ling asked nervously, Are you okay? I saw the news. I heard you went to the Zhou family's place."
Ha, it made the headlines that fast?
Lin seemed a bit surprised.
I did go to the Zhou family's place to demand justice.
They messed with my friend, so I made them pay a price. But I'm sure the Zhou family has probably sent people out to hunt me down everywhere, and the airport is probably sealed off, too.
Lin teased Ling, who immediately shuddered. Then what should we do? Don't worry, I was just joking.
Lin smiled faintly, then, seeing the look of concern on Ling's face, asked,
Are you that worried about me? I'm obviously worried about you. You've crossed Grandmaster stage, after all.
Ling stammered, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks.
Lin thought for a moment and said, "Well, if I'm put on a citywide wanted list in Magic City tonight, I won't have anywhere to go. You can stay here." They probably won't come onto Wuhan University's campus.
Ling's voice sounded like a dream. Wuhan University was a sacred place, protected by the authorities. Not even the Zhou family could enter Wuhan University to cause trouble after all. The university's own strength was no slouch.
Lin agreed immediately, "Okay."
And so, as the sky gradually darkened, Lin and Ling spent their first night together. Both of them were slightly nervous, even at a loss for what to do. Early the next morning, Lin woke up to find that Ling had already prepared breakfast.
"You're awake. Are you going back today?" Ling asked, with a touch of shyness. "Yeah, I'm heading back to Gaoliang City.
I still have some things to take care of."
Lin nodded.
"By the way, Ling, here's the great vitality pill I bought for you.
Use it for your cultivation.
You've reached the threshold of the warrior realm now, so I imagine you're not far from breaking through. Take care of yourself."
"Okay, you should go now.
Some friends are coming to see me later, and it wouldn't be good if anyone saw us."
Lin
had no choice but to leave. He couldn't bring himself to speak of what had happened last night. As for Ling, she placed both hands over her heart, feeling a gentle warmth inside, and a sweet smile spread across her face. At the Warrior Hospital, Lin arrived at Lang's hospital room. The moment he saw him, Lang nearly jumped out of bed. "Lin, did you kill the head of the Zhou family?"
"Yeah, I just taught them a lesson.
They won't dare touch you anymore."
"What about you?"
"Don't worry about me. I'm an officer of the Super Guild now. It's not that easy for the Zhou family to go after me.
If he dares to come after me, I'll wipe out his entire clan." Hearing this, Lang breathed a sigh of relief.
With Lin now an officer of the Super Guild, he had a powerful backer. The Zhou family certainly had no business challenging the Super Guild.
"Just focus on recovering.
When I get back, I'll have a doctor from the Super Guild come treat you.
I'll make sure you get back on your feet. Lin, you've saved my life. I owe you so much." Lang was speechless with gratitude. He didn't know what to say.
Lin had been so good to him, better even than a blood brother. If it weren't for Lin, he might have even considered ending his own life. "We're brothers. I won't forget you just because I've made it big," Lin whispered soothingly. After returning, Lin headed straight to Beijing, the headquarters of the Super Guild.
"Su, is there any medicine that can cure a warrior's disability?"
"You could try buying a few rejuvenation pills. They can regenerate bone marrow, though they're a bit expensive."
"How much?" Lin asked in the office.
Su thought for a moment, then held up one finger. 100 billion per pill. Chapter 56, Meeting the Guardian, the Mysterious Abyss.
100 billion. When Su uttered the price, Lin was a bit taken aback.
100 billion for him right now, it wasn't an astronomical sum, but it was certainly no small amount. Su explained, "The rejuvenation pill is the most advanced medicine in the world today.
It can regenerate bone marrow and restore broken bones.
Even someone with their entire skeleton shattered can recover within a week. You said your friend is nearly crippled, so this pill would be ideal for him."
"Unfortunately, it's not something you can just buy whenever you want. The rejuvenation pill has miraculous healing properties.
In addition to various rare herbs, it requires a special energy substance to refine a substance found only deep within the abyss."
"The abyss?" Lin asked, puzzled. "What kind of place is that?"
"A wondrous place, one you know nothing about." Just then, a voice rang out from outside the door. Lin looked up and saw a bearded man wearing a Super Guild cloak striding in with long, confident strides.
He exuded an incredibly intense aura of vitality. Grandmaster stage. Lin thought to himself immediately.
This middle-aged man's strength was at least at the Grandmaster stage.
"Greetings, Guardian."
Su immediately bowed upon seeing him. Hearing this, Lin's heart gave a violent jolt.
"Guardian." Boom.
Lin also bowed slightly. "Greetings, Guardian."
No need to be so formal, Lin. You're here to buy a rejuvenation pill, aren't you?
Guardian Lu asked softly, in a tone that suggested they were old acquaintances.
If you want one, I happen to have a friend at a biotech company who can get you one.
Thank you, Guardian, but right now Lin felt a bit awkward and was about to mention that he didn't have enough money. Little did he know that Lu had seen right through him. He laughed heartily. No problem. You can use it for now and pay the martial arts school back when you have the money.
Thank you, Guardian.
I'm deeply grateful, Lin said. He didn't refuse right now. Lang needed the rejuvenation pill, and it was worth whatever the cost.
Brotherly loyalty is priceless.
Lin looked at Lu with eyes full of gratitude, his heart racing wildly. Guardians are among the strongest fighters in every martial arts school. He'd heard long ago that every school has a group of founders who followed the schoolmaster to conquer the world. These are true warrior masters, their strength so formidable it defies common sense. As far as Lin knew, there were only 4 guardians in the entire super guild. They were rarely seen and remained highly mysterious figures. Now, with a guardian suddenly appearing before him, it would be a lie for Lin to say he wasn't excited. Likewise, Lu was sizing up Lin, as if seeing right through him, and said with a smile, not bad at the gold stage at 16. Plus, you're a psychic. What makes us even prouder is that you possess the Gale Shield, Lin. I have to say, you truly are a once-in-a-century genius for the Super Guild. He genuinely held Lin in high regard as 16-year-old psychic capable of obtaining the Gale Shield, a feat not even those at the Platinum stage could achieve. You flatter me, Guardian, Lin said humbly, clasping his fists. The disciple surpasses the master, Lin. I believe you won't let the Super Guild down. Lu said, starting today, you are the youngest officer in the history of the Super Guild. As for that old man from the Zhou family in Magic City, he won't dare touch a single hair on your head or your friends, you can rest assured.
Lin's face lit up with joy, and he nodded. Next, Lin asked Lu for more information about the Rot family and the Abyss.
The Rot family is currently the world's #1 clan. Their influence in the Western Alliance is virtually all-encompassing.
Lu sat down and took a sip of coffee.
But you don't need to worry too much. We at the Super Guild aren't pushovers either. Since you acquired the Gale Shield by chance, they won't be able to take it from you.
As long as you're in China, you'll be safe. As for the Abyss, it's a new world.
A new world? The creatures inside are very mysterious. Currently, the greatest threat to humanity comes from the creatures of the Abyss. Lu continued, I'm here this time to assist the authorities in recruiting human warriors and to join forces with other martial arts schools to explore the Abyss.
To be precise, suppression would be a more accurate description. Do they need warriors to go and suppress them?
Lin grew even more curious.
Guardians were figures above the Grandmaster stage, yet even they were unable to deal with the creatures of the Abyss? So what kind of terrifying beings were actually down there?
There have been frequent disturbances in the Abyss lately, Lin. What you know now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Once your strength improves, you'll naturally have the chance to go down and see for yourself. However, the situation is deteriorating day by day, so it's hard to say whether we'll even live to see that day.
Lu's expression suddenly grew somber. In any case, the current situation is not looking good.
According to the Hall Master's prediction, barring any surprises, we in Huaxia will soon face a great catastrophe.
A great calamity.
If you can improve, do your best to raise your cultivation level as much as possible, Lu said calmly, then turned to Su. Su, issue a notice to all warriors at the Platinum stage and above in the All Martial Arts Hall to assemble at the official Alliance base tomorrow night.
Yes.
A hint of gravity flashed across Su's face as well. With the Guardian personally returning from the Abyss to summon Platinum level and above warriors, it seemed something truly momentous was about to happen. The next day, the news that Lin had become a Super Guild officer was announced worldwide.
It sparked a fierce reaction throughout Huaxia.
At that very moment, Huaxia's martial arts world faced a massive crisis. Nearly all Platinum level and above warriors in Huaxia had returned to their respective martial arts halls to assemble. Even the presidents and high-ranking officials of major universities had all vanished without a trace.
Lin returned to Gaoliang City. Today was his 17th birthday. That evening, the family held a simple celebration, but afterward, Lin was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding.
Mom, Dad, don't go to work tomorrow. I'll teach you how to practice martial arts.
Martial arts?
Lin's parents looked as if they misheard him, staring at Lin in disbelief.
Lin said, "That's right.
Practicing martial arts can strengthen your bodies, and besides, there are many benefits to becoming a warrior. When I'm not around, you'll be able to protect yourselves."
Lin, what nonsense are you talking about? Why are you suddenly bringing up whether I'll be here or not? Yoon scolded him.
Finally, after Lin's persistent pleading, the two decided to start practicing martial arts. It was also on this day that Lin received a call from Lang, who said he had received the rejuvenation pill delivered by a messenger the night before and could walk again today.
That's great.
Those great vitality pills cost 500,000 each. Hang in there, bro, pay me back once you make some money, Lin joked. The next day, he began teaching his parents martial arts. Although their natural talent was average, with Lin's personal guidance and the aid of the elixirs,
Dong and Yun were soon able to begin basic training.
3 days later, Xiaoyu brought good news. He had broken through to Bronze 2-star at the martial arts hall.
Bye, how much longer do you think it'll take me to reach the silver stage? Xiaoyu asked, hiding in the martial arts hall and speaking to the pendant around his neck. Chapter 57, S-Class Disaster. Bye, you'd better get well soon. I'm waiting for you to help me soar.
The voice from the pendant carried a hint of smugness, and Xiaoyu was quite excited as well. The day he surpassed his older brother, his brother would surely be stunned. His parents' cultivation was gradually getting back on track, but Lin could only afford to buy the lowest grade elixirs for his parents to take to aid their cultivation. Just as everything was settling into a routine, Lin received a call from Sue.
Sue, what's going on? Sue sounded very anxious. Lin, come to headquarters right away.
Okay. Lin immediately mounted the Gale Shield and set off for the headquarters in Yanjing. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the headquarters in Yanjing. It was located near the very top floor. As Lin stepped inside, he found himself in a cultivation chamber unlike any other.
Sue had to guide Lin through multiple layers of identity verification before they could gain entry. Sue, what exactly do you need me for? Lin, I'm heading down into the abyss tomorrow.
All Super Guild warrior members at the Platinum rank and above will be entering the abyss, so the Super Guild will be temporarily under your charge. Sue didn't want to beat around the bush. You must cooperate fully with the official operations. Our guild master predicts that something major will happen in the coming days.
No matter what happens, don't panic. It all came as a complete surprise.
Lin paused for a moment, then finally nodded, all right. Also, the Guardian instructed me to open the energy training chamber for you to absorb energy. The energy substances inside are extremely abundant and ideal for warriors at the Grandmaster stage and above. Although you haven't reached the Grandmaster stage yet, the Guardian may have granted you access because you're a psychic. Absorb as much of the energy inside as you can. Go ahead and take as much as you need. Sue used facial recognition to open a chamber that resembled both a spacecraft cabin and a steamer, its interior glowing with a red light. Lin found it utterly mysterious.
All right, thank you for passing this along, Sue.
Lin didn't hesitate. He knew this was something valuable. He stepped inside and closed the door.
His first sensation upon entering the energy training chamber was one of coolness and freshness.
It was as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. The cells and blood vessels within his body seemed to become even more active. He closed his eyes and began absorbing this energy. Before long, Lin began to feel his body grow fiery hot, with warm currents surging through his meridians.
What a magical sensation! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
After a while longer, Lin was like a cell phone, constantly recharging as he absorbed this red energy.
Ding!
Absorbed energy from substandard red crystal material.
Upgrade points plus 10,000. Ding!
Absorbed energy from substandard red crystal material.
Upgrade points plus 19,000. Ha! Substandard red crystal energy? A notification popped up on Lin's system, causing him to pause. What kind of energy was this? He'd never even heard of it before.
He opened his eyes and glanced around, spotting 3 half-broken red crystals embedded beneath the floor of the cultivation chamber. If he wasn't mistaken, the entire cultivation chamber had been built around these crystals, and the energy was emanating from them. Such tiny energy crystals actually contain such abundant energy, it's truly amazing, Lin said in disbelief as he absorbed it every second.
This speed was exceptionally fast. Meanwhile, in the Western Alliance, the Rot family. Damn good-for-nothings, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Godfather Rot was furious.
He slammed his fist on the table so hard that the entire platinum stage in the hall nearly collapsed under the pressure. I told you to make sure everything went off without a hitch, yet you failed time and time again.
Did I train you all just so you could sit around doing nothing? Godfather Rot roared, seething with rage.
A voice rang out from below, "Eaters, the spirit of eaters, eating is all."
Smack!
Before the man could finish, Don Rot slapped him so hard he flew across the room. "Don't try any jokes in front of me, or you'll never come back.
From now on, no one is to tip off the enemy. We'll wait until Roy returns before taking action." Whispers immediately broke out among the crowd. Is Lord Roy coming back? Great!
With Lord Roy returning from the abyss, we're sure not to slip up again.
The Rot family is about to regain its former glory.
Roy was not only a name that carried great weight within the Rot family, but also a figure of immense influence throughout the Western Alliance.
Everyone was already eagerly anticipating what surprises Lord Roy would bring upon his return.
Huaxia, as night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars. The common people of Huaxia had already drifted off to sleep. What they did not know was that a great catastrophe was quietly approaching. At that moment, inside a Huaxia military base, 4 commanders each with 5 stars on their shoulders sat together, watching a video feed. The footage showed countless demon beasts moving southward from the northwest. Their pace was not particularly fast, it seemed as though they were gathering their forces.
This has come on suddenly. We expect the beast horde to move south within 3 days, storming directly into Jiangnan province. By then, the province's 300 million residents will be under attack.
And if we fail to suppress the beast tide, provinces and cities beyond Jiangnan including Magic City and Chongchuan will also fall. At that point, China will truly be finished. Their expressions were incredibly somber. A relatively young, handsome commander looked at the figure on another screen and asked, "Governor Shi, what level has the higher-ups classified this beast tide as?"
To be honest, it's an S-class. Boom!
The moment those words were spoken, the expressions of all 4 people present trembled violently, their faces turning slightly pale.
An S-class beast tide that's on par with the levels seen during the Great Cataclysm.
Since humanity established the New Order, we in Huaxia have never experienced a beast tide of this magnitude. Currently, the 2 great human titans of Huaxia are in seclusion, and the powerful warriors from the major martial arts schools have already entered the abyss to shed their blood. We have no choice but to suppress this with our own manpower. At that moment, several officers spoke up one after another. Finally, one officer stood up and said, "I suggest we immediately call for a draft to prepare for the worst-case scenario." The other 3 officers nodded in agreement. That's our only option.
We don't know how many soldiers will be sacrificed this time, but with the commander-in-chief absent, we cannot back down.
1 day later, at Super Guild headquarters,
Lin's absorption was nearing its end.
His body shuddered, and the instant his eyes opened, a flash of white light shot out from them. It was incredibly bright, and his eyes became piercingly sharp. At that moment, he glanced at his stats panel.
Host, Lin. Speed, 380 ms.
Strength, 2,660,000 kilograms.
Spiritual realm, silver 5-star 2,999 5 million.
Cultivation realm, gold 5-star 010 million.
Upgrade points, 23,982,300.
Martial arts, divine dragon spear technique mastery realm, 01 million, attack plus 80%. Extreme explosion fist technique preliminary realm, 0 400,000, base attack plus 50%. Swift Wind Footwork Preliminary Realm, 0 500,000, base speed plus 40%. Thunderclap Skill Beginner Level, 0 90,000, attack plus 65%. 23 million upgrade points, that's the most I've ever gotten. I never expected such a tiny crystal to provide so much energy. If I were out there slaying demon beasts, it would probably take me months to collect that much. What kind of crystal is this, anyway? He muttered to himself, it's time to level up. Chapter 58, Breaking Through the Plateau. I'm only at 5-star gold right now, but by combining various martial arts techniques and giving it my all, I'm already strong enough to take down a platinum stage warrior. Plus, according to the system, defeating warriors or demon beasts that are stronger than me, even those beyond my current tier, will multiply my upgrade points. Lin analyzed carefully, after I upgrade to the platinum stage, I'll become even stronger. From then on, killing monsters and warriors at the same realm will yield far fewer upgrade points. I have no idea how many upgrade points I'll need for my next realm upgrade. I might as well hold off on advancing my realm for now and focus on upgrading my spiritual realm first. System, upgrade my spiritual realm. Spend 10 million upgrade points on it first. He spoke to the system, which responded, ding, command accepted. Upgrading spiritual realm. Ding, spiritual realm is upgrading. Silver 5-star. Gold 1-star. Gold 2-star. Gold 3-star. Gold 4-star. Lin's spiritual realm rapidly broke through the gold stage barrier, and his vital energy grew even more robust. His body trembled slightly, as if he had entered a new spiritual realm. With a brief scan of his psychic power, he was startled to find that he could perceive everything within a 5-kilometer radius. With every major realm I cross, my psychic power grows even stronger, and the power of killing techniques like Shadow Flying Blade will also increase significantly. It seems the role of psychic power is becoming more and more important. He reflected for a moment. Reaching gold 4-star with just 10 million upgrade points was quite a bargain. System, upgrade my Extreme Explosion Fist technique to perfection. Ding, command accepted, upgrading. Before long, Lin's upgrade points began to steadily decrease, and after spending nearly 6 million upgrade points, he finally upgraded the Extreme Explosion Fist technique to its peak level. Ding, the Extreme Explosion Fist technique has been mastered to perfection. Base attack power plus 80%. Ding, Extreme Explosion Fist has reached the mastery level. Base attack power plus 150%. Ding, Extreme Explosion Fist has reached the perfection level. Base attack power plus 300%. A 300% increase in base attack power. When this result appeared, even Lin himself was somewhat taken aback, and a flicker of unease crossed his mind. True to its reputation as a fist technique personally created by a human titan, Lin's base attack power had now skyrocketed to a staggering 7,980,000. Platinum stage combat power generally ranges from 2 to 10 million. Breaking the 10 million mark qualifies one for the Grandmaster stage. My current base combat power has already reached around 4-star platinum. He muttered to himself, still having no intention of advancing his cultivation realm, but instead said with a beaming smile. System, use the remaining upgrade points to continue upgrading my Thunderclap skill. Ding, command accepted, upgrading. Before long, Lin's Thunderclap skill advanced from the beginner stage to the preliminary stage, and then from the preliminary stage to the advanced stage. It eventually reached the mastery realm, at which point he stopped upgrading it. That's because he didn't have enough upgrade points left, only a little over 1.7 million. And for the Thunderclap skill to advance from the mastery realm to the perfection realm, it would require at least 3 million upgrade points. The total cost for this final stage alone was more than the sum of all the upgrade points spent on previous upgrades. That was simply unaffordable. Ding! The Thunderclap skill has reached the mastery realm. Using this sword technique grants a plus 280% attack bonus. From now on, using the Lei Xiao sword will unleash 280% attack power, but the limitation is that it's restricted to the sword. Using other weapons 1T provides such high burst damage. Lin was a bit dissatisfied. At that moment, he glanced at the swift-wind footwork but had no immediate plans to upgrade it. With the Gale Shield in hand and by controlling it with psychic power, his speed was already more than sufficient to surpass the Grandmaster stage. There was simply no need to spend any more upgrade points on improving his own speed.
Ding!
The Divine Dragon Spear technique has been detected as no longer suitable for the host.
It is recommended to decompose it. Decomposition will yield 500,000 upgrade points.
Ha! Lin looked completely bewildered.
This thing can actually be dismantled?
He looked at the Zilong golden spear in his hand and thought for a moment. At the moment, it really wasn't suitable for use anymore. His overall strength had already reached the platinum stage, while the Zilong golden spear was designed for the gold and platinum stages. Judging by his current rate of advancement, he wouldn't be able to use this spear technique for much longer.
Dismantle it. After careful consideration, Lin followed the system's prompt and proceeded with the disassembly. Ding! The Divine Dragon Spear technique has been successfully disassembled.
Only the spear technique knowledge acquired by the host will be retained. This skill can no longer be improved.
That's okay.
The Divine Dragon Spear technique I learned before is still at the mastery realm. I just can't improve it further.
It's not too bad of a loss.
It turned out that the Divine Dragon Spear technique he had learned wasn't erased after all, which made Lin feel it was worth it. At that moment, his upgrade points increased by 500,000. He glanced at them and immediately used them to upgrade his spiritual realm. His spiritual realm was just a hair's breadth away from the next level. Ultimately, Lin's spiritual realm was elevated to the gold stage, 5 stars, matching his cultivation realm.
Stats.
Lin summoned his stats panel.
Host, Lin. Speed, 410 ms.
Strength, 3,100,000 kilograms.
Spiritual realm, gold, 5 stars 020 million. Cultivation realm, platinum, 1 star 010 million. Upgrade points, 168,071.
Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear technique mastery realm, cannot be upgraded. Attack plus 80%.
Extreme Explosion Fist technique perfection realm, base attack plus 300%. Swift Wind Footwork Preliminary Realm, 500,000, base speed plus 40%. Thunderclap Skill Mastery Realm, 3 million, attack plus 280%.
My base attack power has reached 3.1 million. By harnessing the full power of the Extreme Explosion Fist, I can unleash 9.3 million in combat power, coming infinitely close to the Grandmaster stage. As for the Thunderclap skill, it can unleash 8.68 million in combat power, along with 3 bolts of lightning, each of which adds an additional 5% damage. It's in no way inferior to the Extreme Explosion Fist.
Lin pondered.
He had to admit that this level up had come at the perfect moment to break through the current stage. At the gold stage, a full power strike already approached the Grandmaster stage. He could face the platinum stage without fear.
With the Gale Shield, even the Grandmaster stage wouldn't be able to touch Lin. The energy contained in these 3 substandard crystals is truly immense. It's a pity I've already absorbed all of it, otherwise, I could have stayed here a few more days.
Lin glanced sideways and saw that the red crystal had already dimmed, losing its color and luster. This type of red crystal piqued Lin's interest. He would have to go mining for these in the future to cultivate with them. It was 10 times more cost-effective than slaying demon beasts.
Officer Lin, the commander is looking for you.
Lin stepped out of the cultivation chamber, and just then, a young figure in military uniform approached him. The man stood ramrod straight and was exceptionally handsome. When Lin saw the 4 stars on his shoulders, he was slightly taken aback. A 4-star commander represented a high-ranking military officer. Reportedly, there were only 4 such commanders in all of Huaxia.
The highest-ranking commander wears 5 stars. You're Officer Lin, correct? Hello, I'm Yi Nantian from the Ministry of Defense.
The man in his 30s extended his hand with exceptional courtesy. Upon hearing that name, Lin couldn't help but pause for a moment. Commander Yi Nantian, one of the 4 generals of the Ministry of Defense. Rumored to be the son of the military department's supreme commander, Yi Qingshan, he had reached the Grandmaster stage at the age of 28 and was once considered Huaxia's greatest prodigy. He never expected Officer Yinantian to come looking for him. Something major must have happened.
Lin smiled faintly and said, "What brings you here, Officer Yi?" Yinantian nodded slightly and replied solemnly, "It's a long story. Let us sit down and talk." Chapter 59, Nationwide Conscription. What? An S-class beast tide?
In the office, Lin's expression hardened upon hearing Yinantian's words. Normally, even small-scale beast tides made the news and required warriors to suppress them. A C-class beast tide was enough to attract the military department's attention. At least 100,000 warriors would be dispatched to resist and subdue it. An S-class beast tide, to put it bluntly, was almost equivalent to the early days of the Great Cataclysm, extremely ferocious. Moreover, during the early days of the Great Cataclysm, the demon beasts had not yet fully mutated. Their combat power was nowhere near as fierce and formidable as that of today's demon beasts, making them much easier to resist. Now that a new global order was taking shape, Lin dared not imagine what the world would become if a massive demon beast tide were to erupt.
Yinantian said solemnly, "Once the beast tide breaks through the defensive city, it will head south, straight toward Jiangnan province. At that point, at least 300 million civilians will suffer.
I've come here today in the hope that the Super Guild can provide some manpower to help fight the beast tide.
In addition to the warriors, we'll also be recruiting from the general public.
We plan to enlist 5 million people to provide logistical support. Unless absolutely necessary, they won't be required to go to the front lines and face the demon beasts directly." Every word Yinantian spoke carried a hint of sincerity. Of course, if the situation worsens and things spiral out of control, we'll have no choice but to sacrifice lives. As he spoke, he bowed his head slightly, seemingly unable to bear the cruelty of the situation.
Provide manpower?
Lin didn't hesitate, replying immediately, "Commander Yi, please rest assured. Although the Martial Arts Academy's senior leadership is currently absent, I, Lin, as an officer of the Academy, have the authority to make decisions on its behalf. When the nation is in peril, every citizen has a duty to act. As warriors, we must step forward to fend off the beast horde. I'll immediately rally the warriors of the Super Guild to join the official front lines and follow your commands." Hearing Lin's words, Yinantian couldn't help but look up, seemingly surprised by how readily Lin had agreed.
"Excellent.
With your Super Guild leading the way, I'm confident other martial arts academies won't refuse either."
"Thank you very much.
On behalf of Huaxia, I'd like to express my gratitude." Yinantian bowed sincerely, but Lin insisted it was unnecessary. Also, a conscription notice was issued last night, but the response has been lackluster. Lin, if you're able, perhaps you could help get the ball rolling.
Yinantian said, "Warriors have greater influence in certain areas than the government does. I'm counting on you."
No problem at all, Lin assured him, pounding his chest. After seeing Yinantian off, a member of the Super Guild stepped forward and said, "Officer Lin, our platinum-ranked and higher warriors have already entered the abyss. If we rush other members to resist the beast tide now, any losses would deal a devastating blow to the martial arts school. It would be a massive blow to our strength." Lin shook his head and said, "Defending our homeland is Warrior's mission. My orders have already been issued. All Chinese members within the Martial Arts Academy must return to join the fight against the demon beast tide.
Anyone unwilling to return will be immediately expelled from the academy."
"I don't care what excuses they have. Super Guild doesn't accept cowards, and we certainly don't accept those who abandon their own country." Upon hearing this, a flash of terror crossed the enforcer's face as he said, "I'll handle it immediately." Lin was even more iron-fisted than he imagined, far too ruthless. At the same time, the Chinese government released a statement announcing that it would conscript 10 million people nationwide, urging Chinese men to enlist enthusiastically.
In an instant, this news caused a massive sensation across the globe, like a nuclear bomb.
To counter the impending S-class beast tide, Huaxia is mobilizing 10 million troops nationwide. The situation is critical.
I consider this news of Huaxia's mobilization to be utter nonsense. How could they possibly mobilize 10 million troops in 3 days? Huaxia's leadership is far too overconfident in its own people.
According to an expert analysis in the Western Alliance Daily, if a beast tide erupts, China will not only fail to meet its conscription quota but will also suffer a severe blow to its national strength. No country can conscript 10 million people in such a short time. This is no ordinary figure. As reported by the Asian Alliance Express, China has made bold claims about a nationwide conscription drive, but actual progress is slow, raising suspicions of exaggeration. When the time comes, this conscription drive will once again become a global laughingstock.
We'll just sit back and wait for Huaxia to be humiliated.
As expected, the majority of reactions to Huaxia's South conscription drive were disparaging and mocking. Worldwide, very few alliances or nations believed Huaxia could conscript 10 million people within 3 days.
Because that number was simply too enormous.
10 million, that's more than the combined total population of some countries. Faced with this scorn and ridicule, however, Chinese officials paid it no mind.
At that moment, Lin, standing on the Gale Shield, set off for Jiangnan Province. Jiangnan Province, Jinling City. This was the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province, 10 times more bustling than Lin's hometown, Gaoliang City. It's a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million. Once the official conscription order was issued, registration centers were set up across the country. The cities of Jiangnan Province were no exception. In downtown Jinling alone, numerous registration centers had been established. Occasionally, people would be seen waiting in line, but the numbers weren't particularly high. Pfft, you skinny little kid, you're going to enlist too? Do you even know what you're up against? Those are demon beasts.
In the square, a few young hooligans taunted a teenager who had come to enlist, "Leave fighting demon beasts to the warriors.
Why should us ordinary folks get involved? Besides, you can't even beat me. Joining the army would just be a liability, wouldn't it? You idiot, wasting your own life like that? You must be out of your mind."
Exactly.
Joining the army puts your life at risk at any moment.
I don't think these idiots even know what a beast tide is. Some of the people who had come to sign up were mocked relentlessly, but no one at the scene dared to argue with the two of them. That's because the two of them used to be students at a martial arts school. Even though they'd been kicked out later, they still had some skills, so no one dared to mess with them.
If you join the army, I bet you won't even know how you died. Just blindly charging in like everyone else? You must be out of your mind.
Seeing the gaunt teenager still standing in line, the thugs grew even more brazen.
Suddenly, just then, a figure descended from the sky. "Look, a warrior is here. Wow, he is so fast."
No sooner had the crowd's voices died down than a young figure appeared in the square. Lin glanced at the rowdy thugs and said coldly, "You bunch of good-for-nothings. When the nation is in trouble, every citizen has a duty to act. At least he is proving he is a man through his actions."
"And what about you two? Sniping from behind, do you think that is something to be proud of?"
Lin grabbed the two men by the collar with one hand.
"It's one thing not to contribute to the country, but to be causing trouble here? If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think your behavior is impressive?" Bam!
He flung them violently aside, sending them flying backward and crashing into the floor so hard it cracked. The two men clutched their bodies and screamed in agony. Clearly, several of their bones were broken.
"Everyone, I am Lin.
I have already signed up to fight the monster horde. When the time comes, I will lead our warriors into battle at the forefront to protect your safety." At that moment, Lin addressed the crowd, "Rest assured, everyone.
Whatever happens, the warriors and the soldiers will shoulder the burden.
This is the creed of the warriors, the creed of soldiers. Cowards like these aren't worthy of being called men.
These two aren't even as good as dogs.
If everyone were as cowardly as they are, Huaxia would have no one to stand up for it. The nation would cease to exist, and families would fall apart. The target of this demon beast tide is Jiangnan Province." Lin's voice boomed, tinged with a hint of indignation. "Now that the nation is mobilizing all its might to protect our Jiangnan Province, how can we, as its people, remain indifferent?
Let us take action and protect our homeland." Chapter 60, The Battle Begins. Lin? Is that really Lin? Oh my god, I'm seeing my idol.
It really is Lin, the very same Lin who helped our Huaxia squad win the rookie challenge last time. For a moment, everyone who saw Lin couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
Looks of admiration and envy were cast toward Lin, filled with immense respect. Lin is right, a man should protect his home and country. I'm definitely joining the army.
I'm joining too, to defend Jiangnan, defend Huaxia, and defend my own home.
Hurry up and sign up. If we wait any longer, the spots will be filled.
Soon, more and more people gathered in the square, and the crowd began signing up enthusiastically. Instantly, a wave of enthusiasm for enlisting swept through the entire city of Jinling.
Countless eligible young people headed to the registration centers to enlist. In a dorm room at an ordinary university, a male student put down his mouse after seeing the news about the draft and said to his roommates, "Hey guys, did you see the news about the draft? What do you think? No way, are they really drafting people? What's there to think about? It's an emergency draft, it must be to fight off the beast horde. No more talk, I'm definitely joining the army. Wait for me, mouse. Let us go together. Let us go."
Many college students began leaving campus to sign up. They were college students, but they, too, harbored dreams of serving in the military. As the saying goes, you'll regret joining the army for a while, but you'll regret not joining for a lifetime.
Who wouldn't want to carve out an unforgettable experience in their life?
Mom, ever since Dad died, you've been the backbone of this family, raising me and seeing me through college.
Even though I have a stable job now.
In an ordinary family, a young man nearing 30 said, "Ever since I was a child, I've longed to be like my father and aspired to become a soldier, but I missed my chance back then. Now that the country has relaxed the eligibility requirements, anyone between the ages of 18 and 32 can enlist. I want to seize this opportunity to fulfill my lifelong dream." The young man stood 1.8 meters tall. After graduating from college, he secured a stable job and took on the responsibility of supporting his family. He had already become the pillar of the household, but upon hearing the news of the military recruitment, his blood immediately began to boil, and he turned to his mother. Hearing her son's words, the woman nodded, "Yes, son, you're just as great as your father. Go." With tears blurring his vision, the young man knelt down and bowed his head 3 times, then rushed out the door. With the draft, once selected, one must depart immediately. There's no chance to say goodbye. He was already prepared to report to the military headquarters at any moment to serve his country. Watching his tall figure recede, the woman hid behind the door, hot tears streaming down her aged face. "Liang, our son has grown up. Look how much he resembles you."
In Daliang City today, 1 million young men took to the streets, forming long, winding lines. Every registration site was packed to capacity.
"I must enlist, just like Lin, and become the pride of Daliang."
Haha, I've been selected. I've been selected. Mom and Dad, your son is off. Lin has called the shot. Now the whole country is scrambling to join.
We in Daliang City can't let ourselves down.
The men of Daliang are mighty.
One armored vehicle after another transported the selected recruits toward the airport. One warship after another took off, carrying these green recruits to military bases.
All right, Daliang City's recruitment quota is full. Everyone, please go home. No way. It's been less than half a day and it's already full? I want to go. Officer, look at me, look at me. Are you kidding me? Even Erden got selected. Why am I not qualified? I want to join the army.
Soon, when the staff announced that the quota had been filled, it sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Some were utterly devastated. They were brimming with enthusiasm to serve their country, yet had been denied the chance.
It was heartbreaking. Not only in Daliang City, but other cities as well began announcing one after another that their recruitment quotas had been met.
That afternoon, Huaxia announced that the conscription mission had been completed. When this news broke, the entire world was stunned.
How is that possible? Is Huaxia faking this?
Send a special correspondent there immediately. I just don't believe Huaxia could have completed the task.
1 million recruits in less than half a day? You've got to be kidding me.
The African Union has a population of 1 billion, and it would take at least a month to recruit 2 million.
How could Huaxia possibly do it?
This must be fake news.
Huaxia is always exaggerating. In my opinion, they're definitely faking it. Many reporters rushed to Huaxia to cover the event with global live broadcasts.
When armored vehicles began transporting new recruits one after another, and warships streaked across the sky one after another, they finally fell silent. Across Huaxia, massive military bases rarely open to the public were filled to the brim with new recruits who hadn't yet received their uniforms, as seen through the camera lenses.
Wow, this is real.
There are way too many people in Huaxia, and it seems like a lot of them are upset because they weren't selected.
This is terrifying.
There are far more than 10 million people here. ID estimate over 100 million ordinary citizens have signed up.
What are they doing this for? Don't they know people die in war?
While major alliances abroad were stunned, within Huaxia, the Super Guild announced that its members of Huaxia nationality would rush to the battlefield with all their might to fight the demon beasts. All members of Thunder Martial Arts Hall who are Huaxia nationals must report to a military base by tomorrow afternoon. Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall plans to organize 5,000 warrior members to join the battle and stop the beast tide. The Mighty Dragon Martial Arts Academy pledges to spare no effort in assisting the military to eradicate the demon beasts, even if it means fighting on the front lines. One martial arts academy after another issued announcements, filling all Chinese people with excitement and overwhelming emotion.
Mom and Dad, this battle against the beast tide might take a little while. You should just continue training at the academy.
Lin returned home and said to his parents. His parents nodded. Such was the mission of a warrior, and they were already used to it. If Lin were to back down because of this, it would be a disgrace to the name of warrior. Xiaoyu, you should also do your best to raise your cultivation level.
Don't come with me on this mission against the beast tide. If anything unexpected happens, you can stay in Gaolian City to protect the people here.
Okay, I understand, Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully. Be careful, big brother.
Don't worry.
Your big brother here is invincible. There is no one in the world who can beat me. 2 days later, the beast tide officially erupted. A total of 30,000 warriors and aspiring warriors from major martial arts schools across Huaxia arrived to provide support. Combined with the military's own warriors, the total force numbered approximately 40,000. As for the regular troops, 5 million had already been mobilized and were poised for action at various military bases. Warships descended one after another from the sky, and well-equipped soldiers assembled in orderly ranks on the plaza.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
About 500 kilometers away, combat had already erupted.
Wave after wave of explosions rang out, deafening the ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long-range shells whistled overhead, accompanied by flashes of intense fire.
At that moment, Lin and his companions arrived on the scene. Chapter 61, The Beast Tide Strikes. The slaughter begins.
Commander Yi, has the battle already begun?
Lin spun in on the Gale shield, his movements graceful. Clad in a Class B combat suit, he looked quite dashing in the night. Many officers from the martial arts schools below fixed their gaze on Lin. I didn't expect a super guild officer to be so young.
Truly, heroes emerge in youth.
The pupil surpasses the master. If only he had joined our Thunder Martial Arts School back then, that would have been wonderful. Lin, on behalf of the Mighty Dragon Martial Arts School, I welcome you. The representatives from each martial arts school were all very courteous toward Lin. After all, they had long heard of Lin's fame. Despite his young age, he had made a name for himself across the land on multiple occasions.
Moreover, the shield he now stood upon was the renowned Gale shield. How could someone capable of controlling the Gale shield be anything but extraordinary?
In the martial arts world, true geniuses with genuine strength are held in high regard.
At that moment, Yinantian nodded. Yes, combat has already broken out 500 li away.
Our troops on the front lines are already holding their ground.
I ask that you all step in.
You're welcome.
In the face of disaster, we warriors should be the first to step forward.
Lin clasped his fist slightly toward the others and said, Seniors, I'll be heading out first. I'll leave the command of the warriors to you. With that, Lin stepped onto the Gale shield and, like a streak of light, flashed forward.
At that moment, 500 kilometers from the city of defense, a dense horde of demon beasts surged forward. Some soared through the skies, some burrowed underground, and still others crawled across the ground, a bewildering array of creatures, each unique. Ah! Whoa! Roar! Boom, boom!
Amid the howls of the demon beasts and the rumbling of the earth, 100 high-speed tanks were arrayed at the front lines.
A commander shouted, "Brothers, wipe out those demon beasts. We can't let them get near the city of defense. Fire!" Boom crack, boom crack. Boom!
Flaming shells were fired in unison, like fireballs, setting the sky ablaze. When the shells struck the beasts, the surging horde in the front ranks burst into flames instantly, and some were blown to pieces on the spot. The soldiers piloting the high-speed tanks sat in their cockpits, watching the beasts outside, which looked like ants, and felt a chill run down their spines. They fought in many major battles, but this was the first time they faced such a vast horde of demon beasts. Judging by the numbers, there are at least 100,000 demon beasts in this assault, and most of them are at the silver stage or higher.
Let us fight. We can't back down and wait for reinforcements. Open fire. Infantry gunners, get ready.
Blue Fox, bring out your rapid-fire laser guns. The commander issued orders non-stop. After a round of tank bombardment, the demon beasts charging in the front ranks were torn to shreds, blood spattering everywhere. Meanwhile, more soldiers drew their Blue Fox laser guns, weapons of extreme destructive power that easily pierced reinforced concrete, specifically developed to combat demon beasts.
Tap tap tap.
Alloy bullets were chambered, and hundreds of Blue Fox laser guns swept the battlefield with relentless fire, their rate of fire rivaling that of a Gatling gun. Numerous demon beasts were pierced through, their massive bodies flung backward, a truly devastating sight.
Roar! However, the tide of demon beasts was simply too fierce.
The soldiers began to retreat. They held their ground for less than 2 minutes before tanks were destroyed, and the demon beasts surged into the trenches, rampaging wildly.
SSSSH. Ah!
The sound of human screams rang out, and gradually, the demon beasts gained the upper hand.
Ordinary warriors were simply no match for this tidal wave of demon beasts. After all, their capabilities were limited. They could only keep suppressing the enemy with firepower.
Charge!
Gunners, step forward and cover our retreat. At that moment, 7 or 8 multiple rocket launchers were brought into position, firing shells frantically, each one shaking the heavens and earth. Boom!
A massive crater over 100 meters wide was blasted into the ground, a terrifying sight. But the demon beasts grew increasingly frenzied as the battle raged on. Unstoppable in the darkness, they charged madly forward, plowing through the crowd and overturning countless tanks and armored vehicles.
Even many human soldiers were killed.
Only endless screams echoed through the night sky.
Hold on a little longer, we must defend this position until reinforcements arrive. Boom!
At that moment, a silver stage demon beast broke through the tank line and charged toward the commander. The commander swung his sword, instantly slicing the beast in front of him to pieces. But by then, the defensive line had completely collapsed, with over 10,000 soldiers killed or wounded.
Shaolin, run! Leave this to me.
At that moment, a soldier was pinned under a tank, his lower body virtually immobilized. He removed the necklace from his chest and handed it to the soldier who had come to rescue him. The soldier named Shaolin said, "Brother Wang, I'm not leaving.
I'm taking you back. Hurry up and get out of here, you idiot, you'll die."
Brother Wang forcefully shoved Shaolin aside. Just then, a demon beast spotted the two of them and snapped its gaping maw toward Brother Wang, who was trapped beneath the tank. Shaolin screamed at the top of his lungs, "No, Brother Wang!"
He and Brother Wang were fellow townsmen from the same city.
Having served in the army together for 5 years, they were close friends. Their bond was unbreakable. But just moments ago, Brother Wang had been pinned under the tank while trying to save Shaolin, essentially trading his own life for Shaolin's. As Brother Wang was about to be devoured, Shaolin couldn't help but shed tears. At that very moment, a figure plummeted from the sky. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately swung a punch downward.
Boom!
The demon beast exploded instantly. Its massive body was hurled away as it died in a burst of flesh.
Its warrior. Warrior is here.
Brother Wang opened his eyes, saw that he was safe and sound, and smiled. Shaolin's eyes widened in astonishment, and he felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders.
Glancing at the two of them, Lin cupped the tank in his hands, pulled Brother Wang out, and said, "You've both worked hard. Leave this to us now."
"Thank you so much for saving us," Brother Wang said, choked with gratitude, before retreating with Shaolin.
Meanwhile, in the distance, figures of warriors began to flicker into view, one after another.
At the same time, blue warships streaked across the sky, firing a barrage of shells that pounded the ground, unleashing a relentless assault on the horde of demon beasts.
Kill!
Without a moment's hesitation, Lin swung his sword at a golden wolf charging toward him, delivering a fierce slash.
Whoosh! Whoa!
A flash of sword light appeared, and the golden wolf was cleaved in two like a dead dog.
These low-level demon beasts were nothing to Lin.
With one sword strike per beast, he charged into the tide of beasts and began a merciless slaughter.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ding, bronze demon beast slain. Upgrade points plus 100. Ding, silver demon beast slain. Upgrade points plus 700.
Ding, silver ranked beast slain, plus 900 upgrade points. With every swing of his sword, Lin could slay a whole group of beasts, truly dealing 999 damage per strike, or even more.
Warriors are just amazing.
Going into the beast horde alone and wreaking havoc that's so intense.
It's Lin, after all, Huaxia's #1 genius. Thank goodness he showed up. That's right.
Let us provide him with covering fire.
Brothers, don't let your guard down, open fire. Other warriors also arrived, entering the battlefield and engaging the demon beasts in fierce combat. Chapter 62, China has many brave men.
Since the strongest fighters from the major martial arts schools had almost all entered the abyss, the warriors who had come here were certainly not very powerful. Tens of thousands of warriors charged into the horde of beasts, but even so, they were no match for the 70 or 80,000 demon beasts they faced. Only warriors at the gold stage or above were truly formidable, capable of slaying 3 or 4 demon beasts in a short time.
It's safe to say that the demon beasts were no easy opponents. The battle remained grueling.
At this moment, only Lin was able to keep slaying them non-stop. With a single swing of his S-class sword, any demon beast regardless of its level would let out a howl of pain. At the same time, Lin used his psychic power to control his shadow-flying blades. The 7 blades spun through the horde of demon beasts like killing machines.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoa. Whoa.
On the ground, a large number of demon beasts fell. Many were sliced to pieces by the shadow-flying blades, a truly bloody sight. Among the humans, some warriors had their bodies torn apart, their internal organs devoured by the demon beasts, a scene of equal cruelty.
Charge! The battle raged fiercely.
At that moment, a massive warship flew in from the sky, extending 2 barrels of energy pulse cannons.
Charging! Fire! Boom!
2 red beams shot toward the dark mass of monsters. In an instant, a vast number of monsters were killed or wounded, and hundreds were instantly blown to bits. The ground shook violently, causing everyone's ears to ring. The impact was utterly overwhelming. Those are small-caliber energy pulse cannons.
Excellent, they VE deployed the energy pulse cannons.
If even the energy pulse cannons can't stop the demon beast tide, we'll likely have to resort to nuclear weapons. But once we use nuclear weapons, the entire Northwest will be beyond development.
Whir. Boom crack, boom crack.
The roar and whistling of various weapons filled the air as dust swirled. The demon beasts were blown to smithereens, reduced to unrecognizable fragments. These energy pulse cannons pack a punch comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Plus, they produce no pollution. The only drawback is that they require pulse energy, so they can only be fired once every nearly 30 seconds.
100,000 demon beasts, huh? Leave it to me. Lin showed not the slightest hesitation as he continued to charge into the horde of demon beasts, slaying them one by one.
Several hours later, the tide of demon beasts had finally been nearly wiped out, with only a handful remaining. However, the defensive line had long since been shattered, and the battlefield was shrouded in smoke and chaos, a scene of utter disarray.
Ding, Golden Demon Beast slain. Upgrade points plus 9,300. Ding. Slayed a Silver Demon Beast. Plus 1,103 upgrade points. Ding. Slayed a Silver Demon Beast. Ding. Slayed a Silver Demon Beast.
The sounds echoed incessantly in Linus' mind, but he simply stopped paying attention to them. He focused solely on slaughtering his enemies, completely forgetting his fatigue. With the Gale Shield in hand, Lin had no concerns about stamina. He flew swiftly overhead, leaving a trail of fallen beasts in his wake. The demon beasts fell like dominoes, their defeat as swift and overwhelming as an avalanche. It wasn't until around 4 or 5 in the morning, when the sky was just beginning to grow light, that the battle finally came to a halt. All 100,000 demon beasts on the battlefield had been completely annihilated. Lin flew back from the distance.
Phew, phew, phew. Finally done.
Lin, you're incredible.
We old-timers just can't keep up with your pace.
I saw you chasing down and slaughtering those demon beasts, Lin.
Just how strong are you, exactly?
The elders from other martial arts schools had been watching Lin's performance last night and noticed that he had slain the demon beasts with effortless ease.
Everyone was skeptical about Lin's cultivation level.
Lin wiped the blood from his cheeks and smiled faintly.
Just the gold stage, I guess. Not that strong. Are you kidding me?
You killed at least 10,000 demon beasts all by yourself. How is that not strong? One of the elders was nearly shocked by Lin's words.
Young people these days were simply too fierce.
They really had no regard for martial ethics.
In fact, this demon beast tide was a grueling battle for everyone else.
But for Lin, it was a feast of easy money. One sword strike, one little guy. Lin racked up over 15 million upgrade points in a single night. To be honest, he was actually quite surprised by this result. He hadn't expected that slaughtering all this trash would add up to so much.
Thank you all for your support. The monster tide has temporarily receded, so I think we can lift the alert tomorrow. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
After the final tally, the warriors had lost over 700 men, with more than 20,000 wounded. It had been a truly brutal battle. As for the soldiers, they suffered losses of 40,000 to 50,000, with over 500 armored vehicles and tanks destroyed. The warships and fighter jets dedicated to aerial strikes also sustained significant losses.
These losses were to be expected.
In any case, all of you warriors and soldiers have made contributions to the human race, and we will remember each and every one of you.
Yi Nantian addressed the crowd.
Just then, an alarm sounded again in the distance, reporting to Commander Yi, "There's unusual activity in the monster forest 3,000 li away.
A massive horde of monsters is heading this way." Approximately how many? Yi Nantian asked urgently.
The voice on the phone was trembling.
After a moment, the responder answered, "Approximately 1 million. What? Boom. Upon hearing that number, Yi Nantian's expression darkened.
The other warriors and soldiers present also grimaced, their brows furrowing deeply.
1 million beasts, what did that even mean? They couldn't believe it.
Even if the beasts just stood there letting them kill them, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to wipe them all out.
People get tired.
After last night's fierce battle, everyone had been fighting non-stop for over 8 hours, more exhausting than a day's work for an office worker. Needless to say, the warriors were physically and mentally drained. Even the warriors, whose physical strength surpassed that of ordinary people, were beginning to struggle, and a large number of them were wounded. If they were to fight again, it would undoubtedly result in massive casualties. This time, they were likely doomed to fall. Everyone's faces were ashen, and they could hardly come up with any solutions. Yi Nantian opened his wristwatch and made a call. "Commanders, a new wave of demon beasts has erupted.
The fortress of defense is highly likely to fall. I regret to inform you all that we must prepare to implement Plan B."
On the screen, the other 3 commanders wore grave expressions and remained silent. Some clutched their heads, others tugged at their hair, clearly unwilling to accept this outcome.
Commander Yi, what is Plan B? An officer from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy stepped forward and asked. Yi Nantian shook his head inside, abandon Jiangnan. What?
No, that is absolutely out of the question. The officer from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy waved his hands frantically. Jiangnan has hundreds of millions of people. If we abandon it, there will be rivers of blood. The land will truly be littered with corpses.
Why don't we evacuate the population?
If we use warships and passenger planes for evacuation, it'll take at least 5 days. But at their current pace, the demon beasts will reach Jiangnan province in about 10 hours. Yi Nantian's face darkened. I'm sorry, but before that happens, even if I die, I'll hold back the tide of demon beasts. The orders from above are clear. Even if it costs us our lives, we must buy the people of Jiangnan province time to escape.
The crowd bowed their heads.
Unless the formidable warriors of Abyss stepped in, they simply couldn't hold back a tidal wave of 1 million demon beasts.
There was no hope today.
Yi Nantian glanced at Lin and the others and said, warriors are the future of the nation. You are the hope of the human race.
You've all done your best.
I hope you'll continue to pursue greater martial prowess in the future and keep protecting humanity.
He walked to the top of the city wall, his feet planted firmly on the alloy flooring, and addressed the crowd below. Listen up, 5 million warriors of the City of Resistance. Human warriors are the true hope of humanity. The tide of demon beasts is advancing with overwhelming force. Our mission is to cover the warriors' retreat and preserve hope for Huaxia. Are you afraid?
No. The 5 million warriors below roared in unison, their voices thunderous and earth-shaking.
Who are we? Warriors of Huaxia. What is our mission? To defend our homes and our nation. Yi Nantian's voice boomed. Do the men of Huaxia dare to fight? Fight! 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 The warriors below stood in perfect unison, their postures ramrod straight.
Their faces were etched with resolve. They were ready to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Not a single son of Huaxia cowers. Chapter 63, Leading from the Front, Breaking Through the Desperate Stalemate. 5 million warriors will rush to the front lines tonight to wage a prehistoric battle. Everyone's bullets are already chambered. Hundreds of warships are illuminated at the base. Annihilation-class fighters, laser tanks, energy pulse cannons, and all manner of high-tech weapons are fully integrated and ready. Everything will be thrown into the fray, using blood to buy time for humanity. Everyone could see the resolve etched on each other's faces.
Upon hearing this, tens of thousands of warriors were deeply startled.
It is said that warriors are brave, unyielding, and the pillars of the human race. But these ordinary warriors were the greatest of all.
They knew their own weakness, yet they feared nothing. They chose not to flee or retreat, but instead to buy time for the others to escape.
One by one, a look of desolation spread across their faces. At that moment, Lin stepped forward and said, everyone, I, Lin, have never feared demon beasts. In this great battle, I am certain we will emerge victorious. Warrior is always with you. We will fight side by side until the very last moment.
He roared at Warrior. As members of Warrior, it would be a true disgrace to leave at a time like this.
Death is not terrifying. What is terrifying is dying like a coward.
Moreover, I promise that in this beast tide, I will personally turn the tide and subdue them.
All you need to do is give me a little help. Of course, I won't force anyone who wants to leave.
Lin's gaze was unwavering, his voice boomed like a bell, and his expression bore the same unchanging composure and calm it had for 1,000 years.
It seemed as though, with him there, everything could be left in good hands.
Many warriors looked his way, some secretly recoiled. As ordinary warriors with limited strength, they simply couldn't do much against a million-strong beast horde. But just then, a figure stepped forward from the crowd and said, Lin, I support you.
I'll fight alongside you.
Brother, we all support you.
No matter what happens, our peanut squad is one.
Glancing at the 4 figures, Lin recognized the familiar faces. They were Li Wu, Mu Qing, the gun specialist Bo, and Wang Dali, who hadn't fully recovered from his injuries but had come anyway, dragging one arm behind him. In fact, The four of them had already agreed to join this battle when the official call to arms went out. Old Wang, Brother Wu, Sister Mu Qing, and a bow, you guys. Lin smiled slightly, at a loss for words. Ha, we're brothers, and how could Super Guild ever lose face? If word got out, how would we ever hold our heads up? Li Wu walked over and patted Lin on the shoulder. The two shared a smile. Everything was understood without a word. Brothers are always there to support you when you need them most. Super Guild will not back down. We stand with 5 million warriors. Thunder Martial Arts Hall, follow my commands. We will definitely get out of here. Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, hold the line even if it costs you your lives. I can't afford to lose face like this. Voices rang out one after another, stirring the blood. At that moment, Lin didn't hesitate either. He addressed the system, upgrade my realm immediately. The sooner, the better. Ding. Command accepted. Upgrading. Before long, changes began to manifest in Lin's body. His previously calm aura instantly became extraordinary. A vast, overwhelming energy surged straight into the heavens at that moment. His body seemed to have grown 10 times heavier. Golden 5 star. Platinum 1 star. Boom! As he broke through, the entire defensive city was rocked by a massive upheaval. The surging, awe-inspiring aura, like a raging flood or a ferocious beast, caused everyone to turn their gaze toward him in unison. He has broken through. Lin, he actually chose to break through at a time like this. What? Lin has entered the platinum stage? The representatives from the major martial arts schools, as well as Yi Nantian and the others, all wore expressions of shock. They looked at Lin as if he were a monster. Having just endured a fierce battle, and while physically and mentally exhausted, he was still able to break through to the platinum stage. How terrifying was that? Even Yi Nantian's heart gave a sharp jolt. Lin truly lived up to his reputation as the most prodigious talent he'd ever seen. He also understood the purpose behind Lin's decision to break through in front of everyone. It was to inject a shot of adrenaline into the crowd. Not only that, but after reaching platinum, Lin advanced to 1 star, rising directly to platinum 2 star before stopping his breakthrough. At that moment, a white light flared in his eyes. I had originally planned to stall at this realm, but now, the situation no longer allows me to do so. Lin had to break through the platinum stage and raise his base combat power to over 10 million. Only then could he unleash his full potential. Although this would consume even more vitality. But for now, he had no choice but to try anything that might work. Moreover, this greatly bolstered everyone's resolve. Everyone, I've broken through to the platinum stage. Follow me into battle. Let us wipe out these demon beasts. Lin roared to the crowd, the battle never ends. Kill. With that, Lin stepped onto the Gale Shield, transformed into a black silhouette, and shot off into the morning light. He was like the morning light itself, instilling a sense of calm and offering new hope. As the sun rose, warships took off from the base, and hundreds of fighter jets streaked across the sky, their engines roaring. On the ground, tanks, armored vehicles, and all manner of ground-based weapons advanced to meet the battle. Yi Nantian, a Grandmaster stage warrior, led his warriors to face the million-strong tide of beasts. At the same time, the scene was broadcast live across the nation. It's terrifying, a million-strong tide of demon beasts. Their combat power is even more terrifying than a million warriors. Is our Jiangnan about to fall? I don't want to die. The military has already dispatched warships, but I don't know when it'll be our turn to leave. Look, they haven't given up their SA warrior flying in the sky. It's him, it's Lin. What is Lin doing? He seems to be heading straight toward the monster tide. The warriors aren't retreating either, and the soldiers aren't leaving. They're going to keep fighting. Not only in Huaxia, but alliances all over the world held their breath upon witnessing the actions of Huaxia's warriors and soldiers. After all, a million-strong beast tide isn't something that can be suppressed so easily, and now, despite lacking powerful warriors, Huaxia has resolutely chosen to stand its ground. What incredible courage! Brother, in Gaoliang City, inside the Super Guild, Xiaoyu watched the live stream, too stunned to utter a sound. She could only close her eyes and silently pray that her brother would overcome this peril and emerge stronger than ever. Meanwhile, at Shanghai University of Science and Technology, Lang watched the screen, his expression frozen. Elsewhere, Ling's eyes filled with tears as she watched with deep concern. This was her boyfriend charging forward without hesitation, carrying the hopes of Jiangnan on his shoulders. Soon, on the screen, Lin arrived 1,000 li away and began his slaughter. Kill! It was a vast plain. Lin leaped down, his feet planted on the gale shield. With a single swing of his long sword, dozens of demon beasts were instantly cleaved in two. Lin had kicked off the battle. Chapter 64, A Bloodbath. Ding, Bronze Demon Beast Slain. Upgrade points plus 100. Ding, Bronze Demon Beast Slain. Upgrade points plus 200. Ding, Silver Demon Beast Slain. Upgrade points plus 350. Lin realized that after breaking through to the platinum stage, slaying demon beasts had become much easier. However, the number of upgrade points he earned had also decreased significantly. This was the downside of advancing to the platinum stage. If he had stayed at the gold stage, he could have earned an extra 100 or 2 upgrade points for each demon beast he slew. Damn system! Lin cursed under his breath. Still, with a single effortless strike, Lin could now unleash 3 or 4 million in combat power. A single sword strike was enough to slay several demon beasts. These bronze and silver tier demon beasts were numerous, but they couldn't take a hit. Their defenses are too weak. Soon, another figure soared through the air. Yinantian charged into the tide of beasts and unleashed a punch, the sound of the energy explosion shaking the heavens and the earth. Boom! A single punch from the Grandmaster stage sent hundreds of demon beasts exploding to their deaths. Seeing this, Lin couldn't help but pause slightly and asked, "Commander Yi, aren't you using a weapon? This guy fighting bare-handed is truly fierce." "It's faster bare-handed." As Yi Nantian spoke, a two-headed black panther lunged at him to bite. He unleashed a punch, and a terrifying beam of energy flashed from his fist. In an instant, he obliterated the attacking demon beast. The two of them continued to slaughter the demon beasts relentlessly in the face of the surging tide. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold back too many of them after all. The sheer number of demon beasts was overwhelming. Before long, warships and fighter jets arrived on the battlefield. Rocket artillery and various missiles rained down, causing constant explosions on the ground. Some demon beasts were blown to smithereens. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells rained down in a dense barrage, and fighter jets filled the entire sky. The entire ground was transformed into a sea of fire. Energy pulse cannons erupted like volcanic eruptions. Boom! A beam of energy shot out, streaking toward its target from several kilometers away like a laser, carving a brilliant path through the air. The horde of beasts in its path was utterly annihilated, leaving not a single trace behind. However, some exceptionally well-defended demon beasts managed to break through the hail of fire and charged straight toward the defensive city. "Guys, the demon beasts are coming! Quick, suppressive fire! Air support! Call for air support! Warrior, stand by!" First came wave after wave of artillery bombardment from hot weapons. From the sky and other military bases, fighter jets and warships arrived to provide support. The shells rained down like a torrential downpour. Boom! Bang! Rumble! The sounds of explosions of all kinds echoed across the sky. Finally, the demon beasts and the warriors clashed head-on. Tens of thousands of warriors charged into the midst of the demon beasts, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. And right at the very center of the surging tide of demon beasts, Lin and Yi Nantian were slaughtering their enemies with relentless ferocity. Kill! Lin controlled the shadow-flying blades, transforming into a killing machine as he relentlessly mowed down the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A-whoa! Roar, roar. A-whoa! The shadow blades whirled through the air like a meat grinder, shredding every demon beast within a 100-meter radius to pieces. It was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Lin relentlessly unleashed his thunderclap skill. Thunder roared across the sky with a single strike of his sword. Hundreds of demon beasts fell. How can this kid be faster than me? Yi Nantian deliberately glanced at Lin and was nearly scared out of his wits.
Lin's strength was in no way inferior to his own. It's important to note that platinum stage strength ranges from 2 million to 10 million.
Lin had just broken through to platinum 2-star, meaning he had at most 4 million in strength. Yet now, when he swung his sword, he could unleash at least 4 million in force.
This was truly terrifying.
Moreover, even a casual punch from Lin, something like the explosive fist, caused the earth to tremble and instantly killed a vast swath of demon beasts. That power was certainly more than 5 million, it might even be soaring toward 10 million.
Yi Nantian admitted he couldn't figure Lin out. Commander Yi, I'll leave this to you. There are still hundreds of thousands of demon beasts behind us. The outbreak of these beast hordes is no coincidence.
Lin slashed 20 demon beasts to death with a single sword stroke and addressed Yi Nantian.
Yi Nantian asked, "What are you trying to say?"
To catch the thief, first catch the king.
If the enemy is Beast King isn't killed, the beast tide cannot be quelled.
Even if you and I fought here for 3 days and 3 nights, we might not be able to kill them all.
By then, our defenses will surely be breached, and Jiangnan province will fall.
Lin looked into the distance, sensed the aura, and then said, "I can detect a massive presence of demon beasts 100 li away."
Lin, are you going to slay the Beast King?
Realizing Lin's intention, Yi Nantian immediately said, "No, it's too dangerous.
You might not be able to do it alone. Trust me, there is no other way right now."
"I have to go," Lin said.
"You hold the line here.
I'll take down the Beast King.
I'm counting on you."
As soon as Lin finished speaking, he soared into the sky, stepping onto the Gale shield as he headed off into the distance. He looked at the endless tide of demon beasts, his heart heavy.
There were too many, far too many. 1 million strong tide of beasts, most of them at the silver stage or below.
Once they surged into the city, even a multitude of warriors wouldn't be able to stop them.
And as for ordinary people?
Not even worth mentioning. By then, his family, his sister, his friends, and the ordinary citizens would have no choice but to become food for the beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 shadow blades followed Lin's silhouette wherever they passed. Beasts fell one after another, as swiftly as a machine cutting down trees. In less than a minute, the upgrade points Lin had accumulated had already reached 10 million.
Huff, huff, huff.
Lin was getting a bit tired, so he quickly pulled out a great vitality pill, popped it into his mouth, and replenished his vitality. Thank goodness my spiritual realm has already reached the 5-star gold stage. If I were still stuck at the silver stage, I'd only be able to hold out for a few more hours of combat at most.
Never mind that.
I still have plenty of great vitality pills left. Let us kill first and worry about the rest later. As he soared through the sky, Lin's brow suddenly furrowed deeply. The next moment, he turned and headed back.
Gold stage demon beasts are these beast generals?
He sensed the aura of a gold stage demon beast and quickly locked his gaze on a colossal creature standing tens of meters tall. This demon beast had the body of a Tyrannosaurus rex but the head of a lion, with extremely long, sharp fangs that gave it an incredibly ferocious appearance. Kill! Lin's long sword struck down, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The gold stage demon beast, which had been charging at full speed, was instantly slain, its head flying off.
Arg! Roar!
After Lin slew this gold stage demon beast, sure enough, the surrounding demon beasts all turned their attention to him, baring their fangs and claws.
Unfortunately, they couldn't fly, so they were powerless against Lin.
As I suspected, my guess was correct. The demon beast tide includes many other gold stage beasts. It seems the beast's intelligence is growing stronger and stronger as well. Lin felt a sense of foreboding.
Once gold stage beasts entered the battlefield, human warriors would face an uphill battle.
I can't worry about that now. Killing the Beast King is the priority. Lin turned into a black shadow and pressed forward. Meanwhile, the Huaxia government continued to mobilize warriors to fight on the front lines. Chapter 65, The Dog-Headed Beast King. The situation on the front lines is critical. Warriors are urgently needed to quell the threat. All warriors are urged to actively participate in the battle. There were nearly 100,000 warriors in Huaxia. Aside from those affiliated with martial arts schools and martial arts university students, there were also a significant number of independent warriors.
It's just that their presence isn't usually so noticeable. Just because they don't come out into the open doesn't mean they aren't there.
At this moment, all independent warriors across Huaxia received the call to arms, and soon, warriors began responding, expressing their willingness to join the battle.
Once Jiangnan province falls, the next in line will be the other provinces. Therefore, even if it means mobilizing the entire nation's strength, Jiangnan must not be lost.
They will stop at nothing. On the Demon Beast battlefield, the Demon Beasts had already breached the warriors' lines and were engaging in fierce combat with one another. The number of these Demon Beasts after enduring artillery bombardment and other firepower had been drastically reduced, with far fewer managing to break through. For the time being, they could still hold the line. Lin streaked across the sky like a shooting star and eventually arrived 100 li away. The moment he arrived, sure enough, a demon beast with the body of a human and the head of a dog was commanding an army of 10,000, advancing unhurriedly toward the human race.
This must be the beast, right? Lin thought to himself.
Little did he know that the demon beast on the ground standing over 100 meters tall and as massive as a skyscraper had also noticed him. Viewed from above, it resembled a towering tree blindingly bright and impossible to miss, undoubtedly the most formidable of all the demon beasts present.
Ha ha ha.
Upon seeing a human in the sky, the dog-headed demon beast instantly let out a terrifying howl, its fearsome beastly eyes fixed on Lin. That sound seemed to come from the depths of the abyss. It would send chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. You little beast, you're merely a platinum-ranked creature.
What gives you the audacity to attack a human base? Lin let out a sharp bark.
His footsteps wavered slightly as he charged down toward the dog-headed demon beast.
The source of this calamity must be eliminated.
The S-class sword slashed down toward the human-bodied, dog-headed demon beast, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Seeing this, the dog-headed beast raised both hands to block the attack.
Clang! Thud!
In that instant, Lin's arm trembled slightly, while the dog-headed beast took a few steps back. Its massive body shook violently, like an earthquake, crushing several demon beasts at its feet to death.
What formidable defense had actually withstood my strike! Lin raised his eyes, a hint of astonishment flashing across his face.
The dog-headed demon beast did the same, letting out a series of ha-ha sounds, as if accusing Lin of breaking the code of honor by attacking without warning. How despicable!
Attack again! Boom!
Lin unleashed a thunderous blast, pushing the power of the Thunder Knight to its absolute limit.
With a single sword strike, thunder rolled.
His burst power surged to 280%, and a colossal force exceeding 10 million crashed down from the heavens. The dog-headed demon beast once again blocked the blow with its bare hands, but the outcome this time was far from trivial.
Both of its forelimbs were severed by Lin's strike, and it howled in agony. Ha ha!
Filled with rage, the dog-headed demon beast suddenly opened its mouth and spat green venom at Lin.
Sizzle, sizzle!
Light as a swallow and swift as the wind, Lin deftly sidestepped, skillfully dodging the attack. The venom that missed its mark landed on the ground, striking hundreds of demon beasts and instantly emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound.
What a terrifying corrosive power!
In no time at all, the demon beasts which had been ferocious just a second ago stopped struggling and turned into piles of white bones. Lin's heart sank slightly.
This venom was just as deadly as lava.
If even a drop had touched him, he would likely be done for.
Looks like you've got nothing else to offer besides spitting venom. Since that's the case, why don't you just surrender?
Having seen through the dog-headed demon beast's killing move, its massive size meant nothing.
It was destined to take a beating.
The Gale shield spun relentlessly as Lin circled behind the dog-headed demon beast and brought his sword down in a single slash.
Boom!
A thunderous roar erupted from the dog-headed demon beast's back, and blood gushed out as if a dam had burst. In agony, the dog-headed demon beast could only let out a wail. It simply couldn't keep up with Lin's speed. It was like a bull being tormented by flies, utterly helpless against Lin.
Boom, boom, boom.
With a barrage of slashes from the thunderclap skill, after about 10 strikes, the dog-headed monster finally collapsed, covered in wounds, and fell to the ground. It writhed in agony, its eyes fixed intently on the human in the sky, while venom spewed uncontrollably from its mouth like a volcanic eruption. Unfortunately for it, Lin was simply too fast. He was practically at his grandmother's house. The dog-headed monster's venom dragged its fellow beasts within a kilometer radius into a sea of fire. Thousands of monsters were tragically caught in the crossfire and died on the spot. Lin wasted no more time, seizing the opportunity to dive down and slice off the dog-headed monster's head with a single stroke. The massive head, like a boulder, detached from its neck and rolled across the plain.
At that moment, countless demon beasts let out wails of agony. Woo woo, woo woo. Roar. Roar. Roar.
The beasts closest to the dog-headed beast all let out a collective howl toward the sky, as if transmitting a signal only they could understand.
Ding. Platinum tier beast slain. Plus 500,000 upgrade points. Only 500,000? That's too little. Lin was less than satisfied with these upgrade points.
If he kept his cultivation level at the gold stage, he could have earned at least 2 million upgrade points right now. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Without advancing his cultivation level, his vital energy and basic combat power wouldn't improve, and Lin wouldn't be able to sustain prolonged combat. However, Lin was also somewhat disappointed by the dog-headed beast's combat prowess. He expected a fierce battle, but to his surprise, the dog-headed demon beast's strength was only around 2-star platinum.
Lin took it down almost effortlessly.
The other demon beasts are also a source of experience. I can't let them all get away. After dispatching the dog-headed demon beast, Lin turned his attention to the others, sword in hand, and began a merciless slaughter.
The beasts reacted to Lin as if they'd seen a ghost, scattering in panic as fast as they possibly could.
Meanwhile, at the City of Defense, the human warriors were already locked in a fierce battle with the beasts. The beast horde had reached the city gates, and even a barrage of artillery fire couldn't halt their advance. The situation was growing increasingly dire. Even the human race's warships were being brought down by demon beasts hurling massive boulders, and ordinary soldiers were already falling in battle.
Wave after wave of soldiers rushed in from the rear, firing their laser weapons frantically.
Smoke billowed across the battlefield, and the stench of blood filled the air. The warriors were gradually losing their strength and beginning to fall.
The situation is getting worse and worse.
In less than 10 minutes, our defensive city will fall completely, and when that happens, Jiangnan will be doomed.
Charge. Charge even if it means dying. Don't let these demon beasts set foot in Jiangnan.
The warriors threw themselves into the fray with frenzied intensity, charging forward with their guns raised. A massive demon beast stomped down with a single foot, sending the human warriors' blood flying.
There's nothing we can do. Yes, we're about to fall. We did our best.
Li Wu, Mu Qing, and the others were covered in wounds, with hardly a single spot on their bodies left unscathed. As they watched the demon beasts ram the city's ally gates, despair filled their eyes. Suddenly, at that very moment, all the demon beasts halted their attack. One by one, they looked up at the sky and, in unison, let out a mournful howl.
Awah! Awah! Roar! 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 Sizzle, sizzle! After their wails, the demon beasts unexpectedly began to turn and retreat. Chapter 66, Frenzied Slaughter. Have the demon beasts gone mad? What's happening? Could they be sending some kind of signal? Don't let your guard down, everyone. Kill them.
The human warriors and soldiers froze for half a second, then threw themselves into the fray, slaying these ferocious beasts which were howling to the heavens on the spot. At that very moment, all the beasts, like ants on a hot pan, turned on their heels and raced back at breakneck speed.
Everyone was stunned. Those damned beasts, were they really retreating? The demon beast horde, why are they suddenly retreating? Could it be?
Some speculated silently to themselves, but since the beasts had retreated, it was a good thing. It was certainly better than fighting to the bitter end. Before long, Yi Nantian also sensed the beast's unusual movement.
His heart leapt with joy. Could it be that Lin has slain the Beast King? That's fantastic. He really did it. Deeply moved, Yi Nantian's heart was filled with excitement, and he hurried forward.
At the Grandmaster stage, since one's blood energy is dozens of times greater than that of the Platinum stage, one can fly through the air. Therefore, Yi Nantian wasn't worried about being surrounded by demon beasts. He flew about 100 li before spotting a plain where countless demon beasts had gathered in a swirling vortex. There were 10,000, 20,000.
Even Yi Nantian couldn't count how many there were. What is going on here?
If I were to fall into that, I'd either die or be left half dead.
Why are the demon beasts doing this? As he looked more closely, his expression suddenly froze. Lin?
At the center of the vortex, a figure was playing with the clouds and the sun.
That person was none other than Lin.
He also saw that not far from Lin, a massive demon beast with a human body and a dog's head lay on the ground, as limp as a dead fish.
Countless demon beasts surrounded it, howling as if in mourning. The Beast King has indeed been slain by Lin. Ha ha.
Upon seeing this scene, Yi Nantian's steps faltered as he moved toward the terrifying vortex of demon beasts. At an altitude of about 100 meters, Yi Nantian came to a halt. He saw that Lin was slaying the demon beasts, cutting down dozens with a single sword strike.
There were so many. Lin. Yi Nantian immediately realized something was wrong. Lin had actually been trapped by the demon beasts.
The beasts were using a swarm tactic to overwhelm Lin. One slip up, and Lin would meet a gruesome end. Just as he was about to descend to help break the siege, Lin spotted Yi Nantian and waved him off.
No need to come down. Now that they've lost their leader, they're attacking me with a vengeance. I'm drawing their fire.
If I step out of the fray, these beasts will vent their rage on the others.
Got it.
Yi Nantian instantly understood what Lin meant. By slaying the Beast King, Lin had provoked the fury of the demon beasts and was now drawing their attacks onto himself. He was using this to relieve the siege on the defensive city.
But you'll die, Yi Nantian said, unable to bear the thought. If Lin continued like this, once his stamina was depleted, he would become the demon beast's prey.
This plan was extremely dangerous.
Don't worry about me.
I can hold out, Lin said. Just have the warships launch long-range strikes. The demon beasts are going berserk right now. They won't spare anyone. Just bomb them with fighter jets.
Alright, hold on. Let me know if you can't take it anymore. Yi Nantian immediately returned. Ding.
Slayed a silver tier demon beast.
Upgrade points plus 200. Ding, silver stage demon beast slain. Upgrade points plus 1000. Ding. Lin was racking up 999 points almost every second. He was thoroughly enjoying himself right now. Why would he want to leave?
After sending Yi Nantian away, Lin continued his slaughter, reaping his victims at an incredible pace.
After all, with psychic power backing him up and an S-class sword in hand, what did it matter how many demon beasts there were? As Lin slaughtered demon beasts within the vortex, the hearts of all the warriors and soldiers sank.
Lin, he actually chose to use this method to draw fire for our sake.
There is no other option right now.
Let us hope the warships and fighter jets can provide some support.
Look, the footage is coming in. Lin, he is so fierce.
At the same time, aerial camera drones quickly captured footage of Lin, filming his every move from all angles.
Lin charged into the tide of beasts, single-handedly holding off hundreds of thousands of demon beasts.
A single sword strike like a thunderclap, slaughtering all in its path. I don't know how much longer Lin can hold out.
Let us quickly reorganize our defenses. Everyone take your positions to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control.
Right, hurry up. Carry the wounded back and call the battleship to prepare to fire. People sprang into action, preparing to take over the situation in case anything happened to Lin.
That's brutal, Lin, absolutely brutal. Bro, hang in there. If it weren't for Lin, we might already be dead. Brother, you've got to hold on.
Li Wu, Mu Qing, and the rest of the Peanut Squad held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. On the screen, Lin stood alone, yet he swung his sword with frenzied ferocity. Even a grandmaster stage player couldn't sustain such a high combat frequency. Lin upheld the dignity of the warrior class and carried the hopes of the city of defense. And to the people of Huaxia, he had already become the backbone of Jiangnan province. Look! We haven't been defeated. All the demon beasts are charging straight at Lin. Lin killed the Beast King, and it seems he has drawn every single demon beast to attack him.
My God, there are so many. Hang in there, Lin. You absolutely can't fall.
People across the nation were following the latest updates from the battlefield. Everyone was glued to their screens, watching Lin's every move. His slender frame belied his immense strength. This young boy carried the hopes of Jiangnan province on his shoulders. Brother, Mom and Dad, look, my brother is still holding out. Lin, how could he?
Oh, Lin. Xiaoyu pointed at Lin, watching him without blinking, while Dong and Yun bowed their heads, tears streaming down their faces.
They had thought that sending Lin into battle would make things much easier, but who could have imagined that their son would be so alone on the battlefield? Lin was fighting a lone battle, leaving the two elderly parents' hearts in knots, unable to find peace.
Countless civilians had spontaneously taken to the streets to watch Lin slay the demon beasts.
The crowd fell deathly silent, everyone praying that Lin would hold out. Meanwhile, at the official base, countless officers and soldiers were itching to step onto the battlefield themselves to slay the demon beasts. Unfortunately, they had pressing duties to attend to and could only watch helplessly as Lin carried out his slaughter.
Breaking news: to buy time, Lin has chosen to enter the horde of demon beasts to lure their attacks.
So far, experts estimate that Lin has slain over 100,000 demon beasts.
Lin is still going, he hasn't fallen.
Even the reporters watching the footage from the front lines couldn't help but choke up. At the center of the maelstrom, Lin was slaughtering the beasts like a man possessed.
Come on. I'll kill every single one of you. Go ahead and attack me. Bring it on.
He never stopped. When he felt his stamina waning, he immediately popped a great vitality pill into his mouth. 3 hours later, the corpses of demon beasts around Lin had piled up into a mountain. He moved to another location, once again provoking the demon beasts, leaving a river of blood in his wake.
Chapter 67: An Incredible Victory.
The plain had turned into a sea of blood. The horde of demon beasts had been reduced to mincemeat.
Wherever Lin passed, everything was razed to the ground. With the terrifying power of thunder, a single sword strike could fell hundreds of demon beasts. Whether silver stage or gold stage, none could withstand a single strike from Lin. With strength approaching the Grandmaster stage, Lin's descent here was tantamount to a dimensional strike.
Moreover, he was practically on a cheat code, constantly consuming great vitality pills to replenish his stamina and maintain his condition. This was the most insane part of it all. Holy shit, Lin's been killing for 5 hours straight.
That's insane.
Warships and fighter jets can only wipe out tens of thousands of demon beasts, but Lin's been killing non-stop for 5 hours.
What kind of madman is he? I underestimated my brother.
Not only does he not have body odor, but he is a bona fide champion. Li Wu and the others were nearly terrified by Lin.
Is this guy even human?
Time and again, they watched Lin pull off astonishing feats, shattering their expectations time and time again.
This Lin is absolutely the most extraordinary genius they've ever seen. Without a doubt.
Lin truly lives up to being the pride of China, huh?
He is definitely going to become the human race's fifth titan. 666, Lin is awesome. He is so ruthless against the demon beasts it's easier than eating a meal.
I honestly can't imagine how Lin has managed to keep this up.
I'm in awe.
For a moment, everyone in Huaxia, both at home and abroad, who was following the Great Beast Tide War shook their heads in deep admiration for Lin. However, many warriors glared at him with dark expressions, seemingly harboring deep concerns about Lin. It was as if they would not tolerate Lin's rise.
Among them, Godfather Rot was watching the livestream.
When he saw the news report, he grew increasingly furious in his rage. The wrinkles on his face were deep enough to crush a mosquito. Damn it, if this boy isn't eliminated, I won't be able to sleep or eat in peace.
Lin, I will definitely make you pay the price. If there was anyone who disliked Lin the most, it was undoubtedly Godfather Rot.
Not only had Lin snatched the Gale shield that rightfully belonged to him, but he had also killed their platinum stage cultivator. Now, his talent was so monstrously exceptional, so powerful it bordered on the abnormal.
Once Lin rose to power, would he spare them?
Therefore, Godfather Rot was determined to kill him.
As soon as his most outstanding son, Roy, returned, it would be the end for Lin.
On the beast battlefield, after taking more than 10 great vitality pills in quick succession, Lin had already racked up an astonishing kill count.
He had held out for over 10 hours, fighting non-stop from morning until afternoon.
Just as the first rays of twilight fell upon him, Lin's hand began to tremble slightly.
Come on! Roar!
A three-headed iron-armored sawtooth beast opened and snapped its jaws wide, savagely hunting Lin down only to be cut down by a single stroke of his sword. Just then, sensing a slight movement, Lin realized a smaller iron-armored sawtooth beast was sneaking up behind him. He swung his sword backward, sending it straight to the underworld.
A family should always be together.
After that single strike, Lin suddenly froze in place, motionless.
Seeing an opening, the other beasts immediately surged forward like a tidal wave.
Yet at that moment, Lin smiled because just now, his spiritual realm had broken through during the battle. He hadn't used upgrade points to achieve this breakthrough, it had happened naturally. In an instant, Lin's spiritual realm had shattered the boundaries of the platinum stage and soared to a new height. Perfect timing, just what I needed, Lin exclaimed, overjoyed and showing no signs of fatigue.
I love giving them a free kill. Come on!
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a single sword strike, Lin leveled everything within a kilometer radius, like a typhoon sweeping through, instantly killing 1,000 demon beasts. At that moment, Yi Nantian appeared in midair, looking down at Lin with an expression of utter shock. This wasn't a battle at all, it was a one-sided slaughter. That blood energy, that power, that speed. Not the slightest bit inferior to him, a Grandmaster stage cultivator.
What a terrifying genius! Finally, the fifth wave of reinforcements arrived.
After more than 10 rounds of intense bombardment, the million demon beasts were now clearly visible. Several more hours passed, and by the time night had fully fallen, fewer than 50,000 of the million demon beasts remained. And the vast plain was littered with the corpses of demon beasts. In the massive pits, blood pooled in one pit after another. Every now and then, a demon beast that hadn't quite died would struggle among the piles of corpses, only to be finished off with a few slashes by the warriors who had come to provide backup.
Less than 5% of the demon beasts remain. Haha, Lin did it. That's great. Lin is so fierce, he is our savior.
Lin successfully held off the beast horde.
He has done the unimaginable and defied the impossible. He has history, he is a legend. With Lin's rise, China will gain more influence.
On the battlefield, after slaying the last few demon beasts, Lin lay exhausted in a pool of blood.
He gazed up at the night sky, his eyes feeling heavy. Huff, huff, huff.
Lin closed his eyes and could clearly hear his own breathing. He had sustained some injuries, but none were life-threatening. My upgrade points exceeded 90 million. I lost more than 3 or 4 times that amount, otherwise, I could advance directly to the Grandmaster stage by now, right? He glanced at his stats panel, grumbling to himself while feeling a pang of regret. Today had been a huge haul, nearly 100 million upgrade points, enough for Lin to level up several times over. But the only regret was that if he'd been stuck at the gold stage, slaying a million demon beasts would earned him at least a few 100 million upgrade points, propelling him straight to the pinnacle of his life. Would he really be celebrating here with tears in his eyes? Just as he was about to collect the beast cores, he suddenly froze in shock. Because he discovered that none of these demon beasts had a beast core. A million curses involuntarily raced through Lin's mind. He was completely baffled. Just then, Yi Nantian walked over. He saw right through Lin's confusion and said, "Lin, don't worry about the beast core. Before every demon beast tied, the demon beasts automatically destroy their own beast cores to prevent humans from collecting them and refining them into elixirs after they're killed."
I see, Lin sighed. Yi Nantian asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Ha, Lin, you've really surprised me. Do you know that you're the greatest genius I've ever seen?
Yi Nantian patted Lin on the shoulder, his voice filled with emotion. You saved the lives of millions of soldiers.
You saved Jiangnan province. On behalf of Huaxia, I thank you.
Lin smiled gently, and then, a deafening cheer rang out from the distance. At that moment, in Gaoliang City, everyone watching the live broadcast breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing that Lin had, unbelievably, completed the slaughter. Immediately, they all cheered and shouted in unison. The entire Jiangnan province was abuzz that night, as people rushed about spreading the news, cheering and leaping for joy. They had truly escaped death by a hair's breadth. It had been far too dangerous this time without Lin, their lives might have ended forever.
Lin is a legend. Lin is my idol, our great savior. Phew, we won.
Lin single-handedly slaughtered nearly 1 million demon beasts.
Amazing, amazing. If he ever switched careers to write novels, I'd definitely send him virtual gifts and I wouldn't even nag him for updates.
The crowd was overcome with excitement, cheering for this hard-won victory. Meanwhile, at Lin's home, his parents were in tears, clinging tightly to each other. The weight on their hearts had finally lifted.
Mom and Dad, there are minors here. Is it really okay for you to be hugging like that?
Xiao Yu's bashful voice came from behind them.
Chapter 68, The Mystery of the Abyss. All of China was celebrating Lin's victory.
At the same time, countless people found it hard to believe. He had truly done it. Lin had proven through his actions what others had deemed impossible. By enduring a full day of frenzied combat, Lin had completely overturned humanity's perception of warriors. Just what kind of formidable figure was he, exactly? At that moment, throughout the martial arts world, countless organizations and prominent clans were analyzing footage of Lin. Yet they could not reach a conclusion as to why Lin had repeatedly surpassed his limits and set new ones. He single-handedly held back a tidal wave of 1 million demon beasts, turning the tide of battle. Lin had propped up a crumbling edifice and stemmed the tide of disaster at that moment. His name resounded throughout the land. However, although they achieved victory in battle, the human race still paid a tremendous price. This invasion by the demon beast tide claimed the lives of over 3,000 warriors, with more than 30,000 injured. As they charged the front lines and bore the brunt of the attack, they could not escape death. Only a mere few thousand of the most formidable warriors managed to survive unscathed. All major martial arts schools suffered heavy losses. As for ordinary soldiers, casualties neared 500,000, a figure even more terrifying. As far as the eye could see, the area outside the defensive city was densely packed with people. Corpses, maimed bodies, those missing an arm, those with severed limbs. Internal organs exposed. In short, every conceivable horror was on display. Dozens of fighter jets were lost, and tanks, armored vehicles, assault vehicles, ground combat vehicles, and more suffered varying degrees of destruction. The losses from this battle were simply too devastating. No one could bring themselves to feel joy. All officers and soldiers, all warriors, removed their hats and observed a moment of silence in honor of the fallen warriors. The sky was overcast today, mirroring the post-battle mood, and everyone remained silent, then silent once more. As for Lin, he returned to the Super Guild and sat down on the sofa. After such a fierce battle, it would be impossible to say he wasn't exhausted. If it weren't for the great vitality pill sustaining him, coupled with his recent spiritual breakthrough, Lin would likely have already pushed his body to its limits and collapsed amidst the tide of demon beasts. So when my spiritual power nears its limit, it breaks through. I suppose this is equivalent to my potential unleashing itself. Lin murmured softly, the situation is still unstable. System, use all my upgrade points to help me advance my cultivation realm. Ding, command accepted. Lin began to pay attention to the changes in his body. With every breakthrough in the past, he had completely swept away all traces of physical fatigue. This time was no exception. His cultivation level began to surge suddenly, yet Lin remained motionless. 2-star platinum. 3-star platinum. 4-star platinum. After advancing 3 cultivation levels in a row, Lin's upgrade points were completely depleted.
At the Platinum stage, advancing even a single minor level costs tens of millions of upgrade points.
And I have no idea how long it'll take me to reach Platinum 5-star.
It's getting harder and harder to break through. Looks like even with a cheat, it's not that easy after all.
Lin muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt a bit of admiration for those Grandmaster stage warriors. Even with his cheat, his journey on the martial arts path was fraught with difficulties and seemed exceptionally arduous. Yet those guys hadn't used any cheats and still managed to reach the Grandmaster stage. What kind of talent would it take to achieve that? Especially Yi Nantian, around 40 years old and already at the Grandmaster stage. His martial arts talent was truly terrifying.
Lin wondered if he, too, had some kind of cheat activated.
Pushing those thoughts aside, after advancing to the Platinum 4-star realm, Lin eagerly summoned his stats panel.
Host, Lin. Speed, 450 ms. Strength, 8 million kilograms. Spiritual realm, Platinum 1-star 050 million.
Cultivation realm, Platinum 4-star 029,660,000. Upgrade points, 2,700,000. Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear Technique Mastery Realm, cannot be upgraded, attack plus 80%.
Extreme Explosion Fist Technique Perfection Realm, base attack plus 300%. Swift Wind Footwork Preliminary Realm, 500,000, base speed plus 40%. Thunderclap Skill Mastery Realm, 3 million, attack plus 280%.
Lin was somewhat stunned by his own power. It is said that at the Platinum stage and above, every time one breaks through a minor realm, combat power increases by 2 million. A 5-star Platinum cultivator can generally unleash a force of 8 to 9 million. If a single punch could casually break through 10 million, that would be the Grandmaster stage, a realm everyone dreams of reaching. Yet Lin's base combat power had reached 8 million, and if he were to unleash that power to its fullest, it would rival that of the Grandmaster stage. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Lin's spine. His cultivation level wasn't at the Grandmaster stage, yet his power had long since surpassed it. The beast horde has retreated, and my mission is complete.
It's time to go home and rest for a few days. Mom and Dad must be really worried about me, right?
Just as Lin was thinking this, he suddenly received a video call from Yi Nantian.
Lin, I have to tell you some bad news. On the other end of the line, Yi Nantian's expression was grim. A flash of unease crossed Lin's mind as he asked, Commander Yi, what's the matter?
This demon beast tide is still not over. The million-strong horde was just the main force. Yi Nantian's voice carried a hint of tremor, as if he were recounting something terrifying. Our scientists have predicted that a large number of demon beasts have suddenly emerged in the Demon Beast Mountains, and they're preparing to launch a second attack. In other words, the victory we achieved yesterday was only a victory in the first phase.
What? Lin jumped to his feet. Another beast tide is coming? Yes. As for the reason behind it, I don't think you'd be very interested in knowing its top secret.
Yi Nantian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, it concerns some of the human race's hidden secrets and the very survival of all humanity. However, given that you're a warrior and led the victory in the first phase, and given your unique status, I can tell you this much: Jiangnan province is preparing to open a new abyss.
Abyss?
Lin was deeply puzzled.
Both Su and Lu, one of the Super Guild Guardians, had previously mentioned the term abyss.
But Lin had no idea what the abyss was or what kind of creatures actually existed inside it. Yi Nantian said, the creatures of the abyss are 10,000 times more terrifying than these demon beasts. The purpose of all of Huaxia's Platinum stage and Grandmaster stage warriors entering the abyss is to suppress the new humans within it.
Once a new entrance to the abyss opens, it will be a major headache. A single abyss entrance requires several Grandmaster stage warriors and dozens of Platinum stage warriors to guard it. Just imagine how terrifying the things inside must be. You can picture it, right?
If even one creature from the abyss were to escape, all of humanity, whether in Huaxia, the Western Alliance, or any other alliance base, would face utter annihilation.
That terrifying? It seems they really aren't easy to deal with. Lin felt a hint of surprise, then asked, but why are the demon beasts on the surface scrambling to enter the abyss at all costs? If the creatures of the abyss are so terrifying, isn't it suicide for demon beasts to go in? Because demon beasts also seek mutation, Yi Nantian said with an extremely serious expression. There are many special substances inside.
One type of energy substance that has already been excavated called red energy crystals can provide humans with a considerable amount of energy. If an ordinary demon beast obtains one, it can directly mutate into a Grandmaster stage demon beast, undergoing a second mutation.
Red energy crystals? Lin suddenly froze. He deabsorbed one not long ago. That stuff was top-notch.
Chapter 69, The Demon Beast Mountains, a Greater Crisis.
After Yinantian's patient explanation, Lin finally understood. The demon beasts had launched their attack precisely to storm the abyss.
Once they enter the abyss, they undergo a second evolution equivalent to a human warrior leaping directly from the bronze stage to the Grandmaster stage. Never mind demon beasts, even ordinary people, if they knew about this, would likely risk their lives to sneak in. It turned out that was precisely why the authorities had never made the existence of the abyss public before.
The abyss is even more dangerous and cruel than demon beasts.
If word got out, all of humanity would be thrown into a state of panic, and it would be nearly impossible to maintain social stability.
Some secrets really must not be revealed. It seems the pressure on those in power is far greater than that on a warrior like Lin. Lin, we've decided to send warriors into the demon beast forest to eliminate the demon beasts and prevent them from forming a beast horde. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Otherwise, once a beast tide forms, it'll be even harder for us to resist.
Lin said. There are many warriors in China, but they are still human lives. If we can reduce casualties, we should do so as much as possible.
Besides, fighter jets, warships, and the like cost a fortune to build. We should save wherever we can. Commander Yi, send me the coordinates of the Demon Beast Mountains.
I'll go ahead and scout the area. If conditions are favorable, I'll have the warrior squad move in. Alright, Lin. We won't forget the contributions you've made to our motherland.
Once the situation improves, we'll grant you the highest rewards and honors.
Yi Nantian said excitedly.
Having a warrior like Lin who stood up for his country and its people had indeed resolved many problems.
It's no exaggeration to call Lin a hero of Huaxia.
After purchasing a large quantity of great vitality pills, Lin spent another 100 million to buy a new set of A-class combat gear. His previous B-class combat gear had already been damaged by 80% during battle. Wearing it again wouldn't provide any defensive benefit and would be a blow to Lin's pride.
As a platinum stage warrior, how could he possibly hold his head high without looking the part?
With the Gale shield under his feet, Lin swept past the base and headed toward the distant forest. Along the way, he didn't forget to call his family to let them know he was safe.
He also took the opportunity to brag to Xiaoyu, "Your big brother is on TV. I'm even more impressive than Koen."
Western Alliance, the Rot family. Today, the members of the Rot family were exceptionally cheerful. All the high-ranking officials were seated in the conference hall, as if waiting for something. Don Rot's gaze was somber as he watched the entrance. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a suit slowly walked in through the door.
His stride was regal, and his every movement exuded an undeniable air of dominance.
"Father, I'm back." As soon as he entered, he gave Don Rot a slight bow. Don Rot nodded, then smiled with a look of approval. Roy, it seems your strength has grown even stronger."
"Father, I obtained some energy substances in the abyss. In less than 3 months, I'll break through to the Transcendence realm.
By then, I'll become the West Alliance's third Grandmaster stage powerhouse in the Transcendence realm."
Boom!
As soon as he spoke, everyone in the family lit up with joy. Roy's growth in strength was truly astonishing. After all, Roy was only 45 years old this year, yet he was already approaching the Grandmaster stage. Such talent seen once in a century could only be compared, across the entire world, to Yi Nantian, the war god of the Chinese military. "Very good, Roy. The Gale shield has appeared right here in China."
Godfather Rot pulled out a photo.
"This young man's name is Lin. His strength is around the platinum stage, but he is incredibly formidable. You'll need to be careful. Kill him and seize the Gale Shield. It will give you a massive edge in the abyss, allowing you to move with the ease of a fish in water.
I understand, Father.
A mere platinum-level opponent, I can eliminate him with a flick of the wrist. Roy didn't take Lin seriously. He had no idea that just a few days ago, Lin had single-handedly defeated a million-strong beast horde, setting a new limit for the warrior tier.
After Roy set off, Godfather Rod cast a contemptuous glance. Lin, well, Lin, what ISNT meant for you, you'll never be able to keep, no matter what.
One day later, the Demon Beast Mountains. Lin, wielding the Gale Shield, arrived here. The Demon Beast Mountains are the habitat of demon beasts. Their numbers here are vast, beyond count. Their numbers exceed the total population of the Demon Beast City by hundreds of times, and they are incredibly ferocious.
The mountain range is densely forested, with towering peaks rising one after another. As far as the eye can see, the landscape is a blend of black and green. Even the hottest midday sun cannot penetrate deep into the forest. Eerie, pitch black, and cold.
That was Lin's first impression upon arriving here. An ordinary warrior wouldn't dare venture into the beast forest. After all, there were too many unknowns here. Without the aid of psychic power, it was best not to act recklessly. No sooner had he landed than he heard a beast's cry. He spun around to find a massive, limp creature already raising its head behind him, hissing menacingly.
An 8-clawed giant python.
Lin recognized this giant python, the 8-clawed giant python. This creature developed sharp, powerful claws as early as its first evolution.
If it were to evolve a second time, it might well become a true dragon.
The serpent flickered its tongue, its massive tongue lunging toward Lin to devour him.
In its presence, a human was tiny, far too tiny.
But Lin was no pushover.
With a swing of his long sword, a domineering and unbridled force surged from the blade.
Whoosh! With just a single strike, the 8-clawed giant python's skin was torn open, splitting it clean in two. Lin didn't even bother to look back. He had no interest in the golden beast core now, so he simply turned and walked away. It wasn't until a moment later that the voice announcing he earned upgrade points echoed in his mind. Afterward, the Gale Shield darted back and forth through the jungle, and Lin encountered more and more demon beasts, some in groups of 3 or 5. Others numbered in the tens or hundreds, standing silent as they awaited the Beast King's command.
Lin gave them no chance.
Wherever the Gale Shield passed, the area was reduced to ruins, and a clear path was quickly carved through the forest. Along the way, piles of corpses lay one after another. The demon beasts that hadn't yet fully matured were no match for Lin. They were essentially just practice for him. In half a day, Lin had collected 7 million upgrade points.
That was quite a haul. Meanwhile, danger crept in silently.
A figure on the side of the Demon Beast Mountains glanced around briefly before striding confidently inside. This person was none other than Roy from the Western Alliance. He had come to slay Lin, that insolent genius from Huaxia. The Gale Shield moved as fast as the wind. The stronger Lin's psychic power became, the faster the Gale Shield moved.
He was now traveling at a speed of 1,000 meters per second.
Finally, after another day had passed, Lin collected 30 million upgrade points by the morning of the second day.
It's still not enough.
There aren't enough golden demonic beasts in the Demonic Beast Mountains, not even as many as in a beast tide, Lin muttered, shaking his head. Just then, his body suddenly tensed, and his brows furrowed deeply.
Boom! Crack! Because he sensed a dangerous aura behind him.
A figure swung a fist directly at him from behind.
Lin's footsteps faltered slightly as he swiftly dodged to the side.
In that instant, a massive tree beside him was shattered by the punch and uprooted.
Interesting.
You truly live up to your reputation as China's top genius and an officer of the Super Guild. As Lin turned around, a foreign man came into his line of sight. Roy gave a faint smile, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Upon seeing this man, Lin's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't sensed the man's presence at all. What a terrifying opponent! Instantly, a grim thought crossed Lin's mind. This was a formidable foe, an extremely powerful one.
Chapter 70, Grandmaster Stage, another showdown.
He never expected that his own psychic power would fail to detect the other man's presence. Lin was utterly astonished. He was a psychic, after all.
What kind of trick did this man use to sneak up behind him without being noticed?
Lin, hand over the Gale Shield, and I'll put you out of your misery. Roy wore a smirk, treating Lin as if he were a pet he could kill at will, showing not the slightest hint of caution. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Old man, you've already got one foot in the grave, and yet you're still telling brainless jokes like that.
Are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my debts? Look at you talking like that.
I'm going to die whether I hand it over or not, so why should I just give it to you for nothing?
You're the one who is truly brainless, always telling corny jokes. Kid, it seems you're not quite up to speed. Do you know who I am?
Roy's words trailed off abruptly.
Lin had suddenly launched a preemptive attack, swinging his longsword down at Roy.
Roy raised his hand to block. In the blink of an eye, there was a thunderous crash, and both figures were sent flying backward. The glove on Roy's hand suddenly split open. He glanced at it, his expression one of disbelief, an S-class sword power comparable to the Grandmaster stage.
You're a man of few words, Lin. You're no pushover.
Lin didn't waste words with him either. When it comes to a fight, who has time for small talk? Those who talk too much are always the villains. They tend to show off quickly and die just as fast. Roy shifted his stance and began to run with each step. The ground thudded as deep footprints sank into it, and a frenzied aura of power engulfed Lin.
Damn it, he has a Grandmaster stage.
Lin thought to himself, realizing his opponent was a Grandmaster stage. The power of the Grandmaster stage was overwhelming. The force spilling out during battle was enough to shatter the very earth. He gripped his Lei Shao sword tightly. As Roy swung his bare fist at him, Lin swung his own long sword, unleashing the thunderclap skill, a single strike of thunder.
Boom! Crack! Boom! The two collided once more.
Lin's arm trembled, and the skin between his thumb and index finger split open instantly. His opponent's strength was overwhelming. For the first time, he truly felt the terror of the Grandmaster stage. It seemed that fighting a Grandmaster stage one-on-one was simply impossible. He couldn't win.
Kid, are you scared now? As if reading Lin's inner thoughts, Roy accelerated, blurring into a phantom as he lunged forward.
He unleashed a punch straight at Lin's face. Lin darted aside, thinking he could dodge it, but little did he know that Roy's speed was exactly the same as his own.
Fast as lightning. Oh no!
Lin's face betrayed his shock as he hurriedly raised his sword to block the blow.
Clang!
A clang of metal rang out, and Lin's body was sent flying backward, slamming violently into a large tree.
Thud, thud, thud.
Even the towering primeval trees couldn't withstand the force. Only after smashing through more than 10 of them in succession did Lin's momentum finally come to a halt.
Cough, cough.
He felt a tightness in his chest. His opponent's power was simply too overwhelming. If it weren't for his grade A combat suit, Lin would certainly have been injured. Thanks to his physical conditioning and the suit, he deabsorbed 90% of the blow, so fortunately, he was unharmed. Seeing that Lin was still able to stand up normally, a hint of surprise flashed in Roy's eyes.
This guy was definitely not normal.
He was at the Grandmaster stage, nearing the realm of perfection, and the force of even his casual strikes ranged from 20 to 40 million.
How could an ordinary platinum stage fighter possibly block a single blow from him? It defied all logic.
While Roy was pondering this, Lin wasted no time. He raised his sword and charged upward, aiming a slash directly at Roy's head.
With the Gale Shield under his feet, his speed reached its absolute limit. Looking to die?
Seeing that Lin still dared to take the initiative, Roy couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just as Lin's longsword came down, he simply raised his bare hand to block it.
However, how could he possibly understand Lin's true intentions?
Lin unleashed his thunderclap skill to its absolute limit, forcibly increasing his power by 280% on top of his existing strength.
Boom!
The moment the thunder roared, Roy's previously calm expression twisted in shock as he sensed the immense power bearing down on him.
Block! Thud!
This time, it was Roy's turn to be sent flying. His arm emitted a series of cracking sounds. Clearly, the bones from his forearm to his shoulder had shattered. The power of Lin's previous sword strike, after being amplified, had reached over 22 million. This was his strongest attack yet. And yet, Roy, a Grandmaster stage warrior, had blocked that strike and was still alive.
Damn it, this guy's got some serious luck.
The thought was terrifying. The defense of a Grandmaster stage warrior was that strong.
Kid, I have to say, you've made me change my opinion of you.
Chen's expression was grim. Roy's expression was equally grim.
Lin, a warrior at the platinum stage, had actually shattered one of his arms. A surging aura erupted from Roy's body. Enraged, he flashed toward Lin in the next instant. Lin didn't dare to take it lightly either. He raised his sword and charged forward, unleashing his full power with every strike.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
As their fists and feet clashed, the ground was leveled in every direction. Within the Demon Beast Mountains, countless demon beasts were startled and fled in panic.
The once lush, towering jungle was now scarred with bare patches in every direction. Every time a section of the forest collapsed, an explosion echoed nearby.
If this battle had taken place in a city, it would likely have destroyed more than half of it. Lin wasn't quite at the Grandmaster stage, but he was infinitely close to it. Roy, meanwhile, was infinitely close to the realm of transcendence. The destructive power of their battle was overwhelming.
Explosive fist.
Heavenly net frenzy fist.
Boom!
Their fists collided. Lin's Thunder Dawn was no longer effective, so he resorted to the explosive fist only to discover that his opponent was also a master of fist techniques. The moment their fists met, an invisible force erupted around them, causing the ground all around to shatter in rapid succession.
Boom crack!
The entire ground seemed as if 1,000 landmines had been buried there and detonated simultaneously, the sound deafening. Both men were sent flying once more. This time, Lin felt excruciating pain in his chest, and a jet of blood spurted uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Roy, meanwhile, wore an expression of astonishment, his face contorted with horror as he stared at Lin, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens.
This boy must die.
After the battle, Lin's vitality was depleting rapidly. Just moments ago, he exchanged over 10 consecutive punches, each one at the maximum amplification of explosive fist, unleashing 25 million units of power.
Even an ox would have been exhausted to death.
Moreover, he noticed that Roy didn't seem particularly affected. His breathing remained steady.
What kind of Grandmaster stage fighter was this, exactly? He's pretty strong. Today, he finally encountered a true opponent. Kid, you're running out of steam, aren't you?
I don't know what kind of amplified martial art you're using, but you won't last more than a few moves against me.
Go ahead and say your last words. Lin's martial art was extraordinary. Its amplifying power was simply unbelievable. Roy sensed Lin's exhaustion and smiled contemptuously.
My last words are, spare my life.
Will you grant my wish?
Lin said with a straight face.
Fine, then I'll pretend you never said that.
Roy didn't waste words with Lin. He didn't want to drag things out and charged straight at him.
If I can't beat you, I'll just run away. Come on, don't make me sound like an idiot. Only then did Lin snap to his senses.
Damn it, he'd almost forgotten he had the Gale Shield. Flight is the best strategy. He leaped onto the Gale Shield and shot off at breakneck speed. Roy, whose punch had missed its mark, watched the scene unfold. His expression froze for a moment, then he was so furious he could barely contain himself. Chapter 71, The True Beast King, The Mysterious Treasure. He had witnessed Lin's monstrous strength and extraordinary martial arts talent, but he never expected Lin to be so brazen. Yet in Roy's eyes, Lin couldn't possibly escape his grasp. He was extremely confident. Huff, huff. Standing on the Gale Shield, Lin soared through the Demon Beast Mountains, with Roy hot on his heels. Just then, as Lin tried to speed up, he suddenly realized something was wrong.
A big problem. My psychic power.
Lin wanted to use his psychic power to boost the Gale Shield's speed, but his psychic energy was dwindling. This was highly unusual. Lin had never imagined that his psychic power would actually fail to work. Well, it wasn't that it wasn't working at all, it was just about a third slower than usual.
He couldn't reach 1,000 meters per second anymore.
Meanwhile, Roy, a Grandmaster stage practitioner, was like a raging beast, chasing right behind Lin and roaring furiously.
Damn it, what the hell did he do to me? Why is my psychic power being suppressed?
Lin suspected that Roy had used some kind of technique on him, preventing him from flying at top speed. This made it extremely difficult for him to shake off his pursuer.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The two figures darted and flickered through the air. After flying for nearly an hour, they skimmed over the surface of a vast lake shrouded in thick white mist, where visibility was extremely low. As the two figures swept past, it looked as if two speedboats were drifting one after the other on the water, churning up rolling waves. Suddenly, Lin tried to project his consciousness outward, and his face immediately turned pale. Gurgle, gurgle. The water across the entire lake began to boil inexplicably, and the two stopped in unison. There was no more fleeing or chasing,
because the lake's surface had become agitated.
At the same time, an invisible, inexplicable aura of terror surged toward them. This aura was overwhelmingly powerful and utterly chilling. Not only did Lin's face turn pale, but Roy, too, furrowed his brow. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, and in an instant, a pair of eyes glowing with a purple radiance appeared through the thick fog.
Boom!
As the lake water rippled and waves shot skyward, the two saw a massive silver serpent, its body covered in scales, blocking their path.
The moment it appeared, it sent shockwaves through the entire lake.
Lin hurriedly dodged, and Roy, unable to bear the disturbance, quickly retreated to the side. This colossal serpent was clad in silver armor, its serpentine eyes like abysses, gazing directly at the two of them, causing Lin to shudder involuntarily.
Beast King. Roy's expression began to tremble. He could clearly sense that this giant snake, hundreds of meters long, possessed an aura comparable to his own.
It was incredibly powerful.
A Grandmaster stage demon beast, a true Beast King. Well, here we go. Let us keep chasing. We run into a big one.
Lin said, I'm not going to waste time with you.
You handle this here. Goodbye.
As he spoke, he had already slipped away quickly, while Roy cursed under his breath and prepared to give chase.
However, Roy didn't pursue Lin immediately.
Instead, he looked at the giant snake's forehead, where there was an object emitting a red glow. He stared intently, and his eyes immediately lit up with delight, so there's a treasure here.
I never would have expected it.
You beast, blocking my path comes at a price.
I'll just have to take your treasure, even if it's a bit of a hassle. In his eyes, this object shimmering with a red glow was far more valuable than Lin.
He could kill Lin at any moment, but once a demon beast escaped, it would be nearly impossible to track down. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Roy had no intention of letting it slip away. And so, Roy darted toward the giant serpent.
SSSSS.
The giant snake flickered its tongue and lunged at Roy. And so, the Beast King, who ruled over all, engaged in battle with the human who had invaded his territory. Meanwhile, after Lin had cleverly fled a good distance away, he realized Roy hadn't pursued him. With Roy's speed, escaping the Beast King would be a piece of cake.
Why didn't he chase after me? Something was off. Lin sensed something was very wrong.
The Gale Shield was worth over 50 billion, and Roy's sole purpose for this trip was to obtain it. Now that he had escaped, Roy hadn't even pursued him. It felt a bit strange. Lin feels out of sorts if he doesn't get beaten up for a single day. After a while, Lin noticed that all the beasts in the Demon Beast Mountains seemed to be heading toward the large lake he just passed.
A pilgrimage of all beasts.
The giant serpent, the Beast King of the Demon Beast Mountains, had issued a command, summoning his subjects to follow him. That idiot must have picked a fight with the Beast King. Lin speculated, but upon closer thought, something didn't sit right. Wait a minute, he wouldn't stay there for no reason.
There must be some benefit to it. No, I've got to go back. Hold on, has my psychic power returned to normal?
Lin realized his psychic power had returned, allowing him to travel a kilometer per second again. Damn it, at that moment, he was certain that Roy must have some strange object on him capable of interfering with his psychic power. As soon as Lin moved beyond a certain range, he was no longer affected by it.
Treading as if on thin ice, Lin began to sneak back.
A few kilometers away, Lin began to observe, and sure enough, his hunch was correct. Roy was locked in a fierce battle with the giant serpent, and tens of thousands of demon beasts had gathered below to join the fray. The sounds of combat echoed from the distance. The fighting was extremely intense.
Fight, just keep fighting. The harder you fight, the happier I am. Lin wasn't the least bit anxious.
That giant serpent was at the Grandmaster stage. It was clearly impossible for Roy to kill the Beast King without breaking a sweat.
Over here, Roy's battle with the giant serpent was drawing to a close.
He unleashed a punch that caused an airburst. The ferocious force struck the silver scales, causing them to fall off one by one.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The giant serpent thrashed about in the lake, its blood staining the water red. It appeared to be in great agony. It had underestimated the human before it, with strength approaching the Grandmaster stage. He was indeed not one to be trifled with.
You beast, where do you think you're running?
Seeing the giant serpent dive into the water, Roy didn't hesitate to press his advantage, diving in after it. Before long, a pitiful, bestial cry echoed from the lake's depths. In the depths of the lake, Roy could be seen holding a crystal that glowed red, a smile on his face.
Ah, I've finally got it. Once I absorb this and spend a little more time, I'll be able to fully break through to the Grandmaster stage.
However, before he had a chance to revel in his excitement, suddenly, from the pitch-black depths of the lake, an even more massive figure was swimming toward him at breakneck speed.
Another one?
Sensing danger, Roy hurriedly shot up toward the surface. In his current state, he certainly couldn't handle another giant snake. Beast King. He had no choice but to leave the lake for now. Just then, Lin, seeing that nothing was happening, glided effortlessly above the deep lake. When Roy emerged from the water, Lin was slightly startled, but without a word, he slammed a fist down. Explosive fist. Its power surged past 30 million.
Lin, you.
Roy had no time to block the blow and was sent crashing back into the water. In the next instant, a giant serpent swiftly coiled around his body and plunged beneath the surface.
Lin, that gave me a heart attack.
I didn't think this guy was still alive.
Good thing I reacted fast enough.
Underwater, Roy thought to himself, Lin, you treacherous scoundrel.
I'll never forgive you.
He just fought a fierce battle and expended every ounce of his strength to obtain the treasure he'd been chasing day and night, only to be ambushed by Lin the moment he emerged. Roy felt utterly wronged.
Chapter 72, Treasure Secured. The King of Bargain Hunting.
In the pitch-black depths of the water, where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face, Roy was locked in a fierce struggle with the giant snake, churning up massive waves.
He realized this giant snake was even more ferocious than the one before. Its strength was simply overwhelming.
Get lost.
Roy unleashed all his strength, forcibly prying the giant snake's massive body apart and breaking free.
But the giant snake wasn't one to be trifled with. As a Grandmaster stage creature, it was domineering and frenzied, relentlessly attacking Roy and leaving him no chance to escape. Its mate had been killed by humans, and it was determined to avenge her. It would never let this insignificant human get away. Above the lake, Lin stood quietly, watching the churning waters as a bystander.
Mind your own business. Fight all you want, I'll just treat you like a muggle.
He was content to watch the show. Even though Roy was very strong, facing two giant serpent beasts, even if he managed to escape, he'd likely be battered and bruised. By then, Lin would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow just for the fun of helping out. Holy shit, they're fighting this fiercely. I didn't expect this guy to put up such a fight. TSK. I'd better pop 2 great vitality pills to replenish my stamina first. The sounds of battle echoed from below, causing the entire lake to tremble and the earth to shake. Countless beasts by the lakeshore raised their heads and howled, "Oh, oh," as if cheering on their beast kings. Meanwhile, Lin nonchalantly popped 2 great vitality pills into his mouth. The battle with Roy just now had been no walk in the park, and he sustained some serious injuries.
He needed to replenish his energy.
Lin watched for about 5 or 6 minutes as the commotion below gradually subsided.
Then, plucking up his courage, Lin leaped into the lake.
Gurgle, gurgle. Lin dove rapidly, projecting his psychic power outward. 100 meters below, at the bottom of the lake, he saw the giant snake devouring Roy. The snake's skin was partially torn, and blood was gushing out as if it were worthless.
Impressive to be able to pierce the body of another Grandmaster stage giant snake.
I have to admit, this creature's fighting spirit is truly tenacious, but what good does that do now? Lin was the ultimate victor.
He de-scored another huge windfall.
His body flickered as Lin closed in on Roy and the giant snake.
Just as he was about to strike, Roy's eyes suddenly flew open. "Lin, I'll kill you."
But the very moment Roy lunged at Lin, the wounded giant snake opened its massive jaws, sucking Roy in like a whirlpool.
"No!"
At the very last moment, Roy pressed a button and said, "Huaxia Demon Beast Mountain's red energy crystal." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already been swallowed whole into the beast's belly.
There was no further movement, and Lin, quick on the draw, used the gale shield which moved swiftly even in the water to rapidly leave the vortex's vicinity.
The giant serpent, seeing that a human was still moving right under its nose, let out a furious roar, a supersonic sound that pierced the air like sonar.
"Ah!"
Lin felt as if his eardrums were about to burst.
What a terrifying beast king! Even in this state, it could still devour a Grandmaster stage cultivator. Its vitality was incredibly tenacious, wasn't it?
However, although the giant snake roared at Lin, it did not immediately attack him. Instead, it turned and continued to dive deeper into the pitch-black depths of the water.
"Huh?"
Lin felt slightly puzzled.
The giant snake had fled?
He thought for a moment, so it was afraid after all. The giant snake had fled. Its injuries must have been too severe for it to want to engage with Lin any further.
Since that was the case, how could Lin possibly let this opportunity slip away?
He hurriedly pressed his advantage, chasing down the giant serpent. He couldn't let such a beast king escape. Otherwise, once its injuries healed, it would organize and launch a second beast horde, and the situation would become even more dire.
Strike while the iron is hot. As blood gushed from the giant serpent, its speed gradually slowed.
In less than a minute, Lin caught up to it from above and, wielding the Lei Shao sword, brought it down in a single slash.
Boom! Like a thunderclap out of the blue, the sword's roar echoed as the giant serpent was struck squarely.
In its agony, its slender body twisted and rolled incessantly, writhing like a tantrum-throwing child, utterly restless. Seeing that his attack was effective, a flicker of delight crossed Lin's face as he continued to chase and slash at the giant serpent. Every strike unleashed the utmost power, and after 7 or 8 strikes, the giant serpent finally fell, plummeting into a stone cave within a sacred lake. The cave was pitch black, cold as ice, and exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. But for a young man like Lin, skilled and fearless, nothing was to be feared as long as there was a reward to be gained. He followed it inside and found the giant serpent on the verge of death, its skin torn and flesh exposed. Its pair of deep, piercing eyes slowly narrowed, and it lay completely still.
Ding! Defeated a Grandmaster stage demon beast. Upgrade points plus 15 million.
15 million credited.
That much? Lin bloated. 15 million upgrade points, that was equivalent to slaying hundreds of thousands of ordinary demon beasts. The Beast King truly lived up to its name even in death. Its contribution was immense. Lin had really hit the jackpot. Lin slit open the Beast King's abdomen and extracted its beast core.
Come to think of it, that guy probably hasn't digested it yet. Let us take a look inside to see if there's anything valuable. He began to cut open the giant serpent Beast King's abdomen. Just as he expected, Roy's body was covered in stomach acid but hadn't been completely dissolved yet. Lin searched through it and eventually found only a golden box. He is so poor, yet he has the nerve to call himself Grandmaster stage. Oh well, I'll just take this for now. After tucking the box away, Lin was about to leave when suddenly his eyes widened. A pile of objects was glistening right at his feet.
A red glow.
Lin leaned in for a closer look, and in the next moment, he was overjoyed. Holy shit, red energy crystals! This small pile of red glowing objects was indeed red energy crystals, just like the ones he absorbed at the martial arts hall, radiating a dense energy. Without a second thought, Lin gathered them all up. After a quick count, he found there were 6 in total. With his prize in hand, Lin didn't linger any longer. He burst out of the water, returned to shore, and found a quiet spot.
6 fragments of red energy crystals. This is fantastic.
These are truly treasures sent from heaven. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin opened the golden box he found on Roy's body. To his surprise, he discovered another fragment of a red energy crystal inside. At that moment, Lin realized that the reason these 2 giant snakes had been able to become beast kings was because they had absorbed the energy from the red energy crystals. This was a hidden paradise truly worthy of the demon beast mountains, to harbor such treasures.
What is this tiny grain?
Lin picked up a grain no bigger than a grain of sand from the golden box and examined it closely. Suddenly, his expression changed the moment he took this thing out. His spiritual power had actually weakened significantly. So this tiny thing is the culprit behind my misfortune.
How incredible!
I must put away something that poses such a threat to the mortal world. It would be disastrous if it ever got out. Lin nonchalantly slipped it into his pocket, then began refining the red energy crystals. This trip had truly been a windfall. Not only had he killed the Beast King by a twist of fate, but he also obtained 7 red energy crystals. Once he successfully refined them, he'd be smiling in his sleep.
Chapter 73, The Second Disaster.
The Western Alliance, the Rot family.
Don Rot and the others were waiting for news. Everyone felt a sense of anticipation as they watched for Roy's return with the Gale Shield, eager to witness its splendor.
Before long, a voice message from Roy arrived in Don Roy's inbox: the Demon Beast Mountains of Huaxia, red energy crystals.
A red energy crystal?
Hearing this fragmented voice message, the group exchanged glances, a hint of surprise in their eyes.
A red energy crystal? Wasn't that something exclusive to the Abyss? Why would Lord Roy suddenly mention this?
Don's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed joyfully, Roy must have discovered something valuable. He hurriedly dialed Roy's video call, but there was no answer for a long time. He didn't get the expected response. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up with delight as if a light bulb had gone off. I get it. Roy must have found a red energy crystal, and now he needs us to go help with the excavation.
You lot, get moving right away. Don't let this slip through the cracks.
Once you get there, contact Roy, but don't reveal his whereabouts or identity. We don't want to draw the attention of the Chinese authorities.
Yes, sir. There's a red energy crystal. Fantastic.
We have no choice but to accept this mission, and we will certainly not fail. 6 or 7 platinum stage warriors set off in unison, full of excitement, with one destination in mind: Huaxia. One day later, a group of platinum stage warriors appeared in the demon beast-infested forests of Huaxia. This was the designated location Roy had specified. However, they were stunned to see a disfigured corpse floating in the middle of the lake.
It's Lord Roy.
Upon seeing the corpse, the group of platinum stage cultivators couldn't help but wince and stiffen.
Lord Roy is dead. What happened? What on earth happened? Lord Roy he didn't die at Lin's hands, did he?
Unable to keep it a secret, several of them immediately reported Roy's death to Godfather Rot. Over there, Godfather Rot was sipping coffee when he heard the news. The cup in his hand instantly fell to the floor.
Clang. What? What did you say? My son is dead?
He stared blankly for a minute before finally roaring, Kill that brat for me. You must kill him or don't even bother coming back. The platinum stage members of the Rot family sensed Don Rot's fury, and one by one, they felt a chill run down their spines. When Don Rot flew into a rage, the consequences were dire. This time, things had gotten really serious. The group sat with furrowed brows, wondering what to do. If Lin could kill Lord Roy, that meant Lin's strength had already reached the Grandmaster stage.
The Grandmaster stage? Who would dare to take him on? It would be no different from going out to die.
Just as everyone was feeling uncertain and pacing back and forth, suddenly, from the summit of a mountain, a massive beast's roar echoed through the air.
Woo woo woo.
The sound carried a hint of ethereality, like a ghost from the depths of the abyss, utterly terrifying.
It's another Grandmaster stage beast. Everyone was stunned. This aura was simply too overwhelming.
It was incredibly intense, piercing straight into their hearts.
If it wasn't a beast king, that would be strange. It's definitely a beast king.
Wait, let us provoke the beast king on the mountain and get it to hunt down that kid Lin.
That way, we can use it to kill him for us. Great idea. Otherwise, if we confront Lin head-on, we'd just be walking into a death trap. We might as well sit back and reap the benefits.
The 7 platinum stage cultivators soared above the mountain. There was undoubtedly some terrifying beast king dwelling beneath the ground.
One of them aimed a blue, rocket launcher-like thermal weapon at the mountainside and fired. Boom! In an instant, half the mountainside was blown to pieces. The group looked down.
When the thick smoke cleared, sure enough, a demon beast with the body of a human and the head of a bull lay slumbering inside. Disturbed by the commotion, the demon beast instantly opened its eyes. A terrifying gaze pierced the sky as it let out a primal roar. "Damn humans, how dare you disturb this king's rest!"
Ha ha ha!
The 7 platinum stage cultivators were instantly stunned by the sight of this colossal demon beast.
One of them said in a trembling voice, It's the ox demon. The ox demon.
This type of demon beast dates back to the Great Cataclysm era. Only a little over 10 have ever been discovered in history, and each is a being far beyond the Grandmaster stage.
Now, an ox demon has actually awakened.
Great!
That kid Lin is as good as dead now. Let us get out of here.
Far from being afraid, the group simply walked away. After all, since the ox demon wasn't in the Western Alliance, it had nothing to do with them.
As long as they could kill Lin, that was enough. Deep within the mountains, the slumbering ox demon awoke.
Like an ancient beast, it rose to its feet, its size rivaling that of a mountain.
In fact, it was even more majestic than a mountain.
The ox demon swept his gaze across the demon beast mountains, then fixed his eyes on the lake and said, "Since your beast king is dead, let me lead you in an assault on the human cities." Anyone who heard the ox demon's words would surely be terrified out of their wits. A Grandmaster stage demon beast that could actually speak. In fact, this wasn't all that strange. Many demon beasts possessed sentience, with intelligence comparable to that of humans.
Soon, the entire demon beast mountain range began to boil with excitement. Awo, awo. Aya. Roar, roar, roar.
Countless demon beasts began to make a pilgrimage to pay homage to their new king, following in the ox demon's wake as they marched toward the distant human cities. They all longed to go to the place they had summoned in their hearts, which, of course, was Jiangnan province.
Huaxia military base.
At that moment, 4 4-star generals witnessed the scene and immediately mobilized their defenses.
Quick, look. What is that? A beast tide. It's a new beast tide. We're in trouble. The beast tide has risen. What's going on? What's going on? That's impossible.
According to our predictions, it would take at least another month for the demon beasts to fully assemble.
How could this defy their natural behavior and habits now? This is bad. Quick, sound the S-level alert.
Inside the base, officers scrambled to issue orders one after another. Yi Nantian's heart was heavy with foreboding, as if facing a formidable enemy.
He tried to contact Lin, only to find he couldn't get through. Instantly, a sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Could it be that Lin has? No, that can't be.
Lin is incredibly agile. There's no way he could have slipped up in the monster beast mountains. He shook his head, dismissing that premature thought. If Lin were to fail, it would mean that Huaxia had lost a super genius. But with the demon beasts once again unleashing a massive wave and Lin nowhere to be found, one couldn't help but think the worst. In less than half a day, the demon beast tide had already approached the defensive city, and every martial arts school across Huaxia was on high alert. We just finished one battle, and now another is coming.
What are we going to do?
All members of the Thunder Martial Arts School, follow me. We're charging in to provide support.
The demon beast tide has erupted once more. Authorities are requesting support from all warriors across society.
Repeating the announcement, a sudden eruption of the demon beast tide. On screen, the demon beast tide surged forward with overwhelming force. Amidst a million demon beasts, a colossal creature as tall as the sky strode forward, human-bodied with the head of a bull, resembling an ancient demon, causing onlookers to turn pale. This demon beast was none other than a Grandmaster stage creature. It was immeasurably stronger than the platinum dog-headed beast king from last time. Meanwhile, Lin was meditating and refining his energy in a secluded cave deep within the demon beast forest. With his eyes tightly closed, he was oblivious to all external sounds and movements, as if he had entered a realm of solitude, untouched by the outside world.
Chapter 74, War of Destruction.
Ding, absorbed a substandard red energy crystal.
Upgrade points plus 20,000.
Ding, absorbed a substandard red energy crystal.
Upgrade points plus 37,236. Ding. Waves of energy were frantically absorbed into Lin's body.
His expression grew increasingly greedy. 7 red energy crystals. It couldn't get any better than this. As he absorbed them tirelessly, the injuries on Lin's body actually began to heal on their own. Some of the wounds sustained during battle slowly closed up. He was utterly shocked.
Could this stuff actually heal wounds? Isn't that way too powerful?
Moreover, Lin's physical body began to gain weight, as if countless iron atoms were sprouting within his flesh, constantly filling his muscles and bones. His arms and legs grew incredibly heavy. At the human base, tens of thousands of warriors rushed to the battlefield to provide reinforcements, while a massive battle had already erupted at the defensive fortress erected by the military. Thousands of warships and fighter jets continuously dropped munitions on the demon beast horde, turning the entire plain into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, 1,000,000 warriors rallied once more, attempting to hold them back with various hot weapons. Unfortunately, led by the Ox Demon Beast King, these demon beasts were as ferocious as they could possibly be. Soon, the first wave of soldiers and warships dispatched to annihilate the demon beasts had been overwhelmed and defeated.
Boom! Roar! Roar! Aya!
The sounds of the demon beasts, the clangor of battle, and the screams of the wounded all came to life vividly on the screen. Countless civilians who witnessed the scene instantly turned pale. They had just secured victory in the first phase.
But what followed was the onslaught of the second wave of demon beasts. 1 second heaven, the next second hell. Despair swept through the crowd. Even at the base, warships had already been dispatched to Jiangnan province to begin evacuating the people. Are we going to lose?
It's very likely. Otherwise, the authorities have issued a notice ordering us to evacuate Jiangnan province.
Sigh, it seems the monsters are unstoppable. Warrior and the others did their best.
Disheartened, the crowd began packing their belongings one by one, waiting for the warships to pick them up. Meanwhile, in Gaoliang City, whether it was Lin's parents, Xiaoyu, or other ordinary citizens, everyone was gripped by panic.
The demon beasts have launched another surprise counterattack. Warrior has already suffered heavy casualties. How can we possibly hold them off now?
The government's warships have also suffered heavy losses.
All we can do is pray.
Lin is nowhere to be seen either.
Could it be that his injuries haven't healed yet and he needs to recuperate?
Without him, the front lines can't hold out on their own.
On the live stream, the battle was exceptionally fierce.
Hordes of warriors charging in with laser guns were torn apart and flung back out. In short, it was incredibly brutal. In less than half a day, over 100,000 warriors had fallen, and the warrior forces suffered a crushing defeat, retreating en masse from the front lines.
An officer from the Thunder Martial Arts School said, "It's no use. This ox demon is simply invincible. These demon beasts are too fierce. We're completely outnumbered."
Just moments ago, he tried to approach the ox demon, only to be knocked back before he could even get close, nearly losing his life in the process. The leaders of the major martial arts schools and the warriors all looked downcast, admitting there was nothing they could do. They had truly done their best. If the battle continued, the casualties would be even more devastating. The warrior race might even face extinction. 1 day later, the defensive city officially fell. 300,000 warriors were killed, and land-based weapons such as tanks and armored vehicles were virtually all lost.
The alloy defensive city had been overrun by the demon beast horde. The next morning, 20 warships were lost, all shot down by the ox demon, and the second defensive city fell.
Shortly thereafter, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th cities all fell, resulting in countless casualties. Commander, if this continues, Jiangnan province will truly come under attack in less than half a day.
We need to come up with a plan quickly.
A warrior addressed Yinantian, who had just returned from the battlefield, covered in blood.
He replied, "Our only option is to enter the abyss to call for reinforcements.
However, conditions in the abyss are even harsher and more dangerous. I can't guarantee I'll be able to bring anyone back to provide support." The crowd fell deathly silent. The million warriors at the base regarded death as nothing, fully prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Over the past day and a half, they had already lost 5 or 60,000 brothers in arms. And the tide of demon beasts was surging forward with unstoppable force, growing ever more fierce as the battle raged on. They were truly at their wits' end. What awaited them was death or flight. Over here, after a day and a night, Lin had finally finished refining all 7 defective red energy crystals. At that moment, he stood up and gently stepped down, only to discover that the ground had become incredibly fragile, as if he were stepping on plastic, emitting a cracking sound as it shattered. My weight has reached at least 1,000 kilograms. I never expected this stuff to have such a benefit. It's taken my physical condition to a whole new level, huh?
Lin couldn't hide his joy.
When he looked at his stats panel again, he was instantly startled.
After refining the 7 red energy crystals, the number in Lin's upgrade points column now stood at over 400 million.
Whoa, that's pretty intense.
400 million upgrade points.
Without wasting a moment, overjoyed, Lin excitedly said, "System, break through my cultivation realm to the Grandmaster stage."
Ding, command accepted, upgrading.
In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the system issued a notification, "Ding, upgrade complete."
Lin's cultivation realm began to break through imperceptibly. First, his combat power skyrocketed. 9 million. 10 million. 20 million.
The combat power column was rising faster than a hurdler clearing the bar. The rapid changes caught Lin somewhat off guard. Finally, his cultivation realm broke through directly from Platinum 5-star to the Grandmaster stage.
Boom!
The entire majestic mountain shook violently. Leaves were shaken loose and fell to the ground, white clouds in the sky trembled, and the surrounding area reverberated ceaselessly. A massive surge of blood energy enveloped the mountain, as if everything within was imbued with the essence of the Grandmaster stage. Lin's body grew stronger and stronger, becoming heavier and heavier. His weight surged from 1,000 kilograms to 2,000 kilograms. And there were signs it would continue to rise. Upon breaking through to the Grandmaster stage, Lin caused the earth to tremble, as if celebrating the emergence of yet another Grandmaster among the human race. A Grandmaster-level powerhouse, a blessing for heaven and earth. When Lin checked his combat power again, he discovered it had plateaued at 20 million kilograms.
20 million kilograms.
Keep in mind that breaking through 10 million in combat power marks the Grandmaster stage. He was now comparable to 2 Grandmaster stage cultivators combined.
Overjoyed and in high spirits, Lin couldn't help but laugh. Excellent. However, after breaking through to the Grandmaster stage, aside from the dramatic changes in his physical condition, the consumption of upgrade points was no joke either. That single move had just cost him 300 million upgrade points. Money was flowing out like water.
Lin didn't bat an eye, continuing, "System, upgrade my thunderclap skill to perfection, then use all the remaining points to enhance my spiritual realm."
Ding, command accepted, upgrading. Ding, thunderclap skill upgrade complete.
Currently at the perfect realm, with a 360% increase in attack power.
It now unleashes 3 bolts of lightning, each increasing attack power by 5%. Ding, spiritual realm is upgrading.
Chapter 75, A Hair's Breadth from Disaster. A 1-on-1 duel.
2-star platinum. 3-star platinum. 4-star platinum. Ding, insufficient upgrade points. Upgrade halted.
By the time his upgrade points were exhausted, Lin's spiritual realm had plateaued at Platinum 4-star. He gave it a try. He could now control everything here at will. Using his psychic power, Lin uprooted hundreds of towering trees, causing them to float in midair. It looked like a forest suspended in the sky, a truly wondrous sight. Overjoyed, Lin glanced at his stats panel.
Host, Lin. Speed, 500 ms. Strength, 20 million kilograms. Storage space, expanding. Mental realm, Platinum 4 stars 100 million. Cultivation realm, Grandmaster stage 500 million. Upgrade points, 0.
Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear Technique Mastery Realm, cannot be upgraded attack plus 80%.
Extreme Explosion Fist Technique Perfect Realm, base attack plus 300%. Swift Wind Footwork Preliminary Realm, 500,000, base speed plus 40%. Thunderclap Skill Perfect Realm, Sword Art Attack plus 380%. Lin? Storage space? What on earth is this?
Instead of asking the system, Lin thought it through himself. Based on his years of reading novels, this must be a space capable of storing a great many items. With a space like this, he wouldn't need to carry things like expandable bags anymore.
The sharp-witted Lin nodded. That must be it.
He looked up and stepped out of the cave, only to find it unusually quiet outside. There was not a single trace or sound of any demon beasts.
Huh? So many missed calls?
Lin opened the latest message sent by Yi Nantian. Lin, the demon beast tide has erupted, and the true beast king has emerged.
Are you okay?
Hearing this, Lin's expression shifted slightly as he moved on to the second message, sent by Xiaoyu.
Brother, where are you? Are you okay? Please reply, the demon beasts are about to destroy Jiangnan. What? The beast tide has erupted again?
Lin looked up toward the distance and, without a moment's hesitation, mounted the gale shield and flew straight toward the defensive city. Amid the endless clangor of battle and the roars of beasts filling the sky, the defensive cities fell one after another. These alloy defensive walls, built at great expense by the Chinese government, could withstand ordinary demon beasts, but in the face of a million-strong army, they proved utterly insignificant. Especially the Beast King, Niu Mo. Since his awakening, his murderous intent had surged, and he had already personally slain dozens of gold stage warriors. Furthermore, dozens of warships and Dongfeng fighter jets had fallen victim to his wrath, torn to shreds. A Grandmaster stage Beast King, capable of leaping 1,000 meters into the sky to reach the heavens and pluck the moon, such was his terror. The Chinese warriors were surrounded by danger on all sides. Inside the official base, their faces were as pale as paper, drained of all color, and they could barely bring themselves to watch these scenes. Yet the brutal slaughter continued. After invading the defensive cities, the demon beasts unleashed a rampage, destroying everything in their path. Those warriors who hadn't had time to retreat were savagely mauled and devoured. Blood stained the earth.
This is terrifying. Jiangnan province is doomed.
Sai, where are the other warriors?
Why haven't they come out? Doesn't our country take these beast tides seriously? Didn't they say we still have many Grandmaster stage warriors? Across the nation, people asked these questions in fear and trepidation.
There are many Grandmaster stage warriors in Huaxia, and the famous ones are too numerous to count, so why aren't they stepping forward now?
Instead, they're relying on ordinary soldiers to sacrifice their lives. It's too cruel, too brutal. Ordinary soldiers going in won't make any difference anyway.
In truth, ordinary people have no idea the abyss even exists, otherwise, they wouldn't think this way.
700 kilometers away from Jiangnan province, the last defensive city stands tall.
This defensive city is equipped with 7 or 8 mid-level energy pulse cannons, which are now continuously firing energy beams.
Blue beams streak across the sky, instantly killing thousands of demon beasts.
Squadron of warships and fighter jets fly out, firing at full power. Lasers fill the sky, the ground explodes, and the demon beasts scatter like ants on a hot pan.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
One demon beast after another was blown to pieces, their entrails scattered everywhere, yet they did not pause, continuing their frenzied assault on the final defensive city. If they breached this city, they would march straight into Jiangnan, where they could take up positions in the human cities and await the abyss's call. These demon beasts had long since formulated their plan and were now charging at the humans with seemingly unbridled fury. 2/3 of Jiangnan's population has already evacuated, and a large number of people are still waiting to be evacuated. Our warships are running critically low on resources. Deploy all available aerial resources to evacuate the civilians.
We absolutely cannot let them fall victim to the demon beasts.
Commander, Headquarters has suggested that if the situation becomes untenable and spirals out of control, we will launch the Nanfeng series of sky-piercing missiles.
No.
The Nanfeng sky-piercing bombs are far too destructive.
Jiangnan province would also be caught in the blast. The resulting radioactive fallout and contamination would be so severe that recovery would take over a century. Yinantian shook his head, rejecting the higher-ups' suggestion for the first time.
It must be noted that the Nanfeng sky-piercing missile was developed from a modified Dongfeng series. Its destructive power was more than 10 times that of the Dongfeng.
Once launched, the consequences would be catastrophic.
It was estimated that more than half of Jiangnan province would be destroyed, rendering it uninhabitable for a century.
Just then, the ox demon had already closed in on the fortress.
Watching the soldiers fall one after another, Yinantian suddenly spoke up, "Comrades, it's already too late to withdraw from the fortress now. Everyone must die someday. For some, death is as light as a feather; for others, as heavy as Mount Tai. Even if I, Yinantian, were to die today, I would have no regrets. All you heroic warriors, raise your weapons and fight these beasts to the death.
Let us fight." 3 million warriors roared with righteous indignation, their resolve set on sacrificing themselves for their country.
As long as they could buy time for the common people to escape, they would have no regrets about giving their lives.
Soon, the demon beast army was already 10 li away.
Through the thick defensive wall, everyone could hear the deafening roar and the earth trembling beneath them. A hint of tension and panic crossed everyone's faces.
But what stood out most was their resolve. "Commanders, comrades, farewell."
At base headquarters, the 3 4-star commanders watched the footage of Yinantian's farewell in silence.
And all the staff fell silent as well. Countless civilians stared at the screen, their breaths nearly held. 3 million soldiers were about to pay the ultimate price. Commander Yi, whom they knew so well, was leading the charge.
The greatest heroes sacrificed themselves for their country and its people. Just as everyone was preparing for battle, the sound of thunder suddenly rolled in from the distance.
Boom! Crack! Boom! Crack! Immediately afterward, the agonized howls of demon beasts echoed through the air. Yinantian stepped onto the city wall and looked out.
Through the hazy mist, he saw a figure wielding a long sword, standing alone to block the onslaught of beasts. With a single stroke of his sword, 10,000 beasts were blown to pieces. Countless demon beasts, upon seeing this human blocking their path, instantly grew frenzied and charged headlong at Lin. Some slashed with long claws, some crushed everything in their path with giant paws, and some smashed down from the air with massive fists.
"Get out of here!" Lin roared, unleashing the power of the Grandmaster stage.
In an instant, thunder rolled, and all the beasts were sliced away by a single stroke of his sword. Some beasts that had leaped toward him were simply cleaved in two mid-air.
In less than a minute, Lin had slain over 50,000 beasts. His killing speed was utterly relentless.
With the support of the shadow-flying blades, he moved across the battlefield with complete freedom.
Woo-woo!
At that moment, the ox demon noticed Lin, the human, and let out 2 cries that sounded like a ship's horn.
Then, all the demon beasts began to retreat, voluntarily parting to the sides.
Amidst the swarm of beasts, the ox demon strode forward.
One-on-one. Chapter 76, Battle against the Ox Demon.
The ox demon stood dozens of zhang tall, his entire body covered in long, pale yellow fur that made him look like a shaggy, unthinking savage. His striking ox head, however, lived up to the beast's name, the ox demon of the Great Cataclysm.
It's Lin. Lin's back. Great. Lin is about to duel the ox demon. Everyone, look.
When Lin appeared before the tide of a million beasts and came into view on the screen, Yinantian and the other warriors all looked startled for a moment, but their expressions finally relaxed somewhat. "You lowly human, you shouldn't have dared to block my path." The ox demon's voice was deep and ominous the moment he spoke. It sounded like a steamship's horn, truly vast and resounding.
Ox demon? Grandmaster stage? Lin's eyes swept rapidly over the ox demon, and he wasn't surprised.
An ox demon of this caliber couldn't command a million demon beasts without reaching the Grandmaster stage. Today, I will use your blood to sacrifice to my great army of a million demon beasts.
Roar!
The ox demon bellowed toward the sky, and several fighter jets circling overhead were instantly shattered into pieces. For a moment, not a single fighter jet dared to enter this area. The other demon beasts also instinctively retreated behind the ox demon, as if obeying the Beast King's command.
Come!
Lin didn't hold back. He drew his sword and charged straight at the ox demon. Just then, the ox demon took a deep breath, and as Lin's sword struck, it let out a powerful blast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, an endless gale howled, and a massive shockwave as powerful as a skyscraper crashed into Lin.
So powerful!
Lin's expression hardened slightly as his long sword trembled, and a thunderous roar erupted.
Boom!
The long sword sliced through the ferocious gale, charging straight ahead with unstoppable momentum until it reached the ox demon.
Just as he was about to strike, the ox demon reacted even faster than expected. It raised an arm as ancient and resilient as a primeval forest, and its massive fist slammed down onto the blade of Lin's sword. Boom! A sonic boom echoed between them.
Lin's arm twisted slightly, while the ox demon's expression involuntarily twitched, turning solemn. It deliberately glanced at its fist out of the corner of its eye and discovered a gash had been torn open, blood spurting from it. Lin, however, remained remarkably calm, still appearing as composed as ever.
Roar!
The ox demon raged, pounding its chest and stamping its feet, then unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at Lin.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Standing before this colossal ox demon, Lin was like a mosquito, tiny, yet incredibly agile. He darted about swiftly, protected by his gale shield, emerging unscathed.
Agile, fast. Fast to the extreme.
Every one of the ox demon's punches missed its mark, slamming into the ground instead, causing the earth to tremble and dust to fly. After dozens of exchanges, Lin didn't hold back either.
He circled around to the ox demon's head and unleashed the thunderclap skill, launching a fierce offensive.
The ox demon was also quite agile. As soon as it sensed Lin's presence, it immediately activated its defense, opening its mouth to spew a ferocious shockwave, attempting to blow Lin away.
Die!
Lin's thundershow unleashed rolling thunderous sounds, and layers upon layers of ferocious power surged like a tidal wave, furiously countering the attack.
Boom! Crack! Boom! Crack! As the thunderclap skill clashed with the ox demon's shockwave, the entire sky was thrown into turmoil.
White clouds shifted, the ground cracked open, and as the two immense forces collided, the heavens and earth were shattered.
Whoosh, whoosh!
However, the three bolts of lightning accompanying the thunderclap skill were no less powerful. They pierced through the shockwave and struck the ox demon directly in the face. In the next instant, 3 wounds split open on the ox demon's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. Several jets of blood spurted out, and he let out a terrifying scream.
Whoa!
Rage! The ox demon went completely berserk, engaging Lin in a fierce battle. Lin's offensive showed no signs of letting up. His sword and shadow blades struck simultaneously, overwhelming the ox demon to the point where it could barely fight back. This scene sent shivers down the spines of Yi Nantian and the others. With a look of horror in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Lin has already reached the Grandmaster stage."
What? It's only been a few days. Didn't he just break through to the Platinum stage? How could he have reached the Grandmaster stage so quickly? Officer Yi, are you sure you're not mistaken?
The members of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy and several other officers all turned to look at him in unison, their voices filled with astonishment and doubt. They all looked utterly incredulous.
That's right.
I absolutely wouldn't be mistaken, Yi Nantian said excitedly, his eyes brimming with admiration.
His aura is unique to the Grandmaster stage.
Besides, think about it. If Lin didn't possess Grandmaster stage strength, how could he possibly hold off the ox demon all by himself?
Everyone nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound.
Lin was indeed dominating the ox demon in this battle between man and beast. Lin held the upper hand. And he made it look incredibly effortless. Everyone's curiosity about Lin grew even more intense. All eyes were fixed on the giant screen in Alloy City, where countless soldiers cheered Lin on, fists clenched. Their faces lit up with a hope they hadn't felt in a long time. Across the country, countless people were watching Lin's every move as he engaged in a fierce, relentless battle against the Beast King.
Xiao Duo's family held their breath, quietly watching Lin hold off the tide of beasts.
As they watched his figure swing his sword, they felt as if they were right there in the thick of the battle. A spark of hope was reignited. On the battlefield, Lin and the Ox Demon had been fighting for 7 or 8 minutes, with every sword strike packed with maximum explosive power.
Die!
His long sword darted out like a serpent, moving with extreme speed, wielded with a calm, resolute intent. A single strike sent the Ox Demon crashing to the ground, leaving a massive crater in the earth as it fell. A closer look revealed that its body was already covered in countless bleeding wounds. As for Lin, he was unscathed.
Roar! The colossal beast roared, snatching up a small hill and hurling it at Lin.
Lin shifted his stance in an instant and dodged it with ease. His speed was simply too fast.
Heh, it's time for you to die.
Lin wouldn't delay any longer. This Ox Demon was no match for him, and there was no point in playing games. After a burst of thunder, the Ox Demon thrashed and struggled once more, and Lin seized the opportunity, striking at it from all sides.
SSSSH.
Sword after sword, blood spattered everywhere. Finally, Lin leaped into the air, raising his fist high and aiming it squarely at the Ox Demon's head.
Explosive fist.
The explosive fist, the ultimate burst of power, carrying 60 million G of force, crashed down from the sky.
Boom!
The Ox Demon instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, but it was all in vain. As the fist struck, the earth trembled within a 10-li radius, and the heavens and earth seemed to shatter.
Roar!
The Ox Demon let out a final, agonized howl, and finally, his head shattered like porcelain, beyond repair.
Lin had blown the Ox Demon to pieces with a single punch. Boom! The echo rang in their ears, traveling directly to the fortress of defense.
At that moment, 3 million warriors rose to their feet in unison, cheering in celebration. Chapter 77, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes Kill.
Lin won. He killed the Ox Demon. Unbelievable.
Good.
Way to go, Lin actually won.
He killed the Ox Demon, he saved us.
Haha, Lin is so amazing.
In my eyes, he is already on par with a human titan. He truly lives up to being an officer of my super guild. Lin can take over as guild master in the future. Many people embraced each other in excitement, tears streaming down their faces. Some members of the super guild even compared Lin to Titan, holding him in the highest regard.
Everyone believed that Lin, too, could one day grow into a Titan. Defend the human race.
This scene was broadcast nationwide via flying camera drones, leaving many people so overcome with emotion that they were once again awed by Lin's extraordinary performance. They were at a loss for words to describe the shock they felt. Everything was encapsulated in those streaming tears. Back on the battlefield, though Lin had slain the Ox Demon, his battle was far from over.
Ding! Defeated a Grandmaster Stage Demon Beast. Plus 600,000 upgrade points.
600,000 upgrade points were, to Lin, a mere drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. This Ox Demon's strength was undoubtedly superior to that of the giant serpent Beast King. Logically, the upgrade points should have been much higher than those from the giant serpent. But when Lin had slain the giant serpent, he was only at the platinum stage, whereas now he had reached the Grandmaster stage, so the reward had naturally decreased significantly. Paying no heed to this, he fixed his gaze on the leaderless horde of demon beasts and unleashed a massacre. The upgrade points may not be much, but they're better than nothing.
If I don't wipe you all out, do you really think humans are easy to bully?
To eliminate any future threats, Lin began his slaughter. With a single swing of his sword, thousands of demon beasts exploded and died simultaneously. As his spiritual realm had risen, the power of the shadow-flying blade had also reached new heights.
In less than 10 seconds, tens of thousands of demon beasts had fallen.
These demon beasts were a disorganized mob. Now that the Ox Demon King was dead, they had lost their backbone and began fleeing frantically, with absolutely no intention of fighting back. Without a leader, they were nothing more than a swarm of ants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin transformed into a reaper, moving swiftly through the air and striking with equal speed, leaving the demon beasts with nowhere to flee. Within 10 minutes, he had already wiped out hundreds of thousands of them.
This scene left everyone speechless. What a monster! How insane!
The last time Lin faced 1,000,000 demon beasts, the battle was still a 40-60 split, and the fight was extremely difficult. Yet, in just about a week, when he faced the same situation again, the outcome was completely different. Lin, after reaching the Grandmaster stage, was so strong, far too strong. In 20 minutes, 1,000,000 demon beasts couldn't evade in time and were all slaughtered once again. The land was littered with their corpses. This time, the only option was to burn them all. Otherwise, cleaning up would be far too much of a hassle. With sweat beading on his forehead, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park for Lin to slay 1,000,000 demon beasts. He had depleted a massive amount of vitality, and it wasn't until he took a few great vitality pills that his complexion improved slightly. At that moment, he returned to the City of Defense.
Lin, have you already reached the Grandmaster stage? As soon as he returned, Yi Nantian asked impatiently. Everyone stared intently at Lin, eager for an answer.
Yes, to be honest, I have indeed reached the Grandmaster stage. After a moment's thought, Lin replied. There was no need to hide his attainment of the Grandmaster stage.
Whoa, that's so fast, Lin, you're way too fast.
Yeah, Lin, you're the fastest man I've ever seen. That breakthrough speed is just mind-blowing.
Even I have to look at you with new respect.
Yi Nantian admitted he was no match for Lin, yet added with a hint of delight, but you're reaching the Grandmaster stage is a blessing for our Huaxia as well.
Having one more Grandmaster stage cultivator is always better than having one more enemy.
Lin's strength was unfathomable. He was sure to achieve great things in the future.
How many casualties did we suffer during this beast tide? Lin asked curiously.
He had rushed here just now and discovered that many newly built defensive cities had already been breached, with the bodies of numerous soldiers and warriors lying on the ground in a rather gruesome sight. Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "We dispatched 11 divisions and 3 Air Force battalions, none of them have returned. Nearly 6 or 70,000 soldiers have fallen in the battles over the past 2 days. Furthermore, of the 23,000 warriors who came to provide support this time, over 1,000 have perished, and most of the rest are wounded." At this point, all the soldiers present stood at attention and saluted toward the distance, as if bidding farewell to their fallen brothers in arms. The warriors and others were also in poor condition. Many were missing limbs or had other serious injuries, and it would take at least a year or two for them to recover.
Hearing this staggering number, a twinge of self-reproach welled up in Lin's heart.
I was careless. I thought that once we killed the Beast King, everything would be fine, but I didn't expect another Beast King to appear.
No, Lin, I believe this is a man-made beast tide. Yi Nantian's wristwatch projected a screen onto the display.
In the footage, 7 foreign warriors in flight combat suits emerged from the Demon Beast Mountains. They looked shifty and cautious, as if afraid of being discovered. Shortly after they emerged from the Demon Beast Mountains, news of the Beast Horde's surge came from ahead. I believe this incident is inextricably linked to them. Yi Nantian spoke suspiciously, then sighed. It's just a pity they brought professional jamming devices. The aerial camera drones couldn't capture their signals.
Otherwise, we would definitely track them down.
But once the satellite data comes in, I'm sure we'll be able to identify them. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin and noticed the anger on his face.
Foreigners? So it's them.
At that moment, a name flashed through Lin's mind.
The Rot family.
Roy is a member of the Rot family, and he sent some kind of signal before he died. That's right, they must be behind this. Once he had pieced it all together, a terrifying rage erupted within Lin.
He turned to Yi Nantian and said, I'll leave the rest to you.
I have some business to attend to. I'm going to drag the killers out into the open.
Lin, where are you going?
Watching Lin fly off in a hurry, Yi Nantian called after him.
Finally,
A single phrase echoed back, revenge. Revenge. Lin's target was the Western Alliance, the Rot family.
Having indirectly caused the deaths of so many Huaxia warriors, Lin was determined to wipe out the Rot family. At the same moment, at the Rot estate, Don Rot gazed at the unrecognizable remains lying in the coffin, weeping uncontrollably.
My dear Roy, my dear child. You have always been my pride. Now that you have given your life in Huaxia for the Rot family, God will bless you.
Don Rot, who had weathered countless storms, could not bear the pain of losing his son at this moment.
With eyes wide with fury, he shouted toward the distance, Lin, I will tear you to pieces.
What he didn't know was that a figure was also racing toward him at breakneck speed from the distant east. The figure cut through the white clouds, streaking past numerous warships and leaving a long trail of clouds in its wake, its menacing sonic boom stunning countless onlookers.
Chapter 78, The Rot Family's Bloodbath. Western Alliance.
Air Defense Base. Several government officials in charge of air defense were conducting routine observations on the ground using binoculars. Suddenly, a streak of light shot directly over the base, accompanied by an intense, piercing sonic boom. Whoosh! Upon hearing the deafening sound, every staff member at the base looked on in shock and instinctively covered their ears with their hands to prevent their eardrums from rupturing.
A powerful intruder has entered. Damn it, who on earth is so bold? Issue a warning immediately. An officer in charge of command looked up in a rage, and soon an ultrasonic signal was transmitted into the sky. Listen up, you up there. This is within the territory of the Western Alliance. You have violated Western Alliance airspace. Please return immediately and withdraw from the Western Alliance. Warning, warning, I'll say it again.
In the sky, the figure flying at breakneck speed was no ordinary person, it was Lin, charging forward with unstoppable fury.
Hearing the warning, Lin paid it no mind.
Rage consumed him, whoever stood in his way would die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Since elevating his spiritual realm to platinum, Lin's speed had reached its absolute limit. He was now traveling at several times the speed of sound. If he weren't wearing his combat suit, his clothes would likely have caught fire from atmospheric friction. Like a shooting star, he hurtled toward a marked destination.
The Rot family.
After losing Roy, the Rot family's heir apparent, the family had fallen into a state of gloom.
Today's atmosphere was unusually solemn and heavy. I never thought Lord Roy would be assassinated. Just what kind of prodigies are there in China?
They say China is vast and rich in resources, but surely they shouldn't be so weak that they can't even shake off the clutches of a grandmaster stage master approaching the realm of transcendence, right?
Who knows? In any case, that kid named Lin will surely face the personal punishment of our Rot patriarch.
Then we'll get to see that pathetic look on his face as he kneels and begs for mercy. At that moment, two gold stage members of the Rot family were chatting idly. One of them, puffing on a cigar, looked indignant. Huaxia has become increasingly arrogant over the years, repeatedly opposing our Western Alliance. That Lin, they say he killed several of our psychics at the global rookie tournament.
So what if he is arrogant?
I'd bet he won't make it through this month. Once Godfather Rot sets his sights on killing him, that fury isn't something a greenhorn like him can withstand. The two were bickering when suddenly, a streak of light sliced across the sky, emitting a whistling sound that made them both look up in curiosity. The figure was like a high-speed warship, resonating with the heavens and earth, radiating an imposing presence. Just as the two were about to ask who it was, the streak of light unexpectedly plummeted toward them. Lin, standing on his gale shield, landed with a thunderous crash just outside the gates of the Rot estate. Trees and plants within a 100-meter radius were all snapped and flattened by the sheer pressure of his presence.
Who are you?
The two gold stage warriors, seeing someone suddenly appear, immediately grew wary and barked, "This is the Rot family's estate. No warrior is allowed to set foot here without the Godfather's invitation.
Get out of here."
Although warriors dominated the world, the Rot family's influence carried significant weight throughout the Western Alliance.
For an ordinary warrior to dare barge in without permission was tantamount to courting death. Whereas Godfather Rot?
Lin couldn't be bothered with small talk with his hands behind his back, he simply strode right in.
Can't you understand human speech?
Seeing that Lin didn't stop, one of them roared in anger and charged at him. Barging into the Rot family's territory was a sign of sheer stupidity. He had to be punished.
The next moment, Lin swung his fist. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the gold stage was sent flying, slamming violently into a wall. The entire wall shattered, and the gold stage's chest caved in, a deep fist mark seared into his chest, a truly gruesome sight. One punch and the gold stage was dead.
Whoa! The remaining gold stage members, witnessing this scene, their eyes flickered slightly as they asked, "Who exactly are you?"
Listen carefully. I'm Lin, you know me, don't you?
Lin walked over with his hands behind his back.
Oh, so your name is Lin? Well, then, that is fine. The man turned and walked away. I'll report this to the family head right away.
Please wait here. No sooner had he finished speaking than he sensed a killing intent behind him. Before he could even turn around, he was blasted away by a massive fist.
Boom!
Just like the other, he flew backward like a punching bag. Struggling briefly before dying, he muttered, "I let my guard down.
I didn't dodge."
In Lin's eyes, these gold stage warriors were nothing more than ants, not even worth his attention. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked into the Rot estate. Many members of the Rot family, upon seeing the man of Eastern appearance and one so young at that, immediately thought of a single name.
Who is this fool daring to barge into the Rot family? Lin. It's Lin. Lin is here. Damn it, take him out.
Instantly, dozens of warriors closed in, while others hurried away to report to the Rot patriarch. It must be said that the Rot family's strength was truly formidable. There were more than 20 platinum level or higher warriors right before his eyes. And when you added up the gold, silver, and bronze warriors, the total exceeded 100. A force like this would be a colossal presence anywhere. No wonder the Rot family had the audacity to go after him. Lin. Since you're all here, let us all die together. Lin, barehanded and moving like a shadow, charged into the crowd.
Bang! 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 Each punch packed the force of 10,000, and the domineering, unbridled power left these platinum and gold stage warriors utterly helpless.
Without even resorting to the extreme explosion fist technique, a single punch was enough to effortlessly obliterate platinum stage opponents. When Lin channeled his internal energy outward, the terror was beyond description. A single punch shook the heavens and the earth, like 10 ferocious tigers bursting from their cages all at once. The sheer pressure instantly wiped out a group of warriors.
Boom! Boom!
Figures flew in all directions. Every warrior struck by Lin was blown to pieces. The fate of the Rot family members was just like popping balloons. It was impossible for them to survive.
What on earth is this? Run! He is at the Grandmaster stage. Retreat immediately. Call the Godfather.
In less than half a minute, Lin had instantly killed over 50 warriors, including every single platinum stage fighter, all of whom were wiped out. Seeing Lin slaughter them as easily as killing chickens, these minor figures dared not put up a fight. They immediately lost their composure and scattered in all directions.
Think you can get away? No chance.
The thought of the lives of hundreds of thousands of Huaxia warriors filled Lin with an uncontrollable urge to kill. Shadow blades shot out from behind him, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crisp sound of penetration rang out as over 100 heads flew through the air in every corner of the Rot estate, then crashed to the ground. And those headless corpses gushed blood like fountains, turning the entire Rot estate blood red. At that moment, several women and elderly people were still huddled to one side. When Lin's gaze fell upon them, they dropped to the ground with a thud, terrified.
Stop!
Just as Lin was about to wipe them all out, a weathered yet magnetic, aged voice rang out from behind him.
Chapter 79, The Battle at the Grandmaster Stage.
The Rot patriarch, clad in a overcoat, scanned the scene with his eyes. When he saw the numerous Rot family warriors lying dead, his eyes nearly blazed with fury. He glared angrily and roared, "Lin, my grandson has nothing to do with this.
Don't slaughter the innocent."
Oh?
Old fox, you finally come out? How could Lin possibly spare any member of the Rot family? He controlled the shadow-flying blades and struck with lightning speed. Whoosh! The few people huddled in the corner were all cut down in an instant. At that moment, Don Rot was utterly enraged. After all, this was his grandson, his only grandson. Today, he had been killed right before his eyes. His hatred was overwhelming. Without a word, Don Rot drew a massive axe and charged at Lin. Thud! The giant axe possessed ferocious power forged from a special material. It was a treasure he had obtained during his youth while venturing into the abyss. At the very least, it was SS rank or higher, a genuine treasure. Combined with Don Rot's Grandmaster stage physique and his masterful technique, a single swing of the axe descended upon Lin's head, carrying an overwhelming aura of power. Get out of here! Lin showed no mercy either. The lives of hundreds of thousands of warriors could not be sacrificed in vain. He summoned Lei Xiao, unleashing a deafening thunderclap. Boom! The giant axe and the longsword clashed. In an instant, the surrounding buildings were all shattered by the overwhelming pressure and immediately collapsed. With a single sword strike to counter, Lin gave his hand a slight twist, flicked the tip of his sword upward, and unleashed another terrifying strike. Meanwhile, Godfather Rot's lips tightened. Wielding his giant axe with a do-or-die resolve, he slashed out a black beam of light that surged straight toward Lin. Boom! The vast forces clashed and immediately parted. Godfather Rot was violently flung backward, and he looked up in disbelief. Lin's power, it's so strong, far too strong. Meanwhile, Lin stood motionless. So what if you pull off all sorts of flashy moves? In the face of absolute power, flashy maneuvers are futile. His thunderclap skill just now had only utilized a 100% boost. Don't forget his maximum boost can reach 300%. It seems you've reached the Grandmaster stage. My son's death must be your doing, right? Godfather Rot said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on Lin, his intent to kill unwavering. Lin's gaze was icy. If I'm going to die, so be it. Why all this nonsense? Today, I'll use your blood to honor the souls of the 600,000 warriors of China. Arrogant! The two erupted into battle once more. Boom! 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 Fierce forces erupted throughout the space. Before long, the entire Rot estate was shattered, and the steel and concrete structures were all razed to the ground. Tiger roar sinks the boat. Roar! The roar of a ferocious tiger echoed across the sky. As Don Rot swung his massive axe downward, a black tiger charged at Lin's soul, catching him off guard for a split second. His spiritual energy surged outward, and Lin dispelled the illusion. Lei Xiao channeled the might of 1,000 thunderbolts, and Lin slashed horizontally with his sword. A thunderous explosion rang out. The peak amplification power propelled Lin's strength to over 60 million, in extreme boost, unleashed without reservation. Boom! The moment their powers collided, the entire Rot Manor was razed to the ground by an invisible shockwave. Every survivor within was utterly annihilated. No one could withstand this terrifying blow. How ferocious was the power of the Grandmaster stage! Within a radius of several li, the area lay in utter ruin, as if it had been ravaged by over 20 powerful typhoons. Every living creature was utterly annihilated, a merciless slaughter. Put! Amid the intense shockwave, Godfather Rot felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a jet of blood. His internal organs throbbed with excruciating pain. It was too overwhelming. Lin's power was simply too overwhelming. Logically speaking, as fellow Grandmaster stage practitioners, they should have been evenly matched. Yet his all-out strike just now had failed to match Lin's. He was simply no match for Lin. His vitality began to drop, and his body was injured, while Lin, on the other hand, was not only unscathed but was even floating in midair with a radiant expression. A pair of cold eyes fixed on Godfather Rot, Lin's gaze brimming with murderous intent. Just as Lin was about to send Godfather Rot to his grave, the next moment, Godfather Rot turned and ran. If he didn't run, he'd lose his life. Godfather Rot had fought countless battles and had always been invincible in the past. Now, to be reduced to being chased by a teenager was utterly humiliating. Run? Do you think you can get away? Lin took a step forward, and Gale Shield, sensing his intent, carried him in pursuit.
Godfather Rot was no slouch even in the martial arts world. His speed was considered extraordinary, but compared to Galeshield, he might as well have been moving at a snail's pace.
Die!
Lin slashed his sword at Godfather Rot's back, and Godfather Rot spun around, blocking the blow with his giant axe.
Boom! He was sent flying several kilometers away.
And so, Lin continued his relentless pursuit of Godfather Rot, as skyscrapers kept collapsing in the bustling streets of the Western Alliance.
Boom, boom, boom.
In the midst of this chase between two Grandmaster stage powerhouses, these skyscrapers crumbled like mud, exploding one after another. It was as if the city were being bombarded with explosives, a truly terrifying sight. Countless civilians out shopping scrambled for cover, cowering and fleeing to safe underground shelters.
A Grandmaster stage battle, it's truly formidable.
I never thought Godfather Rot would end up like this.
Who on earth is chasing him? Looks like it's someone from the east. They're so fierce. A Grandmaster stage battle is devastating. It's us ordinary citizens who suffer. The authorities must be on their way.
They need to stop this fight quickly, or we'll never have a day of peace. Many people watched the camera feed, their hearts pounding with fear. Finally, having exhausted a massive amount of his vital energy, Godfather Rot was no longer able to fly. Physically and mentally drained, he took a sword strike from Lin and plummeted violently from the sky.
Boom!
A massive crater over 100 meters wide was smashed into the concrete ground, and Godfather Rot was instantly buried beneath the rubble. At that moment, Lin showed no intention of sparing him. He instantly gave chase and pulled Don Rot out of the massive crater with one hand.
This is the price you pay for provoking me.
Thud. He grabbed Don Rot by the head and slammed it violently against the ground. Instantly, Don Rot's head spun, and his eyes began to glint and sparkle.
60,000 innocent souls, how will you atone for this?
Thud. He slammed Father Rot's head into the ground once more, cracking the earth beneath them. Father Rot was utterly powerless to fight back, but deep inside, he felt nothing but utter humiliation. Lin had actually forced him, a Grandmaster stage cultivator of his stature, to kneel and kowtow.
Humiliation, it was simply the greatest humiliation of his entire life.
How disgraceful! All his dignity was lost.
You old fool, still not convinced?
Thud, thud, thud. After slamming his head against the ground dozens of times in rapid succession until Godfather Rot's head was shattered and his face was almost unrecognizable, Lin finally tossed him aside. The now freed Godfather Rot had long since lost all signs of life. He had been beaten to death. This Grandmaster stage, whose might struck fear into the Western Alliance and whose fame spread across the globe, now lay dead in the streets,
mutilated by Lin's hands.
After killing Godfather Rot, Lin didn't leave the Western Alliance immediately. Instead, he returned to the Rot estate to loot the valuables.
Chapter 80, Unstoppable. Ding! Defeated a Grandmaster stage enemy. Upgrade points plus 450,000.
While flying, the sound of his reward notification rang in Lin's head. Combined with the Platinum and Gold tier warriors he'd just slain, this trip earned Lin over 1 million upgrade points. Of course, 1 million was now a mere pittance to him.
Not even worth a speck of dust under his fingernail. Solar energy was also granting Lin upgrade points, but the amount was so small it was practically negligible.
Only a few dozen points per hour if he relied solely on solar energy to level up. He'd probably never reached that level before the day he was laid to rest. With a slight shake of his head, Lin returned to the Rot estate. He released his psychic power, and strands of his psychic energy began scanning the area. Lin discovered some warrior gear, mostly combat suits and C and B class weapons. And for a centuries-old, deeply rooted family like this, a basement was a given. Lin cleared away the rubble and entered the basement. The basement was stocked with many fine wines, each bottle worth hundreds of thousands of US dollars, but Lin had no interest in alcohol and smashed them all with a single punch. What interested him most were the great vitality pills, ordinary vitality pills, body tempering pills, and other elixirs, over 5,000 of them in total. The Rot family was indeed wealthy. All those elixirs combined were worth at least several billion. There's even a platinum grade demon beast core. These things are just going to get stolen anyway if I leave them here, so I might as well use them to boost my stats.
After finishing his looting, a notification suddenly appeared on Lin's stats panel. Use 2 million upgrade points to unlock the storage space.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lin followed the prompt and unlocked the storage space.
Ding! Storage space unlocked. 2 million upgrade points deducted.
The storage space allowed him to store items inside, and Lin was pleasantly surprised he hadn't expected it to actually work. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a space of about 500 square meters, capable of holding a great deal. Lin stored everything of value and use from the basement into the storage space. However, just as Lin emerged from the basement, several low-flying fighter jets appeared overhead. These fighter jets were a newly developed model, arguably the most powerful of their kind globally. Their firepower was capable of instantly killing a silver-ranked demon beast.
Listen up, Washa warrior down there. We are the Western Alliance Air Defense Security Department. We demand you immediately lay down your weapons and surrender, or we will open fire on you.
From aboard the fighter jets, a warrior wearing Western Alliance military fatigues issued a warning to Lin below. Lin had just violated their airspace, and they had already given chase.
Their response was remarkably swift.
However, not long after the warning was issued, a black flying blade suddenly shot toward them.
Boom!
A low-flying fighter jet suddenly exploded without warning, crashing to the ground and killing or injuring dozens. Witnessing this scene, the crew members aboard the other fighter jets were terrified. Their expressions shifted constantly, their faces gradually turning pale.
Damn it, this guy is strong. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat. Laser bullets spewing blue flames pierced through the rubble, firing directly at Lin. 500 laser beams per second left him no time to catch his breath. What a hassle!
Lin hadn't intended to take on these fighters, but since they de-provoked him, there was no need to hold back. The Gale Shield served as a shield in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. Countless laser beams struck the Gale Shield, producing a drum-like sound.
The storm of laser fire couldn't even scratch Lin. Rockets! Use rockets to blow him to bits.
The commander flew into a rage, and hundreds of rockets rained down on Lin simultaneously, but they were still deflected by his Gale Shield.
Boom! Crack! Boom! Crack! After several rounds of bombardment, Lin remained unscathed.
At that moment, everyone trembled with shock, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts.
A bunch of ants.
The shadow blade flew from his hand, and Lin turned to leave without looking back. Before long, several screams and explosions rang out behind him. Eventually, all 5 low-altitude fighter jets exploded and crashed, reduced to a heap of scrap metal.
Western Alliance, downtown.
Lin returned here, glanced at the axe in Godfather Rod's hand, then tucked it away. The crowd gathered around was watching. Upon seeing Lin emerge, they were instantly terrified and scrambled to hide, not daring to face this great demon king head-on. It was too brutal. Lin had slaughtered Don Rot until he was a bloody mess, and now, before his body had even cooled, he'd come to take his weapon.
That warrior from Huaxia is just too fierce, isn't?
Once he had the weapon in hand, Lin didn't linger for a moment. He soared into the sky at supersonic speed.
Shiming Air Defense Center.
Along the route Lin had taken to break in, they had long since deployed dozens of fighter jets and hundreds if not thousands of guided missiles, ready to intercept Lin, bring him to justice, and hold him accountable. But the moment Lin slew Don Rot and razed the Rot family's stronghold, the 3-star commander at the Air Defense Center suddenly ordered, all fighter jets, return.
Clear the airspace immediately. Cancel all guided missiles now. An ace pilot inside one of the fighter jets transmitted a puzzled question, Commander, why?
This pilot had experienced dozens of major battles and knew fighter jets inside and out. He was confident that this formation could stop the invading warrior.
Now that the defenses were in place, why was the commander ordering a retreat?
All the fighter pilots were completely baffled. Because he killed Don Rot, wiped out the Rot family, and annihilated the fighter squadron we sent to scout. We're no match for him, he at the Grandmaster stage. Commander 3 Stars shouted hoarsely, withdraw immediately.
Do not launch any attacks against him.
However, no sooner had those words been transmitted than, high above in the distant sky, Lin had already arrived. Seeing the numerous fighter jets blocking his path, he gave a low wave of his hand, summoning the Thunder Sword. Boom! The long sword channeled the power of thunder, unleashing 3 additional bolts of lightning that struck the fighter jets. In that moment, the ace pilot bore the brunt of the attack. In the split second he was startled, his eyes went wide. The next second, nearly 100 fighter jets exploded simultaneously, like a chain reaction of fire, all wiped out by Lin alone. Who could possibly withstand the might of the Grandmaster stage? It's over, Commander Samsung broke out in a cold sweat. Losing nearly 100 fighter jets in an instant was simply too costly. Like ants, Lin shook his head lightly, continuing onward, and eventually flew out of the Western Alliance without the slightest difficulty. Half an hour later, major media outlets around the world were flooded with a single news story. Breaking news: the Rot family, ranked among the top 3 in the Western Alliance, was tragically wiped out half an hour ago. All 264 members of the family were killed. China's warrior, acting alone, stormed into the Western Alliance and executed the Rot godfather in the middle of the city. Footage of the incident has gone viral, sparking public outrage. Shocking. The renowned Rot Grandmaster stage, after a fierce battle with China's newcomer King Lin, was brutally killed and left lying dead in the street. The Western Alliance authorities have already dispatched investigators and condemned this act of rampage in the city center, stating they will bring the perpetrator to justice. Meanwhile, Lin had already returned to the Super Guild and was sitting on the couch, sorting through his spoils of war. If he hadn't gone a bit too far and destroyed the anti-aircraft fighters, Lin would have liked to haul a few of them back for fun and to sell them for a hefty sum. Chapter 81, Global Attention, a high-profile Super Guild. The news that Lin had single-handedly stormed the Western Alliance and wiped out the Rot family spread like wildfire across all the alliances. Whether it was the Western Alliance, the non-aligned alliance, or the Asian Alliance, nearly everyone was utterly horrified by this incident. Who in the world didn't know the Rot family's influence? Just like the Buffett family before the Great Cataclysm, they were extremely famous, with influence spanning the entire planet. The Rot patriarch was a veteran Grandmaster stage fighter, and his son was a rising star on the path to Grandmaster stage. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Rot family was poised to become the world's #1 family within a decade. And now, it's all gone. Everything is gone. The Rot family had been wiped out by the rookie King Lin. Not a single survivor left. Everyone was deeply pondering what the Rot family could have possibly done to offend Lin so severely that they suffered such a tragic, total annihilation. At the same time, countless people began to view Lin, this terrifying rookie king, in a new light. He was no longer just a rookie. He is a Grandmaster stage warrior whose fame echoes across the 8 corners of the world. Warriors worldwide know that Lin killed the Rot family patriarch. His strength is undoubtedly at the Grandmaster stage. In fact, he is even stronger than the average Grandmaster stage warrior. Who would have thought? In just 2 short months, he has transformed from the gold stage into a Grandmaster stage warrior. The speed of his progress is simply unbelievable. That's right. This guy is too formidable. Thank goodness we didn't burn our bridges with him or completely alienate Huaxia, otherwise, it would be us, the Asian Alliance, suffering the consequences right now. Everyone says Huaxia hasn't produced any promising young talent in the past decade, but one Lin alone is enough to crush warriors from around the world who've been active for nearly 30 years. The Grandmaster stage must not be disrespected. From now on, let us be more courteous toward Huaxia and keep a low profile. High-ranking officials around the globe were discussing the matter, stunned by Lin's actions. A warrior this formidable must be guarded against. If they were to inadvertently offend him, given Lin's vindictive nature, he might very well come and wipe out their entire clan one day. Meanwhile, at the Western Alliance's high-level base. That evening, a high-level meeting was underway. Damn it! A 4-star officer slammed his fist on the table. That damned Lin, a mere upstart from Huaxia, coming and going as he pleases in our Western Alliance. Does he even take us seriously anymore? Issue a statement immediately. Lin's actions have seriously infringed upon the Western Alliance's interests, and we will certainly make him pay the price. Commander Kevin is right. The Rot family is a vital pillar of the Western Alliance. We cannot let them be killed for no reason by that Huaxia warrior.
We must seek justice. I agree with Commander Kevin.
Let us hold a press conference immediately to put pressure on the Huaxia side and force them to hand him over. One by one, the commanders immediately reached a consensus, vowing to make Lin pay the price. The Western Alliance had always been the center of the world, whether in technology or martial arts. It towered above all other alliances.
How dare Huaxia oppose them?
Not to mention that the Rot family is brimming with talent and plays a crucial role in the Western Alliance. Even if we set that aside, the fact that Lin trespassed into the Western Alliance and destroyed over 100 of their fighter jets is enough to incite public outrage.
We cannot let Lin get away with this.
The next day, the Western Alliance released a statement demanding that Huaxia hand over the suspect. As for Lin, he didn't watch the news. He had returned to Gaoliang City. As soon as Lin returned, the entire population of Gaoliang City lined the streets to welcome him, a sea of people, with streets emptied of all but the crowd. This left Lin a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't realized he commanded such prestige.
Lin, you're the pride of Huaxia.
Lin, you're so awesome. I saw the news. You not only held off the latest wave of beasts, but you also wiped out the Rot family. Lin, you're our great savior. Many people cheered and shouted. Lin, used to such attention, gave a brief response and then returned home. At home, as soon as Lin walked in, his parents rushed to greet him.
Yun embraced him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Son, why did you get yourself into such a huge mess?
I was so worried I thought I'd die.
Mom, your son is now unbeatable. No one can hurt me.
Lin boasted, don't worry. Your son has reached the legendary Grandmaster stage now, hee.
Really, son? Are you really at the Grandmaster stage?
Yun looked both surprised and delighted, while Dong's eyes were filled with eager anticipation. Xiaoyu, meanwhile, stood to the side with a dazed expression, her big eyes fixed on Lin. Of course. With my Grandmaster stage strength, I can do anything from soaring to the heavens to diving to the depths of the earth. Lin said this just to put his parents' minds at ease.
The two elders chattered on for a while before finally calming down.
Since they practiced martial arts themselves and knew the Grandmaster stage represented the world's strongest level, they no longer worried about Lin.
By the way, Xiaoyu, has your cultivation level improved at all? Lin ruffled Xiaoyu's hair and asked.
The little girl nodded, but she didn't seem very happy. Brother, I'm already at bronze 3 stars.
Oh, that's not bad.
Lin glanced at her and chuckled softly. Scanning her with his spiritual energy, he confirmed that Xiaoyu wasn't lying. This little girl was indeed progressing quickly. Although she couldn't match his own cheat level progress, she was still considered a prodigy in the martial arts world. She was only 14, barely a freshman in high school.
Tomorrow we'll go to the martial arts hall to train.
I'll check your progress. Lin said this and headed back to his room. Xiaoyu stood there, a bitter expression on her face, and said, didn't you say that once your injuries healed, I'd be able to surpass my brother in no time? Look, my brother's already at the Grandmaster stage now. The last time he came back, he was only at the Platinum stage. Do you really think I still have a chance to surpass him? In a few days, he'll definitely look at you with new respect.
There is nothing in the world stronger than me.
I can help you become a rising star in the martial arts world. I guarantee you'll surpass your brother within 6 months.
Last time it was 3 months, this time 6 months. Will it be 12 months next time?
Xiaoyu muttered under his breath.
Bai quickly retorted, no way. I keep my word. Just wait and see. Your brother really isn't that strong.
In my world, even a dog owned by one of my servants would be stronger than him.
Another day passed, and Super Guild issued a public response to the Western Alliance's remarks. If Lin can wipe out one Rot family, he can wipe out a second. Come at Super Guild if you dare.
What the? Lin woke up, saw Super Guild's announcement, and was instantly stunned. Whoa, I didn't post anything.
Who at the martial arts school did this? Is it really okay to make me look this high profile?
He checked and found out it was posted by Guardian Lu.
Lu had actually returned, and with such swagger.
He truly lived up to the title of guardian. Lin couldn't help but admire him. That's what a big shot looks like, way more high profile than he was. With Super Guild stepping in on his behalf, clinging to that powerful ally hadn't been in vain. A few days later, while Lin was training Xiaoyu, he suddenly received a call from Lu. Lin, interested in taking a trip over to the border islands? Lu, is something up? Lin asked. Lu replied casually, I can't keep it from you anyway.
An ancient ruin has appeared over there. An abyss is probably about to open. If we rush over, we should be able to dig up some treasures.
Treasure?
Hearing there was something in it for him, Lin agreed without hesitation. Alright, I'll meet you at headquarters later. Lin had looked up the relevant information. On the eve of an abyss opening, vast quantities of treasures would emerge, and with a bit of luck, one could even obtain various weapons. It was a great opportunity for treasure hunting. This time, Lin was really looking forward to scoring big. After all, his Lei Xiao was only S rank. It was already seriously lagging behind his abilities, so it was time to upgrade his weapon.
Chapter 82, The Treasure Hunt Clash.
Lin, there's no need to rush.
No one has unearthed any treasures yet.
Let us wait for others to go first and see if there are any dangers, then set out in a few days. On the other end of the video call, Lu said with a smile, before the abyss opens, we can't rule out the possibility of deadly dangers. There's no need for us to take risks.
Guardian is indeed a sly old fox.
Lin gave a thumbs up, but suddenly realized he'd said the wrong thing and quickly corrected himself. My mistake, I meant cunning and calculating. No, far-sighted and forward-thinking.
Lu, oh.
Since they weren't setting out right away, Lin bought a copy of the Gale Wind Footwork Manual for Xiaoyu to practice. He'd been pushing her hard these past few days, and the little girl was picking it up fairly quickly. In less than 2 days, she had the basic footwork memorized and could perform the most fundamental techniques.
Speed, 56 meters per second. Strength, 3,200. Looking at Xiaoyu's test results, Lin was far from satisfied. Speaking in the tone of an elder, he said, You're the worst student I've ever taught. You're already at bronze 3-star. Why are you treating this like a game? Look at the other warriors. Aren't they all better than you? I'm at the Grandmaster stage. If people find out that the younger sister of a Grandmaster has such mediocre talent, where will my reputation stand? Bro, let us not even talk about me. Out of everyone under 20 in the entire martial arts school, who is better than me?
Xiaoyu refused to accept the scolding and retorted defiantly, besides, even our parents are getting on in years, and they're still not as strong as me.
Why don't you say anything about them?
That's an exception. Lin scratched the back of his head, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This little girl doesn't learn the good things, she only picks up the clever ones.
Now she's even arguing back at me. She's really becoming more and more of a handful.
Anyway, just focus on your training these next few days and don't slack off. By the time I come back, you'd better have mastered at least 30% of the swift wind footwork.
Also, take whatever elixirs you want, don't hold back.
Your big brother's rolling in cash right now, so go ahead and use them freely. As he spoke, Lin paused to think for a moment, then pulled out a set of C-class combat gear he'd seized from the Rot family and handed it to Xiaoyu, instructing her, This is brand new combat gear given to me by some foreign friends. I don't need it, so take it and get used to it ahead of time. The combat gear could be configured in various modes. In training mode, it would become heavy, making it ideal for warriors. Xiaoyu could no longer stick to these basic training routines. It was time to ramp up the difficulty. Otherwise, his progress would be too slow. The next day, Lin arrived at the Alliance Mall Tower to sell dozens of combat suits obtained from the Rot family, along with various weapons used at the Platinum Gold stage. Most were between B and C class. Since they were second-hand, the prices weren't too high. That comes to a total of 1.8 billion here. What do you think? Manager Lu greeted Lin with a smile, not daring to try any underhanded tricks. Lin was no longer the young prodigy he once was. He had single-handedly wiped out the Rot family and slain a Grandmaster stage warrior. He was a globally renowned warrior whom everyone had to treat with the utmost respect. Especially a businessman like Manager Lu, he had to be even more deferential toward Lin.
Alright, transfer it to my account.
Lin didn't even bother to look. He had little interest in money these days. To him, money was nothing more than a number. After selling what needed to be sold, Lin arrived at the Beijing Martial Arts Academy headquarters. When Lu saw Lin, he kept sizing him up with his eyes, as if he didn't recognize him at all, eager to take in every detail of Lin's appearance. Being stared at like that made Lin feel a bit uneasy, and he said warily, "Lu, staring at me like that makes me a little nervous.
I'm still a virgin, you know."
"Lin, I got back the day before yesterday and heard you've already reached the Grandmaster stage," Lu said, beaming. "I didn't expect they weren't lying. After all, you've truly joined the ranks of the Grandmaster stage."
"Man, you broke through way too fast, didn't you?"
He also suspected Lin might have some secret he wasn't sharing, but he didn't press the issue. Lin put on a humble expression. "It's nothing special, just so.
By the way, Lu, why did you suddenly come back from the abyss? Did you wrap things up down there?"
Everyone said the situation in the abyss was dire. They couldn't even spare any strong fighters from the beast type to suppress it, so how did Lu have time to come back now? Lin was a bit puzzled, but Lu explained, "Things have improved a bit. I came back specifically to go treasure hunting with you. Also, the guild master should be waking up from seclusion soon, so I came back especially to welcome him."
The guild master is emerging from seclusion?
Lin felt a flicker of joy. He harbored immense admiration for the Super Guild's guild master. This was, after all, the strongest titan among the human race, and Lin had yet to see him in person.
"Alright, let us go.
Su and the others are still waiting for us over there.
Today is the perfect time to set out."
Finally, the two made their preparations and set off toward the marked location. Their destination was an archipelago called the Thousand Islands. Located between Huaxia and the Asian Alliance, the Thousand Islands was an archipelago on the Huaxia border. The two streaked across the sky at breakneck speed, like two thunder warships. Shortly after leaving Huaxia, they reached the skies above the Thousand Islands. Looking down, hundreds upon hundreds of islands stretched out before their eyes. Aside from the islands, nothing but azure seas stretched out before them.
"Over here."
Eventually, the two landed on the first island, also the largest in the Thousand Islands archipelago. As soon as they touched down, Su and other members of the Super Guild came over to meet them. The group numbered about 10 people.
Lu cut straight to the chase. "Su, how did the exploration go? Did you find anything?"
Su shook his head slightly and lamented, "Sigh, a lot of people from other alliances have arrived these past few days. Not only have Grandmaster stage players arrived, but even Grandmaster stage players have been deployed. We've come up empty-handed, but I hear the Non-Alliance and the Western Alliance have each secured several red energy crystals." Mentioning that the red energy crystals had been snatched by the Western Alliance, Su and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of regret.
"No problem, it's not too late for us to set out now," Lu said. Just then, two groups of warriors suddenly came toward them.
"Hey, isn't that Grandmaster Stage Lu from the Super Guild?
What a coincidence."
The speaker was draped in a black cloak bearing the Western Alliance's emblem. He was clearly a person of standing.
Lu smiled slightly and said, "Grandmaster Stage Turner, just because the Western Alliance can come here, does that mean we can't?" As Grandmaster Stages, they knew each other. They'd met before in the Abyss, so they were certainly acquainted.
"Oh, I didn't mean it that way, Grandmaster Stage Lu.
Don't get the wrong idea," Turner said with a laugh. "But we've teamed up with our friends from the Non-Alliance.
If we end up taking all the treasures, don't blame us." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark-skinned man stepped forward and said sarcastically, "I've seen you Chinese warriors here for 3 days now, and you haven't found a single hair.
Why do you keep sending such incompetent people? Can't you send someone useful?
Are all the super guilds full of scum like this?" At his words, Su and the others immediately turned pale. They'd actually been mocked. Hearing this, Lin spoke coolly, "I advise you to take back the nonsense you just spouted, or else you'll be in for a world of trouble."
Believe it or not?
These words, laced with a hint of icy reproach, caught the attention of everyone from the African Union and the Western Alliance.
Chapter 83, Insane Harvesting Speed.
In an instant, both groups turned to look at him in unison.
The muscular middle-aged black man who had spoken addressed Lin. "Kid, adults are talking here, what business is it of yours to butt in? Do you even know who I am?" "Heh, this is Embiid Grandmaster Stage." "Kid, you're the first person who has ever dared to talk to Embiid Grandmaster Stage like that."
Turner Grandmaster Stage stood to the side with his arms crossed, snickering coldly as his eyes roamed over Lin. Lin, however, snorted derisively and said coldly, "I don't care who you are, some nobody."
"My name is Lin. If you don't like it, come at me." "Arrogant." "Lin, how arrogant."
As soon as he said that, everyone from the Eastern Alliance and Western Alliance exchanged glances, their faces flushing with anger.
Turner, however, remained unflappable, smiling as he said, "Oh, so you're Lin.
I hear you've been making quite a splash while we were away. By the way, everyone says you're the new leader of Huaxia.
During this treasure hunt, show us what you're made of. Don't end up coming back empty-handed again." "Oomph, kid, watch your mouth. You're only fit to boss people around up there. Didn't anyone tell you to show some respect when facing the Grandmaster Stage?" Embiid warned Lin.
In the end, both groups managed to restrain themselves and didn't come to blows. After all, they were all here to hunt for treasure, there was no need to fight to the death. It wouldn't do if someone with ulterior motives were to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, both the non-aligned alliance and the Western Alliance had several psychics present, all determined to find the treasure. The Huaxia warriors had come this time only to return empty-handed, and then they'd have a chance to show off in front of them.
Just to get under the Chinese warrior's skin. Don't pay them any mind.
"Let us go, we're off to find the red energy crystals," Lu said to the group. They split into teams of 3 and began searching for the red energy crystals.
"I'm a psychic, I'll handle the scanning. It'll be faster. Let me know if you need anything."
Given his special status, Lin boarded the Gale Shield and began circling the island.
"I've found one here."
Sure enough, with his psychic power projected outward, Lin's range now covered a radius of 10 li. Soon, he sensed a treasure underground and began digging.
SSSSH.